What have I done? Amy!
I heard a shot, sir.
What have I done? Oh, what have I done?
What's the matter, sir?
My wife, look.
Shall I call the police, Mr. Hodge?
Yes. Is she dead?
She must have died instantly. The shot blew half her head off.
Youngstown, Ohio. From the pages of the Youngstown Vindicator, the story of a reporter who made a hunch pay off. Youngstown, Ohio. The story as it actually happened. Bill Griffith's story as he lived it.
The first chill wind of autumn slaps you across the face, Bill Griffith, reporter on the Youngstown Vindicator, as you leave your home that morning, late in October. You hurry to your office, not because you're late, but because you know there's a hot story waiting, made to order for you. The big jewelry store robbery downtown. But you never get to that job because there's something else that happened. It's so big that the boss himself is in your office waiting for you.
Oh, hiya, John.
Don't take your hat and coat off.
Okay, I'll get right over. They get much?
I'm not putting you on the jewelry job. Lawson's going to cover it.
Oh, why, Lawson?
You heard of Clive Hodge?
Sure, the big mining millionaire. What's the matter with him?
Nothing with him. It's his wife. He just blew her head off accidentally. Get down there fast. I'll try to hold the Blue Edition till I hear from you.
I'm on my way.
When you get to the Hodge mansion, Gould, the secretary, suave and courteous, shows you into the huge library. There you see Detective Bromley and a couple of his men sitting around and listening to Mr. Hodge. You've seen Mr. Hodge many times, but never like this. He's slumped in his chair, tortured and dazed. He keeps shaking his head in horror, as if trying to shake the remembrance away.
It was after dinner, Detective Bromley. Amy was resting on the love seat. She hadn't been feeling well, hardly ate her dinner.
How did you happen to have a shotgun in the library, Mr. Hodge?
We were nearly robbed the night before. I had an old shotgun in the storehouse. I carry it for protection. I don't know why I did that. I never shot this gun or any gun for that matter.
Go on.
Well, she fell asleep on the chair. She looked so uncomfortable, I decided to wake her up. To get her to go to her room. I prodded her with a gun. It went off. I never even dreamed it was loaded.
How far was the gun from her head?
About 10 inches at most. It was the most awful thing.
You look around the room, Bill Griffith. Beautifully furnished, clean. You look at the love seat, a large stain on the side of it, and on the rug. Someone had already tried to clean it. Since the accident, someone had been in this room, cleaning it up. Even the ashtrays. You wonder, what was the hurry? You get up and think maybe you can look around the mansion, maybe talk to a couple of the servants.
Where are you going, sir?
Oh, just looking around, Mr. Gould.
Oh.
Any objections?
Oh, no, sir. Go ahead and look all you like.
No, sir, they got along fine. It was always darling and dearie and honey. They've been on a perpetual honeymoon for 10 years. Oh, mister, you're looking for something that isn't there.
Well, to tell you the truth, I won't lie to you. They did have one spat. That was 2 years ago, less than 3 weeks, about 2 months after I came here. Mr. Hodge was real considerate of her. Not like some of the men that walk around these days. He made up to her. When they were alone in their room, he'd give her a pearl necklace and kiss her behind the ear. I couldn't always hear what they said, but, well, they always got along swell.
I never saw them quarrel, but then I'm just the gardener. I never did see them much at all. Lucy could tell you more. She was poor Mrs. Hodge's maid.
Where can I find her?
She went back home. She was fired this morning.
Yes, sir.
Miss Lucy, I'm Bill Griffith from the Youngstown Vindicator. May I come in?
Oh, sure.
I want to talk to you about Mrs. Hodge. It was a terrible accident, wasn't it?
It was horrible.
Why were you discharged so soon?
I don't know. Mr. Gould gave me 2 weeks' salary and told me there was no need for my services.
How did Mr. Hodge and his wife get along?
Not too good.
They quarrel?
No, but he didn't like her.
He didn't. How do you know?
Well, Hey, I don't want to get mixed up in this. I got nothing more to do with Mr. Hodge, and I'd rather forget the whole terrible business.
Did you like Mrs. Hodge?
She was real nice and sweet to me. Always gave me a few extra dollars over my salary. He's an old skinflint, he is.
Wouldn't you want to help in case it wasn't an accident?
You think he...
I don't know. I'm trying to find out. Why didn't he like his wife?
Well, he had a friend.
Girlfriend?
Yes.
What's her name?
It's Madge Carey. She lives over in Belrose.
Did Mrs. Hodge know about her?
Yeah, but she never let on. Oh, Mrs. Hodge was a very unhappy woman. You know, she once told me that if anything ever happened to her, for me to look behind the Ruwald. I never knew what she meant by that.
Well, Ruwald is a painter. She probably has one of his pictures hanging in a room. It'll be very interesting to know what's behind that picture.
Now you have a fistful of leads, Bill Griffith. But you're not ready to go back to the office. Not yet. You want to have a look at the body.
I'm sorry, Bill, but I got instructions not to let anyone look at the body. Mr. Hodge's orders.
Why?
He doesn't want anyone to see her the way she is. I can't blame him. A shotgun makes an ugly mess.
Okay. Just tell me where the powder marks are.
Powder marks? There aren't any.
Well, there must be. The gun went off 10 inches from her head.
I'm telling you, there are no powder marks.
Are you sure?
Now, look here, Bill. I've been a coroner and a mortician for a long time. I work with the police. I know about these things. I'm telling you, there aren't any powder burns. I'm telling you, absolutely.
What the devil happened to you, Bill?
Am I too late for the Blue Edition, boss?
We put that to bed an hour ago. What did you get?
Boss, the story was too good. The house is too clean. Everything's too perfect for my taste. So I did a little snooping.
And?
And now I'm a wiser man. I don't know all the answers, but I certainly picked up a lot of questions that should be answered.
Like what?
There's only one thing fit to print right now, and that is, why are there no powder burns on Mrs. Hodge since the gun went off 10 inches away? It's just not possible. Let's keep asking that question. And I have a hunch we'll come up with the answer.
But even though the Vindicator hammers away for days on the absence of powder marks, the police decide that it was accidental homicide. But you, Bill Griffith, aren't satisfied with this decision. You go ahead with your investigations and make some phone calls. You try to see Madge Carey, Hodge's girlfriend, but she's away for the weekend. You try to get into the Hodge mansion to take a look at the Ruwald painting, but Mr. Gould won't let you get any further than the front door. You're getting nowhere fast until one of your phone calls pays off.
Yes?
Bill, this is Cliff.
Oh, hiya, Cliff. Got anything for me?
Ronnie, after you called, I checked through our policies.
Spill it.
Clive Hodge insured his wife in New York about a year ago for $15,000.
15,000?
But that's not the half of it. He put in a claim for the dough 2 days after her death.
Well, isn't that a loving husband?
Don't go away yet. He even went to the trouble of claiming and collecting a $100 burial fund because his wife was once a government nurse.
You know what? I'm beginning to have a feeling that Mr. Hodge didn't like his wife at all. Yes?
Am I speaking to Mr. Griffith?
Yes? Who is this?
I'm Mr. Gould, secretary to Mr. Hodge.
Oh, yes.
Would you oblige me by coming down to see Mr. Hodge at your earliest convenience?
Okay, I can come down this afternoon.
Thank you. He'll be waiting for you.
Come in, please, Mr. Griffith.
Hello, Mr. Hodge.
Mr. Griffith, your paper has apparently been on a crusade against me. I suppose it makes good copy for your readers.
We're merely asking that someone answer the question we're asking.
You mean about the lack of powder burns?
That's right.
I wish I knew the answer.
There are a couple of other questions that have been bothering us.
I'd be very glad to answer any questions at all.
You're a close friend of Madge Carey, aren't you?
Who told you that?
Well, what difference does it make?
I know her slightly, that's all.
Seems strange that you should buy her a new automobile if you know her slightly.
That was just a business deal.
You also applied for collection on your wife's insurance 2 days after a fatal accident.
My business manager, he probably took care of that. I had no idea that he made application so soon.
You also collected a $100 burial fund 3 days after her death. It's hard for some of the people in my office to consider that an act of deep mourning.
Mr. Griffith, I don't care what your paper thinks. If necessary, I'll put a stop to these ugly stories, and I can do it, too. You can go back to your editor and tell him that I'll break your paper if he doesn't leave me alone. Now, you get out of here.
On your way out, you pass Amy Hodge's room. The door is slightly ajar. The rual, the painting. You step carefully into the room, Bill Griffith, and close the door. You look on the walls. There it is, the rual painting. You have to stand on a chair to get at it. You take the picture off the hook, and you look behind it. There's a piece of paper stuck into the back of the frame. You take the paper.
What are you doing here?
Well, I was just admiring your pictures, Mr. Hodge.
You were snooping. Didn't I tell you to get out?
Well, I was on my way out when I saw this picture.
Before I throw you out, hand me that paper. That paper, Mr. Griffith?
I found it by accident behind the painting. It reads, "I'm afraid of my husband." It's a woman's handwriting.
You're not leaving here. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested for breaking into my wife's room.
You're very confident, Mr. Hodge. But don't depend on that good conduct ribbon the police gave you. They might take it away. I know you're a powerful man around these parts, but so is the Vindicator. It usually lives up to its name, avenging justice. If you're guilty, believe me, we'll find you out.
This is Cy Harris, returning it to your narrator and the big story of Bill Griffith, as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Bill Griffith, reporter for the Youngstown Vindicator, are now standing in the bedroom of the late Amy Hodge. Her husband has just called the police in what you think is a bold bluff. When they arrive, Hodge tells them the entire truth. How he invited you, how you violated his hospitality. And then he gives them the note you found behind the painting. He's so straightforward about it that you begin to have doubts about your convictions. The police let you go, but they don't like your meddling, and they tell you so in no uncertain terms. And now you have one lead left, Madge Carey, Mr. Hodge's girlfriend.
Who is it?
William Griffith.
What do you want?
I'd like to speak to you, Miss Carey.
What about?
I'm a reporter.
Well, what do you want to see me about?
About Mr. Hodge. You know him very well, don't you?
What business is that of yours?
Miss Carey, I can print what I think, or I can print what you tell me. I think you'd be better off if you answered a few questions.
What are you dragging me into this for?
You're a good friend of Mr. Hodge, aren't you?
Yes?
Very good, huh?
Yes, very good.
You love each other, don't you?
Of course not. He's a married man.
Why did he buy you that car?
Well, because he likes me. We're good friends. Can't you understand that?
No, I can't. I can't understand a young, pretty woman like yourself being such a close friend of a man in his 50s.
Are you making insinuations?
You were seen kissing him.
That's a lie.
I can prove it.
Well, I might have kissed him once in friendship. Nothing else, just friendship. Now, please get your foot out of the door. I have nothing else to say to you.
You didn't get very far with her, Bill Griffith. And now you have nothing else left to go on. You go back to your office planning to give this case up. But there's someone waiting for you.
Hi, Bill. Remember me?
Why, Ed Veazey, what brings you here? I haven't seen you in months.
Well, naturally, as a ballistics expert, I've been reading your articles in the Hodge case.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're quite right about it. There should have been powder burns in the body.
Yes, I know, but it hasn't got me anywhere.
Well, look, I've just talked to the coroner. He swears that there were no powder burns. But I'm quite willing to testify that the shot could not have been made at 10 inches without leaving burns.
You are, Ed?
I am.
Ed, that's terrific.
I also took the trouble to go over the coroner's report. The great area of the wound couldn't possibly have been made by a shot fired at 10 or 15 inches away. It had to be a lot farther than that.
Ed, if you can prove that, I think we can get the new prosecutor to reopen the case.
Well, if you'll all come down to the Culver Valley Hunting Club, I can demonstrate it to everyone's satisfaction.
Look, Bill, I've only been prosecutor for a short time. The case is officially closed. The verdict is accidental homicide. Why should we reopen it now?
I've got a lot of reasons why this case should be reopened. One of them is this sworn statement by Mr. Veazey, a ballistics expert. Here, take a look at this.
All right. Well, suppose it wasn't fired at 10 inches. What difference does a few more inches either way make?
The difference was more than a few inches. This means that Mr. Hodge was lying. It means that he wasn't prodding his wife with a gun to awaken her. It means that he was far enough away to take aim and murder her.
You say that Mr. Veazey can prove it?
Yes. He's willing to conduct a series of tests down at the Culver Valley Hunting Club.
All right, I'm willing to be shown.
There's one more thing.
Like what?
I'd like you to ask Mr. Hodge to come down.
He'll never do it.
From what I know about him, I have a hunch he will.
2 days later, everyone involved in this case assembles at the Culver Valley Hunting Club in the target room. And as you had expected, Bill Griffith, Mr. Hodge and his secretary, Mr. Gould, are present. Mr. Hodge seems calm, even nods pleasantly to you when you happen to catch each other's eye. The atmosphere is more like a college lecture hall than a hearing in which a man's life hangs in the balance.
I want to thank you, Mr. Hodge, for being so cooperative.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I am as anxious as I hope all of you are to get this tragedy cleared up once and for all.
Yes, let's proceed and get this finished as fast as we can. Go ahead, Mr. Veazey.
Gentlemen, I have here the same shotgun which caused the fatal accident to Mrs. Hodge.
Is that the gun, Mr. Hodge?
I suppose so. I'm not very familiar with guns. I guess it is.
It's loaded. Mr. Hodge said he gently prodded his wife with the gun that went off. Is that so, Mr. Hodge?
Yes, it is so.
I'm going to take the same gun and pound it on the floor. And now I'm going to hammer it and knock it. It's facing me, you notice. It goes off. The shell will hit me. Did you see the shotgun didn't go off? I wasn't being dramatic by pointing it at me. I did this only to prove that this gun can't possibly go off unless you press the trigger and press it hard.
You might do that once too often, sir. You can hammer it on the floor 1,000 times and it won't go off. The 1,001st time it might fire.
Mr. Veazey,
Yes?
do you consider it impossible for the gun to go off without pulling the trigger?
Nothing is impossible, Mr. Griffith, but it's so unlikely that I was quite willing, as you saw, to point the gun at myself while pounding and hammering it.
Do you have any other tests, Mr. Veazey?
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I've brought here a slaughtered pig.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to fire the shotgun at it from a 10-inch distance. Will you people move to this side?
Surely.
All right.
Thank you. Notice that the hole in the body of this pig is no bigger than the size of the shell, a half-inch in diameter. Notice the powder marks around the wound. Notice the waddings around the shell have followed the shot into the wound. Is the coroner here?
Yes?
Was there any wadding of the shell in the wound that killed Mrs. Hodge?
No, there wasn't.
Do you want to say anything, Mr. Hodge?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Prosecutor. I would merely like to say that I had no idea there was going to be an accident, and I didn't measure the distance the gun was from her head. It might have been more or less. I was so dazed by what happened that my sense of distance might easily have been distorted.
Well, that's very true, but I haven't finished this experiment. Please let me go on.
Go ahead.
The shell of a shotgun is different from a rifle bullet. A bullet makes the same hole no matter what the distance. But a shell hole is larger the farther the weapon is from the target. The shot spreads. Now, I'll fire the shotgun at a distance of 3 feet from target. The wound is now much bigger, as you can see, a little bigger than the silver dollar. But now I'd like to ask the coroner a question.
Yes?
The wound that killed Mrs. Hodge was bigger than the silver dollar, wasn't it?
Yes, much bigger.
If I'm not mistaken, according to your report, the wound was about 3 by 2 inches, or roughly about the size of a closed fist.
That's about the size, Mr. Griffith.
All right, I'll now fire the shotgun.
I don't know what you expect to prove by that.
If you'll allow me to finish, I'll point out to all of you the significance of
This experiment seems most unfair to me, very prejudicial against me.
Allow me to finish,
Oh, wait a
please.
moment. Why do you think it's prejudicial, Mr. Hodge?
Mr. Prosecutor, he's firing into a dead body. There's a great difference between the resistance of a dead body and a live one.
Oh.
The size of the wound would therefore be very different.
Well, there is a difference, but so small as not to be measurable. For all intents and purposes, the shell makes the same size hole to the naked eye in a live or dead body.
I refuse to accept this.
We can carry on the same experiment with a live animal if necessary, but I deplore the unnecessary use of slaughter to prove it.
I object to these experiments.
Mr. Vesey, you may continue with this experiment.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I will now fire the shotgun from a distance of 8 feet. Notice the wound. About the size of my closed fist. About the same size as the wound that killed Mrs. Hodge.
This is a ridiculous experiment.
The coroner can easily verify that this was the size of the fatal wound.
I object to this whole procedure.
Quiet, please. Coroner?
Yes, that was about the size.
The shot was fired at Mrs. Hodge from a distance of 8 feet, which meant that he took deliberate aim. There can be no other possible explanation.
Would you like to comment on this, Mr. Hodge?
Well, the whole thing is a lie. Griffith, your newspapers are just trying to make a lurid story out of this tragic accident.
Do you have anything else to say, Mr. Hodge?
Well, I'm innocent. I love my wife. We never quarreled. I wouldn't kill her. I wouldn't harm a hair of her head. I loved her.
Mr. Hodge, we know about Madge Carey.
So what?
We know about the note which I found behind the Ruals.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. My wife was eccentric.
You insured your wife a year ago for $15,000 and put in a claim for the money 2 days after her death.
I told you my business manager did
You
that.
even collected a $100 burial fund on your wife 3 days after her death.
I don't see what all this has to do with the situation.
I think the combination of all these things adds up to a motive. And certainly this demonstration has proved that...
I tell you, I didn't kill her.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hodge. The state now considers you under suspicion of the murder of your wife, Amy Hodge. You are now under arrest.
Now we read you that telegram from Bill Griffith of the Youngstown Vindicator.
Suspect in tonight's big story was brought to trial. His suavity and polish and his calm demeanor did not fool the jury. He was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment in the Ohio Penitentiary.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Okay, that's Moose. Now, you all know what to do. Let him in.
Hiya, Joey.
Sit down.
What's the matter? Hey, put that gun down, Joey.
What's the matter, huh? Nothing. Not a thing. Just ratted. You just went and sang to the cops.
I didn't.
Shut up. Shut up and start to die. Because here it comes.
Oh, don't, Joey, don't.
Just a gag, Moose. It wasn't loaded. I was getting bored, so I thought I'd have a laugh. Okay, now let's get to work. I got a nice job. All lined up.
The Big Story. Another in the thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Ted Prager of the New York Daily News goes the Pell Mell Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pell Mell.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pell Mell? There's a reason. Pell Mell Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pell Mell. For Pell Mell's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pell Mell Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the authentic and exciting story of Manhunt in Manhattan.
You are Ted Prager, night reporter for the New York Daily News. And murder is almost old hat to you. You've covered the doings of Vincent Mad Dog Carl, Dutch Schultz, Oni Madden, and Murder Incorporated for your paper. You know your underworld. You know robbery, arson, burglary, and homicide. Almost inside out. The way an insurance man knows statistics. Yes, you know your business. You're even a little blasé about crime. Until one night, about 1 a.m, you're in a friendly bar on East 7th Street. And the conversation is small talk with Sandy, the bartender.
Oh, football is not football anymore. Too professional, Sandy. Give me those college teams.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Prager. You take that old Notre Dame team, I'd rather watch them than it. Hey, Mr. Prager, you see that?
What?
That guy just walked in.
The one with his hair all slicked down?
Yeah. Looks like there's 4 or 5 with him.
Say, I know that face from somewhere. Some small-time mug or other.
What are they spreading out like that for?
I don't know. Sandy, it looks like a stick-up.
There's a smart man. Cute, too. Give that man a cigar. That's just what it is. All right, everybody, quiet. And you people haven't figured it out yet. This is what we call a hold-up. Get your wallets out, rings, jewelry from the ladies. My boys will pass among you. Barkeep, you.
Me?
Open up that register and empty it on the bar. Now. Make the rounds, boys. And you don't have to leave none of these good people car fare. Let them walk. What are you looking at, cute guy?
Nothing.
Let's see what you got.
Here's my money.
Yeah, $40. I'll take your pen, too, and your wallet and that ring.
Okay.
What do you think you're looking at? My face? Don't you like what you see? Maybe you want to remember me. Is that it?
Here.
Moose.
Yeah?
Give me a blackjack. This cute fella here is giving me the once-over.
Chief, we're all set. We got everything cleaned it out good. Let's go.
Okay, we go. Too bad, cute guy. And I was just going to give you something to remember me by. So long, dopes.
Then something incredible happens. 5 crooks walked in, but only 3 leave. 2 of them are still standing in the bar, looking bewildered, not knowing what to do. Then you realize that they're not armed. Maybe you can stop them. You move, and pandemonium breaks loose.
All right, stand back there. You two, stop, all right? Okay.
The cop got them both. Good shooting there, officer.
Thanks.
Well, you couldn't get them all, but at least you got 2 of them.
Yeah.
They dead, officer?
I don't think so. Say, who are you? You look familiar.
Ted Prager of the News.
Oh, yeah, sure. I remember you, Mr. Prager. Excuse me, I got to call the ambulance.
Nice work, officer. I'd like to write you up. What's your name?
Matt Gaines, 22nd Precinct. I could use the story, Mr. Prager. You could say it's too bad I only got 2 of them.
Too bad I only got 2 of them. Ain't that the funniest thing you ever heard?
Oh, that's terrific, Joey.
Listen, when Joey Rice does it, it gets done.
Yeah.
Too bad I only got 2 of them, said the policeman. Listen, from the paper, get this. It was not until after the shooting that the officer discovered his fatal mistake. The 2 men who had entered the bar with the gang were not part of the mob. I like that, not part of the mob.
Yeah, go ahead, finish it, Joey.
Yeah, hold your horses, not part of the mob. Instead, they were 2 innocent taxi drivers that the leader of the mob had forced to stay behind to act as shields, so that the actual robbers might escape under cover of the violence directed against the taxi drivers. Boy, is that the payoff.
Yeah, those dopes standing there. You know, I can just see them.
Jeez, imagine what they done. They start beating up those taxi drivers, and a cop comes and bang, bang. Law and order lays them out cold and says, too bad I only got 2 of them.
Yeah. They dead, Joey?
No, only 1. Here, listen. One of the drivers, George Beaver, age 51, died instantly. The other, Edgar Benedetto, 34, is in City Hospital, where his condition is listed as critical. Boy, I ask you, ain't that the best scream you ever heard?
Yeah.
Sit down, Gaines. Why don't you sit down?
If he dies, Mr. Prager, I don't know what I'll do.
Now, why blame yourself? You made a mistake any cop might have.
A mistake?
That's right. Anyone could have done it. No one blames you.
I killed a man, an innocent man, and there's another one inside there in the operating room, and he may die, too. I murdered 2 men.
You didn't murder anyone. You accidentally shot 2 men in the line of duty. Look, I saw the face of the man who really murdered Beaver, the leader of that gang. It was a cruel face and a vicious one. He's the murderer if anyone is.
I tell you, if Benedetto dies, Mr.
Gaines,
Prager,
I'll make you a promise. I'll find that man. I know his face from somewhere. I don't care how long it takes or what I have to do, but I'll find him.
That man Benedetto in the operating room. I checked up on him. He's 34. Been driving a cab since he was 21. Got a wife and 2 kids, a girl, 7, and a little baby, 21 months. I killed their father. I made a widow out of his wife.
Stop it, Gaines. You've got to stop it. In the first place, Benedetto's not dead.
No, only one of them's dead. Only Beaver's dead. Only a 51-year-old man's dead. That's not so bad, is it?
Why do you torture yourself?
Yeah, maybe I ought to just go outside.
Sit down and just wait, man. Try it. Maybe it won't be so bad. Yes? What is it, Doctor?
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Benedetto died on the operating table.
are these all the pictures in your rogues gallery?
That's right, Mr. Prager.
Well, let's get started. That batch there'll do. I'll know that face when I see it. You turn him, Gaines. I'll call if I see anything.
All right.
Nope. Nope, it's none of those. Let's see some more.
You aren't going to find him.
Keep going, Gaines. Just keep going. No. What did you do that for? Why'd you throw him down?
Oh, what's the use? We won't find him. What's the use of anything?
Look, I told you before, you've got to get that crazy idea out of your head that you're responsible for the death of those drivers.
I killed him, didn't I?
Gaines, try to listen to me. I'm going after the man who led that holdup, the man who's really responsible for the death of those drivers.
Well, that's going to be dangerous, Mr. Prager. If it gets around you're hunting a crook, you'll lose all your contacts. You won't be able to get the inside on anything.
I'll take that chance. I can take care of myself.
You won't even be able to get a byline on these stories. You won't dare let anyone know who's doing the job.
That's not the most important thing in the world.
And you get too close to this guy, there's no telling what might happen to you.
I can still take care of myself. Now pick up those pictures and let's finish looking at them. And get rid of the idea you killed anyone.
Yeah, okay, sure. I'll just forget the whole thing. Like it never happened. Only what do I do when I see a kid on the street and he reminds me of Benedetto's kids? What do I do at night to make me forget so I can go to sleep? Tell me that.
And you, Ted Prager of the Daily News, you look at his eyes as he says these words, and you realize that this is a lot more than a story for your paper, important as that is. Yes, you want to help catch that crook with the patent leather hair and the steely eyes. But a man's sanity is at stake as well. The sanity of a nice Irish patrolman named Matt Gaines. That's also at stake. And you watch his big, open face as he listlessly turns the pictures in front of him. And you know you've got a job on your hands. A big one.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. But first, a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pell Mell? There's a reason. Pell Mell famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pell Mell.
When you pick up a Pell Mell, you can see the difference, you can feel the difference. And when you smoke a Pell Mell, you can taste the difference.
For Pell Mell's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell Mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now, we return you to our narrator, Bob Sloan, and tonight's big story.
You, Ted Prager, night reporter for the New York Daily News, get moving on your search for a smooth-haired bandit who held up a bar and caused the accidental death of 2 taxi drivers. And though you know what you're doing is dangerous, it may cost you your job or maybe even your life. And even if you get anything, you won't be able to write it with your byline. You start making the rounds. You start combing through those smoke-filled bars where crimes are hatched and dips meet to talk over their successes.
And you know what she did? She went right up to him and scratched her initials in his cheek.
What did he do to her, May? Tell him that.
Drink your beer.
Hold it, May. What do you want, Bud?
Nothing. Just looking.
Well, we don't allow looking in here. Scram.
Hello, Matt. Ted calling. No, nothing yet. But don't give up, fella. I've only been to about a dozen places. I'll find him. Beer, please.
Right, one beer.
Ah, he never should have done it. Using a couple of taxi drivers for shills.
Why not, Maxie?
Because it makes it tough for us. They doubled the cops in this area. They're watching every minute of the day. For him, yeah. But meantime, it makes it tough on us.
Oh, never thought of that.
Well, I did. Ask Millie here about him. She was there when it happened.
Right in the place? No kidding?
That's right. Right in the place when he walked in. The bar on East 7.
Did he take you for anything?
Got $20 out of my bag. And a ring that Maxie gave me, worth $80.
No kidding.
Sure. And he didn't have to do that with the drivers. I tell you, I'd like to make it hot for that wise guy. I'd like to sing a little tune.
Hey,
if
shut up. You won't sing no tune for anybody. Can't you see there's people around?
Hi. I'm, interested in what you said there, Millie.
I don't know you. I didn't say a word.
Beat it.
Look, if you want to make a little money...
I said to beat it.
Okay. Okay. Only if you change your mind, my name is Ted Prager. There's people around can tell you where to find me.
You don't exist.
Well, boys, like I always say, another day, another $8,000.
Oh, Joey, you're really in there.
Yeah. We've been quiet now a month. I think it's time we stop being quiet. I even hear people stop talking about me. A job I pulled with the taxi drivers. So?
What's the caper, Joey?
You like this one, Moose? You'll like this special because this one is more my style. Listen.
Prager speaking.
Ted, this is Benson on the city desk. Can you get down to East Side Hall?
Sure, what's up?
Just got word about a big holdup. Some girl was being confirmed. Big party and all that. 3 men did the job.
Who can I see?
You can see the girl herself. She was only a kid, too. 14.
Right. Give me the address. I'm on my way.
He came in, Mr. Prager, and they just took everything.
I see. What did the leader of the gang look like?
He was terrible. He had his hair all smoothed down and oily, and a smile on his face.
Uh-huh. Did he laugh? Out loud, I mean?
Yes, sir. Especially when he came after me.
What'd he do to you?
Well, I had my ring. My father just gave it to me for my confirmation. It was a ring with diamonds, Mr. Prager, so to keep him from getting it, I put it in my mouth.
Yes?
Well, he came up to me with that smile on his face, and he put his thumb on one side of my cheek and his fingers on the other. And,
Why, that...
and he squeezed until I couldn't stand it anymore.
He's back. So he's back on the job. Don't you worry. I'll find that man.
You can't park that car here, mister.
Matt.
Oh, it's you.
I've been driving around looking for you. Can you get in?
What for?
He's back at it again, the guy we're looking for. He's around town. Can you come with me?
Well, yeah, I'm off duty, but what for?
Because I'm going hunting for him. For that patent leather hair and the smile. I want company. Hop in.
driving around 3 hours. Where do you expect to find this crook? Just standing on a corner?
Maybe. You never can tell. He might... Matt.
What's the matter?
Right there.
Where?
On the corner. Wouldn't he be? Right on the corner of Essex and Hester in broad daylight.
That one?
The one talking to the girl as if he didn't have a care in the world.
You mean it, Ted?
Take him, Matt. He's yours.
Oh, brother, will I take him? Ted, I just saw Mr. Dennis.
The prosecuting attorney?
Yep. He says he needs a positive witness.
Our friend denies everything?
Of course. Never was in the 7th Street bar. Never held up anybody. Used taxi drivers as shields. What, him? Joey Rice do a thing like that?
Oh, so that's his name, Joey Rice.
Slick as they come. Smooth. It'll be tough to pin it on him.
Okay, Matt. I'll go in and see Mr. Dennis.
Oh, no, you can't identify Rice.
Why not?
Because it would finish you as a police reporter, cut off all your contacts. And that's not all it might cut off.
I'll take a chance.
No, Ted, don't.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Get Rice before me on a one-way screen. I'll identify him. Then let Mr. Dennis prepare his case. If he needs me in court, I'll testify.
Now you're talking sense.
So are you, Matt.
All right, Rice. That way. Walk that way.
What is this?
Just a little matter of identification, Rice. As prosecuting attorney, I thought it might be a good idea to identify you. Get over to those chalk marks now and just stand still.
Light on him okay for you, Mr. Prager?
That's fine, Mr. Dennis.
Well?
That's the man held up the 7th Street bar.
You sure?
Yes, Mr. Dennis. I'm absolutely sure.
Okay, Sergeant, take him away.
Thanks for the identification. I needed that.
Next time you see him, he'll be in court on trial for robbery and criminal assault.
Look at him. Look at Joe Rice smiling, Matt.
Yeah, but what are we gonna do?
I don't know. Maybe Mr. Dennis has an idea.
He looks plenty worried.
Oh, here comes the judge.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Honorable Judge Bernard Smith presiding. Court is in session.
There goes Dennis.
Your Honor.
Mr. Dennis, yes?
Your Honor. As prosecuting attorney, I must protest the appearance of the defendant. If it please the court, it is obvious that the reason the defendant, Joseph Rice, came into this courtroom today wearing a full beard is to make absolute identification of himself impossible. Your Honor, we allege the defendant committed the crimes he's charged with a clean-shaven face. And consequently, he must, in the interest of justice and equity, be ordered to shave off the beard he has grown, which is a patent dodge and a ruse.
Your Honor! Your Honor!
The attorney for the defendant.
Your Honor, my client, Joseph Rice, likes to wear a beard. He thinks a beard becomes him. And I say that every man has the constitutional right, if not the God-given right, to shave or not to shave, to wear a beard or not to wear a beard.
Order, please, order! This is a very complicated question, gentlemen. We'll have to rule on that. Court is adjourned.
Never been decided before. It could go against us, and we'd be licked before we start.
He can't be ordered to shave, Mr. Dennis.
It's never been decided before, Prager.
What are we gonna do, sir?
I wish I had an idea, Games.
Mr. Prager,
Millie.
can I talk to you a minute?
Why, sure.
Mister, I seen what happened, what he pulled. I'd like to get up on that stand.
You would, Millie?
It'd be a pleasure, mister.
Can you positively identify Joey, even with his beard, as the man who held up the 7th Street bar?
I could do it if he was standing upside down.
Okay, Millie. prosecuting attorney's right over there, but what changed your mind?
That little trick he pulled on the girl being confirmed, remember?
Sure, I remember.
Well, that little girl is my kid cousin.
And she testifies that, beard or no beard, it was Joey Rice who held up that bar. You look over at Patrolman Matt Gaines as the trial winds up, and for the first time in months, the man's smiling. He's a human being again. And you've got your big story. Yes, but nobody knows it. Nobody knows it until now, this very night, on a radio program called The Big Story. Not until now can you say, well, this is the job I did. This is the role I played. Ted Prager, night reporter of the New York Daily News.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Ted Prager of the New York Daily News with the final outcome of tonight's big story. The cigarette that's really different. The longer, finer cigarette that's really outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Ted Prager of the New York Daily News.
Hold-up man in tonight's big story was quickly convicted by jury. But while awaiting sentence, he became violent and was officially declared to be insane. He was therefore transferred to the asylum at Mattawan, where he is still confined. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Prager. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Pittsburgh Press. Byline, William A. White. A big story that began when a taximeter ticked off moments of waiting for a man who didn't return.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and William Quinn played the part of Ted Prager. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Prager, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Big Story.
It wasn't any different from usual. He came home late,
Your husband?
and he knew it was going to be one of his insomniac nights. He said, I won't sleep. So he took his handkerchief and he poured some chloroform on it.
Chloroform.
He called it the scent of the gods. He took a little and put it on his handkerchief, put the handkerchief over his face, and went to sleep. He had done it many times before.
You used to take chloroform to go to sleep?
At about 5, I thought I heard a noise downstairs. I said, "Harold, please see what it is." And I reached over and touched him, and he was cold. Harold was dead.
Hartford, Connecticut. From the pages of the Hartford Times comes the story of Puritan morality and violent death. Hartford, Connecticut. The story as it actually happened. Albert Prince's story as he lived it.
It was a scoop, a clean scoop, and you had been scooped. There it was in black and white on the front pages of the opposition paper. Wife finds husband dead in bed. Harold Duran, prominent meteorologist and weather expert, dead of chloroform poisoning. But the scoop didn't bother you much, Albert Prince, reporter of the Hartford Times. Not really. Sure, it hurts to be scooped. But what really bothered you was that you knew Harold Duran. Know him for a quiet, good-looking, middle-aged scientist. A member of the Hartford Weather Bureau. Accurate, conservative, easy with reporters. The man almost everybody turned to first in the paper to see what today's weather was going to be like, or tomorrow's. What hit you, disturbed you, made you restless, was that there was something weird about it. That was the only word that accurately described it. Weird. Harold Duran and chloroform. So, to clear up the weirdness of it, you sat now on the porch of a nice house in East Hartford, where the widow Duran speaks to you in her small, controlled voice.
We had been married 25 years. We were going to celebrate our silver anniversary at my folks' house in Stoneham, Massachusetts.
She stops, musing on what that 25th celebration might have been like. And you look at the face. Not an attractive woman. A woman who never learned to dress. A woman who was not allowed by her upbringing to give in to vanity. A woman with thin, pale lips and thin, long fingers. A frail woman, weighing no more than 100 pounds. Pure Puritan stock.
We were childhood friends in Stoneham. We played together as children. We married there in my father's big house.
Mrs. Durand, I knew your husband pretty well. I heard him lecture at the university. I even read some of his scientific articles. Such a clear, clean mind.
He was like that in everything. Harold was the kind of man you dream about and meet once in a lifetime.
How does a man like that wind up with, drugs?
The chloroform? I don't know what to say, only that he worked so hard. He was too tired to sleep so often.
Where'd he get it? A man doesn't just buy chloroform in a drugstore.
I never thought of that. But if you knew how seriously he took his work, ships at sea depended on his accuracy, and airplanes and farmers, even banks used to call and... Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
I beg your pardon?
I've kept you out on the porch. I've offered you nothing.
Oh, that's all right.
I didn't even ask you inside. Surely a cup of tea. I know I'd like a cup.
For a moment, she was out of herself. Just a brief moment. But now the Puritan morality, the politeness, the kindness to other people asserts itself. The tight, pinched face has the smile hostesses use when you walk into a restaurant.
Have a cup of tea?
Well, thank you. I don't want to trouble you, but I would appreciate it.
And it almost seemed normal. The bereaved woman talking, offering tea on the porch of a house, like any other house on the clean street. Then you find yourself in the living room. The altar hits you first. A red lacquered base, bright as a fire engine, rising 3 feet above the oriental rug, in the center of the large wall. Candles in profusion, burning, perhaps 100, at the foot of the altar and at the apex. And an idol, a fantastic idol. 3 hideous monkeys, half life-size, grinning, smirking, glaring, their eyes fantastically real, as if there were life inside these grotesque monsters. And the sweet, almost sickeningly sweet aroma. And then its source. 2 blue incense burners, the odor of musk and sandalwood. A fantastic horror in this ordinary house.
Most people didn't know about that, about Harold. But Harold was a cultist, you see. Harold was a disciple, student of metaphysics, a believer in the inner life, the pure light, the sanctified light.
I see something in the bedroom. I didn't mean to look in.
Another altar. The main one. This one here was for the ordinary days. The one in the bedroom for cult days. Here's your tea. Cream, lemon, sugar.
You never tasted the tea, never saw it, never smelled it. You could never take your eyes from those 2 fantastic altars. Your nose was filled with the burning incense. And even now, a block from the house, the same word, weird, weird, again weird, had been planted, almost physically, in your mind. For a conservative scientific meteorologist with a Puritan wife, this comes to your mind.
Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her father 40 whacks.
The famous poem forms in your mind. The story of the New England woman years ago named Lizzie Borden. Killed her father with an axe. And you find yourself sitting, talking to a very flat, very smart, very skeptical detective, name of Sergeant McGovern.
Well, whatever it is you're after, Al, I'll lay you 8 to 1 you got nothing.
Why are you so sure?
Why? Because I, too, am about to celebrate my silver anniversary. 25 years at this desk.
Look, Mac, you never gave me a bum steer. Now just answer me this question.
Yeah.
Were the Durans ever, at any time in the last 10 years, in any trouble, difficulties, maybe even a fight?
Look, just because you went to somebody's house and they haven't got it furnished the way you think they ought to have it furnished...
Well, you've seen that altar, the monkeys...
I never was in the house. But I get the general idea. Even so, okay, it's crazy. Incense, sandalwood, candles, monkeys. So I got a collection of Fearless Fosdick. Am I suspect number 2 in your book?
Now, please, don't get wise with me. Mac, were they ever in there? Ever? Anytime?
Durant. Wait a minute. Catherine Durant, Harold Durant. Yeah, it was 2 years ago, in the fall, I think. I was on the desk. The 2 of them came in, Mr. and Mrs. Durant. What a scene, too. You know how that kind of person whispers? Well, that's what they were doing, but loud.
Why did you have to come here? We could have settled it.
I've had enough.
We don't have to. Sergeant, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm going to take my wife home now.
Now, just a second, if you please. What is this all about?
It's absolutely nothing. She's just a little upset, and...
You think that I could hear it from the lady?
The things he says, the things he does, the kind of things he brings home, the kind of things I have to put up with.
Catherine, for heaven's sake.
Like what, lady? What kind of things, huh?
Since when, Catherine, do we have to make our private affairs public?
It's nothing, Sergeant. I think I did something very foolish, coming here and bothering
Well,
you.
now, just a moment, please. You started to say something, and then all of a sudden...
I'm very sorry. There's nothing to talk about, and I think I would really like to go home with my husband. A family affair, Sergeant, that I just let get a little away from me.
Well, that's all there was to it, Al. So they had a tiff. They came in. They decided not to have the tiff in front of me anyhow.
Oh, that doesn't jibe. 25 years of blissful harmony, childhood sweethearts. I don't believe it.
You don't believe what?
I don't believe things are the way they seem. Now, look, I'm not kidding, Mac. I'm asking you a straight question. Could this be murder?
The medical examiner's report says accidental death by asphyxia, chloroform poisoning. The guy thought he knew how much he was taking. He took a little more than he thought.
And why couldn't it be that someone gave him a little more than he took?
On account of the medical examiner looked into that aspect. On account of 2 of my best men interviewed Mrs. Durant. On account of pigs don't whistle. You seriously think that frightened little lady, you think she killed the husband she'd been married to for 25 years?
Remember the poem, Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her father 40 whacks?
Yeah, I know.
And when the job was nicely done, she gave her mother 41?
Oh, you're out of your head.
Okay, Mac, I've been wrong before. But then again, once in a while, I've also been right.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Albert I. Prince as he lived it and wrote it.
There's got to be more to this dead man. This meteorologist scientist, Harold Duran. This bizarre cultist with the incense and the candles and the monkeys in his living room and bedroom. There must be other bizarre things, other weird aspects. An ordinary man doesn't take chloroform before he goes to sleep at night. And a conservative scientist, even less. Other what? Other women? Other practices in his cult? You want to know more. And so you say all this, you, Albert Prince, reporter. You say all this to Ernie McGovern, Sergeant Mac to you. And he says...
Now, look, I'm just not interested in this case anymore. The fella died of accidental asphyxia.
All right. Accidental asphyxia.
Yeah.
Will you give me permission to go into his office down at the Weather Bureau, maybe his house?
I got no right to give permission like that.
All right, at least you know about it if I get picked up for, I don't know, snooping, I guess, or breaking or entering or something.
Well, my advice is to you, don't snoop, don't break, and don't enter. Oh, go on. Go take a trip down to Yale. The boys are having a good football game there tomorrow afternoon.
Look, I still like the Lizzie Borden theory.
Boy, are we stubborn this morning.
Well, anyhow, you know what I'm doing.
The Weather Bureau was neat, precise, quiet, with the big maps on the wall. All kinds of gadgets, meters, barometers, anemometers. Things you've vaguely heard about but never looked at before. And the quiet, distinguished-looking cubbyhole and the closed door with a name neatly lettered, Harold Duran.
Why, I'm terribly sorry. You can't go in there.
I'm from the Times, and we want to do a story on Mr. Durand. Did you know him well?
I was his secretary.
Well, miss, you can help me if you'd like to, and I think help him, too, if you wanted.
He was the nicest boss a girl ever had. Sweet, thoughtful.
Could I ask your name?
Susan Reiner.
Miss Reiner, I know he was working on an annual report, a summary of some kind. And I thought it'd be a tribute if we, the paper that is, brought it out, or maybe said something about it.
He'd like that.
So, won't you help me?
I'm sorry. If you want to go in, go ahead, but his things are all in there, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Oh, that's okay, Miss Reiner. I'll get the story myself.
A devoted secretary, upset, as everybody who knew him apparently is. So you don't like yourself exactly for what you're doing? His papers are just papers. Comparative high-lows, years 1946, 47, 48. New England precipitation, 1948, 49. Weather prediction accuracy ratios, 1941 through 1949. Nothing here. And then, in a small mahogany humidor, he didn't smoke, a packet of letters and a diary. And when you've glimpsed at the first few words, you can't wait to get out of the office and into a place where you can read what you've gotten. You find a bar, and you get a beer in a quiet corner with a small light. And you start first the diary, reading...
Property of Catherine Durand. Her book. Entry...
I don't think I can take it anymore. It's got to stop. It's got to stop.
Entry 10 days later.
I know what's been going on. It's him and that girl. I know it. I thought I could deceive myself, but I can't anymore.
Entry 3 days later. 1 week before the death of Harold Durand.
Now I know finally exactly what it is I have to do about them, but especially about him.
You almost stop there, almost get up, almost run to Sergeant Mack. But there are those letters. Letters dated from a year ago.
Oh, my darling. When you're away from me, all I can think of are those kisses that just you and I have alone in the world.
The letter dated 3 months later.
When are you coming back from Boston? When can I see the people I meet? This is my husband, Harold. When?
Letter dated 1 month before the death of Harold Durand.
Harold, I don't know what you're doing. Why are you lecturing so much away from home and away from me? You said we were going to be married. If you've been lying to me, I don't know what I'll do. But I'll do something.
And the name on all the letters. Susan. Susan Reiner, the devoted secretary who couldn't go in the room because she couldn't bring herself to touch his things. At headquarters, Sergeant Mack listens as you tell him you're more convinced than ever that Dr. Jekyll, scientist Harold Durand, was Mr. Hyde as far as Susan Reiner was concerned. When you both confront her, she says...
You must be out of your mind suggesting a thing like that. I loved him. I always loved him.
Okay, you loved him. Only it says here in your writing, if you are lying to me, Harold, I don't know what I'll do.
But you know what I meant, Sergeant, for heaven's sake. All I meant was I would go out of my mind. Harold and I were...
Yeah, you were special. The first 2 people on Earth that really loved each other. Just one little question. Where were you on the night that he was killed?
Killed?
Killed.
I was home with my father, my mother, my sister, and my older brother.
Can they verify that?
Do they have to? I mean, do you really think I...
And Mac is quietly shaking his head. And so are you, Albert Prince. Because it's obvious, very obvious, she didn't do it. She's confused. She's disturbed. She was in love, and he wasn't coming through on his promises. But she didn't do it. But somebody did.
Lizzie Borden gave her father 40 whacks.
Yeah, that's my sentiments, too.
But if things are, as in this case they are, hardly what they seem, and it is a Lizzie Borden, a violent, passionate woman, inside a calm, Puritan exterior, then it's a delicate instrument that has to be played carefully. No slugging, no rapid-fire cross-examination is going to bring this out. And Mac agrees. And so you and Sergeant Mac go and sit on the porch with her.
There was never anything wrong, was there, between you?
I thought I told you everything you wanted to know, Mr. Prince.
It was one of those marriages made in heaven, wasn't it?
Why do you torture me like this? What do you want?
A childhood romance and a marriage that sweetened and ripened every year it lasted.
Please.
There were no complaints by you against him, were there, ever?
Please go.
You never went to the police and said he beat you, said he treated you badly.
Go, 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 go!
You remember me, Mrs. Durant?
No.
I think you do. I think you remember coming into the police station about 2 years ago with your husband.
Doesn't break with that woman. I know now what I've got to do.
No, 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 no!
Susan Reiner. Susan and Harold. Susan.
I did it.
Why? Why, Mrs. Durand? Why?
First, he used to ask me to make lunch. He used to eat his lunch in the office. It was always 2 sandwiches, 2 apples, 2 pieces of cake. I used to think what an appetite he had. Then I realized how foolish I had been. For over 2 years, I used to make lunch for her every day.
Susan?
And then he used to bring her to the house for dinner. And I would cook for him and her. And they would eat dinner and talk meteorology, talk weather. And after dinner, I would do the dishes. And they would go upstairs to his room to work.
He and Susan?
The cruelty was always polite. The humiliation always done with gentility.
Oh, dear Lord, how I hated the cult, the incense, the altar, the hideous statues, those vulgar burning lights.
And one night, he came home, and he fell down on the bed and said to me,
Get me the bottle.
You're not going to take that again.
Give me the nectar of the gods, the scent of the angels. Give it to me. Don't stand there looking like a jackass.
All right, Harold. Here you are.
A few drops on a handkerchief. I shall taste the beauties of Oriental sleep. The sleep of forgetfulness. It would be the greatest joy in the world some night to go out. To go on and on until you go out on an everlasting diet of sleep. Get out of the room. You sicken me.
And so I waited until he'd fallen asleep. And then I walked back in. The bottle was beside the bed, on a table. The chloroform. And as I poured it, I said to him, You want to go out on an everlasting diet of sleep, Harold? You will, Harold. On a diet of everlasting sleep. I did it. And may the Lord have mercy on my soul.
Now we read you that telegram from Albert Prince of the Hartford Times.
When questioned in her cell, murderess in tonight's big story calmly repeated all the gruesome details which led to the killing of her husband. In court, although nervous, she pleaded guilty to a charge of manslaughter. She was sentenced to the state prison at Wethersfield.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
big story.
Mommy. Mommy.
I'm driving as fast as I can, Linda.
I'm bleeding, Mommy.
We'll be in the hospital in a few minutes.
Mommy, I don't feel good.
Keep your hand tight over the bullet hole.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
No. You'll be all right as soon as I can get you to...
Lapeer, Michigan. The story of a reporter who followed through to the end one of the most brutal atrocities in American criminal history. Lapeer, Michigan. The story as it actually happened. Bill Noble's story as he lived it.
Michigan, Indian summer, midnight. And you, Bill Noble, reporter for the Lapeer Press, are driving home after a pleasant visit at a friend's. The night hangs softly, peacefully over the dark, rolling hills. Ahead of you, a strange light flickers. You wonder what it is. But as you come nearer, you stop wondering. You can see a house burning now. The entire upper floor is aflame. As you drive into the grounds, your headlights light up a man and a young boy lying on the ground, both obviously dead.
Bill Noble, how'd you know about this so soon?
I was just passing by, Sheriff. Say this is awful.
I just got here myself.
Hey, are you the sheriff?
That's right.
I'm a neighbor. Jevitt's my name. I just looked through the house. There's no one else in there. Hey, Ellie!
Who are you calling?
My daughter. She said the wife and another child were still in the house, but
Did you find them, Papa?
Ain't no one in the house, Ellie.
But Steve said they was.
I looked upstairs and downstairs until the smoke drove me out. I tell you, there ain't no one in there.
Who's supposed to be in there?
His wife and daughter. That living room downstairs is a bloody mess. Blood all over, on the chairs, sofa, on the rug, even on the walls.
Who's the dead man?
Steve Wojcik and his little boy, Paul.
Do you have any idea who shot them?
He done it himself. Killed himself and Paul.
How do you know?
I live across the road. I was just going to bed when I saw the fire. I ran over and I saw Steve stumbling out of the house holding Paul in his arms. I asked him, what happened to you? He said, I did it. I shot Paul and myself. Then I asked him, where's Ida and Linda? He just pointed to the burning house, and then he died. It was awful. Just awful.
Might have shot his wife and daughter, too.
Well, they must have gotten away, because no one's in there.
Why'd he do it? Was he crazy?
He was always jealous of Ida, always suspicioned her.
Sheriff! Here I am, Sergeant.
I told them about the fire. The state police are on their way down. There's also been a bad crack up on Route 42, 2 miles out of Hillsdale.
Oh, what a night.
All the houses are goner. It's burning now from roof to cellar.
I hope no one's in there. That accident, Sergeant, was it a local or a tourist car?
A local woman by the name of Ida Wojcik and her daughter.
What?
They took them over to the Clarkson Hospital.
Look! There goes the house!
The horror of it has caught you, Bill Noble. You race along with the sheriff to the hospital, wanting to know more of this tragedy. You wonder, what can possess a man to shoot his own child? You wonder how his wife, Ida, can live through this tragedy. And at the hospital, you listen as she tells her story to the sheriff.
He's been plaguing me all day about him.
Who is him, Mrs. Wilczek?
Hired hand, Chuck Snyder. My husband had a silly idea that Chuck and I were too friendly. That's why he fired him.
Tell us what happened.
We stopped off at Ross's bar for a beer. Beer always calms him down, but today he got worse.
You went directly home from there?
That's right. And I went to bed.
What about your kids?
They were all right. They were asleep when we got home. I wasn't sleeping more than half an hour when I woke up suddenly. There he was, standing all dressed, with a gun in his hand. I screamed and ran. He fired at me and missed. I ran outside into the fields, and then I heard some more shots. I ran back. Didn't see him, so I ran to the kids' room. and I saw Linda was shot. I grabbed her and ran for the car. Drove as fast as I could to the hospital because she was
Didn't you
bleeding
stop for your
bad.
boy, Paul? Weren't you worried about him, too?
He loved Paul more than anything. I didn't believe he would ever hurt him. But he killed my boy. He killed my boy.
You listen to her story, Bill Noble. You listen to her cry inconsolably. There isn't much more to know except how her little daughter is making out in her fight for life. And so you go and see the doctor down at the other end of the corridor, hoping hard that the doctor will tell you the one piece of good news in this terrible tragedy.
I'm sorry, but I cannot let you in.
Well, Doctor, could you tell me how she's doing?
Who are you?
I'm from the Lapeer Press, a reporter.
The girl's dying.
Dying?
She's delirious and not saying anything that makes sense. There's no point and no good reason why she should be visited.
There's no hope?
None.
Well, Sheriff, what do you think?
It's open and shut. Murder and suicide. If Stephen Wojciech were alive, we'd hang him.
Tell me, what makes a man kill his own kids?
Some men are born lunatics.
Well, I'm going back to my office and write up the story. Oh, by the way, Sheriff, what was the name of the tavern Mrs. Wojciech said she and her husband were at?
Ross's Tavern. Why?
Oh, I think I'll just stop by there and get me a beer.
What'll it be, friend?
Beer, huh?
Here you are.
Say, did you hear about the Wojciechs?
Yeah. Just can't believe it.
Mrs. Wojciech said she was in here just before her husband went berserk. Weren't they in here?
Yep.
What'd they fight about?
I never listen to other people's troubles, mister.
Oh, when people quarrel, you just can't help listening.
Maybe you can't. I can't.
Now, look, I'm Bill Noble from the Lapeer Press. I'm a reporter. I'd be much obliged if you'd help me.
I told you, mister, I never listen.
Excuse me, but my name's Tom Hatcher. Don't bother introducing yourself. I always listen in on other people's conversations.
Well, at least you're honest.
Tell you something, Mr. Noble, that might interest you. I knew Steve Wojciech pretty well.
You did?
Known him ever since he came to this country years ago.
What was he like?
He was a good Joe.
A good Joe? The man that murders his two kids?
Just telling you what I knew about him. I guess I knew him as well as anyone. He wanted to get ahead. He worked hard. He was crazy for his kids. He spoke English very bad, so he went to night school in order for his kids not to grow up with an accent. But even night school didn't help him much. Whenever he got excited, he jabbered away in Polish.
Mm-hmm. You were a good friend of his, weren't you?
I was. And I'm telling you the truth about Steve. Ida gave him plenty of reason to hate her. She always poked fun at him. This poor English. This being left-handed. This being such a meat mouse with his boss. At everything.
Must have been insane.
Maybe. If he was, she made him crazy. Ida loved a good time. She and her girlfriend always cutting up.
The girlfriend?
A neighbor, Ellie Javits.
Ellie Javits?
And then she carried on with this Chuck Snyder, the hard hand. Man with a police record.
Yeah, but none of this adds up to killing his own kids.
I know it don't, Mr. Noble. That's why I'm telling you.
It's hard for you to believe Tom Hatch's story, Bill Noble. But now you have your teeth in a case that's not so open and shut. There's some doubt. And you have to wipe out that doubt. You go to see some of the neighbors.
Now, look here, young fella. I don't believe everything they write in them newspapers. Steve wouldn't even go rabbit hunting. He was against killing anything. Now, how can you figure him killing his own two kids that he worshipped? Tell me that.
Yes, I know him. I liked him. So did everyone in Hillsdale. You won't find a soul with a bad word for him. Not one.
You do a pretty thorough job of interviewing the neighbors, Bill Noble. And now you're full of doubts. You go and see Ellie Javits, the girl who saw Steve Wojciech die. And as you talk to her, You watch her nervously torture a handkerchief. She scarcely looks at you.
I told you what I heard Mr. Wojciech say. I did it. I killed Paul and myself.
He didn't mention Linda's name?
I don't remember hearing him say anything about Linda.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, do you speak Polish, Miss Javits, or understand it?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Wojciech speak Polish?
Sure.
When?
Whenever he wanted to. I don't know when. You're asking me real fool questions.
Well, didn't he lapse into Polish whenever he became excited or upset?
Yes, he did.
Do you think he'd be excited or upset after having shot himself and his 2 kids?
You're asking me too many questions. I don't know what you mean.
I mean that Steve Wojciech would have confessed in Polish. And even if his last dying words were in English, they certainly wouldn't have been so clear and grammatic.
I told you what I heard. You want me to lie?
No, I don't, Miss Javits. You'll go to prison if you lie. This case is going to be reopened. You're going to have to swear that you heard Mr. Wojciech say he did it. Now, we know that you and Ida are pretty close friends. If you're protecting her or that hired man, Chuck Snyder, you'll be in serious trouble.
That's what I heard him say. I'm almost sure he said that.
You'd better be absolutely sure, Miss Javits. Because I don't think Steve Wojciech murdered his family.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of William T. Noble, as he lived it and wrote it.
As you hurry to the sheriff's office, Bill Noble, reporter on the Lapeer Press, with the new evidence about Steve Wojciech's character, your mind goes back to the sight of him, dead, clutching his dead son close to him. That's a sight you can't forget or forgive. You're determined to find the murderer. And at the moment, you're in the sheriff's office discussing the case.
You interviewed all the neighbors, Bill?
Most everyone, Sheriff. Not one bad word for him, not one good word for Ida.
Well, you want me to reopen the case?
Well, don't you think it warrants it?
Well, could be.
Say, Sheriff, I was just wondering. That bullet wound that killed Wojciech, where was it? Do you remember?
Not exactly. It was on the side, under the armpit.
Which one, right or left?
I don't remember. Why?
Well, he was left-handed. He would only have shot himself on the left side.
Oh, no, I'll call the undertaker. The body's still there. Hello, Ed. This is the sheriff. Say, take a look at the report on Stephen Wojciech and tell me where the bullet wound is, right or left side. Okay, I'll hold on. You want to take a look?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It seems to me it was... Hello? The right side. You're sure now? Okay, thanks.
Ah, that's it. He couldn't have killed himself.
Are you sure he was left-handed?
Oh, several people told me so.
Maybe a left-handed man could shoot himself in the right side.
Take your gun and try it.
Let's see. No. It could be done. Would be awkward.
Sheriff, a man that's about to commit suicide isn't going to take any chances of failing.
Okay, the case is officially reopened.
Okay. Now, we have 2 suspects. Mrs. Ida Wojciech and the hired man, Chuck Snyder.
You know, the probability is that Chuck Snyder's our man.
He has a police record.
I know, I checked him, but it's all small stuff. Disorderly conduct, petty thieving. Still, I'm going to arrest him. You want to come along?
But Chuck Snyder is nowhere to be found. The sheriff rolls up his sleeves and goes to work. In an hour, the whole state is alerted for Chuck Snyder. Every policeman and detective in Michigan is on the lookout for a tall, heavy-set, black-haired man. Within a few hours, they find him in a little town right outside of Detroit, his brother's home. You sit with the sheriff while he questions him.
Why did you do it, Snyder?
To what?
Murder Steve Wojciech and his kids.
Murder them? Are you crazy?
If you didn't do it, why did you run away?
I didn't run away. I was fired.
You were a close friend of Mrs. Wojciech, weren't you?
I worked for her on the farm.
Answer the question.
Yes, I was a friend of hers. But you're not going to pin this thing on me. No, sir.
You've got a long police record.
I'm no child killer. I ain't never killed anyone.
Did you kill Steve?
No, I didn't.
Did she tell you to do it?
I ain't killed anyone, I tell you.
Where were you on the night of the murder?
The night of the murder?
That's what I said.
I was in Detroit. That's where I was.
Where in Detroit?
In the Marquette restaurant. I worked there as a waiter until 11:30 every night. I can prove it. You ain't going to pin this thing on me. I can prove it. Call him up. Go ahead and call him.
He proved it, too, Bill Noble. The owner of the Marquette restaurant cleared him. It was impossible for Chuck Snyder to have been in Detroit and at the scene of the crime at the same time.
I'm letting you go, Snyder. But don't you go running away. I want you to stay in town. I may be needing you.
I ain't running. I don't like cops chasing me with their guns out of their pockets.
Well, there goes our best suspect.
That leaves us only one.
Ida Wojcik? No, can't be her. No woman would murder her own children.
Oh, Sheriff, you were ready to believe the father did.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
She's still in the hospital?
No, she's been discharged. Living with her sister. I think I'll pick her up and start asking a few questions.
While they're bringing in Ida Wojcik, you, Bill Noble, go back to the hospital, have a talk with the doctor. Perhaps Linda had regained consciousness before she died. Perhaps she had said something that might be of some help.
Yes, Mr. Noble, what can I do for you?
Doctor, I'm the reporter from the Lapeer Press.
Oh, yes. You were in here about a week ago.
Tell me, did Linda ever regain consciousness?
Oh, not really. She was never completely lucid.
That's too bad.
She was a plucky little girl. Fought very hard to live, but the odds were too much against her.
Did she say anything at all before she died?
Well, she kept repeating, Mommy shot me, Mommy shot me.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. She was delirious. Can't go by that too much. People are liable to say anything in their delirium.
Anything?
Yes.
Did she ever say that her daddy shot her?
No. No, she didn't.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I want to know.
Talking to Ida Wojcik for 5 hours. I didn't get to first base.
She sticks to a story, huh, Sheriff?
Oh, she tells one story over and over again. The drop of a hat, she'll repeat the whole thing word for word. Can't break her or shake her.
You have to keep trying.
If I know human nature, she's lying. Her story is too smooth. She remembers too many important details. She's too composed for a woman whose 2 kids have been murdered.
Oh, Sheriff, she's not really composed. She's just holding tight.
That's what I think, but it's no good unless we get a confession. We'll never convict her otherwise.
Look, can I talk to her?
Sure. Come on, I'll take you over to the cell.
I'll go there myself. I'd rather do it alone. Hello, Mrs. Wojcik.
Hello?
Oh, I'm not a detective, just a reporter from the Lapeer Press.
Why did they open this case again? After my husband confessed.
Oh, that's the police for you. Always looking to stir up things.
They have no right to keep me here.
Oh, they'll have to let you go pretty soon. The way I see it, they haven't got a leg to stand on.
They must be crazy to think a mother could kill her own kids. Besides, didn't Steve confess that he did it?
Well, I really think they opened this case for some political reason.
Yeah. I'll bet that's it.
Sure. Just don't let yourself get panicky, say the wrong things.
I won't. My story's perfect.
Mm. Well, I'll drop by tomorrow. I'll let you know what's happening. My paper's out to see that you get a fair deal, Mrs. Wojcik. And, besides, well, you're the prettiest prisoner they ever had in this prison.
Nice of you to say that. Thanks.
Hello, Mrs. Wojcik.
Hello, Mr. Noble.
How are they treating you?
Rotten. Food's terrible.
You just keep calm.
I'm not worried.
They've been working on Ellie Javits. She's not so sure now that Steve confessed.
That little hussy. What's she afraid of? They can't do anything to her?
Oh, of course not. But she's getting very jittery. Say, look, do you mind if I take your picture, Mrs. Wojcik, for the paper?
Sure. Sure, okay.
Fine. Your profile, huh? That makes you look best. Oh, there we are. I hope it comes out as pretty as you really are.
Day after day, for 2 weeks, you, Bill Noble, went to see her, became friendly with her, broke down some of her resistance. She looked forward to seeing you every day. You confided in her, and in turn, she began to confide in you. Little things, nothing important, but you'd opened the door.
Hello, Ida.
Hello, Bill.
How are you today?
Lousy. I'm getting fed up with this place.
You've got to learn how to relax.
Anything new happen in my case?
Yeah,
Is it bad?
pretty bad.
Tell me.
Well, they got Ellie to admit that she wasn't sure what it was Steve said before he died. Instead of being sure that he said, I did it, she now agrees it sounded more like Ida did it.
No. No.
Now, the police have figured out something else. Steve couldn't have shot himself. He was left-handed. He was shot in the right side.
He wasn't left-handed. He was right-handed.
There are 6 neighbors who are ready to swear that he was left-handed.
I didn't do it. I wouldn't kill my own kids. You believe me, don't you?
Ida, I'm just telling you what the police are doing.
Chuck did it. He's the one who did it.
No, he didn't. He was in Detroit at the time. He can prove it.
I swear I didn't do it. You believe me, Bill, don't you? Please.
The doctor that treated poor Linda also told the police that Linda kept saying, Mommy shot me. Mommy shot me.
The lie! The lie!
On the way here, I stopped by your house, Ida. It's burnt to the ground. But I found this toy. A walking, chirping bird. There, you see, it's still good. The fire never touched it.
It was Paulie. My little Paulie.
The doctor also said that Linda wasn't angry at you before she died. She kept calling for Mommy until the end.
My baby. My baby.
Ida, you'll never be able to sleep again until you get it off your mind. It'll tear you apart. You'll never have a moment's peace. It'll shake you to bits. It'll drive you stark, staring mad unless you talk. Come on, now, tell it to me. You can't keep it inside you any longer. Tell it to me, Ida. Tell me.
He wanted to take the kids to his mother. He said I wasn't fit to take care of them. Told him if he ever tried to take the kids away, I'd kill them. We had a terrible fight. When we got home, I took a gun and shot him and the kids. I was crazy, killing my own babies. When I saw little Linda lying on the floor, I realized what a dreadful thing I did. I grabbed her up and drove her to the hospital. Who will forgive me? The Lord will never forgive me for this horrible thing. Never.
Now we read you that telegram from William T. Noble of the Lapeer, Michigan Press.
Murderess in tonight's big story pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment at the Detroit House of Correction. At the trial, the judge said, there is no power in this court to punish the accused more than she has punished herself. For the rest of her life, she will be faced with the horror of what she did.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Frankie! Frankie, where are you? Never listens. Never around when I want him. Frankie! In the shed again. Someday he'll do something terrible, I know it.
Get out.
Didn't you hear me call you?
Get out of here. Leave me alone.
What are you doing now? What crazy thing? What's in that box?
I told you, leave me alone. If you ever come in the shed again, Pa. If you ever come sneaking in on me again. If you ever ask me again what I'm doing or what's in this box. So help me, I'll brain you. I'll take a hammer and I'll brain you to death.
The Big Story. Here is America. Its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Dateline, Louisville, Kentucky. The story of a boy, a misfit of 16, a frightened boy who killed out of fear. To reporter Al Aronson of the Louisville Courier-Journal, for his excellent work in this case, goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette, Pall Mall.
Discover for yourself why so many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall. Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
That's important.
Yes, Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Thus, Pall Mall gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
So enjoy the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall.
Pall Malls are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the story as it actually happened. Reporter Al Aronson's story as he lived it. Louisville, Kentucky.
You didn't know about it, Al Aronson, reporter for the Louisville Courier-Journal. No one on the paper knew about it, but it would electrify you and all of Louisville within an hour. It happened, this frightening, pathetic thing that'll live with you the rest of your life. It happened just across the river from Louisville, in New Albany, Indiana, 6 miles from where you sat, enjoying your breakfast. It began in the First Farmers Bank, corner of East and Maple, in New Albany. Henry Easton, the bank teller, said to Ernest Thornton, the cashier,
"Hey, Ernie, look at that limousine just pulling up."
Must be a half a block long. What a car. Let me in here. Who is it?
Don't know. Must be a new depositor.
Every chauffeur with him. Some style. Here they come.
It's a kid. Some rich man's son, probably.
No. No, it isn't Henry. That isn't Denny.
He's got a gun. Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams. Shut up. Stand still. All of you stand still. Where's Adams? Where's the president of this bank?
Now, what is this? Surely...
Shut up and turn around. Are you Adams?
Yes, I'm Mr. Adams,
Turn around and walk to the vault.
You don't think you can
You think I'm kidding? You think I don't mean it? All right. You refuse to go to the vault?
I do, and I urge you...
Is it crazy? Okay. Who else refuses to go to the vault? Come on, talk. No? Okay. You lead me there.
Should we rush him? He'll kill us. Even so, I think...
Talking. Yeah, whispering. Good.
No, don't!
You, chauffeur.
Yes, sir?
Go out in the car and start the motor.
Yes, sir.
Can't take this place now. There's too much noise. You're going to drive me where I want to go until I'm ready to come back.
Holding the gun before him, the kid, one dead man thought he was a rich man's son. Another dead man thought he could be rushed. And a third dead man thought he could be urged. The kid, he was 16, forced the liveried chauffeur into the sleek limousine and drove away. And that was all anybody saw or heard that morning. 3 dead, a 16-year-old murderer escaped. You get the story. You, youthful, serious, an eye for every detail, Al Aronson. The first lead, 12 hours after the attempted robbery and triple murder, came from a hospital bed in New Albany, just across the river. A man with perhaps an hour to live. A man with a hole through his chest made by a .45. The liveried chauffeur, George Murphy.
Now, don't raise your voice, George. I can hear you fine.
Thank you, Mr. Aronson. Because, like I told you, sir, he picked me up sitting in the car about 9:30 in the morning.
In Louisville, that was?
Yes, sir. I drive for Mr. Norton at the steel plant. Made me drive across the bridge.
Is it bad, George?
No, sir. Not too bad, sir. Made me drive up to the bank. He knew that bank, too, sir. Says nobody will be in there now, just a cashier, the teller, and the president.
He was right, wasn't he?
Yes, sir, that's right. He got there, kept the gun in my side, and made me go in with him. He killed them 3 men, made me go out and drive them away. Mister, I tried to turn him in.
How do you mean, George?
Well, I tried to mix him up, turning corners and twisting so on. Tried to pull him into the police station, but, well, he knew the town. Told me turn down here, turn down there, all the time keeping away from...
Now,
I'm sorry, sir.
Take it easy, George.
Yes, sir. Well, all the time he'd keep me from driving to the police station. New alleys I didn't half know myself. And made me go down near the riverfront. It was a little blind alley I never did see before. That's the way he done it to me. Said to me, you might keep your mouth shut, but I'm making sure.
And then he shot you?
Yes, sir. He stuck the gun right next to my chest and pulled the trigger. Had a smile on his face. He was mean, mister. Bad mean. No more than 16. Real mean.
What did he look like?
Oh, big fella, 6'1", 6'2". Only 16 or 17, the most. Pimples on his face and a foul tongue, sir. I tell you, foul. Cuss his own mother.
Ever see him before?
No, sir. But the way he knew them streets, knew where to turn, knew the bank, he must be a local boy, I figure. But...
George.
Maybe...
George. George.
You take the theory given to you by the heroic Negro chauffeur who tried to steer the car to the police station. You take his idea that this was a local boy, and there are no other clues, to the cops. Lieutenant Edmonds listens, lights up a cigar butt he's chewing.
No, local boy couldn't be.
But he knew the town from the chauffeur's description. He knew it as well as you.
I know every hoodlum in this town. Every one of them. Killer isn't here. There's 9 kids, maybe 10 who fit that description. I checked every one. They didn't do it.
But if you'd heard the chauffeur, Lieutenant, if you'd heard
Look,
what he
you're
said...
a bright reporter. Answer me this. He wants to do a holdup in New Albany. Why does he go over the bridge to Louisville, get the car, force the chauffeur all the way back here, and then do the holdup? Does that make sense?
No, but it still
But
could have...
nothing. That was a local New Albany boy. I'd have him in the coop and halfway up for sentencing. Try something else.
Lieutenant Edmonds knows New Albany, knows its hoodlums, its racketeers, knows what he's talking about. But you are Al Aronson and stubborn and a man with an eye for facts. You don't easily shake the sight of the dead chauffeur, George Murphy, from your mind, or his words. So, you start looking. In dives, in pool rooms, in the sordid places having no others, that young hoodlums gather. But always,
I never heard of nobody look like that. Pimples? Huh.
always the wise guy grin, the gag, and the shaking of the head. And then, a thought.
A kid who knew the town that well must have lived here. Maybe he moved.
Moved, that's it. Lived here and moved. You go to the movers in town. There are 6. The first 4 know nothing about it. The description means nothing. But the 5th.
A mean kid, dark-haired, pimples. Real low-down mean kid.
That's the one.
Yeah. Yeah, I moved him to Louisville, him and his old man.
What was his name?
I'll never forget him. Said he'd help me with a crate. A big crate, kind of a piano crate, but no piano in it. When I had it up, he let go his end. Near busted my leg. I could have killed him, but his old man was there.
What was their name?
Jensen or Henson, something like that. Benson. Benson, yeah, Frankie Benson. A real mean little rat with a foul mouth. An all-American punk.
You find the home of the mean, foul-mouthed kid in Louisville. A seedy 2-room shack, kitchen and bedroom, little shed in the back, where a tired, beaten old man listens to you. And before you're half through...
It's him. Don't say no more. It's him. 4 men killed, you said?
That's right, Mr. Benson.
Sooner or later it had to be. Now it happened. A son. A man slaves a whole life for a boy. His mother died 8 years ago. I never married again. Who'd marry me? And this. I knew it. It had to happen.
Has he been around since?
When did he do it? Tuesday. Today's Thursday. Yesterday he disappeared. No, Thursday. Today he disappeared. Today. Excuse me if I'm a little mixed up on the days.
Of course. You've no idea where he went.
Away, that's all he said. Away. Except the note. Now it comes to me. The note, what it meant.
What note, Mr. Benson?
He left me a note. I'll get it. If I tell you, you won't believe me. Step inside. Into here.
Here is the only other room, the bedroom. He opens a closet where rags hang and one decent suit of clothes. And in a pocket, he finds a piece of crumpled paper, cheap note paper with lines in it. And in childish handwriting is a note.
Read it. Read it. You wouldn't believe it otherwise.
This is his writing?
His.
Stop me, please, before I do it again.
That was after he murdered them. 4 men.
It's awful.
Mister, do you think you can find him? Do you think you can stop him?
Before he does it again?
Before he does it again.
I can try. We've got to. Mr. Benson, we just got to.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
For Pall-Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
That's important.
Yes, Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Your eyes can see Pall-Mall's greater length. Yes, your eyes can see the difference. Your throat can tell you what it means.
Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos means a longer natural filter to screen and cool the smoke. Thus, Pall-Mall gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Enjoy the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall-Mall.
Pall-Malls are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste and good to smoke.
Remember, Pell-Mel's greater length of fine tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat, filters the smoke, and makes it mild.
Pell-Mell Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. This is Cy Harris returning you to your narrator and reporter Al Aronson's story as he lived it and wrote it.
It's only a few minutes since a father admitted that his son is a murderer. To you, Al Aronson, reporter for the Louisville Courier-Journal. Just a short time since a father showed you the fear in his heart and the terror and desperation in his sons. A boy of 16 who feared he'd kill and kill again unless he was stopped. You sit now in the bare kitchen on a rickety chair and listen to the history of this boy, this mean, foul-mouthed boy, waiting for a clue that might tell you where to find him.
He was bad since he was 10. A week after his birthday, he stole a knife and tried to cut one of his friend's fingers off. I stopped him. Why did he do it? A lot of reasons. He was bad. His mother was dead. I saw him only a few hours a week. I worked the only work I could get out of town. He lived like a wild animal in the streets and the gutters.
Don't blame yourself, Mr. Benson.
Blame? I don't blame anyone. I tell you only the facts. He stole. Twice he was caught. Twice. A year in the reform school each time. And how'd he come out?
Worse?
You know about reform schools. If he was wild before he went in, when he came out, he was sly. A fox, a wolf, waiting for his chance. Small boys he tortured. Tied them up. Things he saw in the movies he did to them. Like the Indians in some of the magazines you read. Where he got them, I don't know.
I know what happens to kids sometimes.
Kids? He was bigger than me. 4 inches bigger. Weighed 170 pounds. If I asked him to come into the house to work, maybe I raised my voice. He hit me. Many times he knocked me down. And at night. At night.
I don't understand.
No one would understand. At night he slept with a gun. A gun. A .45. I saw it once. A gun under his pillow. We gotta find him to stop him to take care of him.
Mr. Benson, you say he just disappeared the day after the killings.
The box. I didn't tell you about the box. That's right, the day after the killings.
What box?
I don't know. Maybe it ain't important. It was to him. He said he'd bring me once if I interfered. He would have, too. He got a piano crate somewheres. Brought it into the shed. This is when we lived in New Albany before we moved. And fixed it up. He called it camping out. You know, he'd get in the box and spend a whole day there. Never come out. Even eating there. Maybe it's just a child's game. I don't know.
Maybe lots of kids do things like that. Why did you mention the box, Mr. Benson?
Because the day before he disappeared, the only thing he said to me, this was after he killed those men. He said, I'm leaving money for the box. Ship it to Knoxville.
Knoxville?
Where he got the money from, I don't know. He never worked a day in his life. I didn't give it to him.
Where in Knoxville?
General delivery. I remember because he said, here's the money. Don't write down the address. Remember it. General delivery, Knoxville.
And you sent it?
Shouldn't I have?
No, I'm only asking.
I sent it yesterday. About noon.
Railway Express?
Yeah.
Have you got the receipt?
Yes.
Give it to me.
Why? What?
Just maybe nothing, but give it to me.
You checked the neighborhood. No one saw Frankie leave town. That set, you go to the police, to Lieutenant Edmonds, who once before told you your theory was cracked.
Say that again, Aronson. I don't think my hearing's that bad.
I said this kid sent a packing crate out of town to general delivery in Knoxville, and I want to investigate that crate.
What are you trying to prove?
Well, nothing. I want your cooperation to find out where that crate is and see what's inside of it.
Is that going to tell us where little Frankie is?
It might.
What did he do? Leave a note inside and say you'll find me at the Wall of Astoria in New York?
I don't know what we'll find, but from what his father said, this kid's been bad a long time.
This kid's been bad since he was born.
Now, look, let's not fight about it. All I want is an order to stop the crate, examine it...
Look, I play hunches, long shots. I'm screwy. But not this screwy.
Who found out where Frankie lived?
Okay.
Who said he couldn't possibly be a local boy?
Okay. Maybe I am that screwy. Hennessy, get the Railway Express on the phone. We want to trace a crate shipped to Knoxville.
That's the warehouse, Lieutenant.
That big one?
Yes, sir. Warehouse 3. The crate's in Section D. Want me to go in with you?
What for? To check a crate? I'm a big boy.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. Got a flashlight?
What's the matter? No lights in there?
No, sir, Lieutenant. It's only a warehouse.
I got a flash, Lieutenant.
Prepared for anything, eh?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
There's Section D. Must be down there.
Yeah. Can you see all right?
What the devil are you whispering about?
I don't know. What are you whispering for?
Oh, shut up. I'm sorry. You know, this crazy idea of yours is getting me.
I know, me too. Wait a minute. There it is, I think. Let's see.
Over here's the address.
Yeah, General Delivery, Knoxville. Same handwriting.
What handwriting?
Same as on the note. I told you about the note.
Yeah. What now?
Let's look a little.
Stop whispering.
Look.
What?
Holes, about 8 holes on the top, same on the side, and this side, too.
So what?
I think they're air holes.
What are you talking about?
He's inside, the kid. I tell you, he's in that box.
You're nuts.
Watch. I brought a candle. I'm going to light it. And while it's burning, it'll go inside the
Wait.
box. What for?
Don't light it yet. Back up a little. Benson? You're in that box, you crazy kid. Come out. You're in there. Kick on the side of the box. Did you hear me? Listen. Kick if you're inside that box. Go ahead. Light the candle. Watch out you don't. Okay.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to wiggle it around.
No! He's in there.
Get back. Get back, you dirty cowards. I got a gun. So help me if you don't leave me alone.
Come out, Benson. Come out. Haven't got a chance. Watch it. Stay away. What are you doing?
The only thing we can do. I'm going to roll the crate over.
Watch out. I'll help you.
Okay, together now. Roll it. You'll never get me, you lousy flatfoot. Never. Never!
But never is a long time. And after 3 more turns of the crate, there's silence inside. No more shots, no more despairing threats. And then you and the lieutenant open it up. And out comes the mean, foul-mouthed boy of 16 who did all these things. These unspeakable things. Robbery, assault, brutality toward his father, murder. He comes out and asks 2 questions.
Can you tell me why I did it? Can you? Can you help me, mister? Can you?
And then he collapses. And in the end, after the arrest, after the confession, you and his beaten, aged father examine the box, his camping out place, and you find...
Look. Like a Pullman compartment, he fixed it. With a bed. He could sleep here a day. 2 days.
Mm-hmm. He had containers under the seat. This one is water, and this is for food.
A lantern. Look, mister. A lantern.
I see, and matches in a waterproof case.
A knife.
3 more guns. He had quite an arsenal.
The magazines.
Look at all the magazines.
And then something that wrings your heart, that touches everything and colors it.
Mr. Benson, look. A black hat, a black shirt, black pants, and a mask to wear over his eyes, and false black whiskers.
You write the story, Al Aronson. The case is finished, the killer found. But when you're done, the biggest story is left unwritten, unsaid. Whose fault? Who's to blame? How does it happen in this year of our Lord, 1949, that a boy of 16 could murder 4 men, ship himself to Knoxville, and carry with him an arsenal, loaded guns, and a mask with false whiskers?
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Al Aronson of the Louisville Courier-Journal with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Thus, Pall Mall gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
So enjoy the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Pall Malls are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Al Aronson of the Louisville Courier-Journal.
Further examination of crate used as hideout by killer in tonight's big story revealed that one side of it was so hinged that it could be locked or opened from the inside. He had also provided straps to hold himself and his provisions steady while in transit. News of his capture so aroused citizens of New Albany, Indiana, that police were compelled to transfer him to Indiana Reformatory at Jeffersonville. Tried for murder, he was sentenced to life imprisonment in the state penitentiary. Thanks a lot for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Aronson. The makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall famous cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Jacksonville Journal. Byline, Lee Cully. A big story about an abandoned school, a weird old man, and a witch who walked in the night.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and James McCallion played the part of Al Aronson. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Aronson. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Big Story.
get on the road to Racine?
Keep straight on this road for about a half mile. There's a stoplight there. Take the right-hand turn. That'll bring you right onto the turnpike.
Sounds kind of complicated, doesn't it, boys?
Yeah, it sure does. Why, no, it's very simple.
Well, we think it's complicated. Suppose you get in the car and show us the way, Vaughn.
Oh, wait a minute. How do you know my name?
Get in the car.
Now, look here.
Get in the car, Vaughn. Come on, get in before I blow your head off.
The Big Story. The story you're about to hear actually happened. It happened in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. It's authentic and is offered as a tribute to the men and women of the great American newspapers. From the front pages of the Elkhorn Independent, the story of a cub reporter who used a fish story to make the biggest catch of his career in the world of crime. Elkhorn, Wisconsin. The story as it actually happened. Don Morrissey's story as he lived it.
You're just a kid, Don Morrissey, but you've got a dream. And that dream is to be a newspaper reporter. Elkhorn is your hometown, but it so happens that you're a junior studying journalism at Marquette University. At the beginning of this particular summer, you're doing part-time work as correspondent for the UP and AP in your hometown. But you've got your eye on the future, Don Morrissey. And one day in late June, you walk up to the editor of the Elkhorn Independent, a weekly.
Mr. Merritt, I wonder if I could talk to you for just a minute.
Make it just a minute, Don. Got a paper to get out here. We go to press tomorrow.
Yes, sir, I know.
What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Merritt, the fact is, I graduate from Marquette next year, and I thought maybe you'd be interested
Why don't you come right out and say it, son? You want a job with the Independent next year?
Yes, sir. I'm working part-time for the AP and UP right now, but if you could take me on full-time next year, why, I'd sure appreciate it.
Oh, you want to be a full-time reporter, do you?
Yes, sir. That's all I've ever thought of. That's why I'm going to the School of Journalism now.
Oh, School of Journalism. All they teach you is how to type neat copy. Dot your I's, cross your T's. I never heard of them showing any boy how to get a good story. You want a job with us, Don, you'll have to prove yourself.
Yes, sir, but how?
How? How does any young fella prove his ability? Goes out and finds a story, that's how. Not just a little brush fire or a church social. A good story. You understand?
Yes, sir. I guess I do. Well, I'll keep my eyes open, Mr. Merritt.
You do that, son. Do that. And, shut the door on your way out, will you?
He gives you the brush off, and it smarts a little. But you've got your eye on that job, Don Morrissey. And you figure if there's ever a decent story to come out of a quiet little place like Elkhorn, it'll come out of the police station. So you go down to talk to Sheriff Oliver Clayson, tell him what you're after.
Son, let me ask you something.
Yes, Sheriff?
You're supposed to file copy out of Elkhorn for the Associated Press and the United Press, that right?
That's right.
All right. How much have you filed?
Well, nothing, sir. Nothing's happened.
That's it, Don. That's your answer. People here are decent, law-abiding. Oh, we have an occasional drunk, burglary once in a while. Want my advice?
Sure do.
Get out of Elkhorn after you graduate. Go to a big town. For instance, look at this. This morning's Milwaukee Journal. Here. Look at those headlines.
Edward Vaughn, missing. Wealthy Milwaukee brewer kidnapped by armed thugs. First ransom note received last night.
See what it means, son?
Okay, Mike. I'm in for $5 more.
I'll see you, Sam.
And I'll raise you both. Cost you 10.
Well, I'm in.
Me too. What do you got, Leo?
Full house. Queen's high.
How do you like that? Me with a lousy straight.
Me with 3 bullets.
Better luck next time, suckers.
Next time. Are you kidding, Leo?
Yeah, you're in me and Sam now for a couple of hundred.
Oh, you cheap punks. What are you whining about? Crying your crummy heads off for nickels and dimes when we're sitting back waiting for $100 grand?
Yeah, waiting is good. We've had Vaughn stashed away in his broken down hideout for a week, and still no payoff.
Takes a little time to negotiate.
Taking too long.
Either of you two think you can do it better?
Now, look, Leo, we didn't mean nothing.
We was only thinking of...
You're not supposed to think. I'll do the thinking around here. We'll spring Vaughn when his contact agrees to pay off. And until he does, you two crumb bums are going to sit on your lard bottoms and wait. You understand?
Yeah, sure, Leo. You're the boss.
Only we was just wondering when you're going to make contact again, Leo.
Well, I figure they must be getting ripe about now. I'm putting in a phone call tonight. Look, we're tired of waiting. Either we get $100,000 tonight or you don't get your boy, you understand? That's better. Now, we want it in 50s and 100s. That's right, 50s and 100s. Unmarked bills and no cops around on delivery. Just keep your mouth shut and your ears open. I'm going to tell you how we want it to
go. Hey, Leo.
Yes, Sam?
You think we're cool by this time?
Yeah, we should be. We've laid low a month since they paid off.
Brother, I can't wait till we get to Miami.
Miami. Boy, am I nuts about Miami.
Hey, Leo, what town is this?
A sign says Elkhorn, Wisconsin.
Elkhorn. You can have it. These towns. They all look the same and they all sound the same. Ha! Elkhorn. Step on it, will you, Sam?
What do you want, egg in your beer? This is the main drag. I'm doing 60 now.
Yeah, and there's a curve up ahead. You better slow her down, Sam. Don't want any of these jerkwater cops to catch. Slow her down. Watch the road, you crazy fool. Look out for that telephone pole. Look out!
Sheriff Clayson.
Sheriff, Don Morrissey.
Oh, yeah, Don.
I was just driving down Main Street when I saw a big car smacking into a telephone pole. Knocked the pole half over and kept right on going.
Where did this happen?
At the curb in front of Bethel Church.
What kind of car, did you notice?
Well, it looked like a Chrysler Imperial. Must have been going 60 at least.
60, huh? The speed limit's 30.
Yeah, not only that, the telephone pole's ruined. Phone company's going to be plenty sore when they find out about it, Sheriff.
All right, Don, thanks. I'll alert the highway patrol right away.
Hey, Leo.
Yeah, Mike?
Take a look through the back window. There's a motorcycle cop on our tail.
Yeah, you're right. Someone must have seen us crack that pole.
I better pull away from him.
You're nuts, Sam. Slow her down.
But, boss...
I said slow her down. Now stop the car.
We don't want to talk to any cops, Leo. Not right now.
Put away that gun, stupid. I'll handle this.
But how? Leo, I don't like it.
What are you worrying about? A small-town cop? These local characters don't even know the time of day. Now slow her down, Sam.
Yeah, but...
But nothing. Put away those guns and act dumb. That shouldn't be too hard for either of you. Let me do the talking. We'll be out of this burg in an hour.
You, Don Morrissey, stop in at headquarters shortly after the three men are brought in. One of them, a man who says his name is Joe Winters, seems to be their spokesman when the sheriff asks him...
Where'd you think you were going, mister? To a fire?
I'm sorry, Sheriff. We were anxious to get to the lake and get set up for some fishing in the morning.
At Lake Geneva, huh?
That's right. My friends and I came down from Milwaukee for the weekend. You know how it is. You get three fishermen together, and there's only a weekend. Well, you want to get in all you can. That's why we were going so fast.
Mr. Winters, that's no excuse. We got speed laws in this town. 30 miles an hour. You were going 60. That'll cost you $25 or 10 days.
Sheriff, as I said, I'm the first to admit we were wrong. And we'll be glad to pay the fine. That right, fellas?
Absolutely.
Sure, Joe.
Here you are, Sheriff. $25. All right, boys, let's go.
Just 1 minute, Mr. Winters.
Yes?
I ought to jail the whole bunch of you for driving in a manner to endanger the lives of the public. But seeing as it was so late at night, I guess there wasn't any danger to anybody but yourselves. However, there's a little matter of damage to that telephone pole.
You ought to see the front of our car.
That's your business, but that telephone pole is our business.
Well, we'll be glad to pay for any damages, Sheriff. How much you figure it'll cost?
Can't tell yet.
Well, suppose you name a price.
Can't tell until we get a man from the telephone company over here.
How long will that be, Sheriff?
Might be an hour. Might take till tomorrow morning.
You mean we may have to hang around here all night?
Can't let you go till I find out the exact amount of the damage.
Look, Sheriff, we said we'd pay.
Both of you just shut up, huh?
Yeah,
Shut up, will you? The sheriff says we have to stick around. Why, we have to stick around. After all, we want to do the fair thing, and you wouldn't want us to break the law, would you?
There's something about these three men, Don Morrissey. Something about them that makes you suspicious. The way they talk and act. And now, as the three strangers wait in the deputy's office, you try to tell Sheriff Clayson.
Sheriff, there's something funny about these three men.
What do you mean, Don?
Oh, I don't know. I can't explain it exactly, but the way they act, their clothes.
What's the matter with them?
Well, that's just it. They're all dressed up as though they were going to some fancy summer resort. They look like fishermen to me.
Now, look, Don. Their car's right out front. You take a look in the back. You'll see it's loaded with fishing equipment.
Yeah? I still don't believe it. I'll bet they don't even have fishing licenses.
You're wrong, son.
I am?
The minute they came in, I asked for their papers. Each of them had a fishing license, all in order. Each of them had identification papers. They were all in order, too.
Oh, I see.
Now, why don't you forget it and let me take care of this, huh? I call the phone company. They'll have a man over here in a few hours. The rest is just routine.
You mean after they pay the damages, you let them go?
Naturally. What else can I hold them for? On what charge?
Gosh, I don't know.
Neither do I. Now, look, son. I know what's in your mind.
You do?
Sure. You're looking for a story where there isn't any. You're pressing too hard, Don. Take my advice. Go home and get some sleep.
Well, why kid yourself, Don Morrissey? Sheriff Clayson is right. You want a story so bad it's running out of your ears. But somehow you can't get yourself to go home. Not quite yet. And about an hour later, you're still in the sheriff's office when...
Come in. Oh, Mr. Winters.
Sheriff, what about that man from the phone company? Any idea when he'll get here?
He told me in a couple of hours, but it may take longer. The man's got to go down and take a look at the pole, Mr. Winters. Then he's got to report back to the company. After that, he'll probably get here with a statement on the costs and damages.
I see. Sheriff, tell you the truth, my friends and myself are getting a little fidgety just waiting around here. I'd like to settle this little thing just among ourselves.
How do you mean?
Well, we're anxious to get up to the lake and bait our hooks, and we figured if we have to pay a little more than the pole's worth, why, we just as soon do it. Will you take $100 for that pole and give it to the phone man when he gets here?
Can't.
Why not?
You'll have to pay the exact amount. It's not legal otherwise.
Look, Sheriff, if it comes to less than that, you can do what you want with the extra money. Give it to the policeman's benefit if you like.
Sorry, can't do it.
We'll make it $300.
Sorry, Mr. Winters.
$500. All right, we'll go to $750 if we have to. Now, be reasonable, Sheriff. That ought to buy 2 or 3 telephone poles.
I told you for the last time, Mr. Winters, I can't do it. And if you're suggesting this is some kind of bribe, I'll show you some real trouble. You'll have to wait till the phone man gets here, and that settles it. You understand?
All right, Sheriff. That's it, that's it. Guess we'll just have to wait.
Sheriff.
Yeah?
Why should they offer to pay all that money just for a damaged telephone pole?
Now, you heard him. They want to get on with their fishing.
Yeah, but they want as high as $750.
Son, you don't know fishermen. When they get a smell of their favorite game, money's no object. Not only that, these fellows seem well-heeled. To a lot of people in this world, that kind of money doesn't mean a thing.
Sheriff Clayson passes it off. But not you, Don Morrissey. You figure these strangers are just anxious to get going for other reasons of their own. You try a shot in the dark. You go into the deputy's office where the men are waiting. Introduce yourself.
So you're the local news hound hereabouts, huh?
That's right.
Glad to know you, Morrissey.
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
What's the matter with the sheriff? He out of his mind or something? We offer him $7.50 for that lousy telephone pole, and he turns us down. Why?
Well, that's the way he is.
Well, he's a lame brain if I ever saw one.
Joe, maybe you should have told him we'd pay in cash. Maybe he figured you'd try to palm off a rubber check on him.
Why don't you keep your mouth shut?
Well, I was only
Button
saying...
it up and keep it buttoned, will you? You have to excuse my friends, Morrissey. They got one-track minds. They think you can buy anything with money. I don't know why I took them fishing with me. I should have left them home.
Well, you'll enjoy the fishing in Lake Geneva, Mr. Winters.
Yeah, I hope we will. I hear it's pretty good.
Yeah, they're catching a lot of bluefish this summer.
Fine. I haven't got myself a good bluefish in 2 years. If we get a few this time, I'll figure the weekend was worth it.
Sure, Mr. Winters, sure. Well, I wish you luck. Sheriff Clayson, these men are phonies.
What do you mean, phonies?
They weren't going fishing. They don't know a thing about the sport. I just talked to them. It seems that they hope to catch a couple of bluefish down in Lake Geneva. Only there's one thing wrong with that picture. Bluefish is a saltwater fish. Why, they could fish Lake Geneva for 100 years and never hook one.
All right, son, but I see no reason to get head up about it. They could be amateurs. Their fishing equipment is brand new. Maybe they don't know a bluefish from a smallmouth bass. You take Wisconsin this time of year, it's crawling with amateur sportsmen.
Yeah, but, Sheriff, I'm trying to tell you
Look, Don, I told you. Don't go looking for a story where there isn't any. Come in.
Say, Sheriff, my friends and I are getting a little hungry. Any place we can get a bite around here?
Well, there's a diner just across the street.
Do you mind if we step across the street and get a hamburger?
Well, one of you'll have to stay, just for insurance. The other two can go.
Thanks, Sheriff. I'll send my 2 friends and stay here by myself. Andy, Bill.
Yeah, what is it?
The sheriff says it's okay for 2 of us to go, so you 2 go ahead and bring me back a couple of hamburgers. Rare.
Mike, Leo's taking a big chance trying to bluff us out of trouble like that.
Yeah, but he's getting away with it.
So far.
What do you mean, so far?
He's outfoxed the sheriff, but that kid Morrissey, I'm not so sure.
You think he's wise to us, Sam?
I don't know. The way he keeps looking at us, I don't know. Like he figures we're phonies, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But Leo's smart, Sam. And like I said, he's got by with it so far.
Yeah, sure he has. But how do you know what's going to happen until this telephone man gets there? How do you know some joker won't come in, some state trooper off the road and spot us? You never can tell. It could happen, and do you know what that'd mean?
100 years and stuff.
Yeah, maybe 200, and I don't feel like running the risk.
Sam, I don't get you.
You want me to write you a letter or something?
You mean take off? Blow?
Why not? We got our cut of the dough on us, haven't we?
Yeah, but if we blow, we leave Leo holding the bag.
I'm crying in my beer. Leo had to do it his way, okay? Let him sweat it out.
But how are we going to get out of this tank, Tom?
They got trucks coming through here all night. We could stand on the corner and thumb a ride. Well, you with me, ain't you?
Okay, Sam. I'm with you. Let's get out of here.
You, Don Morrissey, grow fidgety after a while. The other 2 men seem to take a long time about getting themselves a bite to eat. You decide to take a look in the diner. They're gone. On your way back to the station, you stop and look over their car.
Nothing but fishing equipment here. Well, the apartment's locked. Well, I'll just move this seat cushion. What? Oh, brother, wait till the sheriff sees these. Take a look, Sheriff. Found these 2 guns under the front seat, .38 caliber. Some fishermen.
And the 2 men took off?
Yeah. The waitress told me they left a half hour ago.
Well, son, I guess they had me fooled. Maybe I should have listened to you in the first place. I'll send out an alarm to Highway Patrol, and then we'll talk with this man Winters, whoever he is. All right, Winters. For the last time, you're going to talk? Why did your friends run away?
I don't know.
What about these 2 guns this young fellow found in your car?
Look, I got nothing to say.
All right. In that case, I'll have to lock you up and book you on suspicion.
You watch the man's eyes shift. You know that already he's planning some way to break out of the building. And somehow you, Don Morrissey, are more than ever convinced that this is big game, really big game. You get on the phone, call the FBI in Milwaukee. Talk to John Welch.
Give me that again, Morrissey.
Well, the leader's a big man. Dark, wild black hair, thick lips, small scar left side of mouth.
The second one small, blonde, watery blue eyes.
What?
The third partly bald, reddish hair, a lumpy right ear.
Why, yeah, Mr. Welch, that's right.
Morrissey, you know what you've done?
What?
You just put your finger on the Duran gang. Leo Duran, Sam Falco, and Mike Reno. Wanted all over the country in connection with the Vaughn kidnapping in Milwaukee, as well as several others.
Holy smoke.
Tell the sheriff to triple his guard, Morrissey. That's Durand he's holding right now. I'll get to Elkhorn as soon as I can.
The FBI sets in motion a four-state alarm for the two escaped men. Meanwhile, the agent, John Welch, comes up and identifies Leo Duran. And a short time later, in the sheriff's office.
Wells speaking. Oh, yes, Harris. What? Where? Good. Bring him back here and we'll take him on back to Milwaukee.
Good news, Mr. Welch?
Couldn't be better. They just picked up Sam Falco and Mike Reno in a gin mill near Lake Geneva.
And that's it, Don Morrissey. Except for one thing. On the same day, Mr. Merritt, the editor of the Elkhorn Independent, calls you in.
Don, I'm proud of you. You certainly put Elkhorn on the map.
Well, thank you, Mr. Merritt.
Yes, sir. Got reporters from all the big papers in the Middle West in town right now. All those fellas from the big papers trying to find the Duran gang, and we find them right here in Elkhorn.
Yeah, sure. I guess we were pretty lucky, Mr. Merritt. Now, about that job, I'll be going back to college in a couple of days, but I figure that maybe next year
Next year? Son, if you want it, the job is yours right now.
Now we read you that telegram from Don Morrissey of the Elkhorn, Wisconsin Independent.
During trial, one of the kidnappers hung himself in his cell. The government failed to convict the other two on the kidnapping referred to, but convicted them on a previous kidnapping and successfully brought them to subsequent trial. They were both sentenced to 99 years at Joliet.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter.
Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's Armistice Day. What are you doing in the store? You aren't working.
A masterpiece. Listen. Mr. Adam Thermopolis, conductor, Cincinnati Symphony Orchestra.
No, Herman, not another letter.
In your so-called orchestra is a so-called violin player named Tabor. If there is a worse violin player in the world, I do not know him. It's not enough that he is a foul musician. As a human being, he is garbage.
Herman, someday you'll write one too many of those letters. Someday you'll be sitting here like now, alone, after work, and the door will open, and... Herman, the door, it's opening.
It's a customer.
No, Herman, it's not a customer. It's Herman!
Cincinnati, Ohio. The story of a man who was hated and of a reporter who proved that death and hate are often partners. Now, the story as it actually happened. Tom Mercer's story as he lived it. Cincinnati, Ohio.
You're a big man, Tom Mercer. 200 pounds big. 6 feet, 1 inch big. And because you're big and easygoing, you're a target, an easy mark. A couple of years ago, as a young reporter, you made a mistake. You took an ordinary death and called it murder. You went and solved that murder in print. And then it came out it wasn't murder at all. And the laugh was heard all over Cincinnati. It's still heard. Wherever you go, they say of you, there goes Mercer, the great sleuth, out to make another name for himself. And so, when this story broke, a killing in the Standard Laundry at 6216 Central Parkway, all the boys in the press room at police headquarters said,
Well, we don't have to cover it. Not with Mercer on the job. If it's murder, Mercer will solve it.
You took the laugh and went down to the scene of the crime, the Standard Laundry. But the laugh followed you. But when you opened the door of the laundry, Detective Lieutenant Teddy Vinson greeted you.
Well, all right, men. All you cops, Sergeant, you can all go home. Tom Mercer's here. We got nothing to worry about.
Hiya, Lieutenant Vinson.
Randy, you want to see a real Sherlock go to work? Mercer, taking the scene. A laundry, the day Armistice Day, not a working day. The man there on the floor, Herman with the owner, is dead. A bullet in his head. Near him, as you see, a friend, Henry Long, also shot. But not dead. Unconscious, but not dead. The gun. See the gun, Mercer? Gun on the floor between them. Also on the floor, $60 in $1 bills. On the table, a half-consumed bottle of wine. Give us your verdict, Sherlock.
Oh, cut it out, will you, Lieutenant Vinson?
Haven't you solved it yet, Mercer? You're slipping.
What happened?
I just told you. What the owner is dead. Long, his so-called friend, badly wounded. The money, the bottle of wine, that's all there's to it. Can't you figure it out?
No, I can't. What's your idea?
Well, the great Mercer is stumped. What do you know? Mercer, I'll let you in on a secret. That man, Witt, was killed.
How?
How, he says. How? By a gun. That's how.
Oh, please, Vinson, will you?
Okay. Murder's no joke, is it? Well, there it is, open and shut. The two of them were friends. Like all friends, they got into a fight. Had a little too much to drink, got around of money, and that's all. Which shot Long, Long shot Pitt. QED. As we say on the force, solved.
Can I, look around?
Look around? Well, of course, Mr. Mercer. Look around by all means. No doubt we overlooked some special clue which proves the murderer was a left-handed Irishman.
I think you're wrong, Lieutenant.
Huh?
How? Where's the other gun?
What other gun?
You said Long shot Witt and Witt shot Long. What did they do? Use one gun between them? Where's the other gun?
Maybe he tossed it somewhere.
Oh, no. You said they were drunk. Got to fighting.
Look at that bottle. So? That's sweet wine. More than 2/3 of the bottle still left. They didn't have enough to even warm them up. They weren't drunk.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Have you taken the bullet out of Long yet?
You see, he's still unconscious. Of course not.
When you do, I'm pretty sure you'll find it didn't come from Witt's gun. Witt didn't shoot Long. And I don't think Long shot Witt.
Want to bet?
I don't bet, Lieutenant. Not on murder.
Okay. Hey, Sergeant, get ballistics. Get ballistics here fast, and hurry up that ambulance for Long.
Mercer, the great sleuth. Okay, Mercer. Just watch.
The lieutenant is a good guy. You know that. Just a guy who, with everybody else, likes to kid you, Tom Mercer. But you can take it. And you don't gloat. You don't gloat when later ballistics gets through examining the bullets removed from Witt's body and from the chest of Henry Long, still unconscious at the General Hospital. You don't gloat when the lieutenant says,
Both bullets, the one in Witt and the one in Long, were fired from a 45.
And the gun on the floor of the laundry was a 38.
That's right.
Then maybe it was a left-handed Irishman, Lieutenant.
All right, Mercer. Some other time. I got work to do.
So have you, Tom Mercer. You have work to do, too. A murder's been committed, and if Long dies, maybe a double murder. You want to end the laughter. Just being right on the bullets doesn't do that. You want to solve this murder. So you wait. You wait at General Hospital, where the only man who can possibly tell what happened in the laundry that armistice day, Henry Long, is still unconscious. You wait in the corridor outside his room for 10 hours, for the moment when he'll regain consciousness, if he ever does. And when the nurse says,
He's conscious now, Mr. Mercer. He's talking.
you quietly enter the room.
So Long, can you tell me what happened?
I told him don't write it. A poison pen letter. All the time he wrote them. He hated him, Tabor.
Tabor? Who's Tabor?
But he wrote it. He wrote it. I said someday the door will open and someone will walk in, and it opened. The door opened.
When was this?
Maybe the man was a customer. He said, "Where's my laundry?" Herman said, "I'm closed today." He said, "Where's my laundry?" Angry.
Did you see him?
And it happened. Herman came back. He opened the desk. The money fell out. He took out his gun. He tried to fire a shot, but the man fired first. Herman's gun went off and he fell, and I screamed. The man shot me. I couldn't move. I dragged myself to the phone. I called the police. Everybody hated him. Everybody.
Mr. Long, can't you hear me? Did you see him?
When the man said, "Where's my laundry?" Herman said, "What's the name and address?" I couldn't hear the answer. Only Herman said, "I'll write it down."
Did he write it down?
He was tall, thin, with black hair, a carnation in his lapel. I saw it, and he hated Herman. He hated him. In his eyes, you could see it. I told him, "Don't write poison pen letters. Enough people hate you already. Don't." But he did. And now he's dead.
Mr. Long. Mr. Long.
It's no use, Mr. Mercer. He's unconscious again. That's right. I was Mr. Witt's secretary. Taine's my name, Gloria Taine.
He wasn't very well liked, was he, Mr. Witt?
Are you kidding? How many friends does a skunk have?
What do you mean?
I'm not saying anybody'd kill him, but take Mr. Long, who was a friend of his. He cheated Long out of $2,000 a year ago. Anybody in the shop will tell you he worked us like slaves. He never had a good word for anybody.
Ever hear of a man named Tabor?
No.
Sure.
I don't lie. He lied. Lied all the time. He lied to everybody and about everybody. I'm not sorry he's dead.
And there are a lot more who feel the same way?
Oh, everybody who knew him.
Hate is the clue. Who hated him enough to kill him? You begin digging. 2 weeks ago, you find he fired a man who'd been with him 12 years. A man named Emmons, a bookkeeper.
Sure, I hated him. 12 years I gave him. Worked late, sweated for him. What did he give me? My walking papers.
But, Mr. Emmons, you didn't hate him enough
To shoot him? I wouldn't waste a bullet on him. You know something, mister? 15 years ago, he played the fiddle. Played with some orchestra, the Cincinnati Symphony, I think. And he got fired. He never forgot it. He kept writing letters, poisoned pen letters, every week, saying this fiddle was no good, that one was no good. That's the kind of a man he was. Take what he did to Tabor.
Tabor?
That's right. First violin in the symphony. He always said Tabor stole his job. He used to call him up in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock, and scare Tabor's wife. She had to go away to a sanitarium. He was nuts, mister. That's what he was. Wish he died years ago. Wish I never met him.
What happened to Tabor's wife?
His wife? I don't know. I think she died in the sanitarium.
Tabor still with the symphony?
Sure. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Just an idea.
Yes, I'm Tabor, Mr. Mercer, and I'll be frank with you. No news of the past 10 years pleased me as much as the death of Herman West. But as to what you're thinking, since I'm tall and thin and have dark hair and occasionally wear a carnation, at the time of the murder, 4:45 p.m. on Armistice Day, you see, I read all the details. I enjoyed the story. I was playing a concert in Indianapolis. I was playing the solo part at that precise moment of the Beethoven violin concerto.
Dead end. Hate comes to a dead end. What now? Back at the laundry, still probing, still asking questions of Whit's secretary. Suddenly, she says,
This is funny.
What?
This laundry slip. I make out all the laundry slips, but this ain't in my handwriting.
Let me see it. 2231 Vine Street. You have a customer there?
No, I checked it. That's what's funny.
Is this his writing?
Whose?
Mr. Witt's.
Hey, that's right, it is.
Where'd you find it?
In his desk drawer, crumpled up
Give it
like...
to me. Give it to me, quick.
Yes? Can I help you?
Ma'am, I'm looking for a man. Tall, thin, dark-haired, sometimes wears a carnation in his buttonhole.
A man? Oh, dear, no. This is a boarding house for business women. No gentlemen allowed here. None whatsoever.
Oh, you're sure?
I'm quite sure, young man, quite. Only the most respectable women. And I require 2 references. And you can believe me that I know my dentist. I never pry, but I know my ladies.
Murder and 2231 Vine Street don't mix. You walk down the steps, dejection written on your face. And on the sidewalk you meet, you would with your luck, Detective Lieutenant Vincent.
Well, Hawkshaw, I hear you got it all wrapped up.
Yeah,
The secretary told me. 2231 Vine. No doubt when Witt asked him, the murderer gave his right address.
Okay, Lieutenant, I was wrong.
Wrong? You? Impossible. Listen, I'll give you a tip. That carnation in the buttonhole, remember? Well, I checked, and guess what? There's only several hundred florists in town selling carnations. Why don't you check them, Mercer? Why not? Go ahead.
For years now, you've been the butt of bad jokes, Tom Mercer. They call you Hawkshaw and Sherlock, Mercer the sleuth. And in the present case, it looks like you're going to make a fool of yourself again. For you, Tom Mercer, reporter for the Cincinnati Enquirer, have tracked down every lead in the slaying of Herman Witt, laundry owner. And every lead has led to the same place. Nowhere. First, you went after people who hated Witt. An employee, the first violinist in the symphony orchestra. Each time, you drew nothing. Then the address on the laundry slip. Nothing. Less than nothing. An absurd spinster running a boarding house for business ladies. Might as well, as Lieutenant Vincent of Homicide put it, track down all the stores that sell carnations. Why not? Crazy as it sounds, it might be something.
Say that again?
I said, can you recall selling carnations, regularly, mind you, to a man, tall, thin, with dark hair, well-dressed, I imagine? Fellow who bought carnations all the time would be well dressed.
And that's what I thought you said. What are you, a detective?
Well, not exactly.
On that wood killing, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I've heard of some pretty stupid things in my time, but if that's the way you fellas work, it's no wonder there's so many unsolved crimes in this city.
Now, why do you say that?
Why? I sell maybe 100 carnations a day to 100 different people. Me and a couple of hundred other florists. Do you honestly expect me to give you a clue? Why, the man asks.
He's right. Of course he's right. You were grasping at a straw and hoping you'd come up with the answer. The carnation idea is crazy. You give it up. And then, on your desk at the paper, a day later, is a message. Call Miss Eulalie Rinka, City 7113. The address is 2231 Vine. 2231 Vine. Eulalie Rinka, the lady who runs the boarding house for businesswomen. You don't call, you race over.
Now, mind you, I don't pry into the affairs of my tenants.
I understand, Miss Rinka.
And I'm very strict in my requirements. 2 references are essential.
Yes, so you told me.
Well, after you were here, mind you, I don't pry, but I did do a little inquiring, and, well, after all, it was a murder now, wasn't it?
That's right, a murder.
Well, the lady on the 3rd floor rear, Miss Stan, a very sweet old lady.
Yes.
She's really secretly married and estranged from her husband. Can you imagine?
Is that all you found?
Quite the contrary. That was only the beginning. And Miss Curtis on 2nd floor front, she drinks. I found, can you believe it, 6 empty whiskey bottles in her bureau drawer, the bottom drawer.
Look, Miss Rinka,
Oh, I haven't told you all. Then there's Miss Bascom, 1st floor rear. Very quiet. A sweet person, really.
I've got to get back
She's
to
a
the paper.
confidential secretary. But I'd never hire her. Do you know what, Mr. Messer?
She keeps live mice.
Not at all. But she has a 45 automatic in her desk drawer.
What?
I had my handyman in, and he told me it was a 45 caliber. Is that the word, caliber?
Yes.
A 45 caliber automatic revolver in her desk drawer.
Miss Bascom,
That's correct.
would you mind coming down with me to police headquarters?
Indeed, I would mind a great deal.
All I want to do is have them examine your gun, Miss Bascom.
I have no gun.
Not now, you haven't. I have it. That is, Miss Rinker and I have it.
I have a permit for the gun.
Did you know the gun was fired? I'd guess within the past week. Did you know that it was fired twice?
No, it wasn't. How could it have been?
You tell me, Miss Bascom.
Look, I don't want to go to the police. Please, I don't. If I tell you, will that be enough?
It depends on what you tell me.
Well, I lent it to a man, a casual acquaintance. He said he wanted to buy a gun. I wanted to sell it. So I lent it to him to try it out. He took it, and later he brought it back and said, this won't do.
When was this?
About a week ago.
Armistice Day?
I think it was. Yeah, Armistice Day. Yeah, I wasn't working that day.
What time did you lend it to him?
About 2 o'clock.
When did he bring it back?
About 5:30, I think. Yeah. He just said he wanted to try it out. Why? What happened?
He tried it out, Miss Bascom. About 4:45, he tried it out on 2 men.
What?
He killed one of them.
No.
Yes. Now, what was his name, this casual friend of yours?
John Turner.
I'm sorry about your not wanting to go to the police, Miss Bascom, because I'm afraid my friend, Lieutenant Vincent, would never forgive me if I didn't take you down with me. Shall we go?
That's his picture, Miss Bascom?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
There's no question. This is the man.
If you don't mind, Mercer, let me do the asking.
Sorry.
There's no question this is the man?
No, sir, no question.
He was just a friend of yours, Miss Turner?
Oh, not a friend. I just met him once or twice.
Okay, you can go, but be on tap if I need you.
Yes, sir.
And I hope you have a permit for that gun.
Oh, yes, sir, I do, if you want to see it.
All right, never mind. Use that door.
Yes, sir.
Well, quite a record our friend Turner has. Larceny, breaking and entering, narcotics charge, wanted in Kansas, auto theft.
Can't figure it.
Why?
The whole thing's crazy. A guy writes poisoned pen letters. His employees hate him. Everybody hates him. Then this turns up. Nuts.
Can I say something? I said, can I say something?
What?
The long arm of coincidence is a funny thing.
Don't give me police theories, Hawk.
Hawkshaw, I've heard it before. Now, don't worry, I'm not sensitive. Now, will you let me talk for just a minute?
Go ahead.
What stopped us, all of us, you, me, everybody, was that Whit was a hated man. When a hated man gets killed, hate, we figure, must be the motive. So we suspected Tabor or Emmons. I even thought for a while it was Long.
So?
But it wasn't any of these people. It was an accident, a pure and simple accident. The motive was robbery, pure and simple robbery. Turner's a pro. His His record shows it, a professional gunman. He figures he'll knock over this laundry. He takes Armistice Day because no one will be around and the banks are closed, so there'll be cash there. He goes in. He puts on a front by asking for his laundry. When Whit gets suspicious and pulls out a gun, he kills him. He shoots Long and escapes.
Since when does a pro give his right address?
It wasn't his right address. It was the first address that came to his mind. He hadn't planned it all the way. When he asked Whit for his laundry, Whit asked for his address. That surprised him, so he said, just like that, 2231 Vine. Even pros make mistakes.
You know something?
What?
I think you're right.
No.
Yep. Sure, I think this time you're right.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant.
Never mind the thanks. Now we've got to find Turner. And that won't be easy.
Well, Lieutenant, I thought I'd leave something for the police to do.
The laughter connected with your name, Tom Mercer, goes out of people's voices. When you write your story on who the killer is, how it was found out, the cracks begin to fade away. The wise guy looks. And then the dragnet goes out. John Turner. Tall, thin, dark-haired, carnation in the buttonhole. Wanted in Kansas. Wanted for breaking and entering. Wanted for murder. You keep the story alive during the months of the search for him. You keep the people aware that he's around, what he looks like, so that one evening the laughter around your name goes away for all time, because this happened in a fruit store on the outskirts of town.
Close enough, mister?
That's all right. But if you want a dozen oranges, maybe some apples, I get them for you.
No. Instead of the oranges, mister, or the apples, mister, give me what's in the cash register.
What? You no get my money. Stay there. I call the police. Hey, you're somebody I know. You're the man. That's right. You're the man I read about in the paper. You're the man who killed the man who owned the laundry. That's right. Operator, you give me the police. That's right.
Now we read you that telegram from Tom Mercer of the Cincinnati Enquirer.
Killer in tonight's big story was arrested and brought to trial for the murder of the laundry owner. During the trial, I visited him in jail and asked why he had been foolish enough to give a traceable address at the time of the holdup. He replied, I was a little rattled then, but the chief trouble all my life has been that I can't help telling the truth. Inherently, I am an honest man. He was convicted and subsequently died in the electric chair.
In order to protect the names of persons actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporters. The Big Story was previously released by NBC, the national broadcasting company, for listeners in the United States and rebroadcast for our servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Jim Fusco. The following broadcast over the National Broadcasting Company in a coast-to-coast network is being made on June 4th, 1947. The story is based on the Snook Hicks murder case of 1929. These recordings will be made during the actual broadcast over WLW Cincinnati. What's the matter? Hey, did I say there was nobody around? Yeah. I was wrong. Look, there, lying in the grass. She's dead.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to James E. Fusco of the Columbus Citizen goes the Pell Mell Award for The Big Story. Now the exciting and authentic story of the 13th Key.
By the time you, James Fusco, reporter for the Columbus Citizen, reached the rifle range at McKinley Avenue and Fisher Road, the crowd of police cars has drawn a cluster of curious citizenry. You push through their morbid mutterings, and your face, familiar to the law, is your own trespass. The coroner is at his work, kneeling.
Any identification, Coroner?
Not yet, Jimmy. Take a look for yourself. Maybe you know her.
Nobody I know. She's pretty.
Was, you mean?
Was. What caused the cut in her throat?
Knife. Take a closer look.
Do I have to?
Look, Jimmy, I'm giving you a clue. Free for nothing.
Okay. What am I supposed to notice?
That's not just any cut. It's careful. Surgical.
Thanks for the tip.
Okay, boys, take her away.
All through, Coroner?
That's all for now, anyway.
Good afternoon, Mr. Drayle. How's the detective business?
Hiya, Jimmy. Well, plenty of it today. What brings you here?
Oh, I turn up at the best murders. Got any tips for me?
Not now. We've just... Hey, where are you going?
Nowhere. I just noticed something in the grass here. The sun was hitting it. Uh-huh.
Find something?
Yeah. It must have been lying under the girl's body.
It wouldn't by any chance be a key.
What made you ask that? It's a key ring.
Well, it must go with these. I found them scattered all around.
Keys, huh?
Yep, an even dozen.
Oh. I wonder where the 13th is.
How do you know they were 13?
Hey, don't start suspecting me, Steve. All I did was figure.
Well, let me in on this figuring.
Elementary, my dear Watson. I found the key ring. You found 12 keys. Put 12 and 1 together, and the conclusion is somebody took those keys off the ring to get at another key.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. 13 keys. But who took the key?
I know.
Who?
The murderer.
Your first stop is the nearest telephone. You give rewrite enough to make the first edition, whose 1 p.m. deadline you're riding. Your next stop is the mortuary. There you find Bill Dawson from your own paper, and automatically you compare notes.
You got the angle on the cut in her throat?
As if it had been done by a doctor? Yes.
And the keys scattered around?
Yeah, that I got. Did you know the police had sent for the folks whose daughter's been missing, the Bellinis?
No, I didn't know that.
Well, they're coming over this...
Come in now, boys. She's laid out.
Okay, Andrew.
Here she is.
Bill.
Yeah.
What? Something I didn't notice at the rifle range.
What's that?
Her hands.
Huh?
Look at those long fingernails. The perfect manicure.
So?
So she couldn't be the Bellini girl. The Bellini girl worked in a laundry. This girl never worked with her hands.
You leave Bill Dawson at the morgue to wait for a possible identification. And you go back to the Citizen office to write the roundup story. You're about 5 paragraphs down when the phone starts jumping.
Yeah?
Joe, this is Dawson. I got a present for you.
Let her rip.
The dead girl was just identified. She's Ellen Marion with an O. Johnson. That's S-T-O-N.
Nice going. Who is she?
You're going to love this. She was a second-year med student at Ohio State. She was 25.
Folks identify her?
Nope, they live down south. She was identified by two roommates who'd missed her for 2 days. Their names are Lenore Graham and Frances Eaton. And if you hotfoot right over to apartment 2B above the millinery shop on Green Street, you'll catch them coming home.
But the question is, will they talk?
No, I will not answer any questions.
Francis, please.
You have some nerve coming here, Mr. Fusco. Lying in wait for us at the door of our own apartment, invading our privacy. Why don't you behave like a gentleman, even if you're not one, and scuttle back to your filthy paper?
Please, Francis. She's awfully upset, Mr. Fusco, and so am I.
Miss Graham, please realize I'm only doing my job.
I know.
Your job?
Yes, Miss Eaton, it's my job to ask questions, to find out everything I can about your roommate.
Filthy, morbid curiosity.
You don't have to insult him, Fran. He's just doing his job.
His job. Why don't you just go away and leave us alone?
Because I'm a reporter. And believe me, I don't enjoy troubling you at a time like this any more than you like being troubled.
I don't think Mr. Fusco would do anything wrong.
All I want, Miss Graham, is a little information on your roommate, a picture if you have one, anything you can tell me about her folks.
You won't get anything out of me.
Miss Eaton, you make me say something I don't like to say.
Mr. Fusco, she doesn't mean anything. She's just terribly upset. We're both upset. Please, maybe if you come back tomorrow.
There's no tomorrow in the newspaper business, Miss Graham. And, Miss Eaton, I have this to say. I can go back to my office.
Why don't you then? Why don't
Honey,
I can go back and write that you were too upset to talk about your friend.
if you'd only come back later.
Or I can write you refuse to reveal anything about her. They both mean the same thing, but they sound awfully different.
You wouldn't do a thing like that.
Believe me, I'm not digging for dirt in a girl's tragedy. I'm trying to find a line to a murder. If you'll only tell me one thing.
Nothing.
Just one thing. I think this is a love murder. And if you'll just tell me the names of the men she went out with.
She wasn't that kind of a girl. Lenora knew away.
Somebody maybe you didn't know about. Somebody she might have been seeing secretly. Somebody who wrote her love letters. Letters she might have left in her room. If you just let me take a look around. Okay, sister. Have it your way.
What? Mr. Fusco, you asked if Ellen Johnston had a boyfriend. Well, she did. You've got to find Louis Jack.
Why? Did they have a quarrel?
I can't tell you anything more, just his name, Louis Jack.
Wait. What does he do? Is he a doctor?
Why, no. But he is a veterinary.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. Now, we return you to your narrator, Barry Kroger, and the big story.
Arrests you don't make with a press badge. So you turn the name of the murdered girl's boyfriend over to the law. They pick up Louis Jack fast, and you get to sit in on the quizzing.
When was the last time you saw Miss Johnston, Louis?
Well, I had to go upstate last week to a veterinarian's field demonstration. Anthrax injections and anti-blackleg serums. That was last week around Friday.
The girl. When did you see the girl?
I'm trying to tell you. The demonstration was Friday, and I was supposed to get back that night. Only, well, you know how those things are. I always say the best laid plans of mice and men...
Look, Louis, I asked you a straight question. When did you see her last?
The day after I came back from the convention. Sunday. We went riding. I wanted to go to the movies because I'd had a very studious time, and I thought the movies would be fun, but she wanted to go riding.
So you quarreled?
Oh, no, just a lover's spat. You know how it is. You fuss about little things.
You were lovers?
Well, you know, sort of, kind of. We went out a lot together, you know.
I don't know. I'm trying to find out.
Why are you asking me all these questions? After all, I only went out with a girl. Gosh, you can't blame a fella for going out with a girl.
Louis.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to start all over again, right at the beginning. And, Louis, make the answers short.
Gosh, that's right. But could I ask a question first?
No, he's asking the questions. What is it?
Could I have a drink of water?
Holy cat! Sit there. Jimmy.
What?
What do you think? Could anybody be that dumb, or is he plain dopey?
I don't know, but I've got an idea.
Want to take a crack at questioning? Think you can break him?
No. But why don't you take him to the morgue and make him look at her now?
Detective and Lewis, you get to the morgue just in time to find a stern-looking woman having an argument with the attendant.
Why can't I go in? Why can't I go in and see her?
You any in there?
I told you no.
Are you the law?
Are you crazy? I told you I was her landlady.
You can't go in. You ought to be ashamed. What are you trying to do? Collect back rent? Go on home, lady.
What's the trouble here, Andrew?
She wants to go look at the girl. Says she's her landlady.
What do you want to see her for?
Because I knew her and her husband both.
Her husband? You mean she lived with those two girls and her husband?
Who are you to be asking me questions?
Never mind him. Answer me. What's this about her husband?
And what about the two girls?
What two girls?
Lenore and Frances, the ones who lived with her upstairs over the millinery store.
Over the millinery... Lester, you're crazy. I run a boarding house over on South Wilton Street. She never lived with no two girls. She lived with her husband.
Would you know him?
I sure would.
Lewis, come here.
Yeah? What do you want?
All right, lady. Did you ever see this man before?
Never in my life.
Lewis, did you ever see this woman before?
No, never. Why, did she kill Miss Johnston?
Shut up. Did either of you ever see her?
She's still beautiful.
You both knew her?
Yeah, that's her.
That's the girl who lived at your place as a married woman?
Yeah, that's her.
And that's the girl you went out with as a single girl?
Uh-huh. That's her.
Well, one of you is lying. Or she was.
Ma'am, what name did she give when she boarded with you?
That's right. What name she give?
Why, their married name, of course. Mr. and Mrs. Ed Smith.
Ed Smith. What did he do?
Why, he never did say, but their comings and goings were awful odd. I know she studied over to the hospital, and I kind of figured the way he always carried a bag.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I just naturally figured he was a doctor.
It fits so well, the police let the bumbling boyfriend free with a warning to stay in town. And they start looking for Dr. Ed Smith. The landlady gives one clue to the identity of this obviously phony named gentleman. He drove a blue coupe. And this you add to your list of clues. You enumerate them, evaluate them, using Dawson as your foil.
Okay, Bill, here's how it shapes up now. We know she was leading a double life. That puts the finger on it as a love murder. Item 1, he was a doctor. Check. Item 2, he has the missing key. Check. Item 3, he drives a blue coupe. And item 4, he must have been familiar with a rifle range.
What?
Well, it's not an ordinary place to go with a girl. He must have been attracted to it somehow. And item 5...
Yeah?
Item 5, the landlady may be the key to the 13th key. Bill, I tell you what. I'm going to call on that landlady. Why don't you wait here and start checking the sports department clips?
What for?
Rifle matches, pistol matches, shooting meets. Look for contestants who are doctors, or even nicknamed Doc. This Dr. Smith, ma'am, when did you see him last?
Why, the day they found her body.
How'd that happen?
He come to turn in the key.
What key?
The key to their apartment.
The 13th key.
How's that?
Nothing. At about what time did he turn in the key?
Oh, round about the middle of the afternoon.
Did he say anything?
Yep. He said, "Here you are, ma'am. We won't be needing it anymore."
Why did he say that?
Because he said they was leaving town. He said they were... Say! Do you think he done it?
What do you think? Except for one thing. All we have to do is find a middle-aged doctor who drives a blue coupe and who frequents or is familiar with a rifle range. Now, what do you know? Only what I found in the clip. Anything? Oh, just this. The former pistol champion of the United States competed in a match at the range the day before the body was found. His name is Lance Crackett. He lives here in Columbus. Known in pistol and rifle circles as Doc. Why? Because he's a doctor. That must be him mowing the lawn.
Yeah. Dr. Crackett.
Yes?
I'm Steve Drayle, Columbus Police. This is Jim Fusco from the Citizen. Will you come with us, Doctor?
What for?
Questioning.
About what?
The murder of Miss Johnston. Did you know her?
Yes.
Better come along, Doctor.
Well, let me shave and tell my wife. Then I'll drive over.
I think you'd better come with us, Doctor. But you can tell your wife.
Hey, I'll be right out.
You certainly will. Because I'm coming in with you. Wait here, Jimmy.
It's funny how things get quiet and moody when they're hottest. This is the point you've been aiming at ever since you looked at the body with the carefully cut throat. And now, all you can do is think how nice a day it is. You chew a little piece of grass and study the green stains on the inside wheel of the lawnmower. Green stained wheel. It gives you an idea. You walk over to the garage attached to the doctor's house. You peer inside. You find a switch. There's a car there. It is a blue coupe. There is a stain on the seat. A red stain. You make a deal with the detective in return for the help you can give him. Yours is an afternoon paper, and if Drayle doesn't bring in the doctor right away, if he holds the story a little longer, it will be too late for the morning opposition. He agrees to that, and you borrow the doctor's car key. You make one stop, and then you make a phone call.
Citizen.
Bill Dawson?
Yeah.
Jimmy Fusco.
Oh.
Bill, I think we've got the killer. I'll dictate the whole story to you, but first let me set something with you.
Go ahead.
The doctor's car was just left at a lab to have a stain analyzed. I have an idea he'll deny it's blood. I want to confront him with the truth, if it is blood. So I'll dictate the story now. Go ahead and run it.
Okay.
And I'll call you back with the rest of the dope when the report's coming in. Now, if anybody wants me, I'll be looking up the landlady first, and then I'll be at police headquarters.
Check.
All right, ready? Here goes. Police today arrested Dr. Lance Crackett, physician and former pistol champion of the United States, for questioning in connection with the murder of Miss
Jim, it's been 3 hours since we ran that story on Crackett's arrest. The desk is going crazy. We've been queried by the press services and everybody.
I know.
And what's more, some of the papers are carrying a denial of our extra. Jim, have you got the paper in our box? Have you gone crazy?
I don't think so.
Then where's the dick and the doctor?
Frankly,
Come on.
I don't know.
Finally, the detective escorts the doctor in the back way to the chief's office. He winks at you, the detective, that is, and finds time to whisper,
Did I do okay, Jimmy? Did I keep him out long enough?
Did you? You almost lost us both our jobs.
They sit the doctor down. They ask him quiet, careful questions. Did he know the girl? Did he kill her? No. Did he date her? Yes. Was he a lover? No. Back and forth. Very quiet questioning, very calm answering. His case is airtight. until you ask to have it held up a moment. Then, you call in the landlady and ask.
Mrs. Hammett, is this the man who boarded with Miss Johnston?
Yes.
Is he the one who returned the key?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Doctor, you might as well tell us how it happened.
I will.
You killed her?
No. But I did have a date with her that night. She threatened to blackmail my wife and me if I didn't give her money.
So you killed her?
No. I remonstrated with her and said I'd raise the money. But she said she had to have it now.
So you killed her?
No, I argued and pleaded and promised and... Then I threw her out of the car and drove away.
After killing her?
No. Somebody else must have done that after I left.
Is that your story?
That is the truth.
Doctor, why did you return the key?
Because I wanted to end the whole business. I didn't want to use that apartment anymore.
There are only two things wrong with that explanation, Doctor. One is you couldn't have got that key ring from her without using force.
But I didn't get the key ring.
And the other is the time you returned the key. What time did you turn it in?
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
The day after your call, the day her body was found?
That's right.
How'd you know she was dead?
I read it in the paper.
Are you sure?
Positive. I read it in the early edition.
You're sure of that?
Certainly.
Doctor, here's a clipping of my first story, the one from the early edition. Read it.
All right. Police were called Friday afternoon to the rifle range in Fisher Road near McKinley Avenue where...
Go on.
Where the unidentified body of a woman was found. Coroner Murphy was called. That's all.
You're right. That's all. Doctor, how did you know the body was that of your girlfriend when the paper carried no name? That story appeared on the street at 1:30 o'clock. You returned the key at 2 o'clock. The extra identifying the body was not out until 5. How did you know the body was Miss Johnston's?
I don't know.
You told the landlady you wouldn't be needing the key anymore. How did you know that, Doctor? How did you know? I'll tell you how. Because you were the only one who knew that early that she was dead.
You can't prove that.
Steve Drale speaking. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. That was it, Jim. The news we've been waiting for. Good. What did you just say, Doctor? We can't prove you did it?
No, you can't prove it.
We can help. Get me Bill Dawson at the Citizen. Just listen in on my conversation with my paper, Dr. Crackett. Oh, Bill, about that laboratory test of the stain in the car. We just got the report. I can tell you in one word. Blood.
That does it. That's it. You've helped to apprehend a murderer. And you've got your big story.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from James Fusco. Now, here's that telegram sent by James Fusco of the Columbus Citizen.
Thank you for dramatizing my big story. Doctor was found guilty of murder in the first degree. Statements I took at killer's confession were introduced as evidence in trial. I received #1 ticket to execution. Again, many thanks for a Pell Mell award.
Thank you, Mr. Fusco. The makers of Pell Mell famous cigarettes are proud to have named you winner of the Pell Mell $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pell Mell famous cigarettes will present another big story.
The Big Story.
Careful how we go under this bridge, Pete. Yep. The Tamiami Trail may be a beautiful highway, but you never know what you might run into. Might be alligators around.
Usually are in the Everglades, Dan. Gators, snakes, everything else. Tamiami is one state highway I wish somebody else had the job of inspecting.
We'll ask for a transfer.
Yeah, you and me both. Well, we got it to do. Let's do it. Watch the slope.
Yeah. Nothing but swamp for miles. Frogs, snakes, skeeters. Hey, Pete,
Yeah?
something under the bridge.
Huh? Hey, looks like a gator. How did
Put up your gun. It's not a gator. It's a man. Shot through the head.
The Big Story. The story you're about to hear actually happened. It happened in Florida. It's authentic, is offered as a tribute to the men and women of the great American newspapers. From the pages of the Miami Herald, the story of a reporter who used a hot lead to find a cold-blooded killer. Miami, Florida, the story as it actually happened, William Adams' story as he lived it.
It's a late afternoon in March, and you, Bill Adams, reporter for the Miami Herald, you're in the city room at your desk, taking it easy for the moment. You feel fine. It's a beautiful day. Your feet are up on the desk, and the window's open. You can see the clean, cool smell of salt air. And then...
City room, Adams talking.
Adams, this is Sheriff Thornton. My office just got a report of a possible murder.
Murder? Who, Sheriff?
Don't know yet. Man's body was found under a state highway bridge by a couple of highway inspectors. They reported it in from a nearby gas station. I'm on my way out there now.
Thanks for the tip, Sheriff. What's the street number?
They don't have numbers on the Tamiami Trail.
Tamiami Trail. The Everglades?
That's right. Right out in the middle of the Everglades. Great place for a murder.
The Everglades. Some of it beautiful beyond belief. But where you're going, it's grim, desolate. You get there after dark, and you stand under the glare of a floodlight with the state highway inspector as the sheriff bends over the body of a well-dressed man.
Well, that's that. No doubt about it being murder. 3 bullets right smack through his head.
Sheriff, looks like he was killed someplace else and brought here.
Yes, Adam. Body laid out nice and peaceful. That gray overcoat folded under his head like a pillow.
Sheriff, how do you figure he got here?
Well, you're a state highway inspector, McLeod. Suppose you tell me.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. They don't travel much on foot on the Tamiami Trail. He must have been in a car. But where is it?
That's the answer, McLeod. Find the car and we find the murderer.
Say, what about that gas station McLeod's partner phoned in from, Sheriff?
What about it?
You can ask the owner if he recognizes a body. Might have stopped for gas.
I guess I'm on my way to do that. Now, suppose you two give me a hand, huh?
You gonna move him?
Would you like to stand by till we get a coroner's wagon out here, McLeod?
In the Everglades after dark? Not me.
Okay, then. All right. 2 guys to take his arm.
All right. Sheriff, underneath him.
Put him down again. A newspaper and a pair of dice.
Not a pair, Sheriff. Only one. If I'm not mistaken, it's loaded.
Let me see that. Yeah, it's loaded. Gambler's dice. Now, look at this paper, Adam. Your paper, the Miami Herald. What's today?
The 15th.
This paper is dated the 12th. Proves he's been here several days.
It might prove something else, Sheriff. He might have come from Miami.
Possible. Okay, let's take him. We'll ask that gas station owner some questions on the way in.
No, sir. No, sir. He don't look familiar to me at all.
What about last night, Mr. Gaffney? Might have stopped here for gas last night.
Sheriff, I don't stay open at night. Not enough business.
They're open now.
Young fella, I'm staying open only on account of all this excitement. Fella comes charging in to use the phone, report a murder. I gotta stay open. But no business, not a lick of business.
Did you see him yesterday?
Nope.
Or the day before yesterday?
Nope. Can't say, Sheriff.
He might not have been alone, Mr. Gaffney. Might have had someone with him, a hitchhiker, maybe.
Young fella, I said I can't recall.
You go back to Miami, Bill Adams. You try to sleep, but in your nostrils is the smell of the Everglades. On your closed eyelids is etched that scene under the bridge. Your thoughts turn with the turning hours. Who is that man? Who killed him? Who is he?
Hello?
Sheriff, did it get you up?
Who's that, Adams?
I know it's early, but I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. Sheriff, I've got an idea. If that dead man's from outstate, he might have stopped at a Miami hotel. How about checking the hotel?
My boys have already started checking them. But we got over 300 of them, Adams. It'll take time. Lots of bellhops and clerks to question.
You've got his description. I could pick up a picture and lend a hand. I'd be glad to help.
Glad to have you, Adams.
After 2 days, Bill Adams, you're not so glad. You're footsore, weary, and everywhere the answer is no. You're turning away from the desk at the Salt Air Hotel. The desk clerk is new. He wasn't around at the time of the murder. You're about to draw a line through that one and try the next. A bellhop stands beside you.
Beg your pardon, sir. I couldn't help overhearing, but this gentleman you're inquiring about, is he the same one who had his picture in the paper yesterday?
Yeah, that's right.
Found dead out in the Everglades? Murder victim?
Same one.
Well, that picture in the paper was kind of smudgy. Have you got another one?
Why, yeah. Here.
What? That is Mr. Naybaum.
You know him?
No mistake, sir. Mr. Bertram Naybaum.
He was a guest here?
Yes, sir. Resided in room 312 in this very hotel. Came from Baltimore, Maryland, as I recall.
He was a gambler, wasn't he?
Mr. Naybaum? No, sir. A quiet gentleman. Real refined. I carried his bags when he checked out. He cashed a check for $1,100.
$1,100?
Yes, sir. And when I put his bags in his car, he gave me a $10 bill.
And he had a car?
Yes, sir. Nice car. Maroon-colored Mercury.
Good checks, Adams. We just got word from the Baltimore police. Bertram Naybaum, age 27, bachelor, businessman, quiet, good reputation.
Any family, Sheriff?
Parents still living. His mother took the news hard.
Sheriff, it couldn't have been a hitchhiker.
Why not?
Naybaum doesn't sound like the kind that'd pick up a hitchhiker. Certainly not on a lonely road like the Tamiami Trail.
Adams and police work guessing is bad business.
Must have been someone he met here in Miami, someone he got friendly with.
We checked on his movements here. All business.
Sheriff Naybaum had $1,100 on him. It was taken. And so was his car, a maroon Mercury. Now, would a murderer who takes money hang on to a hot car, or would he sell it?
That's the way we figure, too. We'll start in the morning.
So you're off again, Bill Adams. Driving past those same hotels. Checking the used car lots. Plenty of them. Plenty of cars. And finally, a maroon Mercury.
Howdy, mister. Came to buy this car. I can give you a good price. It's a fine car.
No, I'm not buying. I'm a newspaper reporter.
Porter. Porters use cars, too, don't they?
I noticed there's a stain on the front floorboards. Looks like blood.
Oh, that'll clean easy.
I found this under the front seat.
You find the other one. You got yourself a paradise, eh?
The other one was found 3 days ago under a dead man.
What?
Who sold you this car?
A man named, well, let's see now. It was early morning on the 15th. A man named Naybaum.
Naybaum was dead on the 15th.
You're crazy. Fellow from Maryland had his registration and everything. Naybaum.
Don't you read the papers?
Sure I do. Sports page and the used car ads.
Try the front page sometime. Here's a picture of Naybaum and a description.
Let's have a look. Are you kidding? That's not Naybaum. Fellow sold me this here Mercury had brown hair. Kind of thin. Had full lips. Yeah, and it says here quiet dresser. He didn't dress quiet. He wore a cowboy shirt, mister. Loudest shirt I ever saw.
A new description goes out, and nothing happens. You wait, Bill Adams, and there's no word. You go over to the sheriff's office. You sit there, killing time, waiting.
Get that, will you, Adams? I'm busy.
It's a policeman up in Jacksonville. A friend of yours, you know him. He's got a lead on a possible suspect. You take down the information and pass it on to the sheriff.
He said a woman up there read the story in the newspapers and called his office.
You've got the woman's name and address?
Yep, and her phone number. She's wondering about a young guy who's been calling on her daughter. Suppose I give her a ring, Sheriff.
Good idea. Go ahead, Adams. I'll listen in on the extension.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Adams. It's about Dave Baylor. He wears that kind of shirt, the loud kind. He's been seeing my daughter Alice, and I don't approve one bit. And where'd he come by all that money?
Go on, ma'am.
Didn't have money 2 weeks ago. Now he spends it like it was water.
You told this to the police up in Jacksonville?
Well, they said they'd look into it. I hope somebody does. The less Dave Baylor sees of my daughter Alice, the better I'd like it. Say, I hope I didn't do wrong going to the police, though.
Don't worry about it, ma'am. Never hurts to be careful. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, young man. Goodbye.
Well, Sheriff, you heard. What do you think?
Might be a wild goose chase, Adams. On the other hand, yeah, let's go up to Jacksonville and see, huh? Is that him now, Adams? Coming out of the dance hall?
Yeah, out for a smoke. The girl's not with him, Sheriff. Now's our chance.
Excuse us. You're Dave Baylor?
Yeah, mister, that's right.
My name's Thornton. This is Bill Adams, reporter for the Miami Herald.
Oh. Well, I still don't...
Mr. Thornton is the sheriff, Baylor.
The sheriff? Oh, now, look, my date will be back in a second. She just went to powder her nose. If it's that mother of hers...
What's her mother got to do with it?
Well, she don't want me to see Alice. And she's just angry enough to call the police.
It's more than that, Baylor. Mind answering a few questions?
Like what?
Like where'd you get all your money?
Well, I do a little betting. I made a killing at the dog track.
How about a killing on the Tamiami Trail?
Tamiami Trail?
Man was found dead there a week ago.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never went near there. Closest I got was last week when I was down in Miami. I won a car from a man playing poker, and I sold it there.
You won a car?
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Who'd you win it from, Baylor?
Well, his name was Nabaum. A big, tall fella.
Big and tall?
Yeah, over 6 feet. About 50 years old.
Nabaum was about 5'10". He was 27 years old.
No, sir.
He was found dead on the Tamiami Trail in the Everglades.
No, sir. What are you trying to pull? I won it from a different man. I tell you, it was a different man. I never killed nobody.
You've found the man with the loud cowboy shirt, Bill Adams. The man who sold the dead man's car. He admits he sold it, but he swears he never killed anybody. And his description of the man from whom he says he won the car wasn't pallid. Nabaum was small, quiet. He won it from a big man, a different man entirely. So he said.
What do you think of Baylor's story, Adams?
I don't know, Sheriff.
I let him go, but I told his girlfriend's mother to get in touch with me if he acted up at all. Another thing. Baylor said he's from Maryland. That's where Nabaum hails from.
Yeah.
He could have struck up an acquaintance with Nabaum in Miami, gone with him in that car, and killed him.
What stops me is that description. Suppose somebody else did do the shooting. Came back to Miami, got into a poker game with Baylor, lost the car.
Possible. Might even have lost the car on purpose to divert suspicion to Baylor.
I'll get it, Sheriff. Hello?
Hello, Sheriff Thornton.
No, this is Bill Adams. Who's calling?
Oh, Mr. Adams, well, I can tell you just as well. This is Alice's mother. He was here, Mr. Adams.
Dave Baylor?
Yes. Demanding to see Alice because she said she was through with him.
Well, what did he say to her?
Well, nothing to her. She went upstairs, wouldn't even talk. But he got mad at me, Mr. Adams.
Oh?
Got real mad. Why, he even said something about having a gun over at the boarding house.
A gun? I'll tell the sheriff. No answer, Sheriff. Guess he's not in.
The landlady gave me the key. There's a dresser. Reckon we better try that first. Empty. No gun here either.
Wait a second, Sheriff. Smell. Doesn't that smell like gun oil?
My son, we're dead. There was a gun in this drawer. Either he moved it someplace else.
Somebody on the staircase.
Howdy, Bill. Oh, the landlady told me, Mr. Adams, and you was here, Sheriff.
We heard you had a gun.
Alice's mother told you, didn't she? Well, you needn't upset the room, Sheriff. Here it is, right under my pillow. I'll take that. Yeah, I want you to. No, I shouldn't have got mad at Alice's mother.
Is it the murder gun, Sheriff?
Could be, Adams. Same caliber. Well, I never used that gun. It was in the car. I found it in the car. I won in that poker game.
Why did you keep it?
Well, I had no notion it was used in a murder. It's worth money. I just thought I'd keep it. You sure you didn't use it? I tell you, no. Why don't you find that other fellow and stop hounding me? Ain't it bad enough I can't see Alice anymore? Find him.
The gun is taken to Miami ballistics and checked. The bullets match those which killed Maybaum.
I had Baylor brought down, Adams. That used car dealer identified him.
Baylor admits he sold the car.
Yeah.
Baylor still sticks to his story about a third man?
Yeah. He's even given us a description. We sent it out on a flyer with no result.
Baylor's the only suspect.
He still denies it.
You need a witness.
You don't say. What'll I do? Go out to that bridge and ask the gators?
You leave the sheriff and go back to your city room. You think of Dave Baylor. Is his story true? You remember that night, that scene under the bridge, the hot, sultry smell of the vast Everglades. You remember, and you reach for the phone.
Sheriff, have you got the murder car, that maroon Mercury?
I've had it impounded.
How about putting gas in it and taking Baylor for a ride tomorrow?
Where?
To the Everglades, Sheriff.
You're not there the next day, Bill Adams, at the bridge 72 miles west on the Tamiami Trail. You're someplace else. The sheriff goes there with Dave Baylor. Baylor is nervous.
This is where the body was found, Baylor. Right under this bridge. I never came here, Sheriff. The state highway inspector thought at first there was a gator. Yeah, I read about it in the papers. Poor Maybaum. And you knew the dead man's name, Maybaum. Maybaum? No, I read about that afterwards. Ah. Body was stretched out as straight as a string. Did you fold his overcoat under his head? I never came here. When did you take his money in his car? No, I won't confess to something I didn't do. No. You got no right to keep me here. Take me back. Okay, Baylor. There's the car. Let's go. The gas station up the road a ways. We'll stop for gas.
That's where you are, Bill Adams, at the gas station. You were there when the sheriff and Baylor went by, heading west. And now you're ready for them to come back. You and the gas station owner, waiting.
Well, Mr. Keating, that car you mentioned don't show up soon. You'll be eating your eyes. Oh, it'll be here. Still don't comprehend what good it's going to do. Mr. Gaffney, just do me one favor. Such as what? Just take your time. Take my time? About whether you can identify the man with the cowboy shirt. Just look at him closely. You say so. Car coming down the road. It's Maroon Mercury.
Hello, Adam.
Oh, Sheriff. Hello, Baylor. Hey, what are you doing here? Mr. Gaffney and I saw you go by. Didn't we, Mr. Gaffney?
Yep, we did.
Sheriff, I thought we stopped for gas.
Don't need gas, Baylor.
But you said that...
That's a real fancy shirt the man's wearing. Real fancy.
Have you seen it before, Mr. Gaffney?
Seen it before?
Say around the 14th of March or the 13th?
Oh.
This car belongs to the man that was murdered. The car came back this way. You can't miss a shirt like that, can you?
Nope. It's real fancy.
Stop looking at me. Stop looking
Sit down, Baylor. Where are you going?
Let go of me. Self-defense. Self-defense, I tell you. He owed me money. He gambled with me, shot dice, and he wouldn't pay.
Nabaum wasn't a gambler.
He wouldn't pay, I tell you. He reached for a gun. I grabbed it from him. It was self-defense, I tell you.
Sit down. Put out your hands.
What for?
These.
It's a self-defense.
See you back in town, Adam?
Okay, Sheriff.
Go on. Well, now, that ain't the beat. Confessed right before my eyes, didn't he? Confessed.
Just about.
You know something, Mr. Adams? That shirt. On the one hand, I couldn't swear I seen it before. On the other hand, I couldn't swear I ain't. I couldn't swear either way at all.
Now we read you that telegram from William Adams of the Miami Herald.
Killer in tonight's big story went to trial, pleading self-defense. He was convicted of first-degree murder, and after several stays of execution and a delay of 3.5 years, finally went to chair. Executed at Florida State Prison, morning of July 1st, 1952.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter.
United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
You ready, Mama? Is the store locked?
Just closing the back door. You're finished,
Yep.
store?
Busy week, good week.
And the money?
In the valise, ready for deposit first thing in the morning.
Oh, a customer. It's too late.
No, it's not too late. Maybe he needs something. Wait. I'll...
Oh, it's two customers, Sal. Two men.
Two is better than one. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. What can I...
You're an old guy, Pop. I wouldn't want to hurt you. But if I had to, I would.
You want...
The valise, Pop. The valise.
No, It's already...
You're not rich.
Frank, maybe he doesn't understand polite talk. Give me that valise. Frank, talk to the man so he'll be sure and understand.
The Big Story. Here is America, its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Cleveland, Ohio. From the pages of the Cleveland, Ohio Press, the moving story of justice and a guy named Joe. Tonight, to William Miller of the Cleveland, Ohio Press, goes the Pell Mell Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different, really outstanding. Pall Mall. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the story as it actually happened. William Miller's story as he lived it. Cleveland, Ohio.
You sit at your desk, William Miller of the Cleveland Press, writing the story of a brutal holdup. A man and a woman, both in their 60s, owners of a small dry goods store on East 102nd Street, have been beaten and robbed. The sum taken, $2,000, represents 10 years' savings for their kind of people. Their attackers were kids, 119, 121, to whom money is the final goal, and to whom a storekeeper and his wife are just two people in the way. You write that bitter news story, and 2 months later you write with satisfaction that one of the robbers was sentenced to 15 years in jail. The other robber was never picked up, but you're happy with the one they got. You enter his name in the back of your mind under the category Louse. Joe Mantell. Louse. That done, you forget about him. Until 4 months later, the phone on your desk jogs you back into remembrance.
Miller speaking.
Receptionist, Mr. Miller. There's an old woman out here to see you.
Well, who is she? What does she want?
Wouldn't say.
Ask her name. I'm busy.
Yes, sir. What is your name? Thank you. Mrs. Mantell, Mr. Miller.
Mantell? I don't know any. Oh, Joe Mantell. She anything to do with him?
His mother, Mr. Miller.
What do you know? Yeah, send her in. I'd like to hear what she's got to say. Yeah, send her in.
You're very kind to see me, Mr. Miller.
You read the stories I wrote on your son, didn't you, Mrs. Mantell?
Yes, I did.
Well, then you know just how I feel. I'm only sorry you didn't get 25 years.
I'm not a proud woman, Mr. Miller. If, to get to the truth, I have to scrub floors or take a little insult. My mother doesn't mind that, Mr. Miller.
Now, look. Now, what do you got to say?
Joey didn't do it any more than I did.
The jury thought otherwise.
Joey wasn't there. He wasn't near the store that night.
You said that in court.
I know I did.
Well, what do you want anyhow? A man gets a trial, a fair trial, a jury of decent, honest people find him guilty. What more do you want?
Mr. Miller, I'm a reader of your paper 15 years. I like the way you write.
I know all that.
No,
Thank you
that's
very much.
not flattery. It's the truth. You remember the Sullivan boy about 8 years ago, Mr. Miller? He was found guilty by a jury of honest people, too, but you wrote about it, and you helped prove that he was innocent. And the Ginsburg girl, that was about 4 years ago.
Look, I studied your son's case. The only thing that makes me sore was that they didn't catch the other crook, and your son only got 15 years. Those people were in their 60s, Mrs. Mantell.
I'm 67, Mr. Miller. At 67, a woman don't lie. My boy was home in the garage fixing the car.
Why was he fixing a car in the evening?
Because when a boy wants to make a new start, he don't care if it's afternoon or evening.
Meaning what?
Joseph Mantell, my son, was a bad boy. And it's a mother saying that, Mr. Miller. When he was 16, he stole a car. At 18, he robbed a candy store. So, of course, any jury would say that at 19, he'd hold up another store and steal $2,000.
And beat up the storekeeper and his wife. I'd say the same thing.
You see, the night of the robbery, he was going away. I got $300 together, all I could spare. You see, my husband is dead. And we bought Joey a second-hand car, and he was going away. I was sitting on the steps that night, and he was in the garage fixing the car.
What's California like, Ma?
Oh, it's nice, Joey. A boy could, well, he could find himself there.
You don't know me, Ma. I got 2 strikes against me.
If he tries hard, he could find himself.
Ma, sometimes I think when they handed out luck, I was out for a beer.
Now, don't make smart jokes, Joey.
Okay. They must have seen you coming when they sold you this jalopy.
It'll get you to California, and that's all I want. Look, Joey, people in California never heard of you.
I know. No, it's not so easy. Cops heard of me, Ma. And other kinds of people, too. Don't kid yourself.
But you got nothing to be ashamed of. You did your time for the wrong things that you did. You'll go there and make a new start.
Yeah, sure. Who knows? Maybe I'll be the next Van Johnson. Joe Mantell in Home on a Range, playing at your...
What is it, Joey?
Okay, Mantell. Come along.
What's the matter? Officer, what's happened?
Didn't he tell you?
No.
You'll find out. Let's go. The sergeant is waiting for you, Mantell. And the judge and the jury, and I think there'll be a nice, comfortable cell, too. Now, come on.
That's the God's truth, Mr. Miller. He was going away to turn over a new leaf, too.
Okay, Mrs. Mantell, I heard you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got a lot of work to do. 3 witnesses saw him.
Maybe Joey was right. 2 strikes against you, he said. Chances are you strike out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Take that door out, will you, Mrs. Mantell? I'm not a charitable institution, and I'm not a dope either.
And that's all. You close your mind to it. Happens every day. Every crook with a mother is innocent. You go back to the real world of being an honest reporter, and then something happens, and you realize that you haven't shaken the Mantell case from your mind because...
You write this story, Smitty?
Yeah, why?
About the 2 guys that held up the gas station?
Told you I did. Something the matter?
Oh, no, nothing. Just... Well, did you see the crooks?
Sure, I saw them. Hey, what's eating you?
Just this. The 2 criminals, Bud and Frank Enright, 19 and 21, in addition to robbing the attendant, beat him cruelly as well. The injuries may prove fatal because the attendant was a man well in his 60s.
So?
Well, nothing. Just reminds me of another case. I just wonder if... Nah, 3 witnesses couldn't be wrong. The jury couldn't be that wrong. Nah. Or could they? Smitty, what jail are those 2 crooks in? Sergeant, can I see this Bud Enright?
Sure. It's a free country. What's the point, Miller?
Well, I just I want to make sure I didn't insult an old lady.
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead. Go as far as you like. Only leave him in the cooler, will you?
look like him. You know that, don't you?
Like who?
Like Joe Mantell.
Who's he?
The boy who was sent up for beating and robbing a couple who ran a dry goods store on East 102nd Street 6 months ago.
So what? I look like him.
Did you do that job?
Don't be stupid.
Now, look, Bud, you're in a bad way. You may get life. You know that, don't you?
Look, get out of here. I got a right to be alone.
You and your brother stuck up that couple, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, we stuck him up and tipped the cops to pick up this Mantell.
Now, what do you got to lose? Tell the truth. Maybe an innocent kid is up for 15 years for what you did.
My heart's bleeding. Now get out of here and leave me alone. What kind of jail is this, anyhow? Anybody can come in here and say anything he wants. Leave me alone.
Mr. Jenkins, you identified this man as the robber of the dry goods store.
Look, young man, I testified to that effect in court. I don't see
And
why...
this is the man, isn't it? This is his picture?
That's right. Now, if you don't mind,
This is not Joe Mantell.
What?
That's right. This is Bud Enright, not Joe Mantell.
But I...
Then you're not sure it was Mantell who held up that store. It might have been this man.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I wanted to know. Is this the man, Mrs. Smothers?
This one? Oh, it certainly is. I'd know his face anywhere. He came in our store just...
Well, this is not the man your testimony convicted, Mrs. Smothers. This is another man.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, that's terrible. You're sure?
I told you I didn't do it, Miller. When are you going to leave me alone?
Enright, I've got affidavits from 3 witnesses saying you were the man, not Mantell. From the storekeepers, too. Now, why don't you stop it? You're going to get life anyhow. Play ball, maybe something can be done.
I don't want any part of it.
Oh, look, maybe it's a stupid thing to say, Enright, but how about a little thing like your conscience? How about a little thing like that fact that this kid's mother is sick to death because... Enright, I swear I'm going to haunt you till you tell me the truth. I'm going to...
All right, shut up.
I got a statement right here. I'll read it. And read it carefully.
Okay, let me see it.
Well, there it is, Commissioner. The works. Signed confession by Enright, affidavits of error by the witnesses, and now all you have to do is see the governor.
Suppose we go slow, Miller.
What do you mean, slow? Everything's right here in front of you, Commissioner.
Sure. What is the confession of a life termer worth? What did you offer him to sign it? Sympathetic treatment in your paper? No. Feed a little sentiment to most crooks, they'll oblige you. What have they got to lose? That confession isn't worth the paper it's written on.
What about the affidavits of the witnesses? What about Mrs. Smothers, who owned the store?
What? That they made a mistake? That they said Enright was Mantell? I could get them to say Mantell was Enright, or maybe somebody else. Maybe instead of making one mistake, they're making 2 mistakes. What proof have you got? Real proof. Absolute proof that would warrant our reversing a jury.
But this man is innocent, Commissioner.
I know. An innocent man is in prison. Makes a great story. But how does this one strike you? A guilty man is pardoned. How do you like that story?
Mantell didn't do it. He was fixing his car that night. He was going to California.
A jury thought otherwise. 12 honest men and women, as honest as you or I. They thought otherwise. You think you've got enough to throw that decision away?
Well, look, in the Sullivan case, in the Ginsburg case...
Oh, sure. You batted 1,000 there. Only this time you might be batting 0. Nothing you've shown me would make the governor give Mantell a pardon. Nothing. I want proof, Miller, proof. Maybe this will sound high-handed to you, but it happens to be my philosophy. The philosophy of the courts of this country. A jury has the last word. Trial by jury is the pillar of decency and law. You don't throw that over for a whim or an idea, or even because a smart reporter comes in and presents you with something that indicates maybe, just maybe, something is wrong. Think that over, Miller. At any time you want to speak to me again, come right in. I'm honest, but I'm hard-headed. You'll be the same.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different, really outstanding. Pall Mall.
When you pick up a Pall Mall, you can see the difference, you can feel the difference. And when you smoke a Pall Mall, you can taste the difference.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now, back to your narrator, Bob Sloane, and the big story of William Miller as he lived it and wrote it.
You walk out of the commissioner's office, slowly weighing his words, because you're just a reporter, Bill Miller, a reporter for the Cleveland Press. You think over what he said, that courts and trial by jury are the pillars of our society. And you know he has a point, a big point. And so, as you move ahead now, you look for proof. Proof that'll be important enough to reverse a decision by a jury of 12 men and women, tried and true. Your first step is taken with a specialist, Dr. Thompson, an expert with a lie detector. You two sit down with Joe Mantell, and as the doctor gives him a test for truth, you can hear his heartbeat.
Now, just relax, Mr. Mantell, if you please, and answer the questions I'll ask you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Are you innocent?
Yes, sir, Doctor, I am.
Where were you on the night of the robbery?
Fixing my car.
What kind of car was it?
A Chevy. Convertible.
How many times were you convicted before?
Twice. Both times for robbery.
But this time you're innocent.
Yes, sir, I'm innocent. I never...
Very well. Mrs. Smothers, the storekeeper, said you hit her husband on the head.
That's a lie. I never did. I wouldn't hit a man old enough to be my father.
All right, Mr. Mantell, that'll do. That'll do very nicely.
Now, just sit still, Enright. This is a lie detector.
I signed your statement, didn't I? What are you going to bother me with all this for?
Just answer the questions, and nothing's going to happen to you.
All right, Mr. Miller, I'm ready. Now, Mr. Enright, describe what happened when you went into the store.
I walked in, me and my brother. They wouldn't hand over the money, so I took it. They had it in a little valise.
And then you hit him.
Frank hit him. We wanted to be sure they wouldn't call the cops.
Then you walked out?
And we put out the lights and then walked out.
How much money was in the valise?
$2,000. Ain't that enough?
Your brother says you hit him.
And he's a liar. A dirty liar.
All right, Mr. Enright. Fine. Thank you.
Now, do me a favor, Miller. Get that Mantell punk out of jail and leave me alone.
I'll try, Bud. I'll try.
The tests, Commissioner, establish, in my judgment, the innocence of Joseph Mantell and demonstrate that Bud Enright was telling the truth when he admitted the robbery.
I see.
Well, what do you say, Commissioner?
Lie detectors are funny things. Tell me, Doctor, how do you explain this chart? The wild beatings and vibrations during Mantell's testimony, if he was telling the truth.
Well, he's young and excitable. And anyone would have such reactions.
Then they're not conclusive. He might have had the same reactions if he were lying.
Well...
Commissioner Enright's chart shows that he wasn't lying.
Now, to me, it doesn't.
Well, why doesn't it?
Because... Check me on this, Doctor. The lie detector breaks down when it comes to hardened criminals. I mean a man with a record who, over a period of years, has built himself up to lie evenly. Such a man could fool a lie detector, right?
Well, there would be some difficulty in such a case.
Read Enright's record, Miller. 7 major crimes in 6 years. Everything from smuggling to assault to arson to robbery. Such a man is constitutionally unable to distinguish between right and wrong.
But for heaven's sake, Commissioner...
I still see a jury of 12 people deliberating in a closed room, settling the fate of a man. I don't see this kind of half evidence changing what went on in that room.
Well, what do you want?
I want a reason. A better reason than you've given me for reversing a jury.
You write articles in your paper, Bill Miller. Articles pointing out the validity of your case. You call upon outstanding citizens to rally around the innocence of Joe Mantell. You bring support to your case in the person of the most respectable citizens of Cleveland. And then you go to see the commissioner once more.
No, I won't change my mind.
Well, Now, look, this has gone beyond the stage of reasonable doubt. Here are the names of 200 of the most prominent citizens of Cleveland.
I was just as impressed with the names of the witnesses and the storekeeper's wife. Size doesn't change this, and the importance of the people who signed doesn't change it. They didn't sit on that jury. They didn't hear all the evidence.
Well, suppose I got the jurors themselves. Would that change your mind?
Get there. How could you do that? That jury was impaneled over a year ago. A lot of those people are, who knows, all over the state, maybe some out of the state. How could you get them?
But suppose I did. What would you say then?
You really believe in this, don't you?
Just as much as you believe in the sanctity of the courts.
If you'll get the jury, Miller, I'll get you some action from the governor.
Now you've said something, Bill Miller. You're going to get the jury to reverse themselves. And in saying it, you've said a mouthful. Because just as the commissioner thought, half the jurors can't be located easily. Some have moved to other cities, some to other states. But you go after them. You reach them wherever they are and present the testimony of the witnesses. You show them the photos. You bring in the lie detector tests. And finally, after a year of hard work, you've got 11 jurors agreeing that Joe Mantell should be pardoned. But 11 isn't 12. And the 12th juror, Mrs. Anna Ryder, can't be found anywhere. And then your phone rings.
Miller speaking.
Mr. Miller, this is Mrs. Mantell.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mantell. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. And I haven't had a chance yet to tell you how much I appreciate all that you've done.
That's all right, Mrs. Mantell. I wish I... Well, you know, I haven't been able to finish what I started.
Yes, I know. Mrs. Ryder, the 12th juror.
Yeah, we can't find her anywhere.
But that's why I called you. I found her.
Yeah, we've done every... You found her? Well, where?
Well, that's just it, Mr. Miller. She's very sick, and she's in the hospital.
Well, could we see her?
Well, I don't know. The doctor says her condition is very serious.
Well, give me the name of the hospital. Maybe we can do it, Mrs. Mantell. Maybe we can. And that's the story, Mrs. Ryder.
Thank you for coming. You see, I'm dying, Mr. Miller.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I know. But I thank you for coming. Always, since I saw your first articles in the paper months ago, always there was a little cloud of doubt in my mind. And if I died with such a thing on my conscience...
No, you mustn't talk.
No, you see, his mother. This innocent boy's mother, she might have been me. No, Mr. Miller, I thank you for coming. You have a paper for me to sign? Give me the paper and bless you. Bless you for coming.
I'm so glad you came, Mr. Miller. Joey is so happy since he was pardoned by the governor.
Well, I'm glad, too, Mrs. Mantell. It's a very nice party.
Yes, it's a coming home party and a going away party, too. Did you have some turkey?
Yes, thank you, I did. What do you mean, going away?
You haven't seen Joey, have you?
No, I was beginning to wonder where...
Well, he's out in the back in the garage, fixing up the car. He said he don't want a party. He just wants to go away. He's changed, Mr. Miller, thanks to you. No chip on his shoulder now. No 2 strikes against him. Go out, Mr. Miller. Shake his hand and wish him luck. Joey'd like that better than anything in the world.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from William Miller of the Cleveland Press with the final outcome of tonight's big story. The cigarette that's really different. The longer, finer cigarette that's really outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from William Miller of the Cleveland, Ohio Press.
Couldn't write story of my meeting that day with Mantell. A little too personal, a little too private. But could tell that by way he said hi, useful life had been reclaimed. Feeling was justified when 2 years later received postcard from Mantell in California. He was happy, had a good job, doing well. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Indianapolis Star. Byline, Robert Early. A big story about racing cars, reckless men, and a driver who gambled and lost.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Arnold Moss played the part of William Miller. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Miller. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Headquarters.
Police?
Yeah.
This is Walt Kramer, the grain inspector.
Yeah.
I was just shortcutting back from Cedar Lake across the city dump.
Yeah, so?
Well, I just saw a pair of silk stockings sticking up out of the dump.
Yeah?
Yeah. The thing is, there was legs in them. A woman's legs.
The Big Story. Here is its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Minneapolis, Minnesota. From the pages of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, the headline story of a murder victim who was buried alive. Tonight, to Ralph K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune goes the Pell Mell Award for the big story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pell Mell.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pell Mell? There's a reason. Pell Mell famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pell Mell. For Pell Mell's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pell Mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
And now the story as it actually happened. Ralph K. Mill's story as he lived it. Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Your name, Ralph K. Mills. Your paper, the Minneapolis Morning Tribune. Your beat, well, that's your particular squawk this particular night of April 29th, because you're supposed to be working out of the city room, and instead, you're on substitute duty down at police headquarters. You thought you'd graduated from there long ago. But no, here you are, back in the cops and robbers department. As for your big story, well, you don't know it, but there's one cooking. It starts way back before you even joined the paper, like this.
How many times do I have to tell you not to slam that door when you come in?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, that's all you ever say, and then you go right ahead and do it all over again.
I said I was sorry. It wasn't my fault. The spring's busted.
Well, why don't you fix it?
I will.
I will. Promises.
Oh, lay off of me, will you, honey?
Don't you honey me.
I was on
Oh,
the-
you make me sick. Come on, let's go out and get something to eat.
Go out? I just came in. Oh, golly, I thought...
Now what? Now what have I done?
Well, we're always going out to eat. Can't we ever stay home once in a while?
Stay home? When do we ever go out? When do you ever take me out?
Oh, that's not fair. Well, last week
Never mind. Forget it. I'll go out in the kitchen and make your old supper.
Look, let's not keep squabbling, huh?
No.
Golly, everything used to be so nice. Everything used to
Never mind. Just go inside, take your shoes off, dear. Read your paper, dear. Yeah, when everything's ready, you'll be fast asleep. I know.
Look, it isn't as if you'd had other things to do all day. Is it asking too much for a guy to want dinner when he comes home? Is that asking too much? Just a little peace and quiet around the place? Do you have to pick fights with me all the time? Oh, honey.
Hand me the can opener.
Listen to me, will
What
you?
do you want? Beans with pork or without?
Listen to
with
me.
With or without? What do you want?
Just a little peace and quiet around the house.
Go ahead. Get sore.
Who saw? I'm just trying to make some sense here.
Oh, I know that tone of voice. I can tell. You get so noble, so high and mighty. You make me sick. You make me just plain sick.
Got no aspirin tablet yourself.
Very clever.
You know, someday I'm really going to get sore.
That's right. Threaten me.
Good and sore someday. One of us is going to be very sorry.
Are you trying to scare me?
No. I'm just telling you. You keep this up. You keep nagging the daylights out of me. You keep yapping at me. Yap, yappity, yap. You keep it up, and so help me out.
You what? You what? You have to slam that door all the time?
Honey, you home? Honey? Hey! Ah, that woman. Bartender, my wife's been in here tonight?
Yeah, here and gone, friend. Here and gone.
Ah, nuts. For the last time, you coming home with me?
For the last time, no, 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 no!
Okay. Don't bother coming home. Ever.
Nothing of that can you know. You, Ralph K. Mills, police reporter for the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, do not have a backward-looking crystal ball. All you know is that it's a pretty average Friday night down at police headquarters. And average means dull. The desk sergeant's got a call. Probably the same old routine. Nothing.
Headquarters. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so? Yeah?
Nothing, huh? Not the way you rushed into the other room. And out comes your friend, Detective Peterson, with this.
You say you had a date tonight, Rolf?
Yeah, and a deadline. Why?
You got another date now, you and me.
Where?
Down at the city dump?
Very funny. With who?
A corpse. In silk stockings. You coming? Hold the shoveling. That does it.
What a beating she took.
Yeah.
Any idea who she is, Peterson?
No identifying marks, labels, torn off the clothes.
Uh-huh. Safe and calling it murder?
Sure.
Say, Doctor,
Yes?
can you add anything? Can you give me anything more on the cause of death beyond the beating, that is?
Yes.
What's that, sir?
This woman has dirt in her mouth and in her throat. Yes, and proving she was alive when she was put here.
Buried alive. Where's the nearest phone? I've got to call the paper.
I'll have to hold you for the fast mail edition, George.
Guess so, Ralph. You'll stick with it, huh?
Oh, sure. But don't set your heart on an identification by the next deadline or a solution for the final edition, complete with killer attached.
Could be done.
Sure, by Sherlock Holmes, the FBI, to... Hey, the man is serious. Look, George, this one will go down in the books marked unsolved. Believe me.
Never can tell. Just you stay with it. After all, you've got a whole hour till the next deadline.
An hour. Might as well be a week. Remember, George, what I've got is a press card, not a crystal ball. Well, Sarge, I've gone through all the files. What have I found? Nothing.
Did you try the Rogues Gallery, Mills?
Back to the year one. No soap. Petty crimes, no soap.
How about missing person?
Oh, nothing there either. Oh, except this. Huh? You think this picture looks like the dead one?
No.
Neither did I much. Oh, what do they want from a guy? Miracles? They sit in an office downtown and... Hey, what time is it?
1:45.
Oh, 15 minutes till the page closes. What have I got? Twice what I phoned in. Twice nothing. Hey, who's the woman just came in with Peterson?
I don't know.
I think I'll see what goes on.
Right this way, lady. Won't take long.
What's the story, Peterson?
It looks like identification, Rolf. She saw your story in the paper and told the cop on the beach she thought you knew the woman.
Who is she?
Neighbor. Mrs. Stiles, what was that woman's name again?
Mrs. Cressley. Mrs. Sadie Cressley.
What makes you think the murdered woman is your neighbor, ma'am?
Oh, I don't know. I just have a feeling. She hasn't been home for days. Neither has her husband. They had a fight. They were always fighting.
I see.
Right here, Miss Stiles. This door.
Oh.
A word from you is all we need. Are you all right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, this way, please. Ready, man?
Yes. Oh.
your neighbor? Mrs. Cressley?
Well,
Take your time. Be sure. Yes?
Look. Oh, her face. She's so. No, I mean, yes. Please.
Mrs. Stiles.
Yes. Yes, that's her.
When the door opens, Rolf, let me do the talking.
Sure.
Peterson from police headquarters. Does a Mr. Cressley live here?
Yes?
Is he home?
Not right now.
Expect him back?
Why, yes. Would you like to come in and wait?
Yes. Who are you?
Me?
Yes.
Why, I'm Mrs. Cressley, his wife.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pell Mell? There's a reason. Pell Mell famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pell Mell.
When you pick up a Pell Mell, you can see the difference, you can feel the difference. And when you smoke a Pell Mell, you can taste the difference.
For Pell Mell's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell Mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now, we return you to our narrator, Bob Sloan, and the big story of Ralph K. Mills, as he lived it and wrote it.
A fine thing. Covering police headquarters for the Minneapolis Morning Tribune, you, Ralph K. Mills, have a blonde corpse turn up in time for the first edition. A person unknown, murdered by person or persons unknown. And the city desk hopes for the who and the by whom for the final edition. And you've just followed a false trail to the bitter end. Just another case of mistaken identity. So what do? Step one, you call the desk.
A mistake, George. The woman who identified the corpse was wrong. I'm sorry.
It wasn't your fault, Ralph.
Any ideas?
Didn't you say before you thought you'd found a picture of a missing woman who...
Yeah, but the desk cop and I agreed it wasn't the dead one.
Well, just the same, the woman was wrong just now. Couldn't you be? What was the date she disappeared?
1935. Her name was Ruth M. Corneau.
Well, she could have changed in all those years. So backtrack. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, I know. That's why they put erasers on lead pencils. And tonight, my pencil is all eraser. Stone, Collins, Compton, Copley, Corneau. Ruth M. Corneau, reported missing by husband.
Talking to yourself, Rolf?
I don't know. Look, Sarge, this Corneau woman we tossed out of the running before, anything else on her? Charges, complaints?
Corneau? Let's see. Yeah. Here it is. Corneau. Oh, no, this is a man. Peter Corneau.
Go on.
Arrested on complaint of his wife, Ruth M.
That's the one. For what? What for?
You're going to love this, Ralph. Assault.
Joe Lopez?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lopez, this is Rolf Mills down at headquarters.
What's with headquarters? I'm in trouble?
No, sir. I'm from the Morning Tribune. I'm checking on somebody who used to live in your boarding house.
Huh?
Can I ask you 3 questions?
I don't know.
Just 3 simple yes or no questions, okay?
Okay. 3.
Okay. Do you remember a couple named Corneau, Peter and Ruth?
Yes. That's one.
Good. Do you know where they are now?
Him? No. Her, she ran away from him. Kicks around restaurants, clubs, you know.
That's 2. 3. Would you know her if you saw her?
I guess so. They owe me back rent.
Well, would you come down to headquarters?
You say 3 questions. No.
This is Detective Peterson, Lopez. Will you come downtown to identify a body?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lopez. Take your time, Mr. Lopez, be sure. Well?
Don't look like I'm gonna get my back rent. I guess.
For the identification, you say goodbye to Detective Peterson until later. You make the 11:30 edition by a replate and a whisker. The murdered woman is Ruth M. Corneau, and it's definitely established that she is separated from her husband under conditions of mutual dislike, to put it mildly. And so, you have the victim, the motive, and the problem of finding suspect number 1, the husband. Then on your own, you start checking all over town. But while you walk the jukebox and neon trail, the husband is being questioned down in Florida.
Private First Class Peter Corneau reporting to Captain Carroll as directed.
That is Corneau.
Yeah.
You're a Minneapolis boy, Private?
Yes, sir.
Ever in trouble with the police?
Nothing serious, sir.
I'm instructed by Detective Peterson of the Minneapolis Police to tell you that anything you tell me may be held against you. He just called me.
I see, sir.
You married, Corneau?
Separated, sir. Sir,
Later. Where were you last night?
On pass, sir. I reported duty at Reveille today.
Where'd you go?
Fishing, sir.
Can you prove it?
And then I was with Ken. Sir?
You didn't leave the state of Florida?
On an overnight pass. Sir?
All right. You say you're separated from your wife?
Yes, sir.
Prepare yourself for a shock. Last night she was murdered.
I see. I figured somebody...
What's that, man?
I said I knew somebody would someday.
You want another pass?
Excuse me, sir?
I said, do you want me to write you a 3-day pass for her funeral?
No. No, thanks, sir.
Suspect eliminated. And there you are looking for him in the local bars. But at one, you learn about this tasteful little incident from a bar girl.
He used to pal around, Ruthie and me. But she was kind of hard, you know. Everybody was just another sucker for her. Well, I mean, well, money, you know. So one night, we was here, her and I. All of a sudden, she leaves me flat and goes outside. Goes tearing through the door. And I follow her just in time to see her crash into somebody.
Hey, why don't you walk where you're looking?
Oh, I'm sorry, lady.
You're sorry. Look at my stockings. You ruined my stockings. Sorry. That's all I ever hear is sorry. You knocked the lift off my shoes.
I said I was sorry. As for the shoes, I'll drive you home, okay?
In what, a bus? Hit the road.
Okay, have it your way.
Watch where you go. Hey, wait a minute. Is this your car, or did you just drive it for somebody?
Yeah, it's my car. I drive it for myself.
Well, why didn't you say so? Home, James.
The name is Carson. Wally Carson. And talk nice, Blondie. Hey, you're not bad looking at all. Where'd you say you wanted to go?
You're not bad looking either for a guy who picks girls up by knocking them down.
I said talk nice, baby. Where to, sis? You still want to ride? Home?
No. I want to ride. Let's go someplace and have some fun. Huh?
While the bar girl's telling this, you check your watch. A half hour to final deadline. You're coming closer. Very close. All you need now is...
What'd you say the name of that pickup guy was?
Wally Carson. She went with him steady after that.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I'm going to try another bar, but here, buy yourself a drink with something in it to drink for a change.
Well, like I said, everything's going nice and quiet when it's blonde.
Corno?
Yeah. She comes in and takes over the end of the bar. Now, I'd seen her husband come and drag her out, and I seen him tell her not to come home, and I don't want that kind of trade. This is a home-type bar.
I know.
What? Oh. She's feeling fine, no pain at all, drinking up some guy's dough, I figure, and I'm wondering how I can get rid of her quiet when all of a sudden somebody does it for me. A door opens, and in walks this guy Carson.
Ruthie.
Somebody call me? Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me, all right. Where you been the last 2 days?
Who wants to know?
I want to know.
You want to know. You own me or something? Stop pushing me around.
Who push who around? You make up to me? You take me for everything I got? And you call that me pushing you around? Come on, you're getting out of here.
Ah, your meter's running.
Come on.
I like it here.
I said get out now. Come on.
You cheap square, you make me. Go on, hit the road. You get out of here. You let me go. Take your hands off me. Who do you think you're pushing around? Let go of me. Who do you think you are pushing me around like this?
That's it. Me, it's none of my business. I would have paid him to take her away, anybody. And that's all.
Uh-huh. When'd you say this was?
Well, didn't I tell you? Only last night it was. Just last night.
That is it. Motive and man. Wally Carson, last man to see Ruth Corno alive. A check on the city directory gives you his address. A call to Peterson, and you have a good cop with you. One short ride, and you have 10 minutes to go to the final deadline with your story on the other side of this door. Peterson unbuttons the flap on his holster. You shift a little behind him. You never can tell.
Nobody home, you think?
I don't know. Here, take the gun. Cover me. Stand back. I'll force the door.
Holy... It's a shambles. Look at the blood on the walls.
Carson! Watch at the other room. Carson, come out with you.
Pete, look. There's a note in the couch.
Uh-uh. Don't touch it.
Okay to read it?
Go ahead.
Dear Mother. Dear Mother. I'm sorry. We had a terrific fight. I loved her, and I couldn't stand to lose her. But I couldn't hold her. I guess nobody could. Money in watch pocket for rent. I'm going away. Hope we meet soon. Phone the coop. Can I use the phone?
You're sure, and you can read them the note, too.
Thanks. You know, there's something about this note. Money in watch pocket. Money in watch pocket. Hey, he expects to be found. What's that door lead to? Closet. What's this one?
Leads to the garage. Come on, the front way.
Locked.
From the inside.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Engine's running.
He gets down on his knees. So do you. You sniff at the bottom of the door. You both say one word. No. Two.
Carbon monoxide.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Ralph K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune with the final outcome of tonight's big story. The cigarette that's really different. The longer, finer cigarette that's really outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Ralph K. Mills of the Minneapolis Morning Tribune.
On entering garage, we found that killer in tonight's big story had escaped beyond the law by committing suicide. Solution of case came at 3 a.m., 9 hours after start of investigation, and in time for the final edition. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Mobile, Alabama Press Register. Byline, George Cox. A big story about a murder, an escape, and a manhunt.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Alan Sloan. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Art Carney played the part of Ralph K. Mills. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Mills. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes, the finest quality money can buy, presents The Big Story.
One more cup of coffee, Bob, and I guess I'll call it a night. This town's deader than Pompeii. And that music don't help much.
Boy, said it's the lucky thing you stayed around.
What's the matter, Harry? They need help pulling in the sidewalk?
The twice you came into the city room. Some gal's been murdered on the LA City College campus. Your feet, kid. It's all yours.
The Big Story. The story you're about to hear actually happened. It happened in Los Angeles, California. It's authentic and is offered as a tribute to the men and women of the great American newspapers. From the front pages of the Los Angeles Examiner, the story of a reporter who set a trap for a killer with himself as the bait. Tonight to Sid Hughes of the Los Angeles Examiner for his big story goes the Pall Mall $500 Award.
I'll tell you a story, remember it well, about the reward you get from Pall Mall. Reward yourself, it's the quality high, the finest quality money can buy. Pall Mall, Pall Mall, smoke longer and finer and milder Pall Mall. No finer tobacco has ever been grown. So get yourself Pall Mall and make it your own. Enjoy smoother smoking the easiest way. Get the distinguished red package today. Pall Mall. Smoke longer and finer and milder Pall Mall.
Reward yourself with the pleasure of smooth smoking. Fine tobacco is its own best filter. And Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine tobaccos travels the smoke further, filters the smoke, and makes it mild. Buy Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild. Los Angeles, California. The story as it actually happened. Sid Hughes' story as he lived it. It's a 7-minute drive from the Blue Diamond Cafe to the Los Angeles City College campus on North Vermont Avenue. You, Sid Hughes, top crime reporter for the Los Angeles Examiner, make it in 5. But Captain Frank Jarrett and the homicide squad are already all over the place. Also the coroner. It is not a pretty sight. The setting's quite romantic. Small garden, a bench, moonlight. But on the ground lies the crumpled body of what a short while before must have been a beautiful girl. Her long, blonde hair is matted with blood.
What happened, Frank?
She walked into this garden and got dead.
Oh, gonna play hard to get in this one, huh?
Everything's hard to get on this one, Sid.
Looks like her skull was caved in with a crowbar.
Probably a board. Found some wood fibers in her hair.
What's her name? Where's she from? What you do?
She didn't wear a sign.
Well, even the police must know that much.
Oh, we're waiting to read all about it in the papers.
You will, under a 10-point head. Police baffled.
Okay, Sid, I'll tell you what we know. And get off my back. Her name's Barbara Uri, a Russian dancer and ex-Follies girl. We figure about 27. She was enrolled in night drama classes at the college and a few bit parts in movies. Approximate time of death, 10 p.m. as she walked home from class. The killer evidently came at her out of the dark. That's all.
Anyone hear her scream? Anyone in the vicinity? I still say you're not talking much.
You flatter me. I haven't much to talk about.
Mind if I look around?
Yeah. But go ahead. Just let me warn you. Don't get your fingerprints on anything, or you'll be in your own headline. You've known Frank Jarrett a long time. Ever since you were a cub reporter and he was a desk sergeant. And you know he's a nice guy who's making like a tough cop because he's in trouble. A brutal crime that's going to shock the city and he doesn't have a lead. You watch flashbulbs pop while the homicide boys comb the area. You see their faces grow longer and longer. You see the body carried out and put in the wagon. You sit on the bench and light a cigarette, tossing the match over your shoulder. You know that's a mistake as soon as you do it. Your match could turn out to be a false lead for the cops. You swivel on the bench to pick it up, and then you see it.
Hey, Frank.
Go home. It's past your bedtime.
I got something for you.
What?
Look.
Uh-oh. Smith, Anderson, over here. Make a cast of this footprint.
On the small side, huh?
Yeah, looks like a woman's.
Could be Barbara's. That won't do much good.
We'll know more when we have that cast.
Remember, I saw it first. I get the beat.
Here's a beat for you right now. I'm going down to the county jail to question a couple of suspects. Come on. You ride down to the county jail in the number 1 car with Jarrett to be in on the questioning of the 2 men in custody. One of the suspects, Stephen Margate, is a 20-year-old college junior. He's in the felony tank. You feel sorry for the kid who starts raving hysterically as soon as you and Jarrett enter his cell.
Please, Captain, I didn't do it, I swear.
What were you doing in the area, Stephen?
Just strolling around.
Do you have any night classes?
No, I'm a regular student. I never saw her before, I swear.
Where do you live?
Graves Hall.
Graves Hall's a long way from the Rose Garden. You know what I think, Stephen?
Well, you can't think I did it. You can't.
I think you were following Miss Uri. I think you followed her into the Rose Garden. Now, that's true, isn't it?
No, I just go there because it's so lovely in the moonlight.
But you weren't there before Miss Uri got there, Stephen. You'd be able to tell us what happened. We know you were in your dormitory until 9:15, so you must have been following her. Why? Did you have some grudge against her?
that why you carried a club with you?
It's not true. It's not true. All I carried was a book.
A book?
Yes, she was so lovely. I watched her every evening from my window as she came and went from class. I followed her last night, I admit it, but all I wanted to do was recite poetry to her in the rose garden in the moonlight.
What?
Come live with me and be my love. And we will all the
Frank,
pleasures
this boy should be in a psychiatric ward for observation.
You're
right. We'll have him transferred.
You follow Garrett down the corridor into another cell block that smells of disinfectant. This is the drug tank. The second suspect is Sal Barstow, a heavy-drinking dormitory janitor who was found wandering close to the scene of a murder. He lies snoring heavily on the concrete floor, stripped of its tie, belt, and shoes for his own safety.
Wake up, man. I have some questions.
Huh? Let me go. Let me sleep.
What were you doing hanging around the rose garden, Barstow?
I was looking for buried treasure.
Better give me straight answers. You may be faced with a murder charge.
The only thing I ever killed was a bottle.
Did you hear anything? See anyone as you crossed the campus?
Oh, sure. Lots of things. Lions and tigers and a 40-foot penguin.
You probably did at that.
Sure I did. But no booze. Never enough booze. Go on, let me sleep.
All right, get your sleep. You need a clear head next time you see me. Some start, huh, Sid? A psycho and a drunk. You think either of them did it, Frank? Nope. Didn't you notice? They both had big feet.
When you leave the jail, Sid Hughes, you decide to check Barbara Urey's background on your own. At the college registrar, you discover that she lived with a drama coach, a former Shakespearean actress named Viola Dunbar. She's out. You don't catch her home until evening.
Who is it?
Sid Hughes.
I don't want any.
Open up, Miss Dunbar. I think you'll be interested in what I have to say.
Well, come in.
I'm a reporter. I want to ask a few questions about Barbara Urey.
The police have already been here. I have nothing to say on the subject. Please leave.
Play ball with me, Miss Dunbar, and you might get some publicity out of it.
Oh? Oh. Well, what do you to know about poor Barbara, Mr. Hughes?
Well, something about her background, personal habits, friends, you know.
Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you very much. She was born in Russia, went to the ballet school in Moscow, I believe, and came over here on some kind of student exchange. She stayed.
I wonder how she arranged that.
I have no idea.
I suppose she knew a lot of men.
On the contrary, she seldom went out.
Well, did she seem frightened? I mean, did you gather she was living in fear of something or someone?
Oh, no. I'd say she was simply a quiet Russian type.
Quiet Russian type, huh? Oh. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Dunbar.
Don't forget that promise, Mr. Hughes.
Promise?
Yes. The publicity you're going to give me. I made quite a name as Roxanne in Cyrano a few years back, and then I was in a record
Yes, well,
company.
you bet. What's for the next edition?
But for what? Your story in the next edition isn't the big thing on your mind, Sid Hughes. An idea has been set stirring by your interview with Viola Dunbar. An idea from left field, but it might fill in the gap. You head straight for Captain Jarrett's office.
I was over to see Viola Dunbar, Frank, after your men left. Yeah, she wasn't much help. I'm not so sure. Now, you know about Urey being born in Russia.
Yeah, it's all in the report.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, Frank. Was Barbara Urey somehow involved in Russian politics? Did she say no to the wrong people and get herself killed?
Well, I must admit that's a new approach. And it helps explain the footprint.
How do you mean?
This cast here shows it to be a small shoe with a high heel, a woman's shoe. The indentation indicates she weighed 130 pounds tops. But no woman would have had the strength to bash in Barbara Urey's skull like that. Take a look at the cast yourself.
I'm no bootmaker.
That's the very word, Sid, boot. Certain types of Russian boots have high heels. A Russian political assassin might wear such a boot.
Sure. This is beginning to add up.
Captain Jarrett speaking. Yes, Eddie. Where?
When? Be right over. Start subtracting, Sid.
What?
Another attack. Less than a mile from the first one.
Reward yourself.
I'll tell you a story, remember it well, about the reward you get from Paramount. Reward yourself, it's the quality high, the finest quality money can buy. Paramount, smoke longer and finer and milder Paramount.
Reward yourself with the pleasure of smooth smoking. Fine tobacco is its own best filter. And Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine tobaccos travels the smoke further, filters the smoke, and makes it mild.
But you get more than greater length. You get the finest quality money can buy. No finer tobacco has ever been grown, and it's blended to a flavor peach, distinctively Pall-Mall.
It's your cigarette. Every puff richly flavorful, fragrant, so pleasingly mild. Reward yourself. Smoke Pall-Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. This is Cy Harris returning you to your narrator and the big story of Sid Hughes as he lived it and wrote it.
There you are, Sid Hughes. You and Captain Jarrett, standing in a small, dimly lit park in the Hollywood district. The two little and two late boys. While you were in Jarrett's office dreaming up theories, the killer struck again. The pattern is almost exactly the same as the first crime. Somebody leaps out of the dark and, for no apparent reason, bashes in the skull of a tall, beautiful girl. But there's one big difference. This girl lived with a fractured skull. The medics load her into a city ambulance and care for the hospital.
Find out anything about her yet, Frank?
Holy mackerel, Sid. Every time I breathe, you want half my air.
Well, don't chew on me. I didn't do it.
I know. You've got your editor on your neck. I've got the DA.
So, who is she?
Name's Flossie Drew, secretary for a health foods manufacturer. She used to be a diving champ, an all-American girl.
Well, there goes my Russian angle. Never had much faith in it anyhow.
There go my two suspects.
The first time I ever saw a blank wall get blanker.
You know one thing for sure, Sid. The killer's still at large and very busy.
The sensational case takes over the front pages of every paper in Southern California. You, Sid Hughes, get your orders from your managing editor, live with the case until it's cracked, then get an exclusive on the killer. This means hounding Captain Jarrett 24 hours a day, practically sleeping on his desk at night. You're with him when he's finally able to talk to Flossie Drew in the hospital.
It won't take long, Miss Drew.
Oh, as long as you need, Captain, I want to see them caught.
We're doing our best. Now, how did it happen?
Well, I worked late that night. I ate supper in the office, and then I walked home.
Do you always take the same route through the park?
Oh, no. Very seldom at night. I usually stick to the lighted streets.
Did you by any chance catch a glimpse of your attacker?
Oh, just a fleeting impression. He was small, much shorter than me.
Could it have been a woman?
Oh, I doubt it. No woman could attack me like that.
Well, thanks, Miss Drew. I'll be talking to you again.
Any time you wish, Captain.
I think you're on the wrong track, Frank. My guess is that it's a man.
Then why the high-heeled footprints?
That's the key to the puzzle. When you know that, you've got it licked.
Several days go by. More suspects are brought in. All have alibis. And then it happens again. Rachel Glover, a student nurse who babysits in her spare time, is struck down from behind at 1 a.m. on Van Dyke Street in the same neighborhood as the Drew incident. Rachel is another tall beauty. She's lucky to get off with a severe concussion. And there you are again, Sid Hughes, in the middle of the night at the scene of another vicious attack.
The same exploding flashbulbs, the same homicide boys with their carpet sweepers, the same footprints and plaster of Paris cats. It's getting monotonous. Monotonous like the routine in a slaughterhouse. Only Jarrett doesn't look bored.
Here we go again, huh, Frank?
Get behind the police line, Sid.
Oh, wait.
Behind the police line, I mean it. No more reporters gumming things up.
What are you so sour for? I heard you found a weapon this time, a hunk of 2x4.
I'm warning you, Sid. Behind the line.
Any fingerprints on the timber?
Now, look. You've been squirming around in my pocket for 10 days now, and I'm sick of it. You pop out of confidential file drawers. I go to eat a sandwich, and you're between the bread. I'm sick of a lot of things, but mostly it's reporters.
Okay, all right. You're back to the wall, so I won't push. You're hungry for an arrest, a chief suspect, a big lead. You're desperate for something to chew on. I know it's tough, but don't use me.
Sergeant, take this man across the police line and don't let him cross it again.
As soon as you cool off, Sid Hughes, you're sorry you had those hard words of Captain Jarrett. He's a good police officer and an old friend, and you know the spot he's in. You're sitting in the Blue Diamond, brooding over coffee and donuts, when...
Hi, Sid. Mind if I sit down?
Go ahead, Harry.
I've been elected to make a pitch to you.
Yeah?
You know our annual Press Club Gin Day is next month.
So?
Well, we want to put on another musical review like we did last year. How about doing a chorus girl again this year?
No. Oh, no. I took enough ribbing last time.
Oh, go on. You were sensational. You know, you're the only one who makes up into a real gorgeous chorus girl.
Hey. Maybe there's something in it at that.
Then you'll do it?
No, but you've given me a great idea. Thanks, Harry. Thanks a million.
15 minutes later, you're walking into Captain Jarrett's office.
Frank, I just got a brainstorm that'll smoke the man with the timber out of his woodshed.
So you have to get in line. We get 1,500 suggestions a day and file them in alphabetical order.
Hold still and listen. I want to masquerade as a girl and walk the street. A live decoy for the killer.
Oh, no, boy. Go away. I haven't got time for bad jokes.
I tell you, it's a logical plan. We know he goes for tall, beautiful women, and, well, that's just how I look in female makeup. Ask anyone who saw me in the chorus at the last Press Club Gin Day.
It gets funnier by the hour.
And every hour your killer on the loose is closer to parting somebody else's skull. Now, look, Frank, you know the area in which he operates, all in the Hollywood district. You know the kind of gal he likes to hammer, long-stemmed beauties. Set me up as a patsy for him. Let him make the move. Then you and your boys close in.
Yeah, but what if he gets to you first?
Not likely. This time it won't be a surprise attack. I'll be on my guard every second. Besides, I used to run 100 yards under 10 flats, won 30 out of 35 semi-pro fights before I became a reporter.
Now, the answer's still no. I don't want your blood on my hands.
Losing your confidence, Frank? Don't you think you and the whole police force can protect me?
All right, Eager Beaver, we'll try it. Starting tomorrow night. I'll send you a corsage.
You, Sid Hughes, a hard-bitten crime reporter. Spend the next day like a movie starlet preparing for a screen test. You do it for two reasons. To catch a killer and to help a friend, and maybe a third. There's always that exclusive story hovering in the back of your mind. You go to a friend in one of the big studios. He takes you over to the wardrobe department where they fix you up with a snappy feminine outfit. Then on to makeup where you're made up and fitted with a wig. Finally, at 9 p.m., you meet in Jarrett's office.
All right, boys, all right. Simmer down. Sid, you see this map on the wall?
Yeah?
That's the area we know he works. The area we have under surveillance. You're not to go beyond it, you understand?
Don't worry.
I have men placed at strategic points. Some are hiding in cars, some are staked out at home. I'll be following in my private car. It has a two-way radio in case we want to sector the area. Here's a gun for you, Sid.
No, thanks.
Don't be a chump.
No, I might get jumpy and use it on the wrong person. Or wing some innocent passerby with a wild shot.
Okay, suit yourself. Anything else?
One thing, if I sense someone creeping up on me, I'm going to start whistling like crazy.
We'll move on your first note. Let's go.
And so you pace the streets, stalking a killer, hoping that he'll stalk you. Up and down, past doorways, alleys, light streets and dark, Hollywood Divine, Blind to Ventura, back and forth, back and forth. Good exercise, but hard on the nerves. You walk, Mile after mile, hour after hour, night after night. Nothing happens. Nobody leaps from the shadows, just mashers and jerks and two-bit operators make the usual pitch. 8 fruitless nights, Sid Hughes, you pound the pavement in your grim masquerade. And then it's Sunday, a little before midnight, and you're out there again. You're bored and discouraged. You wander beyond the killer's known area. You stroll down Santa Monica in the vicinity of Hollywood Cemetery. As you cross a lawn near the main gate, you notice from the corner of your eye that somebody is following you. You quicken your pace. The footsteps behind you also quicken. You cross into the cemetery. And then too late to remember. None of Jarrett's men are staked out there. The killer can be lurking behind any of the tombstones or monuments ready to spring out at you. And nobody's around to help. You start whistling like crazy and turn to run, and then it happens.
Hey, no, you don't. Go. Okay, Sam, go. Let him up. We got him. Go, please.
You okay? Yeah, I guess so. But maybe for this $600 wig is ruined.
What? He's a man. What goes on here?
We'll be asking the questions. Come on, you.
At headquarters, he gives his name as Vincent Slidell. He's just under 5 feet tall, but says he's a weightlifter, and this you believe. You've fought with him, and he fought like a wildcat. He admits he jumped you, but denies any connection with the murder of Bobby Urey or the assaults on the other 2 girls.
Sure, I jumped him. He tried to pick my pocket.
In a cemetery?
He was following me. I tried to give him the slip in there.
You got it the wrong way around, Slidell. You were following me.
Look, don't believe him, Captain. That's his racket. That's why he wears them screwy women's clothes. He jostles you and picks your pocket.
You're wrong, Slidell. This man's a reporter. He's a decoy sent out by us to catch you.
A decoy?
You murdered that girl on the L.A. City College campus, didn't you?
What? You're nuts.
Those are mighty fancy boots you're wearing.
Well, so what? They make me taller.
They're going to do something else for you. They're going to walk you right into the gas chambers.
What are you talking about?
You see this cast of a footprint? It's a footprint we found beside the body of Barbara Ure and the other 2 girls you attacked. Now watch. It fits the boots you have on perfectly. Why'd you do it, Slidell?
Why? Why? Well, look at me. Can't you see why? I'm a shrimp. All my life, people laughed at me, especially girls. So I became a weightlifter. But it didn't do no good. Well, they won't laugh no more. Not them 3 tall beauties. They won't. I beat them. I made them suffer. Boy, they found out.
Yeah, but not you. I guess you'll never find out.
Find out what?
That it isn't the height of a man that makes him lower than a snake's belly.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Sid Hughes with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Now, we read you that telegram from Sid Hughes of the Los Angeles Examiner.
Psychiatrists found Slidell legally sane. He was tried and found guilty of the murder of Barbara Urey and assaults on the other 2 girls. Sentenced to death. Executed in San Quentin prison. My sincere thanks for tonight's Pell Mell Award.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. The makers of Pell Mell famous cigarettes are proud to present to you the Pell Mell Award for notable service in the field of journalism. A check for $500 and a specially mounted bronze plaque engraved with your name and the name of your paper. Accepted as a lasting memento of your truly significant achievement. Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pell Mell famous cigarettes will present another big...
Pell Mell Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Ain't that sweet, baby? Oh, man, ain't that hot.
Yeah?
Hey, baby, you ain't got your mind on it. Come on, we dancing or what? Oh, listen to it. Don't that send you? Don't that just get you...
That's him. Right there, sitting there. See him? He's getting up now. Stop that man. Stop him.
He killed my best friend. That man wanted for murder. That's him. Get him. Stop him.
The Big Story. Here is America, its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Richmond, Virginia. The story of a murder, and of a man convicted for that murder who became the bitterest man on earth. For his contribution, not only in writing a great story, but in reaffirming a great truth, that every person on earth is a human being and has a right to human dignity, to reporter Julian C. Hausman of the Richmond, Virginia News Leader, for his big story, goes the Pell-Mell Award. Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Pell-Mell's greater length of traditionally fine tobaccos travels the smoke further.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Puff by puff, you're always ahead when you smoke Pell-Mell. At the first puff, Pell-Mell smoke is filtered further than that of any other leading cigarette. Moreover, after 5 puffs, or 10, or 15, or 17, Pell-Mell still gives you a longer filter of fine tobaccos to guard against throat scratch.
For Pell-Mell's greater length travels the smoke further on its way to your throat, filters it naturally through Pell-Mell's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, guards against throat scratch.
Yes, Pell-Mell's fine tobaccos give you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell-Mell Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the story as it actually happened. Reporter Julian Hausman's story as he lived it. Richmond, Virginia.
It began with a letter from a woman in Harlem at 2581 St. Nicholas Avenue, New York, to the postmaster at Brodnack's in Mecklenburg County, Virginia.
Dear Mr. Dawson, sir, I got to make myself known to you, and maybe you remember me, Daniel Green's daughter, Mamie, now name of Goodwin since I'm married. I hope you'll not think me being forward to write, sir, Mr. Dawson, but my son Jamie got himself in trouble. He's in Richmond in the Henrico County Jail, accused of murder and sentenced to 40-year hard labor. Now, the man who did that crime is named Arthur Tenney, and some swears my Jamie is that Arthur Tenney, which he is not. He is my son and never murdered no one. Now, Mr. Dawson, you know my family. When I worked for your wife 20 years ago, and then moved from Broad Axe to New York, and Jamie come with me, he never killed no one. But I can't come and prove it. So would you please, sir, get in touch with the sheriff, Mr. Ray, and tell them that Jamie ain't this Arthur Tenney, and help him get off? I'll be so grateful, Mr. Dawson, sir, and thank you in advance. Your humble servants, Mamie Green Goodwin.
It began for you, Julian Hausman, reporter for the Richmond News Leader, when Postmaster Dawson of Brodnack's happened to have some business in Richmond, happened to have a spare half hour, and happened, by accident, to walk into the newspaper office.
Mr. Hausman?
Yeah, that's right.
The name's Dawson, postmaster in Brodnack's. I got something here might be of interest. The girl outside says that you handle this kind of thing.
What is it, a crime story?
Well, don't know if it's any kind of story, just a letter I got. Old woman I used to know 20-odd years ago up Mecklenburg County, where Brodnack's is. They used to do washing for my wife.
Well, I'm on a story right now, Mr. Dawson.
Well, that's all right. I won't take your time. Just why don't I leave a letter, and if you think it's anything, well, go ahead and do what you like. If not, I guess the wastebasket's good a place as any place.
3 hours later, after you've finished work,
You read the letter. It moves you strongly. The woman's plight, her dependence on Dawson, the helplessness in every line. Could it be as she had written? You call Sheriff Jeff Ray, a good friend, out at Henrico County Prison.
Then there's nothing in it, Jeff, about his being Goodwin and not Tenney?
No, nothing. I had that boy in jail one day 6 years ago, right after he killed his wife. He escaped that first day, but I remember him.
Couldn't you compare his prints?
Now, I'll tell you a little secret, Julian. I never did get a chance to take his prints. I was going to do that second morning, but darned if he didn't escape that night. But we got him now. Had a fair trial, got convicted, and that's that. Now, Julian, he ain't pulling the wool over your eyes now, is he? With that story of being someone else? Hello? Julian, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Jeff. No, he isn't. Now, so long.
That's right, Mr. Houseman. My name's Jamie Goodwin, but what's the difference? Ain't nobody gonna believe me. Ain't nobody care.
Well, what proof do you have?
Proof? What's that proof? I say who I am. I got papers from the Merchant Marine. Jury say that's Arthur Tenney, 40 years hard labor. That's your proof.
And you're not Arthur Tenney. You're Jamie Goodwin?
Oh, mister, please go on away. Who cares if a backwoods boy like me live or die? Go on away and leave me be.
For a moment, you think, oh, what's the difference? And then you stop. He's a man, isn't he? A human being with the same hopes and desires and fears as you or anyone else. And you think, suppose I spend a little time on this, find out. You start with Bertha Jarvis, the girl who identified him.
I was up in New York visiting friends. We went dancing, and that's where I saw him. Tenney.
You're sure it was Tenney?
Sure, I'm sure.
How'd you know?
His wife was my girlfriend. I grew up with her. My best friend. He promised her love, honor, and cherish her. Instead, he killed her. She was a good girl, Marie. And he's bad. How I know? Well, Marie's dead. That's how I know.
You're Marie's mother?
Who are you?
I'm a reporter. Tenney was your son-in-law, right?
I got nothing to say about him. Except they should have electrocuted him not to give him 40 years.
You identified him at the trial?
Sure, saying his name is Goodwin. I ain't Tenney, I'm Goodwin. Liar. Know what a liar that boy was? Come here and look.
What's that?
Bible, look here. Wrote on the inside, to my darling sweetheart Marie. Give it to her same day he killed her. That's how bad he was.
Sure there couldn't be any mistake?
I swore in the courtroom and I'll put my hand on this book now. God's my witness that boy in jail killed my daughter. God's my witness.
You wonder about him now. Jamie Goodwin or Arthur Tenney. You wonder, but you go on. Other witnesses say the same. And then, after searching a week, you find the Tenney family. A woman sick in bed who can't talk, and a bent old man who listens to your mission and shakes his head.
He's my son, but I don't want to talk about it.
But you weren't at the trial, were you, Mr. Tenney? You didn't see him.
What I want to see. Boy disgraced his family. Mister, since he done that 6 years ago, his mama and me ain't been out of this house. Living disgrace, that's all. Don't want to talk about him.
But this man may not be your son.
Killed his wife. That's all I know.
Maybe he didn't do it. I don't say your son didn't kill his wife. I say maybe this man isn't your son.
What you want me to do?
Come down to the jail. See him. You may be able to set an innocent man free. You wouldn't want an innocent man to pay for your son's crime, would you?
Well, enough trouble in the world without some poor boy paying for something my son done. I'll go.
You know this man, Jamie?
No, sir. Never seen him before in my life.
Well, Mr. Tenney?
Mr. Tenney?
This is Arthur Tenney's father. Well?
Well, it looked like him. Talk like him. Even stand like Arthur. Look enough to be him, else his twin. But he ain't my son. He's somebody else.
They read all about it. Man sentenced in Enrico County Jail for murder as Arthur Tenney says that's not his name. Read all about it. Get your paper.
You set down the facts as you got them, the assertions and the denials. And the next morning, you get a call. The Commonwealth's attorney, George Ballas, the man who tried the case, tells you to come in. Tells you you'd better come in.
That's a great story you wrote. Great public service.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Ballas?
You think I try cases and send men to prison for 40 years for the fun of it? I don't.
But I wrote that...
Suppose you listen, Houseman, and I talk. 8 witnesses and the sheriff of this county identified this man as Tenney. 1 witness, the man's father, and of course the man himself, say he's not Tenney. Now ask yourself this. Does the Tenney family stand to gain by lying? Does Tenney stand to gain by sticking to his story that he's Goodwin? Of course.
But I saw them together, Tenney's father and...
I saw Bertha Jarvis and the murdered girl's mother and all the rest. Now, suppose you were accused of being someone you're not. Could you prove who you were? Would it be so difficult?
Now, what about the papers from the Merchant Marine?
Look, I walk into a shipping office in New York and say my name is Goodwin. Do they ask for proof? No. They issue papers in the name of Goodwin. Does that make me Goodwin? No.
Oh, I see all that, but...
There are no buts. No ifs or ands or buts. That boy raised the noise that he was Goodwin in court. We proved who he was. Now, if he hadn't raised that doubt that he was someone else, he'd have been sentenced to death, not 40 years. Instead of an innocent man being unjustly jailed, I tell you, a guilty man has gotten off easy.
You think that?
I know it. Now, why don't you go back to your paper and write the second part of that story? That Tenney is Tenney. No ifs, ands, or buts.
No. I can't do that, Mr. Ballas. I can't because, after all you've said and all the other witnesses have said, I think I'm right. I think I can prove that Jamie Goodwin is not the murderer.
Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine tobaccos travels the smoke further.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Puff by puff, you're always ahead when you smoke Pall-Mall. At the first puff, Pall-Mall smoke is filtered further than that of any other leading cigarette. Moreover, after 5 puffs, or 10, or 15, or 17, Pall-Mall still gives you a longer filter of fine tobaccos to guard against throat scratch.
For Pall-Mall's greater length travels the smoke further on its way to your throat, filters it naturally through Pall-Mall's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, guards against throat scratch.
Yes, Pall-Mall's fine tobaccos give you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Julian Houseman as he lived it and wrote it.
The facts seem all against you, Julian Houseman, reporter for the Richmond News Leader. Witnesses swear that the man who says he's Jamie Goodwin is really Arthur Tenney, murderer. The sheriff says so. Commonwealth's attorney Ballas insists so. And all you have to go on is the word of the man himself, the murderer's father, and your own stubborn belief. You go back to Henrico County Jail, to the innocent man or the murderer, and talk.
Jamie, I need to know more. I've got to know more about you. Now, you've got to talk to me.
What for, Mr. Houseman?
Don't sit there like that, so we can free you. Don't you want to get out of prison?
Don't I want to get out? Don't I want to breathe? Look, mister, you've been good, real good, taking time, but nobody cares what happens to me. That old man say I wasn't his son. Anybody listen to him? The sheriff listen? Mr. Ballas, he listen? No. Oh, what's the good?
I tell you, if we can get proof, you can be free.
No. They put me away. They treat me good in here, and I ain't complaining. Food's good and all like that. But they put me away, and they ain't gonna bother taking me out.
I tell you, you're wrong. Ballas is an honest man.
I ain't say he's not honest. Oh, mister, look. I want to get out. Get in the sun. Get on a ship, maybe. See a girl. Get married. Have kids. Sure, I want that. But I ain't gonna let you come in here and stir up my hopes and maybe get me to think that's what I'm gonna have. I ain't gonna let you do that. I'm gonna rot in here, and ain't nothing you nor nobody in the whole world can do to help me. That's why I say, leave me alone, please. I'm begging you. Leave me alone. Don't mess me up and then dash me down more harder than before.
Well, you're wrong, Jamie. You're wrong. How can I make you believe you're wrong? Jamie, I'm going to write a story about what you just told me. Maybe somebody will read it and come forward and say who you really are. What else should I say in that story?
I told you all I'm going to say.
You asked who cares. I care, Jamie, and I think others will care when they hear your story.
Do you? For true? Honest?
For true, Jamie.
All right. Say this. Jamie Goodwin's got a bad name. Jamie Goodwin robbed a car and stole money for food. But he didn't kill no woman. He didn't kill no wife. He never was married. Say that. Say if he got married, he'd treat his woman right. That ain't gonna help maybe, but that's the truth.
Anything else?
Yeah, Mr. Hausman. Say Jamie Goodman worked lots of places. Broadnax, Detroit, Baltimore, Boston. There must be some folks knew him. Must be one man somewhere stop what he do and take a day out and come down here to prove I ain't no murderer. Prove I'm just plain Jamie Goodwin.
Read your story, mister. Thought maybe I knew that man you wrote about. 2 years ago, lent him $75. He paid me back, too. Here's the note he signed. See? Jamie Goodwin. Maybe you can use that.
I just come from the jail, Mr. Hausman, where I saw that man. The man they say is Arthur Tenney. Funny. I remember when I talked to Tenney, knew him years ago, used to have to look up to that man. Tall. This one I didn't have to look up to. Now, he must have grown shorter, 'cause I ain't grown no taller. Unless, of course, like I think, he ain't Arthur Tenney, but someone else.
You a houseman?
That's right.
My name's C.B. Sager. I'm a planter up Broadneck's way. You had an article in the paper. I read it. I spoke to the postmaster in our town about this Goodwin Tenney fella. Says come see you, so here I am.
Well, what do you think about it?
Thinking something I don't go in for much. Theories. I tell you what I believe in. I believe in facts. I lived in Broadneck all my life, know everyone. Man worked for me, name of Goodwin, years back. Maybe that's the boy you got in jail here. If it is, I'll prove it. I'll ask that boy 6 questions about Broadneck's. He answers them, he's Goodwin. He don't, let him stay in jail. Now, I ain't got all day. Let's go.
Stand still, you men.
What's this? What you got all these men here for?
Can you pick out one you ever saw before, Mr. Sager?
Testing me, eh? Well, I'll be... Sure. There he is. You're Goodwin, right?
Yes.
Testing me.
All right, the rest of you men can go. Now, Jamie, this man is
Let me do the talking, son.
Okay.
Now, look at me, Jamie. Who am I?
I remember you, sir, but You, Mr. Sager?
That's right. Now, where am I from?
By Broadneck, sir.
When did you last see me?
Let me see. 7 years ago, sir, last July.
Why'd you say July?
Well, you fired me July the 1st, and then you hired me back July the 4th. Says you was being patriotic about hiring
Never mind. What's my brother-in-law's name?
Your brother-in-law? Well, that's the doctor. Dr. Payne.
What'd he tell you last time he saw you?
He says, I think it was the last time, he says, don't you go walking on no more roofs, 'cause next time you fall off, you might not be lucky and just break one leg.
That's him. That's Jamie Goodwin. No theories, facts. I swear. But heck, I don't need to swear. Now, Jamie, when they let you out, you come on back to Broadnax. I got a good job waiting.
But it's not so simple. There are 8 witnesses and a sheriff to shake. There's a decision of a judge and a jury to reverse. And there's an attorney, Ballas, the Commonwealth attorney. You bring the new information to him. He looks it over, listens, then says,
I take back some of what I said, Houseman. Your story was not irresponsible.
Thank you.
I take back some of what I said. There's still the testimony of 8 witnesses.
I know.
But you think, nevertheless, that this information warrants a new trial?
Yes, Mr. Ballas, I do. What do you think?
Houseman, I want you to know I'll fight you. I mean you and Tenney or Goodwin and his attorney. I'll fight you with all I've got. You know, I'm a funny duck. I'm one of those throwbacks to another period when people had a sense of duty and a sense of honesty. If you win this case, you'll know you've been in a fight. You'll get a new trial.
As the Lord's my witness, Judge, that man sitting right over there was married to my girlfriend, Marie. That man is Arthur Tenney.
I swear he killed my daughter, that Tenney. I swear he don't deserve to live.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawyer. I respects what that foreman said about Marie. And I ain't forgetting Marie was my daughter-in-law. But that man sitting there ain't my son. He look like him, all right, but he ain't my boy.
My name's Sager. I say any man answer my 6 questions way that boy done, I know he's who I say he is. He's Jamie Goodwin.
I'm the boy's mother, sir. Yes, sir, no matter what I say, I know few people ain't gonna think I ain't sticking up for my son. I is. But I say this, how come that poor woman on the stand whose daughter got killed don't know me? How come the man who say he's Arthur Tenney's father never seen me before? If I is the mother of this man, then they is my kinfolks. And how come my kinfolks don't know me? The reason is, he's Jamie Goodwin. That's why.
I am a handwriting expert. I've testified in many trials in professional capacity, including the Lindbergh case. I have also examined a sheet of paper torn from a Bible on which Arthur Tenney wrote a few words. I have also examined a note, admittedly signed by Jamie Goodwin. In my honest and positive opinion, the possibility of Tenney writing like Goodwin, or Goodwin writing like Tenney, is so highly unlikely that it becomes almost a practical certainty that they are very different people. In short, that's Goodwin, Your Honor, not Tenney.
Jamie Goodwin.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Case dismissed.
Sir?
You're free, Jamie. You're free.
Please, Mr. Houseman, a little respect for the dignity of this court. Jamie Goodwin, you are free.
I don't know what to say, Mr. Houseman.
You don't have to say anything, Jamie.
I got it somehow. I got to thank you. You see, I learned that people does care. People like you and the postmaster from Broadnax and Mr. Sager. Yes, Mr. Ballas, too. Them folks on the other side, they care, too. What's true counts with folks, don't it?
That's right.
And see, Mr. Houseman, something else, too. I mean, something I learned. If you believe in something, you don't put your head down and say, no, that can't be. You put your face up and fight for what you believe. If you do that, people cares, because they see that you cares. And that's what this show now, ain't it, Mr. Houseman?
That's what it shows, Jamie. That's just what it shows.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Julian C. Hausman of the Richmond, Virginia News Leader with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine tobaccos travels the smoke further.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Puff by puff, you're always ahead when you smoke Pall-Mall. At the first puff, Pall-Mall smoke is filtered further than that of any other leading cigarette. Moreover, after 5 puffs, or 10, or 15, or 17, Pall-Mall still gives you a longer filter of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos to guard against throat scratch.
Yes, Pall-Mall's fine tobaccos give you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Guard against throat scratch.
Enjoy smooth smoking.
Ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Julian C. Hausman of the Richmond, Virginia News Leader.
Day after trial, Goodwin visited the paper and said, I just wanted to come to the people who got me out of this jam. I needed assistance, and it's to the news leader that I owe my freedom. Authorities are still searching for the actual murderer in tonight's big story. Thanks a lot for tonight's Pall-Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Hausman. The makers of Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to present you the Pall-Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Columbus, Ohio Dispatch. Byline, Bill Foley. A big story about a phantom killer and a reporter who didn't believe in ghosts.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan. John Sylvester played the part of Julian C. Hausman, and Canada Lee played Jamie. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Hausman. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Big Story.
Come on, get the lid out. Did you see him? Did you see Doug? The way he was lying there? Come on, close that door. How did you like that guy, the dealer, huh? You thought he was going to take in a big pot. And the way he says to the other guy, I got a pair. And one more to go with it. I got 3 of a kind. And then boom. Why did Doug have to get it? Why, Doug? All right. Quit the crying. So Doug's dead. So what? The guy with 3 of a kind is dead, too. How do you like that? It caught my jacket on a nail. I paid $75 for that jacket. Oh, Doug. Why, Doug?
Chicago, Illinois. From the front pages of the Chicago Sun-Times comes the story of a poker game that ended in death. Chicago, Illinois. The story as it actually happened. William Doherty's story as he lived it.
Your first name is Bill. Last name, Doherty. One of the proudest names in Chicago newspaperdom. For the past 30 years, there hasn't been a single paper in Chicago that didn't have a Doherty on the police run. You and your four brothers, in a sense, had cornered the crime market in the Windy City. But even the Dohertys sleep. And that is what you are doing this mild May morning at 1 a.m., when the bane of all Doherty lives, the city editor, sets to work the mechanism that is the bane of all Doherty nights.
Hello.
Were you asleep?
Oh, who is this? Andrews? No, I was just sitting here waiting for you to call.
Well, Sonny, you better rub the sleep out of your eyes. On account of while you were snoring, three hoods had the lovely suburb of Evanston all wrapped up. Could have carried it away for all you know.
Well, since when does a 5 and dime stick-up give reason to yank me out of bed?
Oh, didn't I tell you? There were a couple of murders.
Who?
One of the hoods, and you remember Judge Crane's bailiff?
Benny? Not that sweet guy.
Yeah. He and a couple of friends were playing poker. The hoods walked in. One of the hoods got it, and so did Benny.
Hey, that's a story. I'll be right over.
You drive past Benny's house en route to the Fillmore Street police station. There will be bereavement in the house and hysterics and a few facts, so you can come back later. Right now, you want to learn what happened. One of the poker players, George Curlick, has a fabulous eye for detail.
It was going around 11. Up to then, we'd been playing sociable poker, 5 and 10. I was losing, so I said, how about a quarter and a half? Benny was way ahead. He says, make it no limit. So then we settled down.
And when you play that kind of poker, the house could fall down around you and you wouldn't notice it.
Yeah, that's about the size of it. The pots were getting big and bigger. They must have opened the door without anybody hearing them, and all of a sudden they were standing there right at the table. And then, first one, this tall blonde one, he says, gentlemen, this is a stick-up. Well, we were so surprised and it happened so fast, you couldn't exactly be sure. I didn't even get a good look at the other two.
There were two others?
Yeah. Benny says, who you kidding? But this tall blonde one got a gun out, and Benny reaches for his coat. It's hanging over my chair. And see, he's a bailiff. He's got the right to carry a gun.
Yeah, sure.
And before you know it, this blonde kid shoots him. Then I went out of my mind. I got Benny's gun out, and I just squeezed the trigger, and the tall blonde one fell down. Then one of them must have sapped me, and I went out.
Well, what about the others? There were 5 of you in the game.
Oh, Harry and Jerry and Willie Saltz, who owns the liquor store. They just sat there. They were so scared they didn't open their mouths.
And you didn't get a look at either of the other two?
No, just one was a kind of a kid about 18 or something. Before I conked out, I seen this kid. You know what he was doing? He was down on the floor, like holding the head of this one that I shot, and like rocking it in his arms. And he kept saying, Doug, Doug, no, Doug. Then the other guy grabbed him and they beat it. He was almost crying. Crying, yeah.
At the morgue, Captain Michaels lets you get the details because the name of Doherty is still a pass in the Chicago police station. So it's an easy matter for you to learn the facts about Doug, the dead hood.
Douglas Grimco, age 30, larceny with felonious intent, 3 years. Paroled. Parole violation, armed robbery, 5 years.
The usual depredation on the usual form cards. The usual picture. The usual aliases, the usual story. But no more. And that noon, when the story's been written, and in the edition, Andrews sidles over to you, a long needle in his hand. Looks like the Dohertys are slipping.
Look, Andrews, will you talk like a human being to me for a second?
You told me yourself no editor is human.
All right. A kid who gets down on the floor and holds a dead guy's head in his arms and cradles it, that don't sound like a hood to me. Still and all, walking in there in the middle of a poker game, big as life, that's about as pro a job as I've heard in a long time.
Well, you'll straighten it out.
Yeah, sure, you're a great help. Hey, maybe the funeral. Maybe the funeral. Doug Grimco gets buried this afternoon.
This funeral is a traditional funeral, with a profusion of flowers that the poor always reserve for last rites. And this, too, doesn't sound like a professional hood. In walking through the group, the sad people in their sad clothing, you notice
he was never very good to her, or to Herbie.
there are no wails, no screeches, no rending of clothing. And when you hear it again, it strikes you.
She was wise not to come. Herbie, too, not to see it.
This is a funeral with the chief mourners absent. She is his mother, and Herbie his brother. They're not there. Why? And you find your why in the battered house on East Claiborne, where his sister lives. She wasn't at the funeral either.
Why didn't you go?
What business is that of yours?
Why didn't your mother go and your brother Herbie?
You get out of here.
Look, miss, I'm a newspaper man. You're liable to get the same questions asked if you're not so polite.
Well, Mama went away. What's she going to do? Go to his funeral? Stand there and have all those friends point their fingers at her? So her and Herbie went away. Is that a crime?
Nope. Not unless Herbie had something to do with Doug.
You get out of here. I'd rather answer the cops.
The Bureau of Identification tells you that Herbert Grimco is 17, that he weighs 142 pounds, and that he's a graduate of the Chicago Parental School, which is a reform school, and that he was sent there when he was 13 on a burglary charge, and that he assaulted 3 policemen resisting arrest. And that, too, is a story.
Dead Hood's brother, fugitive. Search out for brother of would-be gunman. Police today are on the lookout for 17-year-old Herbert Grimco. Doherty speaking.
You think you're pretty smart, don't you?
Who's this?
All I gotta tell you is you better get yourself a lawyer. I got that story you wrote right in front of me, and my brother Herbie is no fugitive from justice. You better get yourself a lawyer, mister.
I don't think I'm the guy who needs a lawyer. Suppose you get a little smart. The fellow's brother gets shot. He doesn't show up at the funeral. He's got a record. He's the guy who needs the lawyer.
You'll never give him a break. Just because he's Doug's brother. He's a good kid, and just because he's Doug's brother...
All right. Look, let me tell you something about the way police work. Now, maybe they're wrong, but they think your kid brother is a fugitive from justice. He's with your mother, isn't he? Now, maybe some cop will see him, and he'll make a wrong move, and somebody will get awful hurt. So what you say is true. Tell him to come back. For his own good, tell him to come back.
He hates the cops, and they hate him because of Doug. Look, you sound like a fair guy. Would you talk to him?
Me?
He'd talk to somebody who talks his language. He's only a kid.
You call me when he's ready to talk.
You figure that's the end of that. But it isn't. And within 12 hours, she walks into your office and she says, if you're ready, he's waiting in a car in the alley just behind the Sun Times.
They won't give me a break. They never give a kid like me a break. I got a record. And I'm Doug's brother. And what good does it do if I tell you I didn't have anything to do with it? Nothing. I wasn't nowhere near the place.
Where were you?
I was kidding around the whole evening with one of my friends with a pool stick. From 10 going on till midnight. The shooting was about 11, wasn't it?
You were suddenly in the midst of a decision, Bill Doherty. A kid is pouring out his guts. Maybe the truth, maybe not. You've told his sister you'll help him. You've also told yourself that you'll write and act honestly. What do you do now? Turn him in?
I ain't lived very long. We never had nothing. But every time I walk on the street after 10 o'clock, they look at me like I'm up to something. And they try to pin things on me just because of Doug. Because of that time I got high and fought the cops.
It has the ring of truth. In this dismal light, in a back alley, in an old car, someone is speaking what he considers the truth. You take a big breath and say it.
Well, maybe you've had bad breaks. Maybe the cards have been stacked against you. But if you want half a fair shake, or a quarter even, walk into the Fillmore station. Talk to Captain Joey Michaels. Tell him Doherty sent you.
I know what they'll do. I know.
What else are you going to do, kid? What else? I'll back you up.
This is Cy Harris, returning as your narrator, and the big story of William Doherty, as he lived it and wrote it.
It's a few hours, Bill Doherty, since you told Herbie Grimco, the brother of the dead Hood, to give himself up to the police, that this was the best way, that you would stand behind him. And now, in your city room, your editor, Bob Andrews, sidles over. No needle in his hand this time, but maybe something worse.
I just had a call from Captain Michaels over at Fillmore Station.
That's so?
Your kid Herbie showed up.
I thought he would.
3 of the guys at the poker game identified him straight out as the second of the 3 hoods.
Oh, how did they know? They admitted they were so mixed up they didn't know what was going on.
As a matter of fact, Curlick, who killed the first hood, when he saw Herbie at the police station, nearly strangled him. You know, Benny was a cousin of his.
Oh, well, it's very easy for guys to go wild and make identifications. Very easy. What did the kid say?
The kid doesn't deny he was there. He doesn't admit he was there. He's just not talking.
Well, he's scared. That's all. He's scared.
So Michael says he wants you to come over there because the kid trusts you.
All he wants me to do is go over and get the kid to spill his guts, huh? Look, this is a kid I told to do something. This is a kid I told I'd stand back of. What am I going to do now, sell him out?
That's entirely up to you, Bill, entirely. And Michael said for me to tell you it's entirely up to you.
How do you ride the horns of a dilemma? Answer, you don't. You face what you knew all along you were going to have to face. Your 2 loyalties, to the truth and to the kid who never had a break and who probably isn't getting one right now. So you're alone with him in the Fillmore station.
I tell you, I told you the whole thing. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Don't tell me. Tell them.
I don't want to tell them. I don't want to tell them nothing. I ain't going to talk to those guys.
Look, Michaels is as nice a guy as they come. He's no slugger.
There's ways of hitting a guy without hitting him. Why don't you listen to me?
Because I'd have to tell them.
Would you? Would you also tell them if I wasn't there?
Herbie, what is the truth?
Like I told you. I was in this pool place. The trading post, it's called. With my friend Lester Gates.
Yeah, you told me all about that. Fooling around with a pool cue from 11 until 12 with Lester Gates.
So, all right. As soon as I heard about the killing and how Doug got shot, and how everybody knows about me and Doug being so close, Ma and me went up to Muskegon and spent the night there. The next morning, we took a bus and started to California. You see, Ma's sick. She had to go to the funeral and face a friend and see him dead there. I didn't know what it would have done to her.
Herbie, 3 men identified you at that card party. 3 men said you were there. That when Doug got shot, you got down on the floor and put his head in your lap. They say you kept saying, Doug, old Doug.
It's not true. I was in the trading post.
But doesn't it sound like you, Herbie? The kid who would pick up his own brother's head and say what you said?
It was somebody else.
Is that the best you can do?
See? See, now you'll tell them. And they'll take that and they'll string me up with it. You're no better than a cop.
I didn't say I'd tell anybody anything, and I won't. Now, just tell me one thing. Is what you said the truth?
I swear. I swear on my sick mother's life.
All right. We'll see.
It's an oath not taken lightly. He means it. And although there are holes in the story, you go out with the fullest kind of objectivity, either to patch up those holes or to drive a truck through. The man at the trading post, he remembers.
Yeah, that's right. He ran up 6 racks. Him and, what's his name?
Lester Gates?
Yeah, him and Gates. 6 racks. Let's see, it was, going on 12 they walked in.
One hole widens. Going on 12. The murder was 11:15 p.m. exactly. You drive your car slowly from the house on Adams Street to the trading post. Time elapsed 14 minutes. If he was in on the killing, then he had adequate time to get to the trading post at 12. The hole is bigger.
Well, I was going by, this friend of mine, he says to meet him outside the trading post. And I seen him and Lester walk in. They were sweating.
What time was that, miss?
Well, I know because I was looking at my watch, and this fellow was supposed to meet me at 11:30. It was 5 minutes to 12. That's how late he was.
The hole is widened and reinforced. And now a man, age 30, stocky, smiling, walks up to you.
I've been looking all over town for you, even been down to the paper. They says you was up here.
Who are you?
Lester Gates is my name.
What were you looking all over town for me about, Gates?
Well, on account of I want to tell you about Herbie. On account of I heard you was checking up on Herbie. You know, about me and him in the trading post.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we was there. We were playing pool. 6 or 8 racks we played.
Well, that's fine. I'm glad you told me.
I didn't tell you the time I met him there.
What time was it?
About 1 o'clock we started.
The hole is wider and jagged now. Somebody is doing a lot of lying. Not the owner of the pool parlor or the girl. Why should they? But either Lester Gates or Herbie Grimco. And you're back at the Fillmore station.
2 people said you were at the trading post at 12, starting at 12.
They're liars.
Everybody in the world's a liar, Herbie.
You're fencing me in with all this talking. You're digging a hole for me.
Herbie, listen to me now. Don't say a word, just listen. I made a pledge to you. I said I'd stand behind you. But you can't stand behind a liar because he gets it and you get it too.
Oh, I ain't a liar. I swear to you.
It takes 14 minutes only to get from the Adams Street house to the pool room. You could have done it.
I didn't.
You took your mother up to Muskegon and you took a bus and went straight out west, huh?
That's right. Till I called up my sister to see how things were. She said to come back.
Well, there are no buses that leave Muskegon and go straight out west. They come to Chicago first. You got to change for another bus at Chicago. No kid on the run would do that. You couldn't. You didn't.
It was a special bus they were running.
There are no buses from Muskegon out west. None. You told me your mother is sick. Would you take your sick mother on a 5-day bus ride?
All right. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do?
Who was it took Doug's head in his lap and said, Doug, oh, Doug? Who was it?
You know who it was.
All right, now, who was with you?
I was alone.
Who was the third guy?
I was alone.
Oh, you crazy kids, you, the code you've got for yourself. Look, it's perfectly obvious what happened. You and Gates agreed that if there was any trouble, you would swear you were with each other from 10 o'clock on. You know what Gates said? He said he met you at the trading post at 1 o'clock. Don't you see what he's doing?
I was with him from 10 o'clock on.
He's going to make you and Doug the fall guys, and he walks out of it clean. Herb, listen to me. Those 3 men who identified you, they saw Gates and it didn't register. They didn't identify him. Think about how he left Doug there. Think about that.
Doug was dead. And Gates kept yelling how he tore his new $75 sport jacket.
Now you're being smart.
And as you expect, of course, he's disappeared. Gates. He put his knife in and disappeared. But this kind always leaves a trail. Living this kind of life, they ruin others on the way to the latest ruination. And you find one such person, a 26 girl, a dice girl who opens her mouth with extraordinary pleasure.
In my time, I've been taken, but never by such a louse.
Where is he now?
He was walking around till yesterday saying how he put the squeegee on the Grimco brothers.
How Doug got killed and Herbie was taking the rap, and he was waltzing scot-free. You know what that louse does? Sells heist lists.
Heist list?
Sure. Cases businessmen. You know, what time they close their places and how much cash they got when they play poker sessions, the stakes, things like that. Then he sells them lists. Well, Lester sold a list to the Grimco brothers for a cut. Then he cuts himself into the deal and gets paid from both ends.
Well, that's a nice kind of louse. Where is he?
Mister, with the greatest of pleasure. With the greatest of pleasure. 1316 Southern Avenue. Take him good.
The taking, with the help of Captain Michaels, is an easy matter. The breakdown is easy, too. Because his car was seen, the witnesses who placed Herbie placed Gates, too, at the trading post at 12. And the list, the heist list, undoubtedly kept for later resale, was found in the thick wallet. But the ease came really in the words of Herbie Grimco.
I do hereby acknowledge that this confession is made of my own free will, without coercion, without promises of any kind of immunity. My brother Doug and me, and Lester Gates, planned the holdup of a house on Adams Street. And things went wrong. Just as one of the fellas in the card game was saying that he had three of a kind.
Three of a kind. The brother who was the hood and shot and got shot. The bland, filthy heist salesman who betrayed his own accomplices. And the kid who never had a chance and never would again. They were different, but also the same. Three of a kind.
Now we read you that telegram from William Doherty of the Chicago Sun-Times.
Brother of dead gangster in tonight's big story was found guilty and sentenced to 20 years. The heist salesman Gates also got 20 years, and another term of 25 to 40 years for armed robbery. Both are still in the Joliet Penitentiary.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter.
The big story.
Edward, what are you doing here? The judge said...
I know what the judge said, but I'm still your husband.
What do you want here?
I came for my painting.
The judge said you couldn't come here.
Myrtle, I'm warning you, don't make a scene.
Don't you touch that painting.
Get out of my way.
Don't you touch that painting. You can't help it.
Let go of me. I warn you.
My eyes. My eyes. What did you do to me? Edward.
Cleveland, Ohio. The stories that actually happened. Bus Bergen's story as he lived it. The criminal court beat in July, Bus Bergen, reporter for the Cleveland Press. It's hot work hounding the grimy marble floors, sifting the routine violence and misery back through the phone to the bored rewrite man at the press.
When the time comes to check back at the office, you hoist your tired feet on your desk and kill a half hour checking the early editions to see if they spell the names right in your story. But today, you only get as far as the box scores on the front page.
Hey, Bergen. Yeah. Hey, boss, get the heels on the floor.
And have the blood rush out of my head? Not on your life.
Look, I got a call in from Lakewood. Fight between a husband and wife.
May the best man win.
It's a good address. Maybe a story in it.
Oh, look, hey, Wiley, I put in a hot day chasing bail bond runners.
All right, come on, up. We got 40 minutes till the stocks edition.
Oh.
Grab a company car and get out there.
Ooh. When are they going to get wall-to-wall carpeting at the courthouse?
Come on, move. This isn't a handset weekly. You got 40 minutes to deadline. Now get out there and wrap it up.
40 minutes to the stocks edition. 40 minutes when they lock up the forms and the presses roll with the Dow Jones closing stock averages and the bulb stores complete to the top of the third. You grab a company coupe and push it out to the manicured lawn neighborhood in Lakewood, Ohio. There's a squad car parked in the gravel turnaround, and Sergeant Al Gorlick of the Lakewood Police is holding the forehead of a thin kid in a gray sweatshirt and corduroy pants. The kid is sick. Goodness sick. How about it, Sergeant? I got a half hour of the stocks edition. That's all I know, Bergen. Easy, kid.
I'm all right. No, I think.
What happened to the kid? He got a lung full.
I won't be able to go to class tonight. As a test, and I won't be able to go.
All right, son, I got you. You found Mrs. Peters?
He's lying there. Not awful. No. How am I going to study for my test? I go tonight.
Sure. Look, there was a fight, right?
Mrs. Peters was shouting at Mr. Peters. And she screamed and he came running up. Then I went in and... No.
What smells?
Gas.
Gas? What gas?
Rat poison.
It was all over the room. He had it in a paper bag. The crystals broke and gave off poison gas. Where's Mrs. Peters now? Lakewood Hospital. Hey, where are you going?
The telephone.
Don't you want to look at the house?
No time. I've got 28 minutes to deadline.
28 minutes to deadline. You haven't got time for color, for background, for explanation. Just a raw story in unshaded black and white, poured back over the phone to the press. P as in Paul, E-T-E-R-S, Peters, manufacturer. You've seen his picture in the business section. Legally separated. Fight, big fight. He tears out the door. A college kid, Philip 1L, L-E-V-I-N, finds her out cold. Rat poison all over the room.
Okay. Nice touch, rat poison.
I'm going over to the hospital to check Mrs. Peters.
Hold the story for upcoming. Got 23 minutes to deadline.
Outside the hospital room, there's a sergeant on guard. His face as nervously as an expectant father. You can almost hear the seconds ticking away at the deadline. Can't I even get a statement from you, Sergeant? What do you want me to tell you? I'm no doctor.
They won't even let me see her. My own flesh and blood.
You're related to Mrs. Peters?
She's my sister. My memory Lassiter from Painesville.
Oh, 2 S's in Lassiter?
I warned Myrtle right in her own living room. I told her a man that would do the things Edward Peters did had evil written right on his forehead in letters of fire. I warned her right in her own living room. Myrtle, I said...
things did Peters do?
Other women. He was always running around...
Doctor, I'm Bus Bergen of the press. What's the story on that gas?
There's a patent rat poison. The crystals are an excellent station they brought her in.
Oh, that did it, huh?
I've seen gas cases before as police surgeon. In my opinion, there must have been enough loose to fumigate the whole house.
Well, can I talk to her now?
Talk to her? That was cyanide gas. She's dead.
Bergen, Mrs. Peters died 4 minutes ago. Cyanide gas. Got that, Wiley?
Right. Now wrap it up and you're on the front page.
Well, what do you mean, wrap it up? What more do you want?
The lead on the killer.
If you get me Peter's arrest, I'll hold deadline.
Hey, listen, he could be halfway out in Lake Erie swimming for Canada by now.
Sure. Full weapon claims his tools.
Why, you...
Come on, Bus. Tie it all up in a pretty pink package. You'd have 15...
Hey, Wiley, hold the line.
You kidding? Bus, get moving.
Hold the line, Wiley, and get a photographer out here.
Where?
City Hospital.
You crazy? We can't run pictures of the...
I know, but you can run pictures of her husband, can't you? He's coming down the hall now. Now, hold the line. Can I help you?
Oh, yes, if you'll be so kind. I'm Edward Peters.
Yeah, I've seen your picture.
Oh? I'm looking for room 304.
304. It's right around the corner. You looking for someone special?
My wife. I called the house, and they told me that she'd had a slight accident.
They told you?
Yes, I thought I'd drop over and... Well, thank you very much.
Tell me about that slight accident.
I beg your pardon?
I'm Bus Bergen of the Cleveland Press.
The reporter? Well, I'm sure the press wouldn't be interested in a minor household accident.
You don't want to make a statement?
I employ a public relations counsel who handles all of my contact with the press. Now, if you'll excuse me...
no, Mr. Peters. This is one story that we can't run from a mimeograph handout.
What are you talking about?
Rat poison, cyanide gas.
Are you crazy? Get out of my way, young man. I want to see my wife.
You wait, Mr. Peters.
Peters. Oh, what is this? What's going on? Sergeant, I insist You're on Edward doing... Peters? Well, of course I'm Edward Peters. You want to make a statement about what happened at your house this afternoon? Oh, of course. There was an argument between my wife and myself. I hit her with a bag of rat poison. Took my teeth. Let me at that.
All right,
Peters, I'm arresting you for the murder of...
Wiley, you still there?
What's going on?
Shut up and take this. Lakewood Police Sergeant Al Gorlick arrested Edward Peters for the murder of his wife Myrtle at City Hospital outside the room in which the victim's body lay.
You stringing
He
me?
came waltzing in here like a cat eating canary pie. It's a lead pipe cinch, Wiley. He's been out playing the field, had a fight with his wife, and slugged her with the rat poison. Then figured he could beat the rap by hollering accident. This one's cold turkey, open and shut all the way, wrapped up for the stocks in 40 minutes.
Let the morning paper have the trimmings. You've got the break story, and that's what counts. You work fast, but sometimes it can be too fast. Sometimes you chase a headline down the road so fast, you overlook the small, telltale signs that shout a warning to the reporter. Slow up. Take a second look. Think. With a deadline hanging over you, you'll wrap up a story in a neat, quick package. And when you tear off the pretty ribbon and the party wrapping, the story isn't there at all. Nail the headline down, Bus Bergen. Charge industrialist with poison slaying of Lakewood wife. The who, what, where, when, and how, the lead paragraph, is complete. And now you can take your time. It was open and shut. Cardboard characters on a black and white setting. And now you want to fill in the gray. I can give you 5 minutes, Mr. Bergen. Thanks, Sergeant.
Greetings, Mr. Peters.
Huh? Oh, you're the reporter, aren't you?
I thought maybe you might have a statement to make.
I saw your article, Bergen. You've got it all wrong. You're making a terrible
I
mistake.
quoted the district attorney, the coroner, and your own confession.
You don't understand. That wasn't a confession.
I hit her with a bag of rat poison and took my paintings. Now, what do you call it?
But I meant... Never mind.
Look, Mr. Peters, this is your chance to tell your side of the story.
I'm afraid I'd better tell my side of the story in court, Mr. Bergen.
You want to cooperate, don't you? You want to break in the paper?
Mr. Bergen, this whole affair is a gross misunderstanding. I have a very expensive and competent lawyer on retainer, and I think he is best qualified to look after my interests.
Look, Peters, let me give you a friendly tip. This is a big story. The wire services have it already. You'll probably be in jail for several months before the trial is over, and we'll have to keep your case alive all that time.
Isn't that your problem?
Sure. Every paper in town will have to have angles on you. Do you know what angles mean? How'd you get along with your wife? Details on your business. There are reporters around who won't stop there. They'll dig up scandal, other women, gossip. Now, nobody wants that. This is your chance to give me the straight story.
My lawyers are Delahanty and Cole. They'll issue any statement. That's all, Mr. Bergen. Goodbye. You've covered 100 murders. You've seen killers you liked, and some you pitied, and some you were indifferent to.
But this one, you'll hate. I'll tell you, Wiley, he got my goat. In a cell, a first-degree rap on him on 3 counts. Premeditated, murder in commission of a burglary, and murder by cyanide gas. And he's cool as peeled cucumber. I got expensive lawyering. I just bet he has. You got a follow-up color piece, Buzz? Not yet. I've seen him before, Wiley. A murderer who thinks he can buy an acquittal with a blank check.
You had 40 minutes to wrap up this story, and now you go back to pick up the pieces. Painfully, over the next 2 weeks, you reconstruct the life of Edward and Myrtle Peters. From the flat stereotype of the headlines, you see a man emerge in 3 dimensions.
You heard them fighting, Philip? Sure, Mr. Bergen. I was waiting for the bus. I go to night school at Western Reserve. I used to work for Mr. Peters at the house, trimming the hedge and stuff.
Uh-huh.
You know, it was a funny thing. After they were separated, I used to see him standing across the street. Didn't go in. Sometimes he'd wait until it was dark. He didn't look mad at all. Just kind of sad, like he wished it hadn't happened. You warned your sister against her husband, Mrs. Lassiter?
I never trusted Edward, Mr. Bergen. I told Myrtle she should listen to her sister. But she was dazzled, blinded by the wealth of evil. Beware of Greeks sharing gifts, I always told her. Never trusted the master who paid for my husband's kidneys. Why should he pay for his operation? That's what I told my husband. Just trying to make us beholden to him. Just don't trust a man like that.
Sergeant, I promise you it's off the record.
Look, Bergen, you can't break this till it comes out in the trial. But the wife had a private operator tailing Peters for 10 years. They were looking for divorce evidence. But you know, it's a funny thing. He had 500. Even after the separation, he kept it in her name. Slowly, the picture fills in. It appears to be open and shut. But now you see the complications fogging your nice, clear story. You write the background, you illustrate it with pictures of Peter's country place. You listen as Wiley reads it. Boy, what a layout. Arabian horses, swimming pool, shooting galleries, and a concrete bomb shelter. Millionaire's bomb shelter won't save them now. Hey, that's an angle. Yeah, I'm getting tired of angles, Wiley. How about people? What's the matter, Buzz? You feeling sorry for the guy? No. You can't feel sorry for him. He's too calm, too cool. He sits in that jail and runs his business from a cell. Don't talk to me or any other reporter. And his lawyer just brushes lint off a $200 suit and clears his throat. So what's eating you? You're writing nice and nasty, but your heart ain't in it. Getting mixed up, Wiley. I thought I had it clear, but the whole picture's getting foggy. I'll cheer up the trial goes on tomorrow, and you can nail Peter to the wall. That's what you want, isn't it? Sure. That's what I want. Wiley, I'm going down to the jail and talk to Peters again. Okay, Bergen, usual 5. Thanks, Sergeant. Good morning, Mr. Peters. Okay. Maybe I've got this coming. My attorney has shown me your articles, Mr. Bergen. He advises me that, unfortunately, I have no legal recourse against him. Yeah, we've got a good lawyer, too. I want to talk to you, Mr. Peters. I've been on this case from the beginning. They pinned a medal on me down in the city room for wrapping it all up in 40 minutes. But I think maybe I'd have done better to run out of dimes before I phoned in the story. I don't know what you mean, Mr. Bergen, and I'm not interested. Well, maybe you should be. I've been talking to people about you. That Levin kid next door and your sister-in-law. I'm not interested in what she has to say. Sure, she hates you inside. But she told me you paid for her husband's operation. She works at the plant, doesn't it? And the State Employment Service told me you hired parolees to give them a break. My business practice is my own concern. Yeah, but it interests me. Mr. Peters, on the outside, you're a stuffed shirt.
I would have seen you executed cheerfully. But maybe that suffering isn't all hay. The wife is dead. Please, Mr. Vergan. You still loved her, didn't you? Even after the separation. Still got your insurance under her name. You voluntarily doubled the amount awarded her by the court. I protest, Mr. Vergan. My private life is my own affair. You're stubborn, aren't you? Stuff here and you're stubborn. But you've got something underneath. I'm not interested in your opinions. I don't blame you. But I've got to live with myself. I'll see you in the courtroom, Mr. Peters.
The trial begins. You take your place at the press table with the boys from the locals and the wire service men. You watch Edward Peters across the courtroom. On the surface, he's arrogant, assured, and yet you know he's more than that. You look beneath the surface now to see a man. But day by day, the state builds the perfect case.
They were fighting. I could hear them way out on the front lawn. There were some screams, and then he came running
At the time of the arrest, he told me I hit her with a bag of rat poison and took my paintings. He signed that statement down at the station house. In my opinion, there must have been enough cyanide gas liberated to fumigate the 3-story house. In an unused jury room, the long table is crowded with temporary phones. The trial is in its closing days when you sneak out to file a story. Oh, Wiley.
Go ahead, Buck. Shoot.
Defense witnesses are claiming the whole rat poison business was an accident. Peter said he was taking it out to his country place. Claims he only bought it to kill some rats in his cellar. They claim Mrs. Peters died of a heart attack. If they could prove that she wasn't actually killed by the gas, Peters might beat this.
Can they prove it?
They haven't a chance. The jury can practically smell that rat poison in the courtroom. Police sergeant's testimony nailed the lid on the coffin.
Good, good. Is there a recess now?
No, that last little woman's on the stand.
Oh, yeah, I see it coming in on the service ticker.
Wiley, I'm going out to Peter's house.
Now? Are you crazy?
I'm worried. Look, I ran through this story like a knife through butter. It was too fast, Wiley.
What are you worried about? You're back in that courtroom. We need your eyewitness stuff.
Send another boy, Wiley. I'm going to start all over and cover this story right.
You're crazy. You're covering the trial.
Who's the ticker? Look, that's a man sitting across the courtroom. I thought for a while it was a headline.
Listen, Bergen, you're nuts. Now get back in that courtroom. Buck, you there?
Bye, Wiley.
You pushed the company scoop out to Lakewood. This may cost you a job, but this time you're going to cover it right. You're going to get the story of people, not headlines in black and white. Out at the Peters house, you find Philip Levin on the lawn, playing with a brown and white Parker sun.
Okay, go on. Get the ball. Get the ball. Go.
Hello, Philip.
Oh, hi, Mr. Bergen. I saw you at the court.
Yeah. I want to talk to you, Philip.
Well, you already
Yeah, I know, but this time I kind of want to take it easy. You said you used to see Mr. Peters standing across the street at night.
Sure, lots of times.
After the separation?
Yeah, funny, isn't it? Oh, that a girl, nice. Come on, give me the ball. Come on. Okay, go.
Did he look mad?
Mr. Peters?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no. You know, Mr. Bergen, I don't think Mr. Peters wanted that separation.
No?
I think he still loves her. Here she comes. Good girl.
A nice cocker spaniel. Your dog?
Trudy? Oh, no. She was Mrs. Peters. I'm just taking care of her. Oh, down there.
You'd think the dog would know. I mean, she's so happy. Hey, get off my pants.
Oh, she knows, all right. You should have seen her the day of the murder, growling and snapping.
Took it hard, huh?
Yeah. The policeman couldn't get her away from Mrs. Peters. Trudy wouldn't let him close enough to even touch her.
The dog was in the house?
Sure, she was in the house all the time. Weren't you, Trudy? Yeah.
This dog was in the room all the time? She's still alive, isn't she?
You're alive, aren't you, Trudy?
I ran right over it. I thought I had the story nailed down in 40 minutes, and I missed it by a mile. Come on, Trudy. You're coming with me.
Well, where are you going, Mr. Bergen?
Trudy and I are going for a ride. crazy, Bus. You can't smuggle a dog into that courtroom. I've got him this far, haven't I, Wiley? Quiet, Trudy. You want to be held in contempt? Hey, look, there's a defense attorney. Go ahead, Bus. Make your pitch. Oh, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen. I'm sorry, I'm very busy. Mr. Allen, this is very important. Look, court reconvenes in 5 minutes. Wait a minute. Oh, you're the national press, aren't you? Yeah, look, this will only take... Trudy, is that a dog under your coat? It's your star witness, Mr. Allen. Trudy was in the room when Mrs. Peters got her lung full of gas. You sure about that? I can get you the witnesses. Look, state claims there was enough cyanide loose to kill Mrs. Peters. Trudy only weighs about 10 pounds. If the state is right, she should be cold as a mackerel. Mrs. Peters couldn't have died from the cyanide. This is the evidence you need to prove she died of a heart attack. All right, Bergen, you keep that dog here. I'm going to move for an adjournment. This is all we need. And don't lose that dog. Is this sure? I checked with the state toxicologist. They can't convict now. Well, why didn't that cop mention the dog on the stand? I asked him. He said nobody asked me. They would have convicted an innocent man. I thought you didn't like Peters. I didn't. That's what threw me off. I rushed that story through in 40 minutes. I let myself be fooled by my own neat black and white headlines. I didn't have time to find out what really happened. But I can sure write this story now, Wiley. The whole story. And Trudy, you'll illustrate it with your picture on page 1. Now we read you that telegram from Buzz Bergen of the Cleveland Press. When defense attorney introduced evidence of small dog that survived the gas, experts testified it would be impossible for gas to have been the cause of death. There was no evidence to prove premeditation. Jury brought in verdict of not guilty. Edward Peters was released and returned to his manufacturing business. And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Look, for the last time, Janet, did you murder your mother?
No, Lieutenant Morgan, I didn't.
Then who did?
I don't know.
I don't know. Is that all you can say?
I don't know.
Oh, it beats me. I never did meet a stubborn kid like you before. Oh, well, I might as well send in the police matron.
Oh, Lieutenant Morgan,
Yeah?
will you ask the matron to bring in some needle and thread?
Needle and thread?
Yeah, I've got a hole in one of my bobby socks, and it looks like the dickens.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Dorothy Kilgallen of the New York Journal-American goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pall Mall's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the strange and authentic story of the Bobby Sox Kid from Bayonne.
You are Dorothy Kilgallen, covering the police beat for the New York Evening Journal before it became the Journal American, and before you became a big byline with the Broadway column. It's one of those sticky and sultry July evenings, just about midnight, when you finally get back to the office from Jersey. You're so tired you see spots before your eyes, and so hot your clothes stick damply to your skin. You make a beeline for the water cooler, and there you run into the night editor.
Hey, Dorothy, go easy on that ice water. Want to get a chill?
I'll take that chill, Al, just as long as it's good and cold. What a session I just had in Jersey City.
Yeah, you sure look all in.
I am. 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. Waiting in a sizzling hot room for a jury to make up its mind. Al, it was awful.
Yeah, I'll bet it was. Look, Dorothy.
Now, I've just got one big ambition in life. I'm going home and stand under a cold shower for about an hour and then fall into bed.
Dorothy, I hate to be a killjoy, but I've got to send you out on another assignment.
You mean now?
Right away, to Bayonne, New Jersey. Just got a flash that a woman was murdered out there. And the cops think the woman's daughter and a boyfriend did the job. They're grilling the kids at headquarters now. I'll go out there and see what you can pick up. It's all yours.
How was this Mrs. Graham murdered, Sergeant Gillis?
With a hatchet, Miss Kilgallen.
Oh, but that sounds like the work of a maniac. You mean you suspect a couple of kids?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem possible. Especially kids like these.
Where's Mrs. Graham's daughter now?
She's with Lieutenant Morgan in that room over there. He's been grilling her for hours, but she won't talk. Neither will her boyfriend.
Where'd you pick up the kids, Sergeant?
In a beer joint near the Somerville Circle. Oh, here comes Morgan now. Any luck, Lieutenant?
Oh, no. The more questions I ask her, the tighter she clams up. You know, I've had some tough crooks on the grill, but this kid beats them all. Hello, Miss Kilgallen.
Hello, Lieutenant. Got anything I can use for a story?
Oh, not a thing, Miss Kilgallen. And that's the truth. Frankly, we're pretty well up against a stone wall. Now, what can you do when a cute-looking 17-year-old kid just sits there and swings her legs and looks at you with a sweet face and says, I don't know.
She won't say anything?
I've tried everything. Talk to her like a Dutch uncle, like a father, like a cop, like a mug even. But it's no go. I don't know, she says. Just like that. I don't know.
Lieutenant Morgan.
Yeah?
Mind if I go into that room and talk to Janet Graham alone?
Now, what good'll that do?
I don't know that it'll do any good. But I just might come up with something, just between us girls. How about it?
Now, look, Miss Kilgallen, all the other reporters are going home. Why don't you go, too? She won't crack. Believe me. I know all the tricks, and I've used them all. She just won't crack.
Would you let me talk to her?
Oh, it's too hot to argue. Oh, go ahead. But believe me, you're wasting your time. We've had our best men working on that kid, and she just won't talk.
Hi, Janet.
Who are you?
My name's Dorothy Kilgallen. I'm a reporter.
A reporter? Honest?
Honest. I thought I'd just drop in for a chat.
Oh. Well, you're not going to find anything out from me. I don't know anything.
Well, maybe you don't, but I do.
You do? What?
You look like a sight. Your hair's every which way, and your nose is shiny.
Well, gosh, Miss Kilgallen, what can I do? I left my compact in Charlie's jalopy when they picked us up.
Well, he wouldn't like you the way you look now.
Gee, is it that bad?
Here, take my compact.
Oh, thanks, Miss Kilgallen. Gee, this is just super. Is it real gold?
Yeah.
I've got one in silver. It's shaped like a heart, and it's got initials on it. CM.
CM? Who's that?
Charlie Mason. He gave it to me for my birthday. He's my boyfriend. We've been going steady for a year.
Is he nice?
Oh, he's just super, Miss Kilgallen.
Tell me about him.
Gee. You really want me to?
Of course.
Well, he's star athlete at Bayonne High, and he's a whiz at tennis. Beats me 6-love every time, and I'm supposed to be pretty good for a girl. Oh, here's your compact pack.
Oh, thanks. Feel better?
Oh, yes, lots. You use the same color powder I do.
Janet, I suppose you and Charlie, you know that you're in a mess of trouble.
Yeah, I guess we are.
Why don't you tell them what they want to know?
I won't. I won't tell them a thing. I hate them.
Then maybe you tell me.
You?
Yes. You know, it's different when you tell everything to a woman. A woman sort of understands.
Well, gee, you're nice, Miss Kilgallen, but...
But what, Janet? You love Charlie, don't you?
You know that?
Of course. Why shouldn't you?
Golly. You do understand, don't you?
Yes, I think so.
That's the trouble with them. The police, I mean. They don't know how it was with Charlie and me. Mother didn't either.
She what, Janet?
Nothing.
All right, if you don't want to tell me anything, Janet, I guess I'll have to go.
Oh, no, Please stay.
Then what about your mother?
She hated Charlie. She wouldn't even let him come into the house.
Did she know you loved him?
I kept telling her that. Honest, Miss Kilgallen, I kept telling her. That's why we argued.
Argued about what?
It was this afternoon. Mother wanted me to do some work around the house, but I skipped out to meet Charlie.
Where'd you meet him, Janet?
The church.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the choir, you know, and they were having choir practice. The door was open, and I went in. Charlie was singing a solo, and I listened. It was wonderful, Miss Kilgallen. Listening to Charlie was... Well, it was like going to heaven. I was just thrilled. I wanted to reach up and touch him, but I didn't. I just sat there and listened.
Thy faithful mercies bright.
After that, well, I guess I kind of walked on air. I met Charlie outside the church. We had a tennis date at 6 o'clock, but before that I had to go to the delicatessen and buy some cold cuts for supper. On the way to the delicatessen, I kind of took Charlie's hand and held it. Just holding his hand like that thrilled me, but... Oh, Charlie... Oh, you know how boys are, Miss Kilgallen. He was kind of bashful.
Hey, Jen.
Yes, Charlie?
Quit holding my hand. Everybody on the street's looking at us.
Don't you love me?
Well, sure I do, Cookie. You know that, but...
How about coming to my house for supper tonight?
Well, gee, I can't do that, Janet. What would your mother say?
I don't care what Mother says. She's not going to boss me around anymore. We'll just tell her we're in love and that we're going to get married just as soon as you can get a job singing on the radio.
Well, I don't know.
Don't you love me, Charlie?
Sure, Cookie. I told you I did.
Well, then we don't have to be afraid of Mother or anyone else. Oh, here's the delicatessen.
Well, good afternoon, Janet.
Hello, Mr. Schmidt.
And what'll it be today?
I'll have a quarter of a pound of ham.
Ham?
Quarter of a pound of liverwurst.
Liverwurst?
20 cents worth of potato salad.
Potato salad?
And, oh, Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah?
Mother will kill me for this, but I don't care. I want a jar of mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise?
Yeah, I'm just wacky about mayonnaise. And this time I don't give a darn what my mother says.
So you left the delicatessen store and went right home. Is that it, Janet?
Well, no, not exactly, Miss Kilgallen. You know how hot it was today?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, Charlie and I stopped in a tavern, and we had 2 glasses of beer each and some pretzels. Beer was super, it being so hot outside and all. After that, we went to my house. Funny how I felt then.
How did you feel?
Well, gee, I don't know why I'm telling you all this.
How did you feel, Janet?
Well, it was so hot, and I was kind of dizzy, and thrilled because Charlie was going with me and we were going to stand up to Mother. You know, Miss Kilgallen, how it is when you're all thrilled and excited.
Oh, sure, I know. Well, what happened when you got home?
Well, Mother was out.
I see. What did you and Charlie do then?
Oh, Charlie read a magazine, and I kind of did a little housework.
Janet.
Yes, Miss Kilgallen?
You're not telling me the truth. What's the use of talking to me if you don't tell me the truth? Now, what really happened when you and Charlie came home and found that your mother was out? Don't be afraid, Janet. I'll understand. But you've got to tell me the truth.
All right. All right, I will. We were both a little dizzy, I guess. You know, we kept saying things to each other. Then all of a sudden I felt like dancing, so I put on a record of our song.
Your song?
Yes, Temptation. It's my favorite, and Charlie's, too. We call it our song. Anyway, I felt like dancing, so I put the record on the Victrola. And then... Charlie.
Yeah?
Let's dance.
Dance?
Yes. Take me in your arms, Charlie.
But what if your mother comes in and sees us?
I don't care. Do you?
No. No, I guess not.
Charlie, let's stop dancing now. Let's sit down.
Sit down?
Yes. Kiss me, Charlie. Please.
Janet. Gee, Janet.
Charlie. Again.
Janet Graham!
Mother!
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell-mell?
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall-Malls are good, and good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall-Mall's greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pall-Mall's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now we return you to our narrator, Barry Kroger, and tonight's big story.
The Bobby Sox kid from Bayonne keeps talking. There in that sweltering, dingy police room. The words spill from her faster and faster. You can see that she wants to talk now. She's glad to get it off her chest. It's been simmering and boiling inside. Finally, she stops to catch her breath. And you ask her,
Now, when your mother walked into the parlor and found you and Charlie there, what did she say, Janet?
Mother just stood there, Miss Kilgallen. She stood there looking as though she'd like to kill the both of us. And the Victrola kept on playing Temptation. I don't remember who spoke first. I think it was Charlie.
Mrs. Graham,
Turn off the Victrola, Janet.
Mother, we were just...
I said turn off the Victrola.
Yes, Mother.
Now, Janet, go into the kitchen. I want to talk to you alone.
But Mrs. Graham, she didn't do anything.
I'll thank you to keep still. You just sit right here. I'll have something to say to you later. Janet, you march right into the kitchen. And what happened after you got into the kitchen, Janet? Janet, what happened?
Well, Miss Kilgallen, Mother didn't say anything for a long time. She just started to get the dishes out for supper. I was nervous and scared. Well, there was the heat, too. It was so hot. It did funny things to me. I thought maybe if I did something with my hands instead of just standing there waiting for Mother to say something, it'd be better. I could think better. And then I saw the hatchet on the windowsill.
What was the hatchet doing there?
I'd brought it up from the cellar.
Why did you bring it up?
Because Mother had asked me to nail down some loose linoleum on the kitchen floor. So I got some tacks and started to hammer it down. Then Mother started to talk.
I don't know. I just don't know. What did I ever do to deserve a daughter like you? A common, cheap little flirt?
Mother, don't say things like that. All Charlie did was kiss me.
I don't want to hear another word from you, Janet Graham. Not another single solitary word. When your father comes home, I'll see that he takes the strap to you, you little good-for-nothing.
Mother, please,
17 years old, a baby, and sitting on the couch hugging and kissing a nasty boy like Charlie Mason.
I'm no baby. Do you hear, Mother? I'm 17. I'm grown up, and I love Charlie Mason.
Ha! You. What do you know about love? You're just boy crazy, that's all. Boy crazy.
Mother, don't say things like that.
Boy crazy, boy crazy, boy crazy.
Please, Mother, don't.
I forbid you to ever see him again. I positively forbid you to see him again. Do you hear me, Janet? You're not to see him again.
You can't stop me. You can't stop me. I'll see Charlie all I please. I love him. I love him. I love him.
Don't you dare talk back to me. Don't you dare.
Mother, please, let's not quarrel anymore. It's so hot, and I've got such a terrible headache, and I'm so mixed up.
I warn you, Janet. If I ever catch that awful boy around here again, I'll have your father horsewhip him.
Mother, don't say things like that. Please, stop.
I don't like him, and I never did. He's no good, and he'll never be any good.
Mother, stop!
Don't you yell at me, you young good-for-nothing. Stop! How dare you talk back to your own mother like that? How dare you? Janet.
I asked you to stop. I asked you to stop nagging me.
Janet, Janet, put down that hatchet. Put down that... Charlie!
You're not going to stand between Charlie and me. You're not going to. Is she, Charlie?
Janet, don't. Charlie, no! Keep away from me! Please! No, Janet!
You listen in horror as Janet Graham tells you what happened then. You listen, and there's an all-gone feeling in the pit of your stomach as you watch this sweet-faced kid in the bobby socks dangling her tanned legs under the bench and calmly telling you.
I hit Mother then, Miss Kilgallen. She screamed and fell down. That's all.
I see. What did you do then, Janet?
Well, then we thought we'd better talk things over.
You and Charlie?
Yes. Charlie's jalopy was outside, and we decided we'd better drive to Canada because they'd be looking for us pretty soon. We didn't have much money, so we started to make up sandwiches in the kitchen for our trip. And then all of a sudden the doorbell rang.
Janet, someone's at the front door.
You keep making up those chicken and ham sandwiches here in the kitchen, Charlie. I'll see who it is.
All right. Gee, I hope it isn't the police or someone.
Oh, Janet. Janet's anything wrong?
Wrong? I know, Mrs. Wallace. What makes you think so?
Well, I was sitting on my front porch next door, and I thought I heard your mother scream.
Oh, that. Well, Mother just cut her finger, that's all, Mrs. Wallace.
Oh, for a moment I thought that... Nothing serious, is it, Janet?
Oh, no, Mrs. Wallace. Just a nick. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, thank heaven for that. That scream certainly gave me a fright. Well, I'll be getting back, Janet.
Well, thanks for looking in, Mrs. Wallace.
Who was it, Janet?
Nobody. Just a neighbor. Oh, Charlie.
Yeah. What's the matter?
You forgot something.
Forgot something?
Yes, on those chicken sandwiches you're making. The mayonnaise. You know I just love mayonnaise.
Is that all, Janet?
Well, Miss Kilgallen, I guess so. Except that we started out for Canada.
And you got as far as the Somerville Circle,
Yes. It was awful hot driving this evening, and Well, we stopped at a tavern for a couple of glasses of beer, and by that time, Charlie was pretty worried.
Gosh, Janet. We're in an awful jam now.
I don't care. I don't care about anything. I love you, Charlie.
We'll never be able to make Canada. Why, all I've got is $1.40.
You're awful cute, Charlie. Awful cute.
Janet, maybe we ought to give ourselves up.
I love your hair, Charlie. It's so thick and nice. I always feel like running my fingers through it.
Janet, we got to decide what to do.
Charlie,
Yeah.
play number 7 on the jukebox.
But look, Cookie,
Play number 7. It's our song, Charlie. Temptation.
Okay.
Oh, Charlie. Our song. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it just super?
Yeah. Listen, Janet. About your mother, about what we did.
Oh, don't talk about that now. Now let's talk about anything now. Let's just sit here and listen and dream.
Janet, a cop. He just came in. Oh, he's seen us, Janet. He's coming over to our booth.
Is that your tan coupe outside, son?
Yes, sir.
Your name Charlie Mason?
Yes, sir.
And you're Janet Graham?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you kids, you better come along with me.
All right, officer, we'll go with you, only.
Yeah?
Do you mind if we wait till the music's over?
And that's the whole story, Janet.
Yes, Miss Kilgallen. That's all there is. Now you know everything. Funny, I didn't mind telling you. I knew you'd understand. You do, don't you?
Yes, I understand, Janet. But now, will you tell the others what you told me?
I don't want to.
I know. But I think you'd better.
All right, Miss Kilgallen. If you say so, I'll tell them.
Well, I have to go now.
You can't stay with me any longer?
No, I can't.
Oh. Well, goodbye, Miss Kilgallen.
Goodbye, Janet.
A full house beats 2 pair any day. Oh, hello, Miss Kilgallen. How'd you make out?
Didn't get anything out of the kid, I'll bet.
Yes, I did.
You did? Hey, that really puts me in my place. All of us trying and not getting a glimmer. What's the lead?
She told me everything.
Everything? Are you serious?
You mean you got that kid to
She
crack?
told me everything.
Oh, who did it? She or the boy? Did she kill
Yes,
the old lady?
she did it, but it didn't have to happen. It shouldn't have happened if her mother had only shown a little more understanding. Just a little more sympathy and love. Oh, what's the use? What difference does it make now?
Yeah, I know. Now, take it easy, Miss Kilgallen. You're pretty well used up. You did a big job in there, and it kind of gets you down.
I guess so.
Look at the exclusive you got. It's a big story if there ever was one. And all due to you.
Yes. It's a big story, Lieutenant. But do you want to know something?
What?
I wish I'd never heard of it. I wish I never had to write it. I wish it had never happened.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Dorothy Kilgallen with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good, and good.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Dorothy Kilgallen of the New York Journal-American.
Boy and girl in tonight's big story were found guilty of murder but received relatively light sentences on account of their youth. Boy was later paroled from state prison on condition that he join some branch of armed forces. Girl was paroled from reformatory after serving 6.5 years. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Miss Kilgallen. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Buffalo Evening News. Byline, Eddie DeCastro. A big story that began when a woman was told that her husband had been murdered and left.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Max Ehrlich. Your narrator was Barry Kroger, and Janet Fox played the part of Dorothy Kilgallen. All names in tonight's story except that of Miss Kilgallen were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
I was up on the road near the dam when it happened. All of a sudden, there was an explosion, and then I saw this car down here burning.
Take it slow, mister, will you? I'm trying to write this down in my report.
I ran right down here, but the heat drove me back. Then I called you state police quick as I could.
Near as I can make out, someone must have gotten out of the car and staggered over here to the river.
But what happened to him?
What do you think?
Oh, the body. It went over the dam.
If he was lucky, he was dead when it happened.
All that water, thousands of tons of it.
Pouring down like a rain of steel. We'll never find his body now. Never.
The Big Story. Here is America. Its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Cleveland, Ohio. From the pages of the Cleveland News, the authentic story of a reporter who found that death can make a piece of fiction come to life. Tonight, to Ike McAnally of the Cleveland News goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story.
Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild. Yes, Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos means a longer, natural filter to screen and cool the smoke. Thus, Pall Mall gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild.
Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild. If you really want to enjoy smoking, ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall. Now, the story as it actually happened. Ike McAnally's story as he lived it. Cleveland, Ohio.
Every city seems different, except when you get down real close to it. Then you know that they're all alike. A city lives because of its people. And in the stories that you, Ike McAnally, write for the Cleveland News, you tell what happens to them. Sob stuff, laughs, and heartbreak. The obituaries and the birth notices, side by side. And on this cold December day, as you head for an interview with the wife of Dr. David Wagner, the whole picture of the city suddenly narrows down to one small frame. For in the window of the Wagner house is a wreath of Christmas. And below the nameplate on the door is a wreath of black.
What more can I tell you, Mr. McAnally?
Your husband's accident, Mrs. Wagner. They identified his car by the license plates. But the way it exploded, the police can't figure it out.
Dr. Wagner was a chemist.
I know.
He was on his way to Philadelphia to demonstrate a new process for purifying water. There were chemicals in his car. In some way, they must have caught fire.
A bump in the road, broken bottle in his luggage. Any one of a dozen things could have done it.
He was good. He was kind. I love him so much. It's as if he's still with me.
I'm very sorry.
He was always promising the children that we'd all go away on a long vacation. He had so little time to spend with them.
I should mind my own business, but why don't you go away with the children? There's the insurance.
No, there isn't.
You mean the doctor didn't carry a policy?
He carried one, all right, for $50,000.
But you just said...
It's this way, Mr. McAnally. The insurance company claims it has no proof of death. Our broker, Mr. Murray, has been arguing with them, but it's no use.
I don't get it. They found the car.
But they didn't find my husband.
Oh, then under company rules, you have to wait 7 years before being paid.
My husband's just missing, they say.
It's a rotten deal. A man works to make sure that his wife and kids will be taken care of. It's not right to let it all go for nothing.
Excuse me.
Of course. Company rules. Forget about people. Remember the rules.
Hello?
Is Ike McAnally there, please? This is his office.
Just a moment, please. It's for you.
Thank you. Guy spends half his life just... Hello.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
Huh? Oh, Carol.
Grab an aspirin, Ike. I just picked something off the AP wire. Seems a guy went into a Philadelphia bank and cashed $5,000 worth of traveler's checks.
So?
Tell that dame you're interviewing that she may not be a widow after all. The guy who cashed the checks identified himself as Dr. David Wagner.
Look, Murray, if anyone knows Wagner's business, it's you. You handled his insurance and these traveler's checks.
Well?
Didn't Wagner sign these checks?
I'll admit it looks like his signature, McAnally, but I don't see how it could be.
Why not? The clerk who gave him the money identified him perfectly.
He could be wrong. 5 people can look at one man, and each will give a different description of it.
But they all couldn't forget a signature like this.
No. The prisons are full of men who could write your signature blindfolded.
You know Wagner signed these checks, Murray. Why don't you admit it?
Look, McAnally, you're not just asking me to verify a signature. You want me to say that David Wagner's alive.
Doesn't this prove it?
McAnally, will you listen to me for a minute? I want to see David Wagner alive as much as anyone else, but to go on such flimsy evidence as a check that could have been forged to raise a woman's hopes that her husband is alive...
Be reasonable, Murray. I don't know what Wagner's up to, but it's a cinch he's on a disappearing act of some kind.
Well, I don't see it. I don't see it at all. What reason could he have for making believe he was dead?
I don't know. That's what I have to find out.
Where do you begin? Where do you find the reason for a respected, successful man suddenly vanishing without a trace? Somewhere in this man's life,
But there must be an answer, perhaps obscure and hidden, but you know it has to be there. You ask the woman who's closest to him. If anyone holds the key, it must be his wife.
No, there's nothing. You're all wrong, Mr. McAnally. It isn't so.
But Mrs. Wagner...
If he were alive, he'd be with me. He'd come back to his home and his children.
But he is alive. And he hasn't come back.
Then he's sick. Of course, it has to be that. David would never stay away. He's sick. He has to be.
Sometimes, Mrs. Wagner, things get so real that you can't believe them. They swell up, get big right in front of your eyes. But you don't see them. Because you don't want to.
No. He wouldn't. He wouldn't.
Try to understand. I say your husband's alive. Why he hasn't come home, I don't know. But you've got to help me find him.
The wind from the lake whips sharply against the window, and the cold comes into the room. You want to run outside and get away, but you can't. You have to sit there and watch as part of a woman's life slips away.
I've tried to think of a reason, but there doesn't seem to be any.
Yes?
Except for something I might have done.
I don't think so. Tell me, Mrs. Wagner, was your husband in debt? Perhaps trouble of some kind?
Oh, I don't think he could find time for trouble.
How do you mean?
He seemed to be busy every minute. There was his work, his athletic club, his paintings, so many things.
Yes, this portrait on the wall. I've been looking at it.
That's one of David's. Isn't it good?
Very.
The Willard Art Museum once held an exhibition of just his work.
The way he caught the face of this girl. Almost lifelike. It seems to me I might know her. Do you know her name, Mrs. Wagner?
No, I don't know. She posed for my husband a few times, though.
I see.
I'm sorry to cause you so much trouble, Mr. McAnally.
I guess it's the other way around. It's become just a little more than a story to me. I'm in this all the way. Till it's finished.
Who are you?
Ike McAnally. I'm with the Cleveland News.
Oh? You taking a poll or something?
Sure. Can I come in?
Okay. Well?
Miss Jenny Logan?
You pressed the right button.
I'm doing a little research on a guy named David Wagner. The art agency gave me your name.
What kind of research? I just modeled for him a few times, if that'll help.
Well, you heard about his accident, I guess.
Yeah, it was real rough. Poor guy.
Rough on his wife, too. And the kids.
Well, what can you do? That's the way things go.
Not always. This may come as a shock, Jenny. But David Wagner's still alive.
You're crazy. The paper, I read he was drowned.
But they never found the body.
They couldn't. All that water going over the dam.
You know all the details, don't you?
Well, I worked for the guy. I couldn't help being interested in what happened.
Better get that coffee over there, Jenny. It'll boil over on the floor in a second.
It's funny you're coming to me like this. What could I know about Dr. Wagner?
Well, you know how it is. I just have to check up on everyone. By the way, you seem to be kind of hipped on mysteries yourself.
What do you mean?
Oh, quite a book you've got here. The Living Corpse.
Don't you open that book. Why don't you mind your own business? I didn't ask you to come up here and go snooping around. Now get out of here before I call the super, you hear me? Get out. Get out!
Oh, miss, could you help me, please?
Lower your voice, sir. We try to keep the library as quiet as possible.
Sorry.
Now, what is it you wanted?
A book.
Naturally. But which one?
Well, it's just a cheap little detective thriller.
I see. Its name, please?
The Living Corpse.
The Living Corpse?
It's for a friend.
But that's a great classic, sir, written by Leo Tolstoy.
It is?
Of course, it's a wonderful story. Don't you know it?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Well, it's all about a respectable, well-established man who fakes his own death so that he can escape from a wife he no longer cares for. Then, by taking on a new name, he goes away with his sweetheart to begin a new life. It's a beautiful story. But, sir, don't you want the book? Couldn't he have slammed the door quietly?
Cash smash?
One-way ticket to New York, please. And hurry.
Going someplace, Jenny?
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's Big Story.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
Your eyes can see Pell-Mel's greater length. Yes, your eyes can see the difference. Your throat can tell you what it means.
Pell-Mel's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos means a longer, natural filter to screen and cool the smoke.
Thus, Pell-Mel gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Yes, Pell-Mel's are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke.
Pell-Mel famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild.
If you really want to enjoy smoking, ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell-Mel.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Ike McAnally, as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Ike McAnally of the Cleveland News, now find yourself in the middle of the strangest story you've ever covered. A story that only began when it seemed to have ended.
You know that Dr. David Wagner had made it appear that he'd been killed. And for a while, their idea doesn't make sense. Wagner was living a secure, respected life, married and with 2 kids. Why should he want to disappear? But then you hit upon an answer. A famous book with a plot that gives you the reason.
Going someplace, Jenny?
Mr. McAnally.
You were in awful hurry, Jenny. The boys at the cab stand remembered you.
Well, you could have brought me a box of candy. After all, I'm going on my vacation.
Let's go in the waiting room. It's not so noisy.
Okay. I can give you a minute.
This way.
Well, what's on your mind?
That book, Jenny. The Living Corpse by Tolstoy. David Wagner gave it to you.
No.
He gave it to you. And now you're leaving to meet him.
You're crazy. I haven't seen him in months.
You're lying. Wagner's in love with
Why
you.
don't you let me alone?
How can I? This isn't just between you and Wagner. He's got a wife and kids, remember?
What can I do about it?
You can let him alone. You can tell him to come back where he belongs.
You don't know what you're asking. There are some things you can't stop. Jump in front of a train and see if you'll even slow it down. This is the same way. David, me, you, and his wife. None of us can do anything about it.
And you are in love with him.
Sure. You know it. This isn't a thing I want to lie about. It's something too good for that.
Listen, kid, you're wrong. Taking a man away from his home, leaving a wife and children without a dime, you can't call that good.
David left her his insurance, 50,000 of it.
But the company won't pay off.
We've got a right to our lives, to do what we want.
If you don't hurt anyone by doing it.
You can't stop us. We're not breaking any law.
I admit that. But I can spread your pictures over every front page in the country. You'll be known everywhere. You'll never get a minute's rest.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Promise me that wherever you and Wagner go, you'll let us know where you are, the names you're using.
We will. We will.
I want your promise that Wagner will always provide for his family. I can't stop you from going to him, but I can make you give me your word on that.
David will take care of his family. I promise.
I'm sorry to bust in on you like this, Mrs. Wagner, but it's important.
You sounded so excited on the phone,
Yeah,
Mr.
well,
Murray.
I should have. Now, here. Look at this.
What is it?
A money order. Paying the premium due on your husband's insurance.
I don't understand.
Who's this Charles Arnold who signed the money order?
I haven't the faintest idea.
There's something funny about this.
Wait a second.
What's the matter?
The typing on the money order.
You recognize it?
The letter Y. See it? The place where the line breaks off, and the V. How the side of it thins out.
I see it.
This was typed on my husband's machine. I know it. The portable he took away with him.
Well, then this clue makes the signature on the traveler's check mean something now. I'm convinced that McAnally's right. Your husband is alive, and with this, we're going to find him. My apologies, Ike. Here's some evidence to prove you were right.
Thanks, Murray. You sure this type checks with your husband's machine, Mrs. Wagner?
Of course it does.
I'm certain, Mr. McAnally.
Well, what do you make of it?
I think David Wagner's still alive.
Well, naturally he is, but where?
I hate to disappoint you, Murray, but I don't know.
Look, the money order was sent from New York. Track him from there.
There wouldn't be any use in that.
What's the matter with you? Don't you want to find him?
I don't think so.
McAnally, you're out of your mind.
It's all right, Mr. Murray. I'm sure Mr. McAnally knows what he's doing.
Mrs. Wagner, I think you've known all along that I was right, that your husband was alive.
Yes, I've known.
I found out why he went away, and I want you to know that, too.
Have you been holding out on us?
You're just a bystander, Murray. Now keep quiet.
All right, go ahead.
I wouldn't tell you, Mrs. Wagner, if I didn't think you'd understand and accept it.
I'll try to. Where is David, Mr. McAnally?
The place, I don't know. It's unimportant now. The real thing is why he went away. I think he was crazy for doing it.
You haven't told me why.
Your husband went away, Mrs. Wagner, because he fell in love with another woman.
Did you have to tell her that?
She wants to live with the truth.
It would be easier not to.
You wanted me to tell you, didn't you?
Yes. I guess I did.
All right, who's the girl? Who is she?
Jenny Logan, the one who modeled for that painting there on the wall.
Where is she?
With him.
Who told you all this, Mr. McAnally?
The girl, or rather, she confirmed what I guessed.
And you let her go to him?
No one could have stopped her.
If she loved David, she would have gotten to him some way.
Yes, but she was the only trace to your husband. McAnally, you deliberately let her go. You threw away our only chance of finding him.
Murray, listen.
No, you listen. You've been going around crying how sorry you were for Mrs. Wagner and how rotten the company was not to pay off the insurance.
I'm trying to help.
Oh, sure you are. That's why you turned this girl loose to break up a family. McAnally, you're a fake. You just want a story. You don't give a second's thought to this family.
Oh, stop it! Stop it! What's the sense of any of this? Even if David did come back, he'd always be lost to me now.
It's 3 miles back to the office, and you walk every step of it. You think of Jenny Logan and the promise she'd made. There should have been some word by now. She'd had plenty of time. But like David Wagner, she too had disappeared. And as the weeks and months go by, it's hard to forget that it was you who'd let her go.
McAnally.
This is Murray. I've got some news for you.
What's up?
I just thought you'd like to know that David Wagner's insurance policy expires tonight at 12 o'clock. The quarterly premium hasn't been paid. Nothing's come in since the last money I showed you.
Now you tell me. Why didn't you let me know sooner? I could have raised the money.
Mrs. Wagner told me not to. It's her problem, she said. And just between us, McAnally, I don't think she cares anymore.
Who can blame her? But that policy is her one protection. You can't cancel it.
No, but the company can. Sorry. Maybe now you know what a mess you've made of things.
Why the champagne, David?
We're celebrating, Jenny. Our last day in Vienna.
And now? Now where do we run to?
Another city. Budapest, perhaps.
What name shall we use there?
Cheer up, Jenny. If you like, we'll keep the ones we have now. Here's a toast. To Anna and Joseph.
I don't mean to complain, David. It's been wonderful. All of it. I've seen all the places I used to read about. And the clothes. They're just as beautiful as you said they were.
I saw you packing them this morning. Why?
I'm sending them to my kid sister. She'll be crazy about them.
Dear little Jenny. Still thinking about home.
And you? Have you forgotten?
No. I remember.
It's like that book you gave me, David. The people in it tried to forget. They tried to build a wall between themselves and the past. But they couldn't.
Everything ends, Jenny.
I know, David. And this, too.
But our lives back home have also ended.
I keep thinking about what that reporter said to me. We've got a right to our own lives, to do what we want, as long as we don't hurt anybody by doing it.
You'll keep your promise to him. I'm taking care of everything.
I was never worried.
And us, Jenny. What shall I do about us?
You decide, David. I'm not afraid.
Then we'll always be together.
Always.
Look out of the window, Jenny. It's a beautiful world, isn't it?
And but for you, I'd never have seen it.
I've loved you very much.
David.
Together. Always.
The news comes back. And you've got the story of a girl who believed in paying off on a bargain. But the words you write come slow and hard. For this is a story that touches the lives of everyone around it. On a warm spring day in Vienna, it ended for Jenny Logan and David Wagner. But for you and the others, it'll always live in memory.
To read you a telegram from Mike McAnally of the Cleveland News with the final outcome of tonight's big story.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Pell-Mel's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
Filters the smoke and makes it mild. Pell-Mel's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Thus, Pell-Mel gives you a smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Yes, Pell-Mel's are good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke.
So if you really want to enjoy smoking, Ask for the longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Ike McAnally of the Cleveland News.
Subsequent investigation into tonight's big story revealed fact that David Wagner left evidence in his room in Vienna as to his and Jenny's real identity. The double suicide took place an hour before midnight, on the day the insurance policy was to expire, so that Mrs. Wagner could collect the $50,000. My sincere appreciation for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. McAnally. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week. Same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Seattle Times. Byline, Don Magnuson. A big story about a reporter who made a winner out of a 3-time loser.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Alvin Boritz. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Sidney Smith played the part of Ike McAnally. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. McAnally. Saturday, March 12th, marks the 37th birthday of the Girl Scouts in the United States. This is Girl Scout Week.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Got a match?
Sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Here, your match is back. Much obliged.
Don't mention it. Hello, operator. Operator, get me the Secret Service.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Jack Adams of the Los Angeles Examiner, goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pall Mall's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the exciting and authentic story of the case of the counterfeit coins.
You are Jack Adams of the Los Angeles Examiner. For weeks, you've been running down leads on a big counterfeiting ring in town. And for weeks, you've always come back to the same place. Nowhere. And at the moment, thousands of phony half-dollar coins are floating around in L.A., and nobody knows where the phony money mill is or who's behind it. Then, one afternoon, one of the copy boys opens your office door.
Say, Mr. Adams.
Yeah, kid, what is it?
A guy outside wants to see you.
What about?
He claims he's got a big story on the counterfeiting ring.
What? Another one?
Yeah, another one. Only I've never seen a character like this in all my life.
What do you mean, Eddie?
Well, I cased him for an ex-con, and then I said to myself, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's just a refugee from a flop house. He looks like a scarecrow wearing a suit made out of burlap.
Could be some tramp after a handout. Does he look hungry?
Yeah, but not for vitamins. More for a cork or a needle, if you ask me. Shall I send him in or throw him out?
You're a pretty cynical kid, Eddie, and you'll probably turn out to be a great reporter. But just to prove that the milk of human kindness doesn't always turn sour, send the gentleman in.
Okay. Okay, you go ahead in.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, kid. Are you Jack Adams, are you?
Yeah, I'm Adams. Who are you?
My name's Snuffy. It's Snuffy.
I heard you the first time. Snuffy what?
Just Snuffy.
Okay, just Snuffy. Now, what's on your mind?
I seen by the papers you've been writing a lot of stories on the phony dough racket you've been writing, and I says to myself, maybe you'd be interested.
Interested in what?
A little info. Inside stuff, if you know what I mean. The McCoy on a phony 4-bit slugs that are floating around town. So I tells myself I'll make the approach and see what I can say, see?
Vaguely. So?
So if I lead you to the info, do I get a payoff?
If your information is legitimate, yes.
Okay, you look copacetic to me. You look, I'll take a chance.
I knew one of us was taking a chance. Well, what's your proposition, Snuffy?
I can get you on the inside with a counterfeiting mob.
What?
You heard me, Bub. I know every agent in the racket.
How come?
I got connections. You want the story or don't you?
If you could really get me on the inside...
I said I would, didn't I, Bub? And I'm going to prove it. Now, meet me here at the Examiner tomorrow night. At 9 bells. Come dressed in the oldest stud you can find and don't shave. So long.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't say I would...
Are you going, Mr. Adams?
Eddie, what the...
I was listening outside the door. Are you going?
Look, Eddie. It's only in the movies that reporters listen at keyholes.
Are you going to keep that date with Snuffy tomorrow night?
I don't know.
If you don't keep it, can I?
No.
Why not?
Because it's too dangerous.
A good reporter isn't afraid of danger.
Everybody's afraid of danger.
Then what are you going to do about tomorrow night?
I don't know. Before I decide anything, I think I'll run over and have a little chat with George Miller at the Secret Service office. Well, George, what do you think? Should I keep this date with this Snuffy character, or shouldn't I?
Jack, don't ask me to answer a question like that.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll be taking a chance if you go through with it. This counterfeiting ring is dangerous, Jack. Crooks who are running it wouldn't hesitate to kill if they thought their racket was threatened.
I see. That's the way it is, huh?
Yeah, that's the way it is. Well?
George, you know me. I'm no hero.
Who is?
But I feel a big story coming on. And in that case...
Yeah, in that case, you'll take the chance.
Yes.
All right, Jack. Go ahead and meet your unsanitary little friend. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Hiya, pal, I'm here.
Hello, Snuffy. How do I look?
Well, you look okay, pal, but, can you talk, can you?
I don't get you.
Well, old duds ain't enough. You gotta make with the lingo. See, like I do. Get me, otherwise they'll take you for a phony. They'll take you.
Oh, thanks, Snuffy.
Not thanks like you say it, pal. Thanks. See? Lay off the English accent. Speak American. See what I mean?
Okay, Bub, let's scram. Is that better?
Perfect, yeah, perfect. Did you bring any dough with you, did you?
$100.
$100, yeah. It ain't much, but it'll have to do.
What's the angle?
Got a case? Perfect, I got a case. You're a buyer.
A buyer?
Sure. You got the real lettuce, the kind Uncle Sammy puts out. And with it, you buy the phony 4-bit pieces. $5 half-dollars for a legit buck. See what I mean? 5 halves for 1. That's the deal.
Copacetic. I see what you mean.
Okay. Then let's beat it and contact some of my pals. Let's contact.
Sure, but before we go, one question, Snuffy.
What?
You're going to double-cross your pals, right?
You got the answer. I don't owe 'em nothing, not a thing. So what?
So how do I know you won't double-cross me?
Double-cross you? How can you say a thing like that, pal? What kind of a stool pigeon do you take me for? But come on, I got some pals waiting for me in the bar. Hiya, baby.
Don't baby me, you ratty squirt. Who's your pal?
The name's Jack, the name is. He's the right guy. Pal, this is baby.
Pleased to meet you, baby.
Same to you, handsome. But ain't sure Knuckles is going to be so happy about this, Snuffy. We were supposed to meet you here alone.
Take it easy, baby. This guy's a right G. Now,
He better be right, dream boy, 'cause here comes Knuckles now.
Hiya, Knuckles. Hi. Knuckles.
Who's the guy?
The name's Jack.
Jack, eh?
That's right. He's a friend of Snuffy.
Shut up. Snuffy, you lame-brained dope. I ought to beat your brains in.
Now, listen, Knuckles, I
What'd
didn't...
you bring me here, stupid? Come on, make us some talk.
Now, listen, Knuckles, Jack here's the right guy. He's an old pal of mine. See what I mean?
Pal of yours, huh?
Not a bad-looking one, huh, Knuckles?
Baby, shut your fat mouth. Snuffy, where'd you meet this mug?
Now, gee, Knuckles, don't go off your rocker. He used to shill for me when I was running that carnival game in San Diego.
No kidding. Well, what's your racket now, honey?
He's a buyer.
That's right. I might be interested in a little merchandise.
No kidding. Knuckles, why don't you take handsome
Baby,
to...
why don't you shut up? Who said we had anything to sell, mister?
You haven't? Say so. I got other contacts.
You stay here, bub. I'll be back in a minute.
Joe.
Yeah, boss.
This batch of $50 is no good.
Huh?
Discard them.
Yeah, but boss...
I said discard them.
Okay.
I don't make any merchandise unless it's perfect. Understand? Next time, watch your alloys. And be careful of those molds. If there's anything I won't stand for, it's inefficiency. Yes?
Boss, this is Knuckles.
Well,
Snuffy just brought in a guy from the outside.
Snuffy did.
Yeah.
Knuckles, I don't like that.
Snuffy claims he's a buyer.
Knuckles, I don't regard Snuffy as the soul of honor. His friend could be a cop.
Gee, boss, I don't think so. Snuffy claims he's a buyer.
You said that. Do you think he's a buyer, Knuckles?
Oh, I don't know. He could be.
Big?
No way of telling, boss.
Well, I'm not interested in small fry. Check him and keep your eyes open.
Okay.
Play along with him for a little while. See what you can find out. I'll have a look at him later.
Hiya, Knuckles. Back so soon?
Yeah, I'm back.
Gee, that's too bad. I was just having a very interesting chat with Handsome here.
I'll do the chatting, baby.
But, Knuckles, I just...
You heard me.
What do you want to talk about, Knuckles?
You.
That's just what we were talking about.
Baby,
I'm sorry.
we like to find out a few things about our customers. Where are you from, Jack?
Well, I was born in a small town just 6 miles
Never
up...
mind the obituary. Where do you operate?
All over.
Like we're all over.
Oh, Chicago, New York, Detroit.
Detroit, eh?
Sure, why not?
You know a guy from Detroit called Joe Stavisky?
Joe Stavisky? Yeah, I think so.
What do you mean? You think so?
Isn't he the guy they call Speckles?
No.
Oh.
Detroit, eh?
Yeah, Detroit.
Funny you never heard of Joe Stavisky. Everybody that ever worked Detroit knows Joe.
Not me.
So I see.
Lay off the guy, Knuckles. He's a level-ass baby.
I warned you, keep out of this, Blue Eyes.
You see, I always worked solo. That's why I never knew too many of the mob. Safer that way. No one to squeal on me.
Didn't have to worry about no stoolie, eh?
That's right.
That's a good idea. How about that, Snuffy? Don't you think that's a good idea?
Huh? Oh, sure. Good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea, that is, sure.
Never have to worry if some little squirt's gonna turn stool pigeon on you.
Stupid. How about another beer, huh? Knuckles? Another beer, huh?
Shut up. Yeah, you got a good idea there, Jack.
Oh, he's a slick one, this Jack fella. Full of ideas, ain't you, honey?
Baby, will you dry up?
Now, wait a minute, Knuckles. You ain't the only one.
Shut up, I said. Come on, we're getting out of here.
Oh, Knuckles, I didn't...
Come on. See you later, Jack. And Snuffy.
Yeah.
I'll be keeping an eye on you.
Yeah. Goodbye, Knuckles. Goodbye.
Snuffy, who is this Knuckles? What's he in this counterfeiting gang?
Not so loud, Jack. Not so loud. You want to put us both in a couple of wooden boxes, you want to?
I'm sorry.
For your info, pal, and strictly from the horse's mouth, Knuckles is the boss's strong-arm man.
And who's the boss?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I never seen him. Boss is a big operator. Once you get by Knuckles, maybe you'll meet him. Hey, but come on, Jack. It's getting late. I want to...
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
That guy over there, sitting alone at that corner table. You know him?
Oh, the guy with his hat pulled over his eyes?
Yeah.
Never seen him before.
I have. He followed us here.
What?
He was in a car that followed us here from the Examiner.
Now, pal, you're getting the jitters, you're getting. Nobody's following us. Are they?
That guy is.
Now, let's get out of here.
Well, where we go?
Get some shut-eye at my hotel.
Your hotel?
Yeah, that's right, pal. I got a suite at the Superba. Mike says to take cots 30 and 31.
So this is the suite you were talking about, huh, Snuffy?
Yeah, sure. Semi-private like.
Semi-private. I like to see what you call public. Dirt, vermin, and a smell you could cut with a knife.
Well, the price recommends it.
Look, Snuffy, do we have to stay here? Why don't we go back to my place and sneak a bath, get cleaned up, and then go back to meet Knuckles in the morning, huh?
What you want to do? Commit suicide? You said there was a mug tailing you, didn't you?
Yes,
well, it'll
but...
tell you to your high-class places, too, you know. And then what? The whole game goes up. You gotta play it through, chum. Play it through.
Okay, Snuffy. But this ain't play.
Oh, here's the cots. Well, good night, Jack.
Good night, Snuffy. Pleasant dreams.
Yeah, pleasant dreams.
You lie there, watching, listening, and finally you see the first streaks of dawn come trickling through the high, narrow windows. Then you see a man get up from a far bed and walk towards you. You strain your eyes in the dim light, and you see that this is the mug who's been trailing you. He comes closer. You wait, your whole body prickling with goose flesh.
Who are you? What do you want?
Quiet. You want to wake up the whole joint?
What do you want?
You.
Now, look.
Your name, Adams?
Wait a minute. Right.
Take it easy. I'm Secret Service. George Miller assigned me to tail you.
I've watched you follow me in the upper dive. I thought you were after me with a gun, for sure.
Sorry you were never alone. I couldn't tip you off. Even now, I wasn't sure it was you in this light. Learn anything yet, Adams?
Well, I...
We'll be back in just a minute with tonight's big story. But first, a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell mell?
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good, and good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pall Mall's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now we return you to our narrator, Barry Kroger, and tonight's big story.
You, Jack Adams, of the Los Angeles Examiner, have been talking in whispers with a Secret Service agent when the early morning silence of the flop house is suddenly shattered by...
What was that?
Contact you later, Adam. Jack. Hey, Jack, where are you? Where are you?
Right beside you, Snuffy. What happened?
I don't like it, I tell you. I don't like it no how. A guy by the name of Red Davis was just knifed.
Knifed?
And how? I don't like this, Jack.
Was he a friend of yours?
Listen, no guy's a friend of mine that goes around getting himself knifed and pulling in the cops so they can ask embarrassing questions. Now, come on, we're getting out of here, but fast.
Yeah, but where do we go?
We'll go up and see Knuckles. Come on, Knuckles, open up.
Who's that?
Me, Snuffy, and Jack.
Wait a minute. Listen, you little squirt. What you doing barging in here this time in the morning?
Now, look, Knuckles.
Ain't your suite of rooms at the flop house good enough?
Now, look, Knuckles, it ain't funny. It ain't a guy just got knifed over there. It ain't safe, I tell you.
Afraid of getting yours, Snuffy?
I don't like being where they start asking questions where they start asking.
Well, you walked in the same setup here, Snuffy. Got a few questions more I want to ask your friend Jack.
Shoot.
You said you were a buyer. That right, Jack?
That's right.
Yeah, like I told you, Knuckles.
Pipe down, you runt. I'll do all the talking.
Okay, Knuckles, okay. I didn't mean nothing I didn't mean.
Getting back to the point, Jack. How much merchandise you want to buy?
That depends on the price. What's the market?
5 halves for $1.
Not so good.
Take it or leave it.
All right. I'm in.
For how much?
$100 now.
Chicken feed.
And a lot more later. If
what, pal?
If your merchandise is good.
You don't think it's good?
I always like to be shown.
Okay. Got a few samples with me. Take these 4-bit pieces we make and try 'em out yourself.
What'll it be, mister?
Give me an examiner.
Here you are.
Change a half?
Sure. Always check these half-dollar pieces now. There's a lot of phony stuff floating around. This one's to McCoy, all right. Here's your change, mister.
What'll it be, mister?
Cup of coffee.
1 Java coming up.
Here you are.
Where'd you get this $50, mister?
What? I don't know. What's wrong with it?
Nothing. Looks good to me. I ain't been stuck with a bad one yet.
What'll you have, Bud?
A beer.
Draw one.
Here you are, bartender.
Oh, another one of these things, huh?
You mean this $50 is phony?
Oh, no, it's okay. Anybody with a good eye can see that. Besides, this is dated 1937.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I was tipped off that all the phony 4-bit pieces were dated 1934 and 1936.
Who told you that?
The guy who claimed he was in the know. A guy named Snuffy.
Well, Jack, you satisfied?
I'm satisfied. It's good merchandise. Let's talk business.
How much business, pal?
Big business.
Okay, Jack. Let's step into this here restaurant.
Why?
I want to make me a telephone call.
Let's see that new steel die, Joe.
Yeah, here it is, boss.
Not bad. That's good artwork. Very good indeed.
Yeah, and with a good power press, boss, we can turn out about 50 grand in 4-bit pieces. Oh, I think
Never
I
mind,
better...
Joe. I'll take it. Hello?
Boss, this is Knuckles.
Yes?
This new buyer Snuffy found is talking big.
You think he's legitimate, Knuckles?
As far as I can make out, he's level.
We could use a good customer.
Shall I bring him up, boss?
All right. I'll look him over. And incidentally, Knuckles.
Yeah?
When you bring him up, stick around. I may find that I don't like his face.
You, Jack Adams, were listening when Knuckles dialed the number. And now you get the number down fast on a clip of matches you're carrying. You're sure the boss himself is at that number. But you haven't got a chance to get it to Secret Service. And then you see a man walk in, the agent that George Miller assigned to tail you. And you get a fast and desperate idea.
All right, Jack. Let's go.
Go where?
I'll tip you off when we get there. Come on.
Okay. Hold it, Knuckles. I need a light. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Got a match?
Sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Here are your matches back. Much obliged.
Don't mention it.
Come on, Jack. Quit stalling around and let's go.
Who is it?
Me, Knuckles. I got a friend with me.
All right.
Come in, won't you? So, you're a friend of Snuffy's, are you?
That's right.
And you're a buyer.
I'm a buyer.
You don't look the part.
Don't let my clothes fool you. Incidentally, this is a nice layout you got around here.
It's adequate. I hope to expand soon. How much of my merchandise would you like to buy?
5,000 to begin with. More later.
You have the money with you.
No, not with me, but I'll bring the cash tomorrow.
Well, that would be all right if I were sure you were legitimate.
But you know I'm a pal of Snuffy's.
Snuffy is very unreliable.
How else can I prove that I'm on the level?
You might like to show me the press card you've got in your wallet.
Huh?
Knuckles, I'd like you to meet Jack Adams, a reporter of the Los Angeles Examiner.
I think there must be some mistake.
There is a mistake, Mr. Adams, and you made it. You should have known that I make it a point to recognize people who write unpleasant things about my business venture. Now, let's not waste time with useless lies. You are Jack Adams, aren't you?
Yes.
Thank you for not shilly-shallying. I'll try to make this as painless as possible. I dislike killing people.
You're not going to kill anyone.
Really? Why not?
Because an agent of the Secret Service is going to be here any minute now.
That's unlikely.
That's positive. When Knuckles dialed your phone number a few minutes ago, I took it down on a book of matches and passed it to the Secret Service man who's been covering me since yesterday.
Knuckles, you fool, you've been tricked.
He's lying, boss. He's lying.
Shut up.
Honest, boss. I didn't see anyone.
Open the door. Open the door. This is the Secret Service.
Boss, I ought to drill him for this.
No.
Open the door or we'll break it down.
Boss, please let me drill him. He got us into this.
Don't be a fool, Knuckles. It's a little late for that now. Open the door.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Jack Adams of the Los Angeles Examiner with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good, and good.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Jack Adams of the Los Angeles Examiner.
Leaders in counterfeiting ring were brought to trial, found guilty, and sentenced to federal penitentiary. All their equipment was confiscated, and the circulation of counterfeit coins has ended. Many thanks for tonight's Pell Mell Award.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. The makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Nashville Tennessean. Byline, Jack Setters. A big story that reached its climax when a newspaper published in Tennessee helped capture a murderer in Ohio.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor, directed by Harry Ingram, with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Max Ehrlich. Your narrator was Barry Kroger, and Dwight Weist played the part of Jack Adams. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Adams, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Big Story.
You the night clerk?
You just signed the register. You just give me your money.
Okay, you're the guy. Just tell me this. How's the hunting in these parts?
You mean deer, bear, rabbit, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Where can I get a .22 automatic pistol or rifle?
Gee, I don't know.
All right, tell me this. I see a big full-page ad in the paper. Open house at Calnever Ranch. What's that?
It's a big place out near the California border, about 30 miles out. They do it the opening of every season. Free drinks on the house, free meal.
Big crowd?
Packed.
Maybe that'll be even better than, what did you say, deers, bears, and rabbits? Yeah, that ought to be even better. Now I want a .22 rifle or automatic pistol. Now.
Reno, Nevada. The story of a reporter who showed that gambling and divorce can also mean murder. Reno, Nevada. The stories that actually happened. Frank McCullough's story, as he lived it.
The body was found slumped over the wheel of a Cadillac, a bullet having entered through the left temple and lodged in the brain. The necktie was drawn up tight against the throat. He was identified by a local resident of the Lake Tahoe region, just inside the Nevada border, near California.
Why, sure, Sheriff. Everybody knows him. Name's Wenzel. Owns a lot of property in these parts. Some say he's rich as Croesus. Some say he didn't have a dime.
2 feet from the rich or poor real estate dealer, on the floor of the car, was the casing from a .22 caliber shell. And on the seat next to him was a bag of sweet rolls, bought at the Elixir Bakery near Lake Tahoe.
These rolls bought here?
That's right, Sheriff. These are our 6 for a quarter. They're very good.
I'm sure. Did a big fat man about 70 buy them?
You mean Mr. Wenzel? That's right. He buys them almost every other day. You know, sometimes I can't understand whether he buys them because he likes them, like he says, or because that's what he eats for his lunch.
Did he say anything to you about going to the open house at the Calnever Ranch?
Isn't that funny, now that you mention it? I said to my husband, what's he buying rolls for if he's going to the Calnever Ranch opening? He'll get enough to eat there.
Okay, thanks. Say, let me have one of those brownies. They look good.
By now, the news of the death had reached you, Frank McCullum, reporter for the Reno Gazette. Reached all of Reno. And you were out at the Calnever Ranch with Sheriff Parsons as he questioned the head waiter. The ranch was a beautiful, sprawling place. Its dining room in California, open till 2. Its bar and gambling room in Nevada, open all night. Very pleasant and comfortable and very convenient. And the head waiter went with the place.
Well, you see, Sheriff, our open house is perhaps the most popular event of the season. We get, 2,500, 3,000 people in that day.
And Wenzel was in?
Oh, yes. Like I said, it was crowded. And Mr. Wenzel was waiting on the line for a table, and I didn't have a table. I couldn't give him a table alone, so I asked him if he would mind doubling up. He said sure, and he sat down at the table with this other fellow.
What was the other fellow like?
Just a fellow, young. I really didn't notice.
What did they talk about? I mean, at the table.
Well, I wouldn't eavesdrop.
Okay. Show me the waitress.
Well, he was very fussy. I brought him the curry chicken, and he said, "You call this curry chicken?" And he sent it back. And then he said the mashed potatoes had lumps in them, the coffee was cold.
This was Wenzel?
Oh, no, said the other fella, the young fella. The good-looking one. You couldn't do nothing to please him. Even about the ice cream he had to say something.
What did they talk about?
Well, as near as I could get, I was very busy. The young one was interested in buying property in the area, and the fat one was...
Wenzel?
I guess that's his name. Well, he kept saying that there wasn't any better land in the Lake Tahoe region, like a sales talk. And the young one kept saying, well, he didn't know if he wanted to stay in this part of the country, and the fat one kept saying how he couldn't do better. He kept saying these were the choicest lot in the whole area, but I was busy. I didn't really hear what they said.
They leave together?
Well, they must have, because there they were, and when I looked the next time, there was a lady and a gentleman sitting there. I was surprised, because the young one left $1. He didn't act like a tipper to me. The fat one didn't leave nothing.
The last link between the two men, the fat, dead one, and the thin, young one, came from an associate of Wenzel's, a young man who worked with him in the real estate office.
Well, after he finished eating, I was at another table. He came over and he said, "Eddie," that's my name, Eddie, "I think I got a sale." And I said, "Gee, Mr. Wenzel, it's a funny time to be going out with a prospect." It was going on 11 o'clock. And then he said, "Listen, if I can't sell that boy a piece of property by moonlight, I'll eat my own necktie." And then to find the tie tied around his neck like it was, gee, he was a fine, happy, good man.
And it stops there. A rich or poor man, shot through the temple, last seen with a good-looking young prospect. Period. And that's all. Nothing else shows up. But you, Frank McCullough, are a crime reporter. And for you, the case is not closed because of a theory you have. That is this. Somewhere, sometime, someone always talks about every major crime committed. That's been your experience. 12 years of it. And so, you start on your beer and listening system in the dives along Commercial Avenue, where somewhere, sometime, someone must talk.
Have a beer, Tommy?
Whiskey.
You've got it?
Tommy, this one happened 30 miles out.
31. From here to the Calnever Ranch, 31 miles. I measured it once by car.
How'd you know what I was talking about?
You asked questions about a lot of places.
What do you know about Wenzel? I'm interested in finding out about...
Maybe you shouldn't.
Shouldn't what?
You said you was interested. Maybe you shouldn't be.
What does that mean?
Just what I said. Look, do yourself a fat favor. Save yourself trouble. And I mean big trouble. Forget about it. Now, come on, where's the whiskey?
Tommy knows. No crime within 100 miles he doesn't know about. But there's no more. He swallows his whiskey and another one and a third. But there's still no more. Just the enigmatic, maybe you shouldn't be interested. Then Sergeant Dave Peters sidles over.
Where you going, reporter?
Oh, just walking around.
What gave you the idea you'd get any answers on the Wenzel killing here?
How did you know I was on Wenzel?
Look, let's don't spar, huh? I got other things to do. What do you know, McCullough?
Oh, I've got ideas. I've got theories, and I've got ideas.
Okay, you play it close to the chest, and so will I.
Wait a minute. I know that Wenzel wasn't rich. I know he was a four-flusher, that he had those lots on consignment. And if he sold them, he had $1, and if he didn't, he had buttons.
That much I know. I figure this prospect, the young guy, the good-looking one, he thought he had a take, but he found out he didn't have a take. Something got crossed up somewhere, and the gun went off.
And, what do you know about the prospect?
Nothing. But I know this. 2 days before the killing, there was a gunman in town. I don't know where he stayed. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he was after.
That's something I heard about also.
I know this guy, the gunman, was out shopping for a .22. Now, that's the only connection. What he looks like, I don't know, and what he was after, I don't know, except he tried to get a .22.
You want to team up what I've got, what you've got, and vice versa?
All right. You got a deal. But no stories in your paper.
A gunman and a prospect buying real estate. A .22 caliber gun. And from the way Sergeant Peters talked, from the way Tommy talked, a case that isn't very healthy to mention. And so you don't. Not to your best friend. Not to your wife. But the next morning, Tommy, whose last name nobody knows, comes over to you in another Commercial Avenue bar.
You got a loose half-buck on you?
Why, sure, all the time, Tommy.
Whiskey, no chaser. So you and Sergeant Peters is a pair, You'll be getting in the gossip columns next.
How do you know?
Make that a beer, Chase. You know the Golden Light Hotel?
I've heard of it.
There's a night clerk there by the name of Addison. But like I told you before, it's something you shouldn't be interested in.
I'm not, Tommy. It's just that I'd like to get a room at the Golden Light.
Where would I get a .22? I don't know nothing about a .22. You think if a fella comes in here and says, get me a .22, I'll go out and get him a .22?
Look, Addison, I heard you weren't very particular.
Okay, I ain't denying it. This ain't the best hotel in town. You can get things here, sure, but guns? No, sir, that's out of my line. That's way out.
Look, let's stop kidding around. You know just what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Wenzel.
Look, you know what's the worst thing in the world to know? It's to know something about something you don't want to know. About a fella killing another fella. That's the most dangerous thing in the world to know. You ought to be glad I'm not talking to you. I've been walking around with this thing for 3 days now, and I'm going crazy with it. I don't want to know it. I don't want to talk about it. Let me alone.
What'd he look like? What did the gunman look like?
I'm telling you, 3 days I'm going crazy with it. I'm not going to say another word. Don't you think I want to live, too?
The information alone could frighten someone, but paralyze a man as the clerk is paralyzed. Only one thing could do that: the presence of the killer in town. And then, in a hotel bar.
He says, you McCullough?
Go ahead.
He says, stop talking to Peters, the cop. He says, stay away from Tommy, the stoolie.
Who says?
He says, leave Addison alone. Stay out of the Golden Light.
Look, stop getting mysterious.
He says, forget about it. Because he says he's watching you every single step of the way. And he says maybe you're a smart enough reporter to want to go home to your wife and the 2 kids you got. One's 6 and one's 2, ain't they? That's what he said.
You're on a case of murder, but you haven't spoken about it to anyone, not even your wife. You, Frank McCullough, reporter for the Reno, Nevada Gazette, and Sergeant Dave Peters are working together on the case. And though you keep it to yourselves, someone knows every move you make. Someone's watching you. Maybe the killer. And you just left a girl you never saw before, who told you...
He says forget about it. Forget all about it. That's what he says.
And so, of course, you go to your partner, Dave Peters.
You're slipping, Frank.
Why?
Because obviously she knows more than she told you. And because there are ways of getting to learn what that more is and you didn't do it.
So?
So I think I can. I'll go back to the hotel bar and we'll find out what it is. Okay, partner?
Okay.
I can't tell you. I can't. I swear I can't. He'll kill me if I tell you.
Did you ever hear of the police department, lady? Guys don't go around killing people just like that. Now, who is he and where is he and talk? Now, you want me to go through the whole routine and arrest you for suppressing information, hindering the prosecution of justice, and so on and so forth? Now, where is he?
He's up in room 204, asleep. Ludigan is his name. But please, maybe I'm stupid, but don't say it was me, huh?
All right, Ludigan, come out of it. Come out of it.
Look at his eyes, Peters. He looks coked up.
Maybe. Come on, Ludigan. Come on. Let's sit up.
Well, what are you doing? Take your hands off me. Leave me alone, huh?
All right, Ludigan. Where'd you get the gun?
What did you call me? Ludigan? Is that who I am? Oh, no, it don't sound right. It don't sound right.
What are you doing? Putting on an act here?
Come on, stand up. Stand up straight. Come on, stand
I
up.
was walking around. Well, all of a sudden I said, you know, I don't know who I am. All of a sudden, like that. And then I heard a violin playing some music somewhere. A violin. And it started to tingle all down my arms and in my legs. It began to tingle, and I said, it must be I got something to do with a violin. That's who I am. Something to do with a violin.
What are you giving
So I
us?
went to the store, this music store, and I says, give me a violin and a bow. And I put it up my shoulder under my neck, and I started to play. And I says, please, God, let me know how to play the violin. Maybe then I'll find out who I am. But I couldn't play. Came out sour. I couldn't play a thing, not a note. Only made scratching sounds. I never found out until you just now said Ludigan. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that's who I am.
You registered in the hotel. You signed the register.
The only time I felt anything that was right was when I heard that music. And now that don't mean nothing even. Nothing. Nothing at all.
What do you think, Peters?
All right, Ludigan, sit down. Go back to sleep. Don't go anywhere. Come on, Frank.
I think he's on the level.
Me too.
But if he is on the level, then...
Then our girlfriend is giving us a beautiful line.
Well, sure, that's what it is. She threw us Ludigan, figuring that we'd take him in. A dopey amnesia can't prove where he was, where he wasn't. Figured we'd be satisfied with him. That means
That's right. And I'll tell you another little surprise. I talked to your friend Tommy just to make sure. You know who she is?
Who?
She's the wife of the night clerk at the Golden Light.
Well.
Only we're not going there right now. We're going to wait until it's nice and dark and late and he's sleeping. Then we'll pay him that call. The night clerk. He's off duty tonight. Put the light on, Frank.
Hey, what are you doing? What's the idea? Hey. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that was a nice idea, Addison. Throw us a fall guy, throw us a guy who don't know who he is, and maybe we'll pick him up, and maybe that'll end the case.
Look, I tell you gotta believe me.
We'll believe you when you start talking about the tall, thin, handsome guy. The guy with 22. There's nobody around. We've checked. There's nobody around but two of my men. So if you want to talk quiet, that's okay, too. But talk.
You think I'm kidding, huh? About it being dangerous to know. I'm telling you, never in my life, I never meet a guy like him, and I met a lot. Ice cold. Everything he said, everything he did. Planned, careful, icy. You look in his eyes, you have to turn your face away.
All right, fine. Now let's get down to the facts.
The first thing he done was, you know about the ad in your paper that Cal never takes for the open house?
Go on. No more stalling.
I'm not. I swear. I'm telling you. Well, he asked me about it. He turned to the page and showed me the ad and says that was 2 days before the killing.
I think the hunting there might be better than deers, bears, and rabbits. Now get me a 22.
I never got nobody a gun before, never. But you know just to look at this guy that if you didn't do what he said...
Never mind. Go on.
So I got it for him through a guy I know, and then I didn't see him for 24 hours, and then he came back. He came back going on 1 in the morning. I was all alone.
How much money you got, Addison?
Gee, I ain't got any money. What do you mean?
I'll tell you a funny story about that gun you got me. I went out to the place, the ranch, and I met this big, fat dope Wenzel. He tells me how rich he is, all the land he owns. 5 acres there, 20 acres there. So I says, this is what I'm waiting for. He's got a fat Cadillac. He takes me out there in the moonlight to see the prize lots, and I says, all right, Pop, what do you got in your pocket? And the dumb, fat slob, he started to scream. So what can I do? He had $8 in his pocket and a bag of sweet rolls. Ain't that a laugh?
You shot him?
How much money you got? I got a 1949 Mercury downstairs. I'll leave it with you for security, because there'll probably be roadblocks anyhow. Now, how much money you got? The car is yours.
And that's the truth, Sergeant. I got it for $200, and he gave me the car. I never drove it. I never touched it.
Where is it?
It's out in the back in the garage.
License plates?
There ain't none. He made me bury him. He said, don't look at the numbers. If you ever seen a man's face cold, icy...
All right. Let's go where you buried the plates.
You dig them up. Texas license plates. And now it's a matter of waiting. You check the plates with the Texas authorities and find his name, Martin Stevens. A record a page and a half long. Wanted for robbery, for assault, escaped from prison. This man is dangerous. Everything in the book. And you wait. And then a disturbing report comes in from Houston, Texas.
Martin Stevens picked up Houston, Texas today. Claims to have been in this city past 5 weeks. Corroboration by wife, local school teacher, completely reliable. You want extradition. Peters, I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Let me see that.
Dave, unless...
Yeah.
Those icy eyes. The kind of thing he made Addison do. Shouldn't be hard for a guy like that to have his own wife lie the same way.
I'm putting in for extradition right now.
He comes. Martin Stevens. Well-dressed, thin, tall, good-looking. A tolerant smile playing on his face.
I was never in Nevada. I never heard of this ranch, whatever you call it. I never stayed at the hotel on Commercial Avenue, and I don't know how to use a gun. Otherwise, I'm at your service.
The eyes are as Addison said. Absolute ice. Now warm for purposes of charming people, convincing them. So, because your experience as a reporter has helped so much, you were present when Sergeant Peters lines them up. The inexorable array of people, one after the other.
As I said before, he waited on the line because I didn't have any free tables. And then I showed Mr. Wenzel to a table. This gentleman was sitting there.
Oh, I can't make a mistake. No, sir. Him being so good looking and with that cute mustache, and the way he left me a tip, it was a whole $1 bill.
Mr. Wenzel said to me, pointing to him, if I can't sell him by moonlight, I'll eat my own necktie.
It was his idea to tell the cop and the reporter that this Ludigan, the fellow who lost his mind, that he was the one who done it.
Okay, Addison, take a good look.
I don't know.
Those are bars between you. 1-inch steel bars, and he's been frisked. And his eyes can't do any more than look at you. Well?
He's the one. I got him the gun, and I gave him the $200, and he made me bury the plates.
Okay, Addison. Go on home and forget all about it.
Even with all that, you still won't prove it. You won't prove a thing. I spent the whole time in Texas. Houston, Texas.
I wouldn't be so sure, Stevens. I think we'll prove it fine.
And you do. The jury listens to the witnesses, the waitress, the head waiter, the business associate, the night clerk and his wife. And then they listen to the handsome man with a mustache and icy eyes. And they make a judgment. And the judgment is, as you stated. And once more, your theory is right. Somewhere, sometime, someone always talks.
Now we read you that telegram from Frank McCullough of the Reno, Nevada Gazette.
On trial for first-degree murder, killer in tonight's big story accused the night clerk of being the murderer. But the state clinched their case by producing the murder gun which Killer had pawned in Los Angeles. Killer was sentenced to life imprisonment.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Big Story.
Hello, Denver. Rollinsville's still waiting. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Beckwith. There's your office.
Night desk, Beckwith.
Hiya, Bernie, where you at?
Rollinsville, back on the hills. Listen, in the middle drawer of the desk, you'll find an envelope marked hold.
Yeah? Yeah, got it.
Good. Open it, read it. It's a story I've been working up on my own time.
What the heck?
Listen, there are only 2 phone lines into Denver from this town. One is being held open for the police. The other I'm holding starting right now. If this comes through, it'll be exclusive. I'll start reading that story. I'll hang on here. Any questions as you go, ask me.
Okay, okay. But what are you waiting for up there?
The end of the story. If it comes, it'll be murder.
Denver, Colorado. From the pages of the Denver Post, the story of a reporter who sewed up a telephone line to lock up a killer. Denver, Colorado. The story as it actually happened. Bernard Beckwith's story as he lived it.
This one, you, Bernie Beckwith, reporter for the Denver Post, have been piecing together on your own time. And now, it's ready to pop. You're holed up in the one long telephone exchange of Rollinsville, waiting. You've sewed up the only remaining trunk line into Denver, just in case the opposition gets wind of the story and tries by phone to cash in on your work. But the operator's got something to say about that.
Mr. Beckwith, I can't hold the line open for you unless you actually use it.
But he's got the whole story in the office, operator. I'm just waiting till the police come back.
I'm sorry, I just can't hold the line open for you.
All right. I'll talk. What's that book there?
The dictionary.
Okay, let me have it. I'll keep this line busy, all right. Here goes. It isn't much of a story, but A, the first letter of the English alphabet and one of its 5 vowels. One, any, same, some particular kind of, as a stone.
Yes, you'll keep it up all night if necessary to keep this line open. It wasn't much of a story when you started. Just a little notice on the official police bulletin.
Missing persons, Betty Gray, female, Rollinsville, Colorado. Age 24, 5'1", 126 pounds, medium build, etc., etc. Hey, Sarge, got anything on this Betty Gray?
Husband reported a missing. Routine, Bunny.
Oh, say, if she lives in Rollinsville, how is it her husband didn't report it to the sheriff up there instead of down here in Denver?
Beats me. Why don't you go ask him yourself?
It's not worth the trouble. But, give me his name anyway.
Paul Gray. He's a carpenter.
Paul Gray. Okay, Sarge, thanks. So long.
By coincidence, a week or so later, you run into the sheriff of the Rollinsville area down in town on a case. Not meaning much, not expecting much, you ask him,
Paul Gray's wife turn up yet?
Betty?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean turn up? Isn't she still in Chicago?
Chicago? She's supposed to be in Chicago?
Well, sure, visiting her sister.
Who says so?
Oh,
You know him?
sure, all my life.
Oh. Okay, skip it. Chicago, huh? Just tell me this one thing, Mr. Gray. Why didn't you tell your friend, the sheriff, your wife was missing? Why did you spread that story about her going to Chicago to visit her sister?
Well, you know how it is. A man doesn't like to go advertising to his friends around his own hometown that his wife's run out on him.
Yeah, that's natural. Just one little thing more, Mr. Gray. What was your wife wearing when you saw her last?
Well, I was never one much for noticing women's clothes, but sort of a blue coat, blue shoes, pocketbook is black.
Hat?
Yes, sir, Well, it is the feather hat. Bought it on our honeymoon. That is only 5 months ago, you know.
Yeah.
5 months married. No. Yeah, the last thing I saw as the train pulled out of the Denver Union Station was that little feather hat.
What train was that?
Put her on the 410 for Chicago. Beautiful train, big, brand new Zephyr. California Zephyr, they call it. Got one of them swanky new cars with the domes on the roof.
Oh, yeah, the Vista Dome.
That's it, Vista Domes. Last I saw her. Well, maybe she'll have a change of heart and come back to me. I don't know. I can always hope, huh?
Well, it's a perfectly open story. That is, in the newspaper police sense, no story. But one day, about a few weeks after that, one of the men on the staff comes in from a lecture in Chicago.
Ah, nice trip, Bernie. Better than driving any day.
What'd you take, Larry? The Zephyr?
Yeah. It's the first time I'd ever been in one of those Vista Domes. Of course, it was mostly a night ride, but you can still see some...
Night ride?
Yeah.
When does she leave Denver?
Zephyr?
Mm-hmm.
7 p.m.
You know trains, Larry. Does the 4 o'clock for Chicago have a Vista Dome? Does the 4 o'clock Zephyr have
4 o'clock Zephyr?
Yeah.
No such animal. There's only one California Zephyr through Denver, and that's at 7 p.m. And it's the only train passing through here with the Vista Dome.
Now it begins to look like a story. But not for the paper yet. Not till the police take over. So you point out the discrepancies in Gray's story to the Denver detective. The lieutenant says...
Bernie, you're being too suspicious.
But just then, somebody turns up with a valise that was left in a locker at the Denver station around about the time Betty Gray first disappeared. The lieutenant opens it.
Woman's clothes.
Any name on the valise?
No. No way of finding out who left it. The old days when they issued checks, it was easier. But now with these 10-cent-a-day keys, Hey, wait.
Laundry marks?
No, initials sewed on a blouse.
Oh, monogram, huh? Hey, looks like E.R.
Yeah, E.R. Betty Gray, E.R. No.
Just the same, I think it wouldn't hurt to call Gray in for questioning.
Okay. Will do.
They do. And Gray reels off the same story. She ran out on him. He chased her into Denver, found her in a motor camp, argued with her.
Finally figured it is best to give her own head and let her go away for a while. Put her on the train, haven't seen her since.
You heard from her?
No.
Any idea where she might be?
Well, her sisters, Chicago, that is.
Ever write and try to find out?
Well, no.
Why not?
You know, I figure if I made out I didn't care too much, didn't write, she might kind of miss me, you know.
Mr. Gray.
Yes, Mr. Beckwith.
Do you recognize these clothes?
No, sir.
They don't belong to your wife?
Betty? No, sir. Where'd they come from?
Well, since they're not hers, it doesn't matter. What about this sister in Chicago? Would you mind if we communicated with her?
Well, not at all. Betty sent a telegram from the station. Might have been to her.
Yeah, probably. And this would clear up the whole thing. What's her sister's name?
Ridgway. Martha Ridgway.
And your wife's maiden name was Elizabeth Ridgway. Not Betty, but Elizabeth. E.R. Okay, you take over, Lieutenant. It's yours from here on out.
The clothes were his wife's, all right. That he finally admits. And so, you finally have a story. Carpenter held in connection with wife's disappearance. Not held for, just held in connection with. Nothing really to go on, but the fact that she's gone. The fact that she's gone without her suitcase of clothes. And one other thing, an answer to a checkup in Chicago.
Martha Ridgway reports no word from Sister Elizabeth since January 1st, 1950.
And Gray says he put her on the train March 6th. And it's now May 10th. But that isn't all he says. He blurts out the rest of the pathetic details of his marriage to you and the lieutenant.
Well, from the first, it didn't work out so good. I had 21 years on her, you see. You know, a young woman living in a little town like Rollinsville, not much to do. I'm a stay-at-home. She was more the get up and go out type. We had So when she run out on me, I give her a head a while, then tried to persuade her to come back. But she liked it in Denver. Let her stay in town for a while, gave her some money, and begged her at least to write to me. Let me know how she's getting along. It is the least she could have done.
And did she?
Sir?
Write to you?
Yes, sir, she did. A lot, too. She wasn't a mean girl, you know. She wanted me to understand her.
You have those letters?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant, every last one.
And where are they?
Up in my cabin, hid away. But I'd hate for them to come out. I mean, there's things in them.
What kind of things?
Private things, Mr. Beckwith, and a man's own private letters from his own wife.
Mr. Gray, speaking as a law officer, it's only fair to tell you that this has gone a little beyond the missing persons case. And for your own protection, I think you'd better let us see those letters. Especially if they back up your story that your wife has left you. Just left you. The fact is, Mr. Gray, it begins to look like murder.
He agrees to lead you on the law to the letters. You go along with the police to his cabin in the back hills of Rollinsville.
All right, now just where are those letters, Mr. Gray?
Why, I believe I got them in a mason jar in the pantry here.
Nope, not here. Right, come on, Mr. Gray. Where are they? Or aren't there any letters at all?
Well, I got them, Lieutenant. I got them, but I just can't remember where exactly. They might be in this chest here. Or in this here little table. I keep things in this drawer.
Gray, put that down. Don't be a fool, Gray.
Look out, buddy, look out!
is Cy Harris, returning as your narrator, and the big story of Bernard Beckwith, as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Bernard Beckwith of the Denver Post, had worked up a story on your own time. A story for whose ending you are now waiting by an open telephone line. You'd started with a woman reported missing by her husband, managed to persuade the police to question him, and had gone with him and them to his cabin in Rollinsville. And there, he pulled a gun from hiding.
Look out, Pretty, look out! Look out yourself. He wasn't shooting at me.
Grab that phone, get a doctor. The poor jerk's killed himself.
No, not killed himself. Just creased his own head. Funny how they can miss at such close range. Now he lies in a prison hospital while you and the law wait outside and second-guess the whole deal.
That's all my fault, Bernie. Should have guessed it had a gun hidden there.
Oh, not necessarily, Lieutenant. We really had nothing solid on him. I got a weird idea it was a grandstand play.
How's that?
Well, if he really wanted to kill himself at that range, he couldn't have missed. No. Now, I think he'll come to and ask to see you, then start spinning some yarn about him.
Oh, how's it going, Doctor?
Fine, just a scratch.
Can we see him?
Can you? Why, the first coherent thing he said was, let me talk to the law.
Bernie, you're batting 1,000. Well, come on. Let's see what he comes up with this time, huh?
The minute this reporter come asking questions, I knew it was just a matter of time before I'd get caught. So I want to tell the truth. Everything else was lies. This is how it really happened. After so much fighting and squabbling those first 5 months we was married, I finally agreed it was best for us to break up. We got in the car, and I agreed to drive her as far as the hotel in Denver. But instead, I kept on going, south.
Paul, you keep passing motor camps. Aren't you going to stop?
Not for a while, Betty, not for a while.
Oh, but you promised.
I know, honest. I'll stop, believe me.
Every time you say that, I start not believing you. I wouldn't be in this mess if it hadn't been for you, if I hadn't have believed you. You and your lies about Denver being a hot little town.
Well, now...
And all the time it was Rollinsville you lived in. Yeah, and your big contracting business.
Honey,
and all the time we're just a little old carpenter. And you're lodged in the mountains.
baby, it's
And
a
all
night.
the time it was that crummy old shack.
Believe me, dear,
Believe me. I wouldn't believe you if you said it was snowing and I was standing in the middle of a blizzard. Now, when are you going to stop and let me off?
Colorado Springs, honey. Colorado Springs.
Where are we going? When are you going to let me off?
Pueblo, baby. Pueblo.
When are you going to let me off? Where are we going?
Las Vegas, sweetheart. Las Vegas.
Look, I'm sick and tired of this. Driving all day, arguing all the way. Lying. The way you're behaving. If you don't let me off at the very next stop, the very next town, I'll never come back. Where are we anyhow?
Albuquerque. Just across the Rio Grande, and we'll be in Albuquerque.
All right. Albuquerque it is. But no farther.
I never took her into Albuquerque. I never meant to. All that driving was just to get up my nerve. When we come to the Rio Grande, I said to myself, that's the place. So we crossed the bridge. I pulled off the road. She started nagging me again, and I choked her. I choked her to death.
Her body?
In the river.
She was wearing...
Blue dress, blue shoes, black pocketbook.
Hat?
No.
No feather hat?
Feather hat, feather... Oh, yeah. The little feather hat, yeah.
Lieutenant, would you come over here a minute, please? What do you think?
Your first hunch was right. He killed her.
Yeah, but he's a very smart cookie. Dumped the body in the river, he says. Don't you see? He knows there's no case without a corpse. A valise full of clothing, that's not murder evidence. You need a body.
See, the Rio Grande. Albuquerque could drag it.
Listen, that was 3 months ago before the spring flood. They won't find anybody. But I've got an idea.
Go ahead, try it. What do we got to lose?
Mr. Gray.
Yes, sir. You want me to sign that confession?
Later, Mr. Gray. Just a couple of little questions first. Now, the bridge. You said you drove over the bridge.
That's right. It is on the other side, the Albuquerque side.
All right. Now, we're going to check that, of course. And it would help if we knew where to drag your wife's body. If you could actually prove you crossed that bridge. Now, the toll taker, the man in the booth who takes your toll, is there any reason he might remember you?
The man in the booth?
Uh-huh.
No, I don't think he would.
Well, did he say anything? For instance, like, thank you, or nice evening, or...
Yes, thanks, he said. Thanks, sure. Not that I really remembered, but now you mention it, of course he said thanks.
Then you drove on.
That's right.
And off the bridge. Now, left or right?
Oh, let's see.
Well, we're just trying to find out where you pushed her body in. I mean, above the bridge or below.
Oh, yeah, well, let me see. It is...
There's a turnoff to the right down the river road.
That's right. Is right. We turned right off the bridge to the right.
And there, you choked her to death and pushed her into the river.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Gray.
You're welcome. Any other information I can give you? I mean, now it's off my chest. I'll be glad to cooperate. Anything you want to know.
There is one thing we want, Gray. The truth. For a change, the truth.
But that is the truth. I admit everything else is lies, but...
Never mind the buts, Gray. There's plenty wrong with this truthful story of yours. In the first place, there is no toll on that bridge, not since 1947. And in the second place, there's no River Road turnoff anywhere near the bridge. Now, come on, Gray. Let's have the truth.
All right. The truth is I killed her.
That we know. But where's her body?
It's up in the hills. I buried her back in the hills. All the rest is lies. I killed her in the hills, and I buried her there.
You're sure it was right here?
Yeah, Lieutenant, right here, I'm sure. It is by this creek. I mean, the creek wasn't running yet, but I buried her right here.
You find anything, boys?
No. This ground's never been dug up, I'll lay to that. It's all rock.
But I'm sure it is right about here. Right here.
You were sure about the other two places, too? The creek bottom, the rock outcrop?
Well, no, it is here. I'm sure. Just that tree. I remember that tree.
All right, boys, what do you say?
Another wild goose chase. We keep this up, we won't find no body. We'll find gold.
Gold. The magic word rings a bell. Gold. These hills are pocked with mine workings. Gold. You try one last hunch, one last gambit in this crazy stalling game this crazy killing husband is playing, leading the law all over the lot.
Mr. Gray.
Yes, sir?
A couple of notes for my story, if I ever get around to writing it. You're a native of these parts, huh?
No, sir. I'm from Utah way.
Oh, I see. Came up here as a prospector, maybe?
Me? No, sir. I never had the gold fever, but I made my living off those who did.
As a carpenter?
Yes, sir, as a carpenter. I let the other fellows dig for the stuff. I built their shacks and their houses.
And their shafts?
And their shafts and their offices and all that. But if you want to put me down as a gold prospector, if it'll make your story any better...
Okay, Mr. Gray. Thanks. You've helped a lot. Lieutenant.
What is it, Bernie?
Forget the shovels. Try one of those old mine shafts. I know there are hundreds, but try them all.
Do you know, or is it a hunch?
Both. If there is a body, down a mine shaft. I'll lay to that.
They take off, determined to check every mine shaft in the Ward Rollinsville area if it takes all night. And now you, Bernard Beckwith,
A holdup in Rollinsville's combined telephone exchange police station, holding the wire open to your night desk, determined to keep it open until they come in with the end of your story. That is, if they come in with the story. And if you have to read the dictionary over the phone from now till doomsday.
Averse, unwilling, not favorable to, turned away from the principal axis. Aversion, dislike, an object of dislike. Aversion.
Hey, Bernie.
Oh, hi.
Here, take a
Well?
look at this. Wait, I'll unravel.
Uh-oh. Did he identify?
He didn't have to. He admitted to you twice. She was wearing it, didn't he? A little feather hat with a bullet hole in it.
Yeah. Hey, desk, I'll give you the lead in a second. Okay, Lieutenant, where was the body?
Like you said, down a mine shaft. The old dewdrop mine.
Hey, that's my phone. You can't take it. I've been holding that line to tell them that...
Hey, quiet a second. Hello, desk? Look, this is Detective Higgins of the Denver Police. Here's another angle for your story. Put this in. Your man Beckwith 8 was so invaluable through this investigation.
Oh, listen, let me get my
And without
story
him,
in,
the
will you?
investigation might have bogged down. What? Well, yes, you certainly can quote me.
Now we read you that telegram from Bernard Beckwith of the Denver, Colorado Post.
Killer in tonight's big story finally signed 17-page statement of true story of wife's murder. He pleaded guilty, waived jury trial, and was sentenced to 50 years to life from which there is no appeal.
In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Prince George's County, Maryland. The story as it actually happened. Arthur Milkey's story as he lived it.
It was a day in spring, April, and how well you remember. The earth was green again, and you liked your job of county reporter for the Washington Times-Herald because it lets you be here. Prince George's County, across the district line in Maryland. You felt good that day, real good. And when you came into the local police station, there was nothing to make you recall that the world was also a place for trouble.
Well, how's business today? Got anything I can use, Sergeant?
I don't think so, Art.
Quiet, huh?
Just this one thing from the hospital. Child was brought in there this morning. Boy dead on arrival.
Can I use your phone, Sergeant?
Sure. Checking with the hospital?
Yeah, just repeat.
You newspaper fellas don't miss a trick, do you?
Hello, this is Arthur Milky, Times Herald. I understand the child was brought into emergency. The DOA. Yeah, that's right. Who was the doctor on the case? May I speak to him? Well, why not? I just want to get the details. Oh, I see. Very well, thank you.
What's the matter?
Hospital won't release any information.
They say why?
Yeah. They've called for the county medical examiner.
Nothing to get excited over. In cases where a patient reaches the hospital already dead, it's a matter of law that the medical examiner has to conduct an autopsy as to the cause of death. Still, the voice of the person who spoke to you from the hospital sounded a little strange. Or is it just imagination? There's only one way to find out, isn't there? You know Dr. Adams, the medical examiner. Go see him.
Well, there was good reason for the hospital calling me in, Art. More than just the law. Here. Take a look at these pictures.
What are they, Dr. Adams?
Photographs of the child's head.
Oh.
Well?
I don't believe him.
Well, he didn't die from natural causes. Not with these head injuries.
What did this, Doctor?
I don't know. But one thing is certain, these injuries couldn't have been inflicted by the baby himself. There are just too many of them. The actual cause of death was intracranial hemorrhage.
Well, that's the medical cause, but what really happened?
And according to the woman who runs the nursery home where the child was living, he'd been striking his head against the bars of the crib.
And that killed him?
No, it couldn't have. Not in 100 years.
I don't understand.
Can anyone? A baby with injuries such as these? I've never seen it before.
Wait a minute, Doctor. There's no possible mistake. They weren't self-inflicted?
I told you, Art. No, it had to happen in some other way.
But this woman said the child did it himself.
She did.
Yet you say no. The only thing left is she's lying.
Well, it's not my place to make accusations. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm not closing this case until I find out how this boy died.
You want the answer, too. Oh, how you want it. You've been told the child had boarded at a nursery home. And 15 minutes later, you're out of your car and walking up to the door. It's a white frame house, blue shutters. And it needs paint. A lot of it. The sign outside reads Park Hill Nursery Home. Pretty name, isn't it? An invitation to happy hours. This man who just opened the door, he doesn't fit in the picture. He doesn't fit in at all.
You, want someone?
Mrs. Farrell, please.
Who are you?
Arthur Milky, Times Herald. Mrs. Farrell home?
I guess you better come in. I'm, Mr. Farrell. Down the hall here.
What kind of place is this, anyway? Where are the toys? The doll? The things that make a child's life. And it's still. So very still. Where's the sound of children?
Just a second. Martha. Martha, you better get up. Man out here wants to see you.
Boyd, I'm resting. I told you never to bother me while I'm resting.
This man's a reporter, Times Herald.
What they want?
Talk to you?
I don't have to talk to no reporter. Tell them to go away.
Maybe you ought to, Martha.
You out there?
Right here in the hall.
All right, I'll talk to you.
She'll be right out, mister.
Oh, thanks. Mrs. Farrell?
I already told the doctors. Baby done it to himself. He's a bad sleeper. Always hurting himself.
The medical examiner says it couldn't have happened that way, Mrs. Farrell. Do you know any other way it might have happened?
Mister, there are a lot of children here. I can't watch every one every second. The boy didn't sleep good. You really want to know? He fell out of the crib. That's how he got hurt.
Well, you told Dr. Adams he injured himself against the side of his crib.
It was both ways. Wasn't it, Floyd?
Just the way you said, Martha.
You better see to the children, Floyd. Maybe one of them wants something.
Huh? All right, Martha.
Floyd don't know about the home. Sort of a handyman. Guess you wasted your time in coming down here, mister.
Have I?
Accidents happen. Too bad about the boy. I figure people just have to forget about it.
Well, there's one person who won't.
There is?
Yes. The boy's mother.
Mr. Milky, what else was I going to do? I thought I was doing right. A home where he'd be taken care of while I worked. My husband was gone. There wasn't any money. Who was going to watch out for me and my baby?
I understand, Mrs. Nelson.
He was only there a week. If I'd only known what was going to happen.
No sense blaming yourself.
But it's my fault. Why didn't I check into that place? Why? Someone told me about it. I just didn't think. A nursery home. It had to be all right. Anyone who would take care of children, they had to love them.
Yes, Mrs. Nelson.
I took him there. And he cried. You know what that did to me? Mrs. Farrell said they all cry, but they get used to it there. I didn't want to walk away, but she said it would be all right.
I see.
I went outside on the porch. I could still hear him. She carried him upstairs all the way home. I could hear him crying for me.
Did you go back to see him?
Mrs. Farrell said not to for a while. Let him get used to it, she told me. I called every day. She said he was doing fine. Only after it was too late, I went there. My baby. He was dead. Someone who'd want to take care of children. I thought they'd love them.
It was something few people would stop to think about. The nursery homes where working mothers had to leave their children. And in trying to find out the kind of person Martha Farrell is, her qualifications for running such a home, you come across these facts.
I looked up the law on these homes, Art. The way it stands now, there's no regulation which can be used to check their fitness for the work. The only thing they have to comply with is the building and sanitation code. Anybody can run a nursery home, no matter who you are.
All right. This much you know now. Martha Farrell is no person dedicated to the love and care of children. This was strictly business with her. But the big question is still unanswered. What really happened to the child who died? From seeing Mrs. Farrell, from talking to her, you've got a good idea, but you're afraid to say it. And yet what Dr. Adams said, it keeps coming back to you again and again.
These injuries couldn't have been inflicted by the baby himself. There are just too many of them.
Do you dare say it, Arthur Milky? There's the proof. Well, you won't get it sitting here in your office. From the county records, you find out that Martha Farrell once ran nursing homes in different parts of the state. Why don't you run a story on her now? See what sort of reaction it brings in.
Milky speaking.
My name is Sims. I read your story about Mrs. Farrell and the boy who died in her place.
Yes, sir.
She had a nursery home up here about 9 years ago.
Where's that, Mr. Sims?
Mount Rainier.
Did you know her?
Yeah. She used to come into my drugstore. Moved away, though, when everyone took their kids out of her place.
Took them out.
On account of all the stories about her.
What kind of stories, Mr. Sims?
Pretty nasty stuff. Hard to believe. They were about her beating up the children.
know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He was born in Kentucky in 1809. When the family moved to Illinois, he began to work as a farm laborer, a salesman, a merchant, and a surveyor. During a series of debates with Stephen A. Douglas, he took such a pronounced stand against slavery that he acquired national fame. In 1860, he was elected president and re-elected in 1864. The Civil War began 1 month after his inauguration and continued through his administration. I'm sure you all know his name by now, but if you don't, here's an important clue. He was shot by John Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater, Washington, D.C., on April 14th, 1865. Yes, he was Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
This is Cy Harris returning you to your narrator and the big story of Arthur Milkey as he lived it and wrote it.
You're sure of it now, aren't you? No more doubt. The child who died in the nursery home run by Martha Farrell was, and this is the only terrible way to say it, he was beaten to death. Go to the police. Find out what they're waiting for.
The evidence is all circumstantial, Art. Oh, I admit it adds up all right, perfectly. But the state's attorney has to have an airtight case.
Sergeant, what else do you need? She had a reputation for mistreating the kids in her other places. And the medical examiner says the child couldn't have killed himself. Now, it's as plain as day.
Sure, but we still have no proof. Are there any witnesses who can testify?
What about her husband?
Well, maybe, if he saw anything, which I doubt. She leads him around like a poor dumb animal.
Well, then what are you going to do, then?
Just what the law says. Get a real case against Mrs. Farrell. You don't think she's going to get away with this, do you?
I don't know, Sergeant. I don't know.
The police can afford to be patient, cautious. That's their job. But not you, Arthur Milkey. Have you ever been so angry in your whole life? How this thing tears at you. Makes you want to do something. Well, there's one thing you can do. You've got the facts, and you've got the place to show them to people. Write about the death of this child, and call it the ugly name it deserves. Call it murder.
Good night, Harry. See you in the morning.
Mr. Milkey.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Farrell.
My wife's over there on the corner, Mr. Milkey. She'd like to have a few words with you.
What about?
You come over and she'll tell you. All right, Mr. Milkey?
Yeah, sure.
Fine.
Evening, Mr. Milkey.
Good evening.
You did a bad thing.
Did I?
Right, and that boy was killed.
He was.
They took their children out of my place. All the folks who was boarding them. They read your paper and you scared them.
They read the truth, Mrs. Farrell, and the best thing they could have done was to rescue their children as quickly as they could. You got no right running a nursery home.
The boy hurt himself. I swear to it.
Well, the state's attorney will decide about that.
My wife didn't do nothing, Mr. Milkey. I can swear to that.
I didn't say who killed him, Mr. Farrell. I only wrote how it happened.
Of course, you didn't say who did it. Because you don't know, do you? You wrote lies and you can't back them up. No matter what you write, people just aren't going to believe it.
The ones who boarded their children with you did.
But what about all the ones who didn't? You see, Mr. Milkey, you're writing about something that no one can ever understand happening. What human being is going to believe that a woman could try to hurt a baby?
You wrote the thing just as it happened. People have to see it for what it was. She can't go unpunished because it's too terrible to believe. You'll get letters about this woman and phone calls, too. And they'll be on your side. Public opinion will work to bring her to justice. They'll believe what you wrote. You'll see.
Milky speaking.
You the one who wrote the story about the nursery home?
That's right.
What are you trying to do to that poor woman? I think it's a disgrace to try and ruin someone like that. If she did do something wrong, wouldn't the police have arrested her by now? Why don't you let her alone?
What you've written evidently isn't enough. You have to find out more about Martha Farrell, much more. Enough to convince people that she is responsible for the death of that child. Go back into her life. Find out everything about her that you can.
I've been talking to a lot of people since you phoned this morning, Mr. Milky. Practically everyone who's come into my drugstore here.
I appreciate your help, Mr. Sims.
Oh, forget it. I wouldn't have phoned you yesterday if I didn't think this thing was important.
Yes, sir.
People in Mount Rainier haven't forgotten her, Mr. Milky. Not by a long shot.
Where was the nursery home?
Out on Midlane Road. I wouldn't have kept an animal in there.
Well, what I need, Mr. Sims, is something specific. Names of people who complained about the treatment there, the things that happened.
Well, like I said on the phone, it was 9 years ago. People have come and gone since then.
Yes, Mr. Sims.
Found out one thing, though.
What's that?
In 1944, a baby died there.
Baby died there. Easy, Arthur Milky. Take it slow. This could be nothing, just a coincidence. Or it could be a lot. Find out the big thing. How did the baby die?
I don't know how it happened. I don't even know the child's name. A fellow in the store told me about it this morning.
You say it was in 1944, during the war.
The way I hear it.
The whole county was short on ambulances then. What did you use here in Mount Rainier?
Fire department had a rescue squad. Why are you asking, Mr. Milky?
Well, if the baby were taken to the hospital, this rescue squad might have carried it.
Possible.
And they'd keep records, wouldn't they? Sort of a trip ticket schedule, where they went and why?
Tell you what, easy to find out. I'm in the volunteer fire department. We could check down the firehouse. Look at the dust on these papers. I'd better open the window, Mr. Milky.
At least they're broken down into years. Here, Mr. Sims, you take this, Apple.
Exactly what do you want me to look for?
A trip to Mrs. Farrell's nursery home to answer an emergency ambulance call.
Boy, there's sure a lot of them, but here goes.
Page after page, but nothing about a nursery home. And as you sit here, going back through the records of a distant year, you begin to wonder, what makes you do this? Why this desperation to avenge the death of a child who was a stranger to you? But in that one question, you have your answer. For what child is really a stranger to any man?
Mr. Milky, look at this.
What is it?
Trip to the nursery home to pick up a sick child.
Let me see. 9 p.m. Arrived at hospital with Ronald Deering, age 1 year, dead on arrival, cause of death, intracranial hemorrhage. Here's the death certificate on the child, Dr. Adams. I got it from the bureau.
Intracranial hemorrhage.
The same cause of death as for the boy who was brought in here, right?
Exactly. Have the police seen this out?
Not yet, sir.
Well, it's high time they did. Get it to them at once.
But you're not through yet. You want more evidence, and you get it. 2 years after the child who died in Mount Rainier, another child had died in still a third nursery home run by Mrs. Farrell. The cause of death, intracranial hemorrhage. And in 1945, you find that she was connected with a fourth death. Somehow, these cases have never been followed up. And you know the reason. The one Mrs. Farrell herself had given you. The disbelief that any human being could cause the death of a baby. But with all this evidence, what are they going to say now?
I've just seen the state's attorney, Art. And on what you found, he's decided to order Mrs. Farrell's arrest. The thing that bothers him, though, is that no one can actually prove that she touched these children.
But these 3 other deaths, Sergeant, that says it all.
Well, we're counting on that, Art. Now it's up to the grand jury. If they think what you found is enough, they'll bring in an indictment, and she'll go to trial.
They're behind those doors. The men and women, good and true. What are they going to decide? Will they know the truth? Will they believe? This all can't have been done for nothing. They've got to see this woman for what she is.
Art Milky.
Hurry. It's Sergeant Ross. What's he found out?
Well, it's all over, Art.
What'd they say?
Mrs. Farrell's been indicted. Charged as manslaughter. I'm going down to see her. Want to come along?
That's what you wanted, didn't you, Mr. Milky? Well, I hope you're happy.
No, Mrs. Farrell, I don't have that kind of feeling at all.
Why not? You were out to get me.
I was out for the truth, nothing else.
Well, why didn't you find it then?
The mothers who've lost their children think I have.
Don't tell me about being a mother. I had my own. I raised them proper. Things were hard and there wasn't any money, but I kept them with me and I took care of them.
Yes, ma'am.
You think I wanted to work these last years I had left? But Floyd never made a good living. I had to be the one to think of making it for us. So I opened these nursery homes.
You didn't really want those children, did you?
Why should I? I had my fill of crime and being hungry and calling you every minute of the day. I went through it with my own kids. I was finished. I had my share.
Yes.
They weren't my flesh and blood. I should have worried about them. The way I see it, they'd been better off not being born.
But they were, Mrs. Farrell. And you forgot the only thing that really counted. They had a right to live. The jury found Mrs. Farrell guilty of manslaughter and sentenced her to Maryland Reformatory for Women. As a result of my articles on this case, legislature has enacted new laws governing the state's nursery homes. These regulations have resulted in standards that ensure the finest care for children whose working mothers are forced to board them. Our nursery homes now rank among the finest in the country.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter.
The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. The Big Story.
It was Sunday morning along U.S. Highway 66, heading west from Tulsa toward Clinton, Oklahoma. Mrs. Rose Penn and her son were driving to church.
Jim. Jim, stop the car.
What's the matter, Ma?
I told you stop the car. Don't you see it over there? On the side of the road, a cot. There's a man sleeping on that cot.
Well, that's no business of ours, is it, Ma? The fellow's got a right to sleep.
You get on out of this car and find out why he's sleeping there on the cot beside the road. Weather like this. Now go on. Well, what are you standing there for? Is he all right? Is he sleeping?
He's sleeping, Ma. He's sleeping, but he ain't never going to wake up.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. The story of a reporter who found 3 golden coins that spelled death. Tulsa, Oklahoma. The story as it actually happened. Reporter Nolan Bullock's story, as he lived it.
You, Nolan Bullock of the Tulsa Tribune, are a reporter with a flattened nose. And you got it by sticking it consistently into other people's business. Like now. You sit in the fashionable Will Rogers Hotel in Claremore near Tulsa and take part in a business conference. The business being, since Oklahoma is a dry state, bootlegging. And your job, that of undercover agent for the State Crime Bureau. Your name for today, Nolan Bullock, is Mr. Norton.
Mighty good meal they serve here, Mr. Norton. Mighty good.
Cigar, Mr. Ritchie.
Okay, perfect. Thank you kindly.
I have been sitting quiet all through the meal, Mr. Ritchie. Do we talk business now?
Yes, sure thing, Mr. Norton, but to tell you the truth, I don't think we can make a deal.
You've had a week to check my credit?
No, it's not the credit.
Well, what is it then? I've been without merchandise 3.5 weeks now.
Now, look, I explained to you last time, a change in a corporation as big as mine, that takes time, Mr. Norton. When Mr. Vesey was alive, the man in charge before Mr. Breeden, I told him, you've got to prepare for eventualities like this, but he didn't listen to me. Nobody listens to an accountant.
Look, all I know is that I've got to have 21 cases of stock delivered.
Not so loud, please, Mr. Norton.
And I need 24 barrels weekly, regularly. Now, when am I going to get a definite answer? You know, there are other firms to deal with.
Oh, now, you wouldn't want to do that, Mr. Norton. When Mr. Breeden comes in and takes over, that's the man you'll want to deal with, and the only one in this state. I worked for Mr. Breeden years ago, and I tell you frankly, I'm looking forward to his return. Things never were the same in all the years he was away. He's a fine man, Mr. Breeden. Strictly business, but the best terms you could get. Believe
Look,
you
I
me.
know about Mr. Breeden. All I am asking you now is when does he get here? When can we make our final arrangements?
Oh, to tell you the truth, Mr. Norton, he ought to have been here yesterday. He left California, must have been 3 days ago. I believe I'll wire him and find out if there was any change in his plans.
I've got 121 establishments waiting on Mr. Breeden. Those customers want beer. They want wine. They want whiskey, and they want it now. They are not interested in any of my business difficulties.
And so you, Nolan Bullock, undercover agent and reporter, watch the pleasant accountant leave. And you make your call. Capital 2000. State Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
Let me have Mr. Oliver, please.
Yes?
This is Nolan Bullock.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't talk to you now.
Well, I have just left Ritchie. He expects Breeden in a few days.
For Pete's sake, I can't talk to you. I've got to run.
Where have you got to run?
If you must know, dead man reported out on Route 66. Now, look, I'm supposed to be out there. I can't sit here talking to you.
Murder?
Looks like it.
Well, you don't have to talk to me on the phone. I'll meet you there. Where is it?
Oh, no. I'm not ready to give anything out on this.
Now, look, Nick, if you don't tell me where to meet you on that killing, I'll get off this Breeden case fast.
That's blackmail.
You call it what you like. Where is it?
About 2 miles outside of Clinton on Route 66. Big gas station that side of the road. You can't miss it.
I won't.
And so you, Nolan Bullock, drop the story about the bootleg syndicate and hop on the biggest story, the story of murder. And now you stand with Special Investigator Nick Oliver, both of you shaking your head at the dead man lying on the cot, just off Route 66, near Clinton.
No possible way of identification, Nick?
Nothing. I'll get Haynes of the Fingerprint Bureau and see if his prints tell us anything. I don't think even a mother would recognize his face. Hey, where are you going?
Just looking around.
I wish that ambulance would get here. What are you looking for?
Just something in the grass, Nick. Hey, what do you know? It's a coin. And here's another one.
Let me see.
Those are Mexican coins, right?
That's what they are.
Well, what are they doing here?
How do I know? Well, we've got something anyhow. It's not much more than nothing, but it's something. Finally, the ambulance. Yes, Lydia. Okay, send him in. Somebody thinks he's got something on the murder, Nolan.
And somebody's got something more than we have, Nick.
Reverend Burns?
Not Reverend, sir, Mr. Burns. You see, Lieutenant, I'm not an ordained minister, merely an evangelical preacher who tries to bring a little understanding. Now, Lieutenant...
It's not Lieutenant, just Mister.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Like you said, not Lieutenant, just Mister.
Quite right, sir. Now, last Saturday, sir, I was holding my regular campfire meeting. We hold campfire meetings every Saturday evening, all the way up and down Highway 66. That night, sir, I was preaching on the subject of the return...
I thought you said you knew something about the murder.
I was coming to that directly, sir. It was toward the end of my sermon. The disturbance came from a campfire not too far distant. But you see, sir, the men were shouting and the wind, you see, was blowing.
Please, Mr. Burns,
And so, you see, their voices were wafted in my direction. There were 3 men, sir, and they were having, I must say, a most profane fight. You can imagine the language.
And?
Well, that's all, sir. I knew something dreadful was going to happen, and I thought for a moment I would intervene. But then I thought better of it, and I didn't, and that's all that happened.
Did you see any of them, their faces?
It was rather a dark night. If it's of any value, though I don't see how it possibly can be, they had a station wagon parked next to the fire. And I think one of the men amidst the profanity called the other Ace.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burns.
Not at all, sir. I shall be holding a meeting on Saturday as usual, just 2 miles out of Tulsa on Route 66. If you should want me...
Thank you. Mind closing the door?
Well, that's a great help. Somebody named Ace, and there was a station wagon.
Maybe. Don't forget it was a dark night.
But the wind was blowing.
A week goes by. A week of feverish activity by Nick Oliver on the murder story. And by you, Nolan Bullock, on the murder case and on the bootleg syndicate. And when you add it all up, it's less than the faint sound of the name Ace on the night air. You keep spending time at headquarters, waiting, hoping, and mostly dozing. And then... a routine message comes through on the police teletype.
Request owner, Oklahoma license, 71391. Truck stranded here. Answer soonest. Police chief, Indio, California.
And Nick Oliver puts through the routine request in the routine way.
License 71391. Name... Hey, Nolan, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Wake up.
What did you say?
Guess whose truck is stranded out in California?
What are you talking about?
That request we got from Indio.
Oh, yeah. Sure. What about it?
The owner of that car in California was named Thomas Breeden.
Breeden? Well, that's my man. Get California on the phone.
Lydia, put me through to the police chief in Indio. Who'd you think I was calling, Nolan? My bootlegger? Yes, that's right, Chief. Fellow's name was Thomas Breeden. And we're interested in him, too. Tell me everything you've got. Oh, you jailed him.
That's why he didn't meet me. In the coop in California.
Uh-huh. El Paso, huh? What do you know?
What about El Paso? Hey, Nick, what about El Paso?
You check with the FBI, huh? Fine, fine.
What is this FBI, El Paso? Nick!
Chief, you've been very helpful. Is any time you're in Tulsa... Yes, Chief, I'll do that.
Say, how's the weather out there?
Nick!
92 degrees, huh? Well, you don't say. We got blizzard weather here. Hey, so long, Chief.
Well, do you want me to strangle you?
It seems your friend Tom Breeden was picked up about a week ago by the police chief in Indio. He was driving a truck, went through a red light, and hit somebody. Wasn't serious. They put him in the coop for 5 days, took his prints and all that. Chief said he acted like a man going to be sentenced to the chair. Nervous. Yeah, so he checked on him in Washington. Oh, I don't know. There was some delay, I guess, on the chief's end in checking the prints with Washington. And he didn't get the answer on Breeden until after he was let out.
Look, Nick, get to the point.
Okay. When the report came through, it seems Breeden is wanted by the federal authorities at El Paso for entering the country illegally with close to $17,000 in Mexican coins.
Mexican coins?
That's what the man said. And when he last left California, he was seen driving in a station wagon with 2 men. One named Bronson, one named Stiles. The first name of the fella called Stiles was Ace.
What about Breeden?
Well, you see, Nolan, the reason you never met Breeden is because his prints are the same as those of the man we saw on the cut off US 66, awful dead.
What started out for you, Nolan Bullock, reporter for the Tulsa Tribune, as an undercover job as a bootlegger, is now a murder story involving the FBI, 2 indistinct figures named Ace Stiles and somebody Bronson, and $17,000 in Mexican coins. You and Nick Oliver know you aren't much nearer a solution than you were the time you stood and looked at the battered head of Thomas Breeden. And so, you decide to go back to the Will Rogers Hotel in Claremore. Maybe the contact man of the syndicate, the accountant, knows something.
Look, Mr. Ritchie, you said in a few days I'd get an answer.
Yes, I know, but something has happened to Mr. Breeden. Could you use a good man in your organization? I'm a fine accountant. I'm honest. And I am accurate. I was with Mr. Breeden for 13 years. I tell you, I know the bootleg business.
I'd like to help you, Mr. Ritchie. And maybe I can. If you'll put me in touch with whoever is taking over now that Mr. Breeden is...
I'll be glad to as soon as I know anything. And you can use a good man in your organization?
Well, we'll see. Now, right now, I'd better pay the check and get going.
Yes. Well, I'll run on ahead and see what I can find out for you. You've no idea how upset I am.
Is this where I pay the check?
That's right. Oh, just a moment. I'm sorry. I nearly gave you that phony coin. I've been meaning to put aside.
Wait a minute. Let me see that. Lady, that's a Mexican coin. Where did you get it?
Someone's been passing them. The girl at the cigar counter got one, and I got this.
When was this?
This morning sometime.
Who gave it to you?
I didn't really notice. Some man. By the time I saw it wasn't a real coin, he'd already gone out. Ran out to the front steps, and I saw him drive off. He and another man was with him.
Did you happen to know what they drove off in?
No, just a car.
Was it a station wagon?
You mean one of those... Say, now that you mention it, that's just what it was. You know, I have to make that up out of my own pocket.
No, you don't, sister. Here's $1 to take its place. Let me have that little Mexican phony. Nick, guess what happened?
Come on, if you've got something, give.
Remember that Mexican who showed up? Those 3 Mexicans?
The blondes?
Mm-hmm. The golden blondes. Well, I found a friend of theirs at the cashier's in the restaurant in the Will Rogers Hotel.
Meet you there in an hour. Make it half an hour.
907 is my room, Nick. Room 907, hello.
Mr. Norton, this is Mr. Ritchie. I've got something you'll find very exciting. You can meet the new boss.
How?
You know the road off US 66?
Yes?
Well, go past the gas station at Ember Street. It's a little dirt road, a little left off 66, a left turn. You can't miss it. It runs down through the Verdigris Valley. There's a big white house, green shutters. That's 2.5 miles down the road.
All right, thanks, Ritchie.
Now, please don't say I told you to go there, Mr. Norton. The boss might not like it. His name is Bronson.
Okay, Rich. And I won't forget. When I get us set up, I'll find a place in it for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Norton. Thank you very much.
Now what to do? Nick Oliver is on his way. Can't be reached. And you know how to find the new boss. It takes only a moment to make up your mind. You turn left at the gas station off 66. take the road toward Verdigris Valley. You keep her in second as you go down the incline. And the road is wide enough now for just one car. And now, coming at you is another dusty car, and there isn't room for both of you to pass. You stop, and then you see a station wagon.
Not much room, huh?
That's right, Bud. Looks like one of us is going to have to back up.
Say, is your name Ace?
Which is it going to be, Mac? You or us? Who backs up?
Well, I was supposed to meet a fella.
I think it better be you, Bud. And we're in a hurry.
So you back her up, trying to get a look at the license plates, at the man in the car. There's too much dust on the road. And then finally, when you reach a point where you can back up off the road and let them pass, something inside tells you...
Bullock, old fellow, you better keep your head down as they go by.
You duck and wait for it, but it doesn't come. There's no shot. And then you see them hitting 40, 50, pulling away from you before you can swing your car back on the road and follow them. And it takes you an hour and a half, it seems, to reach the next gas station just a quarter of a mile away before you can call Nick Oliver.
Nick? Well, I saw them. At least I think I saw them. I mean, Stiles and Bronson in a station wagon out on a dirt road off 66. No, I checked that. There's a little gas station. That's where I'm calling from. No station wagon came out from the canyon. They must have turned off one of the side roads. There aren't many of them, I'm sure. Yes, 4 or 5 men could do the job. All right, I'll wait here. Shut it off, Nick. Over there. You see it? That's the wagon.
Very convenient. Nice place for a headquarters. A house in the valley and a car. Only let's go slow. You're sure this is the wagon?
Sure, I'm sure. Well, let's see what's in it.
Hey, huh?
Put your light over here.
What have you got?
There's a gash in the back seat. There's a big bulge, you see it?
Yes, I see it.
Mexican blondes. Quite a bunch of them.
Very nice. Hey, look at this. What do you think this is?
Here?
Right here.
Is it rust?
My guess is blood.
And this is a wrench. Might be what they did it with.
Yeah, it's heavy enough, and it's got the same kind of rust on it.
Well, let's take them.
Not so fast, Nolan. Suppose they say they never met your friend Breeden. Know nothing about him. We need proof.
Just what do you have in mind?
You know those guys pretty well, know their business lingo, the way they operate. Can't you think of some way of going in there, doing a little fast talking?
Well, if I do, it's not a bad story.
No, not bad at all. Good luck.
Good evening, Mr. Stiles. It is, Mr. Stiles?
Who are you?
Where is Bronson?
Downstairs. Who are you?
Well, my name is Norton. Didn't you hear about me? I was supposed to make arrangements with Mr. Breeden for the delivery of 21 cases of stock a week and a half.
Oh, yeah. Little Richie told me about you. Hey, ain't you the fella? Yeah, we met you on the road, Verdigris Valley. I was sorry about that. We had to change our headquarters. How'd you find us?
Look, I've got a lot of money invested in my business. A little tracking down if somebody never bothered me.
Okay, sit down.
What do you get for a case of domestic stock?
Run you about $170?
I'll take 12 cases a week. Give you $20 a case.
All right, who are you kidding? $20?
No, I'm quite serious. You see, I happen to know that I can get it at $20 a case.
Well, go on, peddle your papers somewhere else. The price is $170.
You see, I happen to know that you and Bronson and my friend Breeden were driving in from California. I happen to know that you got into a fight with him. And I happen to know that you stole $17,000 in coins from him. And there are stains in the car right out in the back and a wrench with stains on it, and I don't think they're rust stains.
Hey, now, take it easy, will you? Now, look, we can do business.
Say, I've got another idea. Why does it have to be Norton and Stiles and Bronson? Why can't it just be Norton and Stiles?
What do you mean?
Just you and me. Come on now, who did it? Breeden, I mean. Was it you? Or maybe your friend downstairs? You know, if we come to a deal, cutting something 3 ways is less than cutting something in 2.
Yeah, that's just how it happened. He did it, Bronson. I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to make a deal. But that Bronson, he's got a temper like a wild man. You mean it, you and me?
Why not? The cops are looking for a fall guy. You testify, I testify, and it's Norton and Stiles.
I should have met you before.
Norton and Stiles, eh? Now, ain't that pretty? And the cops need a fall guy,
Now,
eh?
wait a second, Bronson. I was just...
Yeah, maybe instead of a fall guy, the cops will get a corpse. Maybe 2 corpses.
Mr. Bronson?
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Bronson. Who do you think you are coming in here making deals?
Just a guy, anxious like you are to make a buck.
Now, look, you shut up. 2 red cents, I'd knock you right through the floor where you're standing. Norton and Stiles.
Now, look, Mr. Bronson, you can't do business that way. It can't be done. Corpses, 2 corpses, knocking people through the floor. All I want is the best possible deal I can get.
Where did you dig this thing up from? You think you can talk your way out of this? I heard what you said. I was standing behind the door. Now, I don't know who you think you are or what makes you so cocky.
What makes me so cocky, as you put it, is what's out in the back.
What's supposed to be out in the back?
In the car. 17,000 in Mexican coins. Like the ones found near Breeden. Stains on the floor of the car and a wrench out there. Stains on that, too.
Nobody saw no $17,000. There's no stains, no wrench. All I see is a wise guy who talks too much. For my money, I smell cop. Amateur cop. Now turn around.
Hey, Bronson, I think maybe we ought to make a deal.
You already done enough thinking. Maybe you ought to turn around, too. I said turn around.
All right. I was only trying...
He was only looking for me. Let's stand where we are, right where we are.
Hello, Nick.
Oh, I knew it. Maybe we ought to make a deal.
Please, Bronson.
Oh, shut up.
That's right, both of you. Now, let's go. Oh, Nolan. Give you a tip.
Sure, Nick.
Don't try to move into bootlegging. Not in your line. Not your style. You stick with the papers.
Thanks, Nick. Don't think I won't.
Now we read you that telegram from Nolan Bullock of the Tulsa, Oklahoma Tribune.
Both men in tonight's big story pleaded guilty to second-degree manslaughter. Admitted killing Breeden after he attacked them. Both were sentenced to 10 years of hard labor at the state penitentiary, McAllister, Oklahoma.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
big story.
You think because I'm an old man I can't hold my own? Well, I'll show you. Don't hit me there again. No, don't.
Detroit, Michigan. From the pages of the Free Press, the story of a sneaking suspicion that became a dead certainty. Detroit, Michigan. The story as it actually happened. Kenneth McCormick's story as he lived it.
You've seen it before, Ken McCormick, of the Detroit Free Press. In 20 years of reporting, you've seen it lots of times. But somehow, you've never gotten used to the look of murder, especially violent murder. The shattered glass, the shambles of tables and chairs, the twisted body, always the same. And now, on this Sunday morning in the suburb of Highland Park, as you stand in the living room of a shabby bungalow, now you're seeing it all over again.
What a mess.
Mind showing me your press card?
Oh, here you are. Detroit Free Press. Name is Ken McCormick.
I'm Captain Walsh, Highland Park Detective Bureau.
How do you do?
McCormick, huh? You the guy that got the Pulitzer Prize a few years ago?
Oh, you have a good memory, Captain. What's the dead man's name?
Radway, George F. Radway, age 69, worked in a candy factory.
Looks like he took quite a beating. What did he die of?
Broken ribs, probably punctured his lungs. Death occurred around midnight last night, reported early this morning. Anything else you want to know?
Well, I'd like to get an interview with his family.
Well, you can't. He hasn't got any. One of the neighbors found his body.
I see. What do you think the motive was?
Robbery. What else? Look at the joint.
Someone sure took it apart, but this bungalow, Captain, the furnishings, the way it's kept, what I mean, it doesn't look like the old guy had much to be robbed of.
Somebody must have thought he had.
What about all these muddy tracks on the floor?
Who knows? Anyone could have made them. Even Radway himself. I hate this kind of case. You know why?
Why?
Because the motive's too broad, too impersonal. Robbery. Any one of 5,000 bums or hoodlums could have bust in, beaten up the occupant, ransacked the joint, and cleared out. I hate this kind of a
Who was the neighbor, Captain? You know, the one who found the body?
Oh, Mrs. Florence Kemper. She and her husband were good friends of Radway. The house is on the next street, back to back with this one. You can see a corner of it through the trees.
Well, I think I'll go over and talk to her.
Well, you're wasting your time. We already got her started.
Well, at least I can get her picture.
Yeah. You know, that's what I envy about you newspaper guys. You take a picture, you write a little copy, and as far as you're concerned, that's the end of it.
I don't know, Captain. Sometimes it's just the beginning.
You wait for Frank Harmon, your photographer, to take his shots of the murder scene. And then the two of you start out for Mrs. Kemper's. You take a shortcut that leads through the back lots from Radway's bungalow, and you've only gone about 50 yards when you see it.
Frank, look over here alongside the path. Now, you see that?
Yeah, I see it. So what?
Now, look at the color. Grayish tan.
What do you expect from a patch of mud? Magenta?
Well, don't you remember those tracks in the bungalow? Unless I'm colorblind, this stuff matches perfectly.
Say. Hey, you're right.
And look there, right in the middle of it.
Yeah. Looks like maybe part of a footprint.
You go on to the neighbor's house. And a few minutes later, you and Frank Harmon are sitting in the neat little kitchen talking with Mrs. Kemper as she peels potatoes for Sunday dinner. You try not to notice the little tremble in her hands.
You see, my husband and I knew the Radways for years. Ever since his wife died, George, that's Mr. Radway, took most of his meals with us. Just like one of the family. That's why it was such a shock when...
We understand, Mrs. Kemper.
That's how I came to go over there this morning. Went to call him to breakfast.
Didn't he used to come over of his own accord?
Mostly, yes, Mr. Harmon, but this morning we were up earlier than usual. Mr. Kemper couldn't sleep.
Is your husband around now? Maybe we could talk to him.
No. No, Harold's at the 11 o'clock church service. Besides, he wasn't there with me at the bungalow when I...
Oh, you were alone then?
Yes. Knocked on the back door. Wasn't any answer. Then I looked through the window, and right away I knew something terrible had happened. I could see the place all topsy-turvy, and Mr. Radway lying there, all twisted up.
And then you came back here and you phoned the police?
Yes.
Mrs. Kemper, would you mind if I took a few pictures of you, just sitting here in your kitchen, sort of?
Why, I guess I wouldn't mind if you need them.
Fine. Just hold it like that, peeling the potatoes.
Lawrence, have you got... Who are these men? What are they doing here?
It's all right, Harold.
We're from the Detroit Free Press, Mr. Kemper. We just want to...
I know what you want. Who asked you in here, anyway? You got no regard for people's feelings? Taking pictures, asking questions?
It's all right, Harold. They don't mean any harm.
It's all your fault to begin with. I told you, Florence. I told you we shouldn't have reported it.
But we had to. I found the body.
Someone else would have found him. Someone else could have made the report. But no, you wouldn't listen. And now it's just like I said. Police and reporters swarming all over.
I don't mind so much, Harold. Kind of relieves me to talk to him. Maybe you'd feel better, too.
I don't want to talk to nobody. My best friend just died. I got some feelings. Even if you went.
I only thought...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kemper.
Yeah, we didn't intend
Please
to...
excuse him. He didn't mean it. He doesn't know what he's saying. Too broken up.
Yeah, sure. We understand.
The two of you leave. Frank goes back to the office with his pictures. And as Captain Walsh said, that's the end of it. But somehow, Kenneth McCormick, you don't want to drop this story. Not yet. So just for the record, you decide to check with the rest of Radway's neighbors.
Well, now, come to think of it, there was someone looked mighty suspicious. A stranger. Hung around the neighborhood all Saturday afternoon.
I should hope to say I did see him. Why, he even came here. Pretended he was a window washer. But I knew it was funny. He was wearing a good brown suit.
That's right, a brown suit. Dark hair, medium height, and a pretty heavy build. Was trying to get in that bungalow in the worst way. Come back 3 or 4 times before it was dark.
Thanks, McCormick, but we already know about this window washer. The dragnet's been out for 2 hours now.
You really think he did it, Captain?
I'll bet on it. He's our man, all right, if we can find him. With my luck, that's a question.
The suspect's description is fairly complete. But you wonder if perhaps Mrs. Kemper saw him, too, and could supply a few more details. So once again, you visit the little frame house. This time, Harold Kemper stays in the room. He doesn't say much until his wife starts to answer your question about the stranger.
Why, no, Mr. McCormick, I don't remember.
Yes. Yes, there was someone. I saw him.
You did, Mr. Kemper?
Yes. It was late Saturday night. I was standing near the back window here, and I happened to look over to George's place. He had the kitchen light on, and I could see this guy on the back porch.
Why, Harold, you never mentioned that to me.
Well, I was too upset, that's all. I didn't think of it.
What did this man look like, Mr. Kemper? Could you see?
Well, he was kind of tall and thin, wearing a lumber jacket.
But the window washer wore a brown suit. He wasn't tall and he wasn't thin.
Why, Harold, that's important. How could you forget a thing like that? You should have told the police first off.
They didn't ask me. Besides, like I said, it slipped my mind.
While the Kempers are talking, you move casually to the back window and look out. And it's just as you thought. Harold Kemper couldn't possibly have seen anyone on Radway's porch because from this window, the bungalow is completely obscured by trees. Then one of those little fateful accidents happens. The pencil you've been holding in your hand drops and rolls under the Davenport. You kneel to retrieve it,
And there before your eyes is something which, in the breath of an instant, contracts your vague conjectures to a steel-hard core of suspicion.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Kenneth McCormick, as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Kenneth McCormick, of the Detroit Free Press, are kneeling by the Davenport in the Kempers' living room, and a wild surmise is beating inside you. For under that Davenport, obviously kicked there in an attempt to conceal them, are several broken clouds of grayish-tan clay. You straighten up with the realization that somehow you've got to get a sample of that clay, a sample you can match with the tracks in the dead man's bungalow. But with the Kempers here in this room, it's out of the question. You'll have to get rid of them, if only for a moment. So you take a long chance. You turn to Harold Kemper, and you begin asking questions about Radway, about the man in the lumber jacket. Question after question, until finally...
Listen, mister, I've told you all I know.
Are you sure, Mr. Kemper? You forgot about the man on the porch until tonight. Now, maybe there's something else
He's
that you...
right, Harold. Perhaps...
No, there's nothing else. Besides, I can't stand here talking all night. I got work to do. I got to fix the car.
The car? But there's nothing wrong...
It's the gas line. What do you know about them things?
I'm so worried about my husband, Mr. McCormick. He's taken this thing awful bad. Now we have to go to the morgue tomorrow night at 9 o'clock and identify George's body. Harold hasn't seen him dead yet. I don't know what he'll do.
Be kind of tough for him, I guess. Mrs. Kemper, could I trouble you for a glass of water?
Why, certainly, that's no trouble. Just sit right there and I'll get it from the kitchen.
You cross quickly to the Davenport, reach under, grab some of the clay, drop it in your pocket, and are just getting up when...
Drop your pencil again, mister?
Yes. Fix your car already?
I came back for a wrench.
Oh. Well, I'll be leaving now, Mr. Kemper. Tell your wife to never mind about that drink of water. I don't feel thirsty anymore.
You're way out in left field, McCormick. This Kemper was Radway's best friend.
I know that,
All
Captain,
right,
but...
so you found some clay in his house last night. What does that prove?
Look at the samples. Now, here's some from Kemper's, some from the murder scene, and some from the mud patch along the path, and they're all identical. That grayish tan
Can't
color
prove
is...
things that way, McCormick.
Oh.
You need a thorough, detailed lab analysis. I'll send the stuff in, but it doesn't make any difference anyway, because even if it is the same, Kemper could have made those tracks at some other time.
Then why did he kick the pieces under his sofa? Why did he try to hide them?
Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe his wife just brushed them out of the way.
Oh, nuts. His wife is as neat as a pin. She'd clean the dirt up. She wouldn't push it under the furniture. And another thing, if Kemper was such a good friend, why wouldn't he have gone to the bungalow and tried to help Radway after his wife came back and told what she'd seen? Unless he already knew the old man was dead.
You can't tell about things like that. Maybe the guy gets sick at the sight of blood. A lot of people do.
Yeah, sure.
Kemper's a respectable citizen. I'm not going to pull him in on your hunch and leave myself open to a charge of false arrest. No, sir.
Oh, well, I just thought you could...
We got a lead now. We know the motive was robbery, and we know why. There was a rumor all over the neighborhood that Radway kept money in his house. You can bet that window washer heard it, too. As soon as we roust him, the case will be in the bag.
Even to yourself, you have to admit that Kemper would probably not have killed his friend just to rob him. Then your theory gets another body blow. In Radway's house, under an ironing board cover, Walsh's men find $400. That seems to clinch the robbery motive. And then comes the rabbit punch. The same day, Monday, in the late afternoon, the window washer is found. You're there in Walsh's office when they bring him in. His name is John Bruno, and his story is pitifully weak.
You admit you were in the neighborhood. You admit that.
I know, Captain. That's right. I was, but...
And you admit going to Radway's house.
I I went to all the houses.
But you went back to that house 3 times.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, don't lie. The neighbors saw you. Now, why'd you go back there for, Bruno? Why?
I don't know. I guess because nobody was home the first times. I don't know.
Well, where'd you go after it got dark? Where were you that night?
At night? Well, I went back to my room, that's all. Back to the rooming house.
Can you prove it? Can you prove you stayed there all night?
I don't know. I didn't see no one. I live alone. You gotta take my word, mister. Honest, I didn't go back to the bungalow. I didn't kill no one. Honest, you gotta take my word.
You look at that bewildered, frightened man in the brown suit, and you know one thing. John Bruno is innocent. His story is weak. He has no alibi, no witnesses. But how many innocent people do? Then it strikes you there's one angle you haven't yet tried. Kemper's movements on the night of the crime.
Well, every Saturday, a lot of the men in the neighborhood sneak off to some tavern or other. It's terrible. I wouldn't let my husband do it.
Yeah, it's a beer garden on 6 Mile Road. Kemper and Radway usually went out there together.
Oh, I seen them there last Saturday, all right. Both of them pretty drunk, so I give them a wide berth.
Is that it? Is that the answer? You wish you could be sure. Then you remember something. At 9 o'clock tonight, the Kempers will be at the morgue to identify the body. You check your watch. You can make it. Maybe if you're there when Harold Kemper has to look at his dead friend, maybe you'll see something. You grab a cab, and at 1 minute of 9, you walk into the medical examiner's office at the city morgue. Mrs. Kemper's there, but she's alone. Where's your husband? Where is he, Mrs. Kemper?
He decided not to come in. The last minute, he thought it'd be too much for him. He's waiting for me out on the street corner. Just as well, I guess.
All right, if it's cat and mouse, I can play that game, too. Enjoying the view, Mr. Kemper?
Huh? Oh,
Better than the one inside, isn't it?
what do you want, mister?
Well, I just thought I'd tell you how the case is coming. You were his best friend. I figured you'd like to know.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, have they found anything yet?
Oh, they know who the murderer is.
They do?
Yeah, they're just making sure of their evidence. They found a patch of mud in the back lot, you know, with a footprint in it. And now they're checking with the tracks in the bungalow. As soon as the lab tests come through, they'll probably make the arrest.
Well, that don't seem like much to go on.
Oh, they have other evidence, too. Plenty of it.
Well, Mr. McCormick, I see you found my husband after all.
Yes, we've been having a little talk. How about you, Mrs. Kemper? All finished inside?
Yes, I made the identification all right. And Harold, you know, I'm sure it won't be long before they catch the man who did it.
Oh, how could you know?
Because I saw something. And I'm sure the police saw it, too.
What do you mean?
Well, on George's throat, there were 3 or 4 fingerprints, just as plain as could be.
And the joke of it, the grim, grim joke of it, is that Mrs. Kemper has made a mistake. What she saw were not fingerprints which can be traced, but finger marks which cannot. Only Harold Kemper, in the white heat of his fear, is far beyond figuring that out. His face gives you the answer. Now you know. This man is a murderer. More than that, he's a murderer chased by the phantom of his own fear. He's ripe for the plucking, if you can just get Captain Walsh to stretch out a hand.
But I told you my story, Captain. I told you 1,000,000 times.
Never mind, Bruno. Tell me again.
What's the use? I'm only gonna say the same thing. I didn't do it, so what's the use?
All right, Sergeant. Take him out.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Captain? You can't crack him?
Oh, he'll crack.
When? 6 months from now, out of sheer exhaustion? Look, Bruno was innocent. You know that. And Kemper is guilty. You just won't admit it.
I've got enough complications with that.
I told you what I found out about Kemper. I showed you the motive.
Captain, the lab report is here on those 3 samples of clay.
Well, what's the gist of it, Sergeant?
They're all identical, sir.
Captain, how much proof do you want? I don't know.
If you don't want to pull him in, at least go out to his house now and question him. The guy will break. I know he will. He's on the thin edge of nothing.
But it's late. It's after midnight.
What is it you really don't like, Captain? The lateness of the hour or junking your pet theory?
Come on, let's go. Don't pull in the driveway, Sergeant. Just park out front.
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant. You wait here. Come on, McCormick. Oh, evening, Mrs. Kemper.
Hello, Captain.
I wonder if I could see your husband for a minute.
I'm sorry. He isn't here. He's gone out.
Do you know when he'll be back?
No, I don't.
Could we come in for a minute?
Yes, of course, Mr. McCormick. Come in.
It's kind of late to go out, isn't it? You know where your husband's gone?
He didn't tell me. Is there any message you want to leave?
Mrs. Kemper, you've been crying, haven't you? Is it anything to do with...
No. No, it's just... No,
You'd better tell us everything, Mrs. Kemper. We'll find out anyway. You see, we know what your husband's done.
Yes. Yes. He did it. He killed George.
How long have you known this?
He just told me about an hour ago. When we came back from the morgue, he was all sick-like. Then finally told me that he and George got into a fight that night over who was to buy more beer. Harold gets into terrible rages, and he beat the old man up. Then when he saw he was dead, he upset everything to make it look like a robbery.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. He was terribly afraid. He knew you'd be coming after him.
Go on, Mrs. Kemper.
He said they're not going to put me in no prison. Then he rushed out to the garage to get the car.
Well, he won't get far. Where's your phone?
Hey, wait a minute, Captain. The car is here.
What?
I saw it in the garage as we came up the walk.
Sergeant Jansky.
Yes, sir?
Turn your spotlight on that garage. Then come with me. We're going in after Kemper.
Wait up, Captain. I want to be on this.
You better stand clear. Come out of that garage, Kemper. You don't stand a chance. All right, we're coming in. Jansky, you go in on the other side of the car. I'll take this side.
Yes, sir.
Kemper?
He's not on this side, Captain.
He's not here either.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Look over there, sir. In that corner, just off the floor.
Harold! Harold, are you there, Harold?
McCormick, don't let her in here.
Mrs. Kemper, don't. Don't go in there. You'll only...
No, let me alone. Let me alone. Harold, where are you? Harold, are you...
Now we read you that telegram from Kenneth McCormick of the Detroit Free Press.
Not out of remorse, but out of pure fear, the killer in tonight's big story hanged himself with a piece of clothesline. His wife's story brought the instant release of the window washer and closed the case.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Big Story.
Three men entered the Cozy Corner Barbecue in Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania at 1 a.m.
You, Keever?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, let's have it.
Well, what do you do?
The cash register, Keever, the cash register.
What are you waiting for?
He's laying on the cash register.
Well, push him off. You got hands, ain't you? There's money in that register.
There was money in that register. $8. The three men left, leaving Keever behind, dead.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The story of a murder and of a reporter who befriended the loneliest man on earth. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The story as it actually happened. Ray Spriggle's story as he lived it.
This was before you won the Pulitzer Prize, Ray Spriggle, reporter for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Before your brilliant and humane work on behalf of the underprivileged of America. But even then, a few years back, the same unmistakable signs were there. The perception, the respect for facts, the sympathy for other human beings. The woman at your desk, sitting on the edge of her chair, was 35. Maybe she was younger. What she'd been through made her look like, well, 35. And the story came out haltingly, as if it hurt to open the wounds she carried. Her name was Hortense Grayson.
That name, Grayson, doesn't mean much to you, Mr. Spriggle.
I don't think so.
No, I guess almost nobody remembers. 6 years ago, Mr. Spriggle, my husband was arrested for robbery. He broke into a doctor's office, and he and two other men...
Clem Grayson.
That's right.
You said robbery. He's in for murder.
That's right, Mr. Spriggle. He has a life sentence for murder. A murder he never committed. Maybe I ought to tell you first why I came to you. You see, your name... Well, maybe this doesn't sound like anything to you, but I've read your articles, Mr. Spriggle.
Well, we can skip that.
No, I'd like to say it. I think if there's anyone in Pittsburgh who can do anything, you're that man. I don't say you'll help me.
Let's get back to the story, shall we?
I told you my husband was a robber, and I told you that he was arrested for a murder which he never committed. I want to tell you this, too. I divorced him 3 years ago.
Oh? And what's a woman who divorced her husband doing fighting for his release?
Well, the answer is just that I know he's innocent. He didn't do it.
Well, suppose you tell me all about it now.
My husband and these two other men, Kramer and Jensen, were picked up after they robbed the doctor's office. That was in Cambria County. There was no question about his guilt, and the trial was quick. He was sentenced to 10 years.
Yeah.
Well, he hadn't been in prison a week when witnesses came forward and testified that he and the other two men that robbed the doctor's office had also killed this man Keever in his barbecue place 3 weeks before. The other two were guilty. They're now in jail, but Clem wasn't at Keever's place that night. I was sick in bed, and he took care of me, and there were two other people in the house playing cards with Clem. They swear he never left the house.
Is there any evidence outside of the statement that you've made and your friends?
That's the terrible part. You see, Kramer, one of the men who killed Keever, he admitted that Clem wasn't there that night. He wrote out a confession. And Jensen, the other killer, he admitted it to me that Clem wasn't there, but he wouldn't write a confession. And the court transcript, If you read the transcript, the way the witnesses changed their mind. He's innocent, Mr. Sprinkle, and I can't do anything about
You'll
it.
pardon this question, Mrs.
Grayson, I still use his name.
Do you have anything besides your word for all this?
Oh, I brought it all here, Mr. Sprinkle. Transcripts, confessions, statements of witnesses. If you'd only read it, I don't know, write a story.
Okay, just put it down on the desk. I'll read it, and maybe I will write a story. Now, tell me one thing. Why did you divorce him?
I don't want to talk about it. Do I have to talk about it?
No, that's okay. That's okay, Mrs. Grayson.
Maybe it's as phony as a $3 bill. But even if it is, even if everything she says is pure, unadulterated fabrication, it's a pretty good story. Divorced woman seeks to free ex-mate. Not bad. Not bad. And on that somewhat cynical, somewhat casual note, Ray Spriggle, you get involved.
Well, I suppose I might as well start here. Confession of George Kramer.
We come in at Keever's place, 1 o'clock. We told him, give us what's in the register. He went for a gun and Rogers shot him. When we left, we counted the money. It was $8. So me and Jensen and Rogers went home. Clem Grayson wasn't there.
Depositions of convicted men aren't very much, you know. But when a man in prison for life admits he was involved in a murder and thereby jeopardizes his chance for parole or pardon...
Hey, maybe there's something here. Sworn statement of Robert and William Billings.
My brother Robert and I played poker regular with Clem Grayson. The night of the Keever killing, we started at 9:30 in his kitchen. His wife was sick in the bedroom. We played till 2:15. We remember because when we were finished, I said to my brother, 5 hours to lose $35. That ain't very smart.
Transcript of testimony. Case of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Clem Grayson. Here's the section. The attorney then examined the witness Briggs.
You positively identify the defendant Grayson as one of the trio?
Yes, sir. I was eating a barbecue sandwich.
But you didn't identify Grayson when you were first taken to the county jail.
Well, I'll have to acknowledge I was a little confused.
But now, you're absolutely certain.
Absolutely. The reason I didn't then was I guess I was slightly muddled.
What makes you certain now?
Well, I thought it over, and I had a talk with the sergeant in charge, and he convinced me, and now I'm absolutely certain.
I had a talk with the sergeant and thought I was muddled before. Now I'm absolutely certain. Gets more interesting all along. Now, let's see. Testimony of Nellie Swenson, waitress, Cozy Corner Barbecue.
Is it a fact, Miss Swenson, that you were asked at the preliminary hearing, can you tell who was standing in the doorway with the gun?
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
I said I couldn't tell exactly because, you see, he had his coat collar up and his hat down, and I didn't watch his face. I watched his gun.
That's what you said at the preliminary hearing some weeks ago. Now, what did you testify to a few minutes ago?
I can't exactly remember.
I shall refresh your memory. You said, quote, the man I saw was Clem Grayson, unquote. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you explain your revamping your testimony?
I can't.
During the recess a few minutes ago, did you talk to the prosecutor in this case?
Yes, I did.
Louder, please.
Yes, I did.
Will you please tell the court what it was you talked to the prosecutor about?
I object.
The
court sustained the objection on the grounds that the content of the conversation was immaterial. Immaterial? It's the most material thing on earth. This is fantastic. Edna. Edna, get me Mrs. Grayson on the phone. Mrs. Grayson, if I look like a man who's controlling himself, that's just what I am. I've seldom seen anything so blatant, so open and shut, so... What are you crying about?
It's nothing, Mr. Spriggle. It's just that I'll be all right in a second.
No. Cut that out.
It's just that you're the first person in 6 years who understood.
You've been on this 6 years?
First, I took it to the prosecuting attorney. He told me to take it to the sheriff of Westmoreland. I went to the sheriff. He told me to take it to the state police at Harrisburg. At Harrisburg, they told me to see the governor. The governor's a busy man. I saw the second assistant to the lieutenant governor, and he told me to take it to the prosecuting attorney.
And that's what you've been doing for 6 years?
6 years, 5 months, and 19 days.
Now tell me why.
Why, what?
You know what I'm talking about. Why, after being divorced, do you keep the name? A murderer's name. Why have you kept going at it for 6 years, 5 months, and 19 days? You love the guy?
No. If this was a movie, that would be the reason. I don't love Clem. I guess I haven't loved Clem for a long time. The reason is Kathy. Kathy's our daughter, Mr. Spriggle, and wild horses couldn't get me out. But after the way you've talked, I think you ought to know. Kathy was about 4 at the time Clem was sent up. You see, I found out that a grown woman can put a man out of her life if she wants to, that a child can't. And Clem was in her life whether I liked it or not. And as she grew older, she's 10 now, 10 and a half, there got to be a lot of questions. Other girls have fathers. She has no father. And what am I going to tell her when she grows into young womanhood? What's she going to tell her friends? That her father's a convict? That he's in prison for murder? She'll have to lie and evade it, and that'll warp her. I don't want that. I don't want that, especially because her father's innocent. So you see, I didn't solve anything by divorcing Clem.
I'm beginning to understand. And if he's free, what'll she be able to say?
She'll say, my parents are divorced. My father and mother never got along. I live with my mother, but I hear from my father all the time. He's working in Cleveland or Boston or California. If she can say that, Mr. Spriggle, that's all I want.
Yeah. Well, suppose we see what we can do, Mrs. Grayson. Let's see if there really is such a thing as power of truth. It's a good story, and a big one. And you, Ray Spriggle, reporter for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, do it in 3 installments, 3 big half pages, setting forth the affidavits, the confessions, and the conflicting testimony. And you wait and see what the power of truth is. You also go a step further. With Mrs. Grayson, you help prepare the papers for the pardon board.
Don't worry now, don't worry. I think we've got one of the finest cases ever presented. Let's go in, Mrs. Grayson.
After due and careful consideration of this pardon board, it is our considered judgment that the confession of the convicted murderer Kramer is inconclusive. That internal conflict within the testimony of witnesses has been demonstrated, but is insufficient. And let it be remembered that the prisoner seeking this pardon, Clem Grayson, is not only an admitted robber, but has been found guilty of murder by a jury of his peers. Pardon denied.
Now you begin to understand those 6 years, 5 months, and 19 days. This isn't a matter of simple justice. This isn't a matter of the power of truth or the press. The law is a highly technical, complex, careful business. And so you bring into the case an old friend, Tom Endor, lawyer.
It's a good case, Ray. Good, but not good enough.
What more do you want, Tom?
Well, if you could get the jury, each one of the jurors, that'd be something. If you could show about 6 more cracks in the testimony of the witnesses, that would be something. If you could get Jensen, the third guy, to confess, that, I guess, would be almost conclusive.
Almost?
That's what I said, almost.
Oh, what are you trying to do? Make it tougher than it is?
No, my friend, I am merely trying to make it precisely as tough as the pardon board made it.
Okay, I begin to understand. Now, about you.
What about me?
Will you see this thing through with me?
What do you think I'm doing here, twiddling my thumbs?
There's no money. Grayson hasn't got any. Neither is Mrs. Grayson, and all I can do is take you out for a shot once in a while.
Oh, cut it out.
And as far as publicity goes, you guys need publicity. Don't kid me, Tom. You might come in for some, shall we say, adverse publicity?
What do we stand around talking for? The guy's in jail.
You move now. First in the Westmoreland County dives, pool rooms, flop houses. And there, when you ask the question, you get a common answer.
You kidding, Bud? Grayson never done that job. That was Rogers. Rogers all the way. Kramer, Jensen, and Rogers.
Everybody says the same thing, Tom. Everywhere I go. Kramer, Jensen, and Rogers.
What about Rogers?
He's the third of the trio.
No, I know that. I mean, what's he doing now?
Well, the court didn't believe he was mixed up with the killing, so he never went to jail. Now he's a small-town politico out in Cambria County.
Can you get anything on him?
Well, I got a sheriff friend out there. You mean what I just told you was no good? It's common gossip Rogers did it.
Look, I'll say it to you once more. The law is no layman's game. Specific, full-blown evidence is needed. What's gossip, what they say in the gin mills and the flop houses doesn't go very far in court or with the pardon board. Try your sheriff friend. Break down Rogers. Get Jensen to admit that Grayson wasn't in on it. Then come back, and we'll talk about what to do.
Hey, this is tough. You move again. This time more slowly, carefully. And it takes time. A month, 6 months, a year, 2 years. Finally, 4 years have gone by since Mrs. Grayson first came into your office. A thing you thought would take a few articles in the paper. And even now, after 4 years, all you've got to show is... Sheriff, you've got to get me something on Rogers. You've got to.
Ray, there's nothing on earth I'd like to do better than put Rogers where he belongs. I'm sure he was the one who murdered Keever, and you know it. There's no proof.
Look, I know all about proof. Can't we get something on him?
For the past 4 years, I've watched Rogers, and all I can tell you is that the average choir boy has gotten into more trouble. But if anything shows up, I'll get in touch with you.
What kind of a human being are you, Jensen?
I ain't a human being. I'm a convict. I'm in for murder.
Look, Jensen, you know Grayson had nothing to do with the murder. You know Rogers did it. Kramer admitted it. Why don't you give the guy a break? He served 10 years.
Yeah? How long you think I served?
There's an innocent man rotting in jail.
So I'm a guilty man rotting in jail. Why don't you try your story on Rogers? He might listen to you. Me, I am too busy.
Rogers?
My name is Armand T. Rogers. I like to be called by my name, you don't mind?
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you? Sitting pretty. You don't care that Grayson didn't do it, that he's taken the rap for you. You don't care about anything.
I wouldn't say that, Mr. Spriggle. I like a good cigar, I like music, and I like fine food. About Grayson, sure I care. I care the same way as when a fly gets in my way and I gotta kill him and flick him off.
And it goes on. Now the 4 years have become 5. And the 5 have become 6. Every 2 years, you and Attorney Tom Endor have gone before the pardon board. 3 times you've gone, and 3 times you've heard the words, pardon denied.
Who's there?
It's me.
Oh, you. Well, you'll be pleased to know they've turned us down a 3rd time, Mrs. Grayson. What are you smiling about? What is there to smile about?
You know what they say about women, Mr. Spriggle?
Oh, cut it out now. What are you talking about?
About how weak we are. We can't do anything by ourselves.
What have you got?
I went to see Jensen today. I told him the pardon board had turned down Clem's plea the 3rd time. And what do you think he did?
You got it?
He said, gee, I thought the pardon board would give it to him long ago, but I guess they won't. So he sat down and wrote a full confession clearing Clem. Oh, aren't you happy? Aren't you pleased? Isn't this what we were after?
Now, look, I got a lot older since you first saw me. 6 years ago, I would have turned handsprings. Now, I want to be sure. The confession is great. It's terrific. But before we go back to that pardon board, I want to have an absolutely airtight case.
What more can we possibly get?
Rogers. I'm waiting for Rogers to crack.
Meantime, Clem's in jail.
Now, believe me. Please believe me. Let's make sure we get him out.
So you sit with a sworn confession of Jensen, making 2 sworn confessions that Clem Grayson is innocent and Rogers is guilty. You wait for the call which finally comes.
Spriggle speaking.
Ray, come on over. I got something to tell you.
Rogers?
Roger.
And so you finally slipped, Rogers. You beat up your wife last night. You beat her up and put her in the hospital for a month.
Look, I don't have to sit here and listen to you.
That's where you're wrong. The sheriff said stay with him as long as you like, Ray. That's me, Ray. Till you get just what you want. And just what I want is a signed confession that you killed Kiva. You, not Clem Grayson.
I never killed Kiva.
Should I read you the confession of Kramer? The whole thing with every one of its lousy, sordid details? You want to hear the confession of Jensen? How he says you were the one pushed the body off the cash register and took the money out?
I don't care what you got to say.
Shall I tell you what your wife told me and the sheriff about that night, about your alibi?
They're liars, both of them liars.
Okay, Rogers, do it the hard way. Get in court and face them. Everything about the murder will come out, every dirty piece of it. A confession would have made it much easier for you, but you won't talk. Well, Rogers, it'll be a pleasure, a great pleasure to take you apart, bit by bit, in a courtroom right in front of the whole world.
And on a winter day, a little later, you and Hortense Grayson wait as the chairman of the pardon board says the inevitable words, setting Clem Grayson free. The wheels of justice grind slow sometimes. In this case, 12 years, 5 months, 22 days. But the important thing is, they do grind.
Now
now we read you that telegram from Ray Spriggle of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Grayson granted full pardon on the murder conviction. When released, he quickly enlisted in the United States Army and served overseas with distinction. Rogers, the actual killer, was convicted and sentenced to a long term in the Western Penitentiary for his complicity in the murder.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Hey, you, where do you think you're going?
Get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't. I saw you hold up that store. Give me that gun.
Get out of my way. Give it to me. Okay, you asked for it. Here.
Hey, why don't you look where you're going?
Get out of my way, sister, and get out of it fast.
Why, you...
And remember something for your health. You didn't see nothing. Get it?
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Howard Beaufay of the Cleveland News goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction that no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now, the exciting and authentic story of the case of the unfinished love song.
You are Howard Beaufay, columnist and roving editor for the Cleveland News. As such, you have the rare privilege of covering any story that strikes your fancy. And on this warm spring evening, you are going to jail. You're going to pay a visit to a murderer. So you pass through the prison gate and walk slowly down the long prison corridor, hearing the light echo of your footsteps on the stone floor. And then you'll hear something else. A violin playing a sad, haunting melody. The music swells, and you follow it until you find yourself standing in front of a prison cell, watching a dark-haired man coax music from a battered violin. Nick Verris, murderer.
Hello, Varys. Oh, go on playing.
No, I just do it to pass the time away. The air here snaps the strings.
Mind if I talk to you?
Got all the time in the world. Life.
My name's Beaufay. I'm a reporter from the Cleveland News.
What brings you here to see me, Mr. Beaufay?
I was at your trial, Nick. I think it's possible that you're not guilty.
Thank you.
Doesn't it interest you to know that someone thinks you didn't do it?
A lot of people think I didn't do it, Mr. Beaufay. But I've been in jail 2 years.
Well, I'd like to work on the case, Nick.
It's all yours.
Any leads for me to follow up?
Well, you might go and see Joni.
Joni?
My wife.
Oh.
Maybe she can help you. Or maybe you can help her. Not that she needs anything. She got herself a job as chief hostess at the best restaurant in town. The Belle Paris.
All right, I'll look her up.
Swell. And Mr. Beaufay.
Yeah?
Say hello to her for me, will you?
Joan Verris? A hostess here? Oh, no, monsieur. We don't employ any hostesses at La Belle Paris restaurant, monsieur.
That, you, Howard Beaufay, say to yourself, is a funny state of affairs. So you go into conference with a phone and the city classified. And after an hour or so, you end up in a dingy restaurant on the shabby side of town. An uninspired string trio is sawing away in a corner. So you slump down at a table and wait until a pretty waitress heads your way and asks,
May I have your order, sir?
Is your name Joan Varys?
Yes, but...
I'd like to talk to you. Your husband told me to see you. I'm a reporter from the news.
But Nicky doesn't know I work here. I told him I had a job at...
I know. He sent me there to find you.
Well, he'd be upset if he knew I was working in a place like this.
I won't tell him, Joan.
Thanks. It's not that I mind. It's just that Nicky would.
Tell me about him.
I wouldn't know what to tell you.
Try.
Well, the whole thing really started when Nick was in the hospital, recuperating from a pretty serious operation. I went to visit him as soon as he was out of danger. Nick,
Hiya, Joni.
how are you?
Wonderful, now that you're here.
Oh, darling. I've been so worried about you.
Don't you know only the good die young?
But you're so thin.
Well, I need care and love. I think you'd better make it a full-time job.
What about the hours and the pay?
Incomparable? When will you start?
Right now. Oh, Nicky, I never realized how much I loved you until I nearly didn't have you.
Oh, darling.
Nicky, I brought you your violin. Here it is.
Think I still remember how to use it?
Why not try?
What'll I play, Joni?
Guess. Of course, our song. Oh, Nicky. Nicky, I'm so happy. Now that you're well again, nothing can hurt me ever.
I'm glad, darling.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, what is it, nurse?
Well, there's a man here who insists on... Well, I mean, he just walked up and...
I'll explain the situation myself. Nicholas Veris, you're wanted in Cleveland for murder.
It happened so quickly, Mr. Beaufait. 1 minute we were alone. Nick was playing our song to me. And the next thing I knew,
He was sentenced to life imprisonment for the 14-year-old murder of a man named Frank Dando. We were supposed to have stopped him as he ran out of a grocery store he was supposed to have robbed. Right?
Yes. And Nick wasn't even in Cleveland then.
Were you married to him at that time?
No.
But how do you know he wasn't in Cleveland?
He told me he wasn't.
And you just take his word for it?
Of course.
You love him that much?
I know him that well.
There's only one thing to do. All the evidence is old stuff, buried for 14 years. We've got to dig it up. Now, I'm willing to try. Are you?
You mean you'll help me?
Well, I don't know if you call it help exactly. I'm not completely convinced of your husband's innocence, but the only way to find out is to look into the facts.
Thank you for being honest, Mr. Beaufait. What do we do first?
Our first step is the police records. Suppose I meet you tomorrow morning. We'll start looking.
All right. I'll meet you at...
What's the matter?
Nothing. It's just that... That's our song. The tune the orchestra's playing. That's Nicky's and mine. Every time I hear it, Mr. Beaufait, could we start looking tonight?
Tonight? Well, look, it's almost 11 o'clock.
I know, but... Don't you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Come on, get your coat.
Have you found anything else, Mr. Beaufait?
No, not yet. Same stuff. 2 witnesses said it was Nick Veris. 3 said it wasn't. But they couldn't point a finger at anyone else.
That's all I can find. I'll go on checking these papers here. Mr. Beaufait?
Yeah, what is it?
The police report of Frank Dando killing, 1924. Testimony of Louise Relic.
I don't remember that name from the trial.
She wasn't called at the trial. But the testimony of this girl is that she was waiting for a streetcar when a man with a gun ran out of the grocery store that was just robbed, and she saw his face clearly.
Give me that paper. The gunman was identified as James Horvad, notorious gangster from the Flats area of Cleveland.
No, it wasn't Nicky. She said it wasn't Nicky.
You go on home, Joan. I'll call you in the morning.
Well, what are you going to do?
A little investigating on my own. I'd like to check this report and find out why that girl was never called to testify. Well, here it is, Joan. The girl, Louise Relic, was taken before the grand jury in 1924. But she refused to talk any further.
Why?
She lived in the Flats area where Harvard was boss. And she's evidently afraid of him and his gang. The deposition was no billed.
What does that mean?
Oh, dropped, buried, dead, finished.
Oh, well, what about Horvad? Where is he now?
He happens to be locked up for murder in the Ohio penitentiary.
The Ohio prison?
Yeah. And in the same cell block with Nicholas Veris. You know, Joan, I think I ought to pay another visit to that cell block.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell-mell?
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall. Good to look at
good to feel,
good to taste,
and good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Malls' greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction that no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now we return you to your narrator, Bob Sloan, and tonight's big story.
You, Howard Beaufay of the Cleveland News, are once again walking down a corridor of the Ohio State Prison. You've just learned that it's the same prison that houses James Horvad, accused of the murder for which Nick Verris is serving time. And as you walk, you hear faintly the same melody you heard as you walked down the prison corridor once before. Only this time, the music hurts you. It hurts you because you know the story behind that unfinished love song. The story of two unhappy people. You reach the cell.
Hello, Nick.
Did you see Joan?
Yeah?
When?
Just left her a few hours ago. Probably see her again this afternoon.
They only let me see her twice a month. How is she?
Oh, fine.
When she comes to see me, it's hard to tell if she really looks all right through that screen they have up.
She's fine, Nick.
What dress was she wearing when you saw her?
Dress? Oh, well, a sort of green thing, I think.
With kind of white stuff up at the top?
Yeah.
I bought that for her just before. How's her new job, the hostess thing?
Oh, it's fine.
I'm glad she has a nice job like that.
Sure.
She's helpless about little things, you know. Like always forgetting to carry a handkerchief. She always gets all dressed up to go out and then has to borrow my handkerchief when she cries at the movies because she forgets hers. Did you have any trouble finding her?
I tried to talk to the wrong gal at first and had a hard time explaining myself.
I'll bet you did. Well, how'd you find Joni?
Oh, she was over at this fly-speck joint, slinging hash, but
She was slinging hash.
Well, that is...
Joni slinging hash?
Look, Nick, I'm sorry.
She told me she got a job as hostess. I thought it was an easy job and it would make things nicer for her. I didn't know she'd have to sling food in a one-arm joint. So that's the way they do it, huh? Stick a guy away in a cell with a number pinned on his back and forget him. And then his wife. Something that just keeps living. Something that doesn't matter. Well, it matters to me. It matters to me more than anything in the world, and they can't do it. If I could break out of this place, I'd murder every one of them with my bare hands. I'd really murder this time. Joni?
Take it easy, Nick.
I'm sorry. But my wife...
I know. Nick, she helped me dig up some news for you. We found the testimony of a girl who was standing on a street corner when the killer ran by in 1924. She identified him as James Horvad.
Why didn't the girl testify in court?
She refused to appear. The record was just forgotten.
Horvad must have been the one, then. Can anybody get him to admit it?
I don't know.
Do you think he's the killer?
I don't know, Dink.
Maybe they had a hunch about that girl when they offered me that deal.
What deal?
They told me they'd accept a plea of guilty to a manslaughter charge.
What?
Sure. That way they said I could serve 8 months and get parole.
Why didn't you tell me this in the first place?
I figured it was all water over the dam.
Now, look, Nick, I'll be frank with you. I've been following up this case because it's good human interest stuff. Up to now, I wasn't convinced that you were innocent, although I had a hunch you might be. But passing up a chance to get off with an 8-month sentence? That rings a bell with me. I'm going to talk to Horvat.
Thanks, Mr. Beaufay. Oh, and look.
Yeah?
When you see Joni, don't tell her I know about her being a waitress in that place. You know how it is. I wouldn't want to upset her.
Cleveland News.
I got no news for you, Pencil Happy.
I just want to talk.
I got no talk for you either.
I've just been visiting a prison mate of yours, Horvath.
What you trying to do? Sell magazines?
We talked.
So?
We talked about a murder. The murder of Frank Dando back in 1924.
I ain't interested in ancient history.
Horvath, you know and I know that you committed that crime, not Nick Barris. Why don't you do a decent thing for once in your life and clear him?
When I want to hire a halo, I'll let you know.
Horvath, look.
Don't Horvath look me, reporter. Get out!
Any luck, Mr. Beaufait?
Not with Horvath.
I see.
Look, Joan. Maybe Horvath isn't the only cog in this machine. Maybe we could try and pin down that girl witness. Maybe.
Well, that shouldn't be too hard.
Oh, no. After all, we know that her name is Louise Relic, or used to be, and that she lives in Cleveland, or used to live here, and that she was waiting for a trolley car in a street corner in 1924. So all we have to do is find her in a city of 1.25 million people, if she's still in Cleveland. I'm looking for a girl called Louise Relic. Can you tell me where I can find her?
I'm trying to locate a woman named Louise Relic who probably lived in this neighborhood. Have you any idea where she might be living now?
I heard she might be living in this section of town.
I thought maybe the superintendent might have a list of tenants back as far as 1924.
The name's Louise Relic. I hear she used to live in this neighborhood.
She moved 2 years ago? I see. Thank you.
No forwarding address, huh? Thanks, anyhow.
Never mind, then. Thank you. Oh, if they'd only turn off that jukebox.
Drink your coffee, Joan. Make you feel better.
I'm sorry to be such a baby, but it's just that I'm so tired. Do you have a handkerchief? I guess I left mine home.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Here. There, that's better.
You didn't find out anything about the relic woman, did you, Mr. Beaufait?
No? Going to keep on plugging?
I don't know. I hate to give up, but it seems like such a hopeless thing to keep on tramping the streets, knocking on doors, asking questions and not getting answers. I don't see how. Mr. Beaufait, is this the only way we can clear Nick?
I'm afraid so.
All right, then, let's go knock on some more doors. According to the address that woman gave me, it should be this house here.
Look, Joan, it's late.
Oh, no, let's try this house. It's the first definite address we've been able to find.
All right.
Well, hello. Hello.
Are you Louise Relic?
Have been for some time, honey.
We've been looking all over for you.
Very flattering. What for?
May we come in?
Sure.
Miss Relic.
Call me Wheezy, honey.
Miss Relic, this is Mrs. Nick Barris.
I think you got the wrong apartment.
I don't think we do.
The door's behind you.
Look, sister. Nick Varus is in jail for a murder he didn't commit. I know he didn't commit it. And what's more important, you can prove he didn't.
Never heard of him.
Perhaps you've heard of a man named James Horvath.
Nope.
Please, Miss Relic. You're the only chance I've got to free my husband.
Look, you two. Get out of here and get out fast.
But why? Why? Can't you see we've got to get the truth from you? That you're the only one who can help us.
She's afraid to tell us what she knows, Joan.
Afraid? Sure, I'm afraid.
But you do know something if you wanted to talk.
Get out of here.
Are you afraid of James Horvath?
I don't know what you mean.
Are you afraid of James Horvath because he's the man you saw shoot Frank Dando back in 1924?
I don't know what you mean.
Are you afraid he and his gang will get you if you talk?
I don't know
Are
what
you
you
afraid
even
if you exonerate Nick Barris, Horvath and his boys will be laying for you? Is that what you're afraid of, Miss Relic? Is it?
Yes.
James Horvath's in jail for another murder. He can't hurt you.
But he's not the only one. His gang will get me if I talk.
No one will ever know you talked except the parole
But they'll
board.
see my name in the newspapers, won't they?
Your name won't be printed.
Okay. I'll meet you at the parole board office in the morning.
You spend the long hours of the night drinking black coffee and wondering if that frightened promise will hold. It does. The next morning, Louise Relic tells the parole board that the man she saw running from the scene of the robbery and murder was James Horvath. Then one day, a little later, you pull your car up to a stop in front of the state penitentiary.
Nick will come out of that door over there, Joan.
At 11 o'clock?
At 11.
What time is it now?
Well, for the 10th time in the last 5 minutes, it's now 3 minutes of 11.
3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, Nick will walk out of that door. Do I look all right?
You look wonderful.
Do we have to wait in the car? I mean, couldn't we...
Come on. You wear me out. We'll walk over that way.
Oh, isn't it a perfectly wonderful day? I don't think the sky has ever been so blue, or the sun so bright, or anything so wonderful in all the world.
Why, I wonder why.
Oh, what time's it now?
45 seconds to 11, precisely.
45 seconds. Why, that's no time at all. Are my stockings seem straight?
Absolutely.
And I've got a clean handkerchief, too. Nicky gets so mad at me when I forget my hanky. But this time I put one in my... Nicky. Oh, Nicky.
Come on, honey. I'll take you home.
You, Howard Beaufay, had the rare privilege among newspaper men of being able to pick your own assignments. And this time you really picked one. You helped two good people find each other again, and you got your big story. And you'd been around the pencil game long enough to know which was the thing that really counted.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Howard Beaufay with the exciting details of tonight's big story. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Howard Beaufay of the Cleveland News.
Following his release from Ohio State Penitentiary, innocent musician in tonight's big story accepted engagement with well-known orchestra and, with his wife, left Cleveland. No one else ever came to trial for 14-year-old murder. Many thanks for tonight's Pell Mell Award.
Thank you, Mr. Beaufet. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Washington Evening Star. Byline, Jack Allen. A big story about a newspaper reporter and a prize fighter who didn't like newspaper reporters.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram, with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Gail Ingram. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Craig McDonald played the part of Howard Beaufet. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Beaufet, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. During the United Church canvass, November 16th to December 7th, reaffirm your allegiance to the faith that is the foundation of true happiness. Worship regularly, give to your church or synagogue liberally.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Big Story.
Mr. Norton, do sit down. I'm sure Dr. Parrish will be coming out of the maternity ward any moment now.
Yes. But I wish you'd hurry, nurse.
I never saw a prospective father yet who wasn't a bundle of nerves. Now, if you try to be calm, Mr. Norton. Oh, here's the doctor now.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Norton. The father of a healthy 8-pound baby girl.
A girl?
That's right. And you may go in and see your wife now if you like.
No.
What?
I won't see her.
You don't want to see your wife, Mr. Norton?
That's what I said. I don't want to see her.
Kansas City, Missouri. From the wires of the United Press, the story of murder and a frustrated father. Kansas City, Missouri. The story as it actually happened. Sam Melnick's story, as he lived it.
You were Sam Melnick, a police reporter for the United Press, operating out of the Kansas City Bureau. It's been a long day, a dull day, and finally your stomach tells you it's dinner time. There's one place you always go for dinner, and for your money, it's the best meal in Kansas City. So you get on the phone and make a reservation.
Hello?
Hello, Mom. Sam.
Oh, Sam. What time will you be home?
In an hour. Hey, what's for dinner?
Pot roast
Ah, pot roast.
with potato pancakes and applesauce.
Tell me more. What's for dessert?
Your favorite.
You don't mean lemon meringue pie.
I do. And now, Sam, you'll have to excuse me. I've got to get back to the kitchen. I'll expect you in an hour.
Oh, Mom, wait a minute.
Yes?
I've changed my mind. You better make that a half hour.
On your way home, you stop in at Frank's Bar, next to the City National Bank building, and across the street from the Kansas City Star, just for a quick one. And you don't know it at the time, but while you're there gabbing with the other newspaper boys, your big story is just beginning to break over on 27th Street.
Ed, you better stop the car here.
But we're still a couple of blocks from your house, Jackie.
I know, but
But you're afraid to let me take you home. You're afraid your father will see us.
Ed, please, let's not talk about it anymore.
We've got to talk about it, honey, here and now. I'm sick of meeting you on street corners away from the house. I'm fed up with seeing you only in the daytime when your father's at the office. Tired of dodging him and hiding from him. What are we, criminals or something?
Ed, you don't understand.
Yes, I do. I understand. Well, maybe you're afraid of your father, Jackie, but I'm not. What right has he got to run your life like this? What kind of a man is he, anyway?
He's been good to me, Ed. He's been a good father to me ever since I can remember. Only...
Only what?
Only... Well, he has some funny ideas.
I'll say he has. Here you are, Jackie, 19. 19 years old, and he's never let you go out with boys. I'm the first boyfriend you ever had, and I have to meet you secretly. Why?
I don't know, Ed. I don't know.
Neither do I. But I'm going to find out tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah. You and I are going to have a date tonight, Jackie. And what's more, I'm coming to the house to get you.
No, Ed, you can't. Dad'll be home.
That's just the point. We'll stand up to him together.
No, Ed, I'm afraid. Dad'll...
Dad! Look, honey. You're going to have to make a choice.
Choice? What choice?
Either your father or me. Either I come to your house tonight or we're all washed up.
Oh, Ed, no.
Yes. That's the way it's got to be, honey. You've got to stop being afraid of your father sometime. As long as he owns you like this, there's no place for me. Well, Jackie, shall I call for you tonight or not?
All right, Ed. All right. You come to the house, and I'll be waiting for you. Mother, I'm afraid. Ed'll be here in half an hour, and Dad...
Yes, he'll be home any minute now.
Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't have let Ed come. What'll Dad say? What'll I tell him?
This time, Jacqueline, I'll talk to your father.
You? Oh, but Mother...
I know. For years, ever since you were born, I've never dared stand up to it. But now, it's time I did. You're a grown girl now. You deserve a life of your own. A young man of your own.
Mother, I've asked you 100 times, and you've never told me. Why does Dad let Edna and Ruthie have all the dates they want, but when it comes to me, well, why am I different from my sisters?
It's a long story, Jacqueline. Goes way back. Someday I'll tell you.
Oh, Mother, it's Dad. He just came in the front door.
Quick, Jacqueline. Run upstairs to your room.
Jackie, Oh, it's you, Martha.
Yes, Albert.
Where's Jackie?
Upstairs. Dressing.
Dressing? For what?
She's got a date tonight.
A date? You mean...
I mean with a young man, Albert.
I see. Well, I'll soon put a stop to that.
Albert, just a minute.
Yes?
You're going to leave that girl alone.
Oh, am I? You're taking a lot for granted, aren't you, Martha?
I'm trying to stop you from ruining Jacqueline's life, that's all.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I know what's going on in your mind, Albert. I've known it ever since Jacqueline was born. You wanted a boy. You wanted a boy desperately. And you hated me because I bore you a third daughter. And all these years, you...
Yes, Martha, what about all these years?
You've tried to bring her up as a boy. You've always called her Jackie, never Jacqueline. You've never let her live a girl's life. She never even had a doll, Albert. You wouldn't let her have one. She never had a party dress or a pair of dancing shoes nor a string of beads.
Go on, Martha. You interest me.
You never let her join a sorority, nor have girlfriends here at the house or go out with boys. Instead, you took her fishing or bowling or to baseball and hockey games. Yes, Albert. All these years, to satisfy your own frustration, you've tried to bring her up as a boy. And now
Now, you failed.
I have, huh?
Yes, Albert, you have. She's a lovely, mature girl now. She's in love with a young man. And she's going to lead her own life, and neither you nor anyone else in this world can stop it.
Oh, I can't. Well, we'll see about that.
Albert, you let that girl alone.
Get out of my way, Martha.
Albert, don't you
Get
dare.
out of my
Don't,
way.
Albert.
She's my child, do you hear? And no one else is going to tell me how to bring her up. Jackie, your mother tells me that you've got a date with a young fellow, and that he's coming here tonight.
Yes, Dad.
Now, you know my wishes in the matter.
Dad, I'm 19 now. I'm not a child anymore.
I'm still your father, and I still know what's best for you. Have I been a bad father to you, Jackie?
No, Dad, you haven't.
Haven't we always been, well, pals? Gone everywhere together, done everything together?
Yes, but...
Why, we've been almost...
Like father and son, Dad.
Why did you say that? Has your mother been talking to you?
No, Dad, why?
Nothing, only I forbid you to go out with this boy.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm going out with him anyway. I love him. And I'm going to marry him.
I see. Then we're going to lose you.
Oh, Dad. Dad, please try to understand.
I do understand. What's this boy's name, Jackie?
Ed. Ed Carlyle.
Ed Carlyle. And what time will he be here?
At 8. Oh, Dad, you won't raise any fuss. You'll talk to Ed, meet him.
Yes, under the circumstances. I'm looking forward to meeting him, Jackie.
Oh, Dad. Dad, I knew you'd see it my way. Only one thing.
Yes?
Please don't call me Jackie anymore. It sounds too much like a boy's name. And I'm grown up. Just call me Jacqueline, Dad.
Come in.
My name's Ed Carlyle. Is Jackie...
She's in her room. She'll be down in a minute.
Oh. Mr. Norton, I wanted to talk to you.
I'll do all the talking around here, Carlyle. My daughter tells me you two are in love.
Yes, sir.
And that you plan to marry her and take her away from here. From me.
That's right, sir. With your permission.
You don't have my permission.
I'm sorry, Mr. Norton. But in that case, I guess we'll have to get married without it.
You try anything like that, you young whippersnapper. Now,
Mr. Morton.
She belongs to me, you understand? She's my child, and nobody's going to steal her
But
from
Mr.
me.
Morton,
Get out.
I don't...
Get out of this house, I said.
No. No, I won't. Not until I say what I came to say. You might as well face it, Mr. Morton. Jackie's 19. She's a grown woman. We're in love, and you're going to lose her. You know you're going to lose her.
Oh, I am.
She's got a right to her freedom just like any other person. Mr. Norton, put down that gun.
Nobody's going to steal Jackie from me. Nobody's going to take her from me.
Mr. Norton, no. Put down that gun.
Dad, no.
If I can't have you, Jackie, nobody else will.
No.
It's a little after dinner time when you, Sam Melnick of the United Press, get to your mother's house. You sniff the odors coming from the kitchen, and you raise your eyes to heaven, and your mouth begins to water. And you think life can be beautiful in Kansas City or anywhere else with cooking like that. And then your mother comes in.
Sam, where have you been?
Oh, just down to Frank's place across from the Star, Mom.
Oh, I wondered what happened to you. Well, I've got everything all ready. You better get washed up and... Oh, no. Sam, don't answer it.
I'd better, Mom.
It's probably that night manager down at the bureau again.
And if that horrible man thinks he's going to take you away from my dinner again just because of the story...
Oh, forget it, Mom. Don't worry. It's been a very dull day. I'll just brush him off and sit down to dinner. Melnick talking. Oh, hello, Bill. What? What? On 27th Street. Yeah, sure. I'll get right on it. On the way now. Mom, I gotta rush.
What about my pot roast and pancakes?
Keep it warm, Mom. I'll be back as soon as I can. A big story's breaking.
What big story?
A father just murdered his daughter.
You, Sam Melnick of the United Press, have just been tipped off that a sensational murder has taken place on your beat, Kansas City. So you leave your mother's dinner table and rush down to police headquarters to get yourself a few facts. Luckily, you're the first reporter there, but you know the rest of the wolves are on their way. And the first thing you do is corner Lieutenant John Brackett, in charge of the investigation.
So this Albert Norton killed his own daughter, John.
That's right, Sam. He started to go for a boyfriend first, but when the girl came downstairs, he spun around and let her have it. Then he broke away.
And no trace, huh?
No trace. But we've blocked all the highways, got men at all the railroad, air, and bus terminals.
You know, John, he could be right here in KC.
Could be. His wife called us right after he shot the daughter, so wherever he is, he didn't have time to get very far.
Uh-huh. Speaking of Norton's wife, where is she now?
Oh, we're keeping her and the two daughters and the boy, Ed Carlisle, down here at headquarters.
Protective custody, huh?
Yep.
Then you figure this Norton is still dangerous, that he might come back and try something else.
Can't afford to think otherwise, Sam. A man who'd do a job like this is more than a killer. He's a maniac.
By this time, everyone and his cousin in Kansas City are swamping the switchboards, claiming they've seen Albert Norton. You check a few leads. Phony. You talk to Norton's sister, and Mrs. Anna Regal. She hasn't heard a thing. You ride with a prowl car for a while and draw a blank. Finally, in deep disgust, you ask the police dispatcher to call you in case anything breaks. And you phone your mother that you're coming home for that dinner. And when you get there...
Hello, Mom.
Don't you hello me, Sam Melnick.
Oh, listen, Mom, I couldn't help it. I had to go out on the story. Now, how about that pot roast, huh?
Did you get that story, Sam?
No.
Well, you're not going to get that pot roast either.
I'm not?
No, I kept it waiting for you so long, it's all dried out.
Oh.
Now you'll have to eat meatloaf.
Meatloaf? Well, what's wrong with that? I like meatloaf.
I know you do, son. I've got it sizzling on the pan now, and in a few minutes...
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Mom?
Don't you dare answer that phone, Sam Melnick.
Mom, I've got to. Melnick talking.
Sam, this is Sergeant Blaine down at headquarters.
Yes, Sergeant.
Just wanted to tip you off that the killer just phoned his sister, Mrs. Regal.
What?
Yeah. Better get up and see her before the rest of the wolves get wise.
On my way, Sergeant. Thanks. Mom, I've got to rush. See you later.
But, Sam, what about my meatloaf?
Mrs. Regal, just what did your brother say when he phoned?
Well, first of all, he wanted to make sure that Jackie was dead.
Yes?
Then he wanted to know where his wife was. Then, before I could say anything else, he hung up.
I see.
Oh, Mr. Melnick, just gave me gooseflesh just to listen to him. Albert's always been a little peculiar, but his voice over the phone, sounded crazy.
Mrs. Regal, did you ask him where he was calling from?
Yes, I asked him right off. Said he was calling from a restaurant.
A restaurant? At this time of night?
That's what he said.
Mrs. Regal.
Yeah?
While you were listening, did you hear anything over the phone that might suggest a restaurant? You know, dishes rattling, pots and pans?
No.
Any sound of streetcars going by?
Oh, no. No, there was nothing over the phone except Albert's voice.
Uh-huh.
Guess I haven't been much of a help, Mr. Melnick.
On the contrary, Mrs. Regal, you have. You've been a mighty big help. In fact, you've just given me an idea.
So you got a hunch on where the killer is, huh, Sam?
That's right. Now, look, John, let's add this thing up.
Okay, go ahead and add.
The killer calls his sister at 1 a.m. and says he's calling from a restaurant.
So?
So there aren't very many restaurants in KC open at that time of night.
Well, there are some.
Sure. But they're mostly on the main streets, and you've got prowl cars patrolling them. So it stands to reason that Norton wouldn't take a chance exposing himself. And Mrs. Regal heard no streetcars or anything like that.
In other words?
In other words, John, the killer wasn't calling from a restaurant at all. He was phoning from a private home.
Hey, that's interesting, Sam. Very. You know how many private homes there are in Kansas City?
Sure. But my hunch is that the killer was calling from his own home.
Oh, not that old cliche about the killer returning to the scene of his crime.
I know. I said it was only a hunch. I can't back it up with anything concrete. Still...
Still what?
He might have gone back to his own house. You're holding the rest of his family down here under protective custody, and the house is empty.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to have a look. Care to come along, John?
Maybe I'd better. If your hunch turned up right and I wasn't there, I'd never forgive myself. And neither would the police commissioner.
Okay, John, let's go.
All right with you. Oh, before we leave, Sam, there's something I forgot to tell you.
Yeah? What's that?
Your mother phoned headquarters here a little while ago. Wanted to talk to you real bad.
Yes? What did she say?
Well, she was so upset over the phone, I didn't quite get what she was saying, but it was something about meatloaf.
The Norton house is dark, with the shades drawn. You and Lieutenant Brackett try the front door. It's locked. Then in the moonlight, you notice a car standing in the backyard. You follow Brackett into the yard, the shivers running up and down your spine as you reflect on what a beautiful target you make there in the moonlight, just in case the killer is home. You both go to the back door, find it locked. Brackett tries a couple of pass keys, and then...
That's it, Sam. It works. The door's open.
Okay. Let's go in.
Look, on second thought, Sam, maybe I'd better go in and corner this rabbit myself, if he's there.
Oh, no, John. I'm going in with you.
Now, look, you don't have to, Sam. You're a reporter, but I'm a police officer. I've got to go in. It's my duty.
It's my story.
Might be dangerous.
All right, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Okay. Oh, before we go in, you got a gun?
Gun? No.
All right, I'll keep my gun ready. Here, you carry this flashlight. All right, let's go in. See anything? No. Let's look around.
John.
Yeah.
I smell something.
What?
Stale coffee.
Yeah, you're right. Sam, flashlight over here. This table. See what I see?
Yeah. A cup of cold coffee and some cigarette butts.
Looks like our friend is somewhere around. Sam, put out that flashlight. He's in the other room. Yeah. Sam, you move to one side. Away from that door.
John.
Do as I say.
Okay.
All right, Norton, come out. Come out with your hands up. Okay, Norton, if you don't come out, we'll have to come in after you. Come on, Sam, we're going in. Drop that gun, Norton.
Not before I give you this.
John! John, are you all right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Many thanks, Sam.
For what?
If you hadn't flashed that light in his face when you did, he'd have killed me, sure. From where I was standing, I was looking right down the mouth of his gun.
And you, Sam Melnick, very tired and very hungry, phone in your story to the UP Bureau. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning, you come home.
Hello, Sam.
Oh, Mom, you still up?
I'm still waiting for you to come home for dinner, son.
Oh, gee, Mom, I'm sorry. I had to cover a big story. A father killed his daughter because... Well, because he wanted a boy in the first place.
Here, eat your dinner.
Mom, this is just pie and milk.
That's all I got left. The meatloaf cooked dry just like the pot roast. And do you know what, Sam?
What, Mom?
I wish you'd been born a girl.
Now we read you that telegram from Sam Melnick of the United Press.
As it turned out, Killer in tonight's big story had tried to commit suicide in his bedroom. The lieutenant had winged him in the arm so that he dropped his gun. Killer died from self-inflicted wound just before the ambulance came. True to her husband to the bitter end, Widow declared that except for insanely jealous rages, he was a good father.
In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
You're sure everything is all right, Tiny?
Sure, I'm sure. We phoned that reporter and told him there was a story waiting for him here, so he... Hey.
What is it?
There he is now. That's the reporter.
Wait until he comes closer. Wait until he turns into the walk. You don't want to miss him, do you, Tiny?
Miss him? When I get through unloading this rod, that reporter's going to look like a Swiss cheese.
The Big Story. Here is America, its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Atlanta, Georgia. From the pages of the Atlanta Constitution, the authentic story of a reporter who set out to clean up a lottery by gambling with his life. Tonight, to Keeler McCartney of the Atlanta Constitution goes the Pall-Mall Award for The Big Story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette. Pall-Mall.
Look at a Pall-Mall.
It looks good.
Feel a Pall-Mall.
It feels good.
Taste a Pall-Mall.
It tastes good.
Smoke a Pall-Mall.
It smokes good.
Now you've discovered why so many of your friends have changed to Pall-Mall, the longer, finer cigarette. For Pall-Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Yes, Pall-Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
And now, the story as it actually happened. Keeler McCartney's story as he lived it. Atlanta, Georgia.
You are Keeler McCartney, police reporter for the Atlanta Constitution. You're young, conscientious, and hot. You stand in your city editor's office, listening to his dry voice briefing you on new assignment, and you wish you could dive head first into a glass of beer. When the voice stops, you melt out of the office to your own desk, your half-hearted notes clinging damply to your fingers.
Hiya, Mac. Hot enough for you?
Pete, if one more guy asks if it's hot enough for me, I'm going to pop him one. Yeah, it's hot enough for me. It's hot enough for a tamale.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Editor toss you a lousy assignment?
Mac, he says, get this. Mac, I want you to see what you can do about cleaning up the lottery racket in town. $18 million a year those racketeers are making. Enough to buy plenty of Tommy guns to bump off any reporter who's dope enough to stick his nose into that setup.
How do they operate the thing?
You lay a bet on the third, fourth, and fifth digits of the daily bond total in the paper.
Uh-huh.
Pays off 450 to 1, but the odds are 1,000 to 1 against you. How do you find out about a lottery anyhow?
Place a bet. Fellow down the street from me, Joe Sampson, he gambles a lot on it. Ask him. He should be able to make contact for you.
Okay, what can I lose?
Nothing but a buck. Or, who knows, you might even make a killing.
Hey, is anybody home?
Oh, I'm outside in the garden.
Oh, didn't see you. You Mrs. Sampson?
That's right.
You picked a pretty rugged day for weeding, didn't you?
I sure did. Hot enough for you?
Yeah, it is. I'm looking for Mr. Sampson. Is he in?
Why, no.
I wanted to ask him about placing a lottery bet.
Get out of here.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't understand.
I understand enough. You're a writer, aren't you?
Well, sure, I'm a reporter, but...
A reporter?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were one of those lottery writers that comes to see Joe all the time.
What have you got against them?
I wish they were all dead.
Wait a minute. The lottery's against the law, sure, but what harm can it do?
You really want to know that?
Well, sure.
Come on up on the porch where it's cooler. I owe you a glass of buttermilk for biting your head off anyhow. And after that, I'd like to tell you a story. All right?
All right. It's a deal.
Maybe it's not much of a story, Mr. McCartney. It's the kind of thing that probably happens to a lot of people. The thing is, this time it happened to Joe and me. We were married about a year then when...
Mrs. Sampson, I gotta hand it to you. I married the best-looking gal in the state and the best cook in the world.
Oh, Joe.
Now that am good apple pie. Sour as a banker's disposition.
Oh, say, that reminds me. I put some money in our bank today.
Our bank?
Mm-hmm. The blue teapot on the kitchen counter. I call that our bank.
Oh, the First National Sampson, huh?
I put in another $3, Joe.
You're saving so you can be independently wealthy?
Joe, you haven't forgotten.
Forgotten what?
The house out on 5th Street. The white one with the blue shutters and the peach tree in the yard.
Oh, what about it?
Well, it's going to be ours someday. That's what about it. Just as soon as we can fill that teapot with enough $3 to buy it.
You sure think in slow motion, Jeannie. I'll figure out a way to make a pile of dough fast, and we'll move into that house next year.
Oh, no, Joe, no. If we just save a little bit each week, we'll have it soon enough. Oh, it's better that way, Joe. Honest.
Okay, honey, have it your way. You go ahead and save the pennies in the teapot, but I'm going to see if I can throw in the dollars. Hey, how about another piece of that apple pie?
Joe's always like that, Mr. McCartney. Fast. He can't wait for things. Well, like planting those flowers in the yard. Joe was swell about digging up the dirt for me, but he doesn't like the waiting for the flowers to come up. Anyhow, Joe brought me the $3 I asked for from his check every payday, and I'd go put it in the blue teapot. Got so's I'd wait for him on the porch steps every Friday.
Hi, baby.
Give it to me.
Give what to you?
The $3 for the teapot.
Look, honey, I haven't got it.
You haven't got it. Oh, but Joe...
Listen, Jeannie, did you ever hear of the bug, the lottery? You know, you bet on the numbers and the barn total each day, and if you win, they pay you $450 to 1. Well, all we need is to hit it right just once, and we've got a down payment on the house.
Oh, Joe, no. Please don't gamble. Give me the money and let me put it away in the teapot.
Oh, come on, baby. Be a sport. Just a few bucks, that's all. Now, what harm can it do? Jeannie, what are you doing in here?
What are you doing, Joe? What do you want with that teapot?
Look, honey, I got a especially lucky feeling today, see? I just want to borrow a couple of bucks from the teapot for the bug. I'll put it back tomorrow. Look, Jeannie, how about sparing me a few bucks, huh?
The teapot's empty, Joe.
Yeah, I mean from the housekeeping money.
Oh, Joe.
I got a hunch today on number 419. I figure all I have to do is lay $10 on that, and I can clean up and get back all my losings in one hit.
Joe, you've got to bring me a check home next week. I can't pay the bills. You've got to stop gambling.
How can I stop? I got to make up my losses, don't I?
But...
But, there ain't no buts, I tell you. I got to make dough fast, and there ain't no faster way than the bug. Oh, look, Jeannie. Don't be mad at me. I got a feeling, honey. I'm going to be lucky tomorrow.
I heard of people that couldn't stop drinking, Mr. McCartney. Men who kept on drinking even when it made them sick. Well, that's how gambling is with Joe now. Something rotten, something he can't get away from, even though it's like poison and he's sick with it. Last night I sat across the table in the kitchen just looking at him. Watching him kind of sit there and fall away into little pieces. Just looking at him.
What the devil are you looking at?
You...
Well, quit it.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Do you always have to be sorry?
I'm sorry. Why don't you give it up, Joe?
What are you talking about?
The lottery, give it up, Joe.
Why don't you give up picking on me?
I'm not picking on you.
Yes, you are. I don't bet because I want to. I bet because I'd be a dope to stop now. I've lost too much to quit now, and my number's going to come up.
You know it won't.
It's got to come up someday, doesn't it? And when it does, we'll be rich.
Rich? What do we want to be rich for? We just want to save enough to put in our bank.
Yeah, sure. Lousy nickels and pennies to put in the bank so we can buy a house when we're 80.
That's not true. You know it isn't. We had lots of money in the bank before.
Before what? Well, go ahead, say it. Before I robbed the bank to gamble, that's what you were going to say, right?
No, Joe.
Before Joe robbed the bank, before Joe swiped the money.
I'm not blaming you.
You just think I robbed your lousy bank, that's all?
No, I don't.
All right, I did. I robbed the lousy little broken-down teapot. I swiped the money and I left it empty. Lousy little teapot with a lousy little broken handle. It's all empty. Look at it. All empty, and I don't care. You hear me, Jeannie? I don't care. I don't care a hoot about your lousy little teapot. Oh, Jeannie. For the love of heaven, help.
Joey.
I can't stop, Jeannie. It's like being drunk or crazy. Every week when I get my check, I say, this time I'll bring it home to Jeannie. This time I'll give it all to Jeannie. And that guy comes along with his lottery, and I can't stop.
What are we going to do, honey?
I don't know.
Oh, Joe, I wish they were all dead.
So do I.
You, Keeler McCartney, feel a slow burning anger. It starts deep in your guts and rips its way up to the lump in your throat. You're suddenly ashamed because you can still hear yourself saying carelessly,
The lottery?
What harm can it do?
And now you know.
Can't anybody do anything to stop it, Mr. McCartney?
I don't know. I sure don't know what one guy with a typewriter can do against thousands of guys with lottery sheets and Tommy guns, but... Well, I'm going to try.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story. Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
It's the longer, finer cigarette. Pall Mall.
Look at a Pall Mall.
It looks good.
Feel a Pall Mall.
It feels good.
Taste a Pall Mall.
It tastes good.
Smoke a Pall Mall.
It smokes good.
Now you've discovered why so many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall, the longer, finer cigarette. Pall Mall. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke on the way to your throat.
That's important.
Yes, Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Of all America's leading cigarettes, only one is outstanding. Only one is outstanding.
The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Keeler McCartney as he lived it and wrote it.
You, Keeler McCartney, are mad. Hot and mad. Hot because the late summer Georgia sun has made a furnace of Atlanta's streets. Mad because a lottery called the Bug is wrecking the lives of Atlanta's people. The Bug. You've written stories about it, and you know it's an ugly, crawling thing that takes the dimes and the dollars of Atlanta's poor. So, you take your temper and your thirst into a bar where you know the workers for the Bug congregate. You walk out of the burning sun into the dimness and the coolness, and you say,
"One beer."
And then you wait. You wait while the eyes along the bar study you.